3362 Tower of Trials 5th floor Ruofei, I've finished absorbing it. Ling Qingxue shouted. Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief and said, that's great. Let's take the items and leave the formation immediately. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue packed their things and stepped out of the time formation. After stepping out of the time formation's range, the mission time in Xia Ruofei's perception mirror immediately returned to its normal speed. It was already 10 seconds. Xia Ruofei's speed was extremely fast. He grabbed Ling Qingxue's soft hand with one hand and waved his hand at the same time to put the time array flag, alarm, and defense array materials into the spirit map space. Then, the two of them stood there quietly, waiting for the last few seconds to pass. Xia Ruofei looked at the quiet wilderness in front of him. At the same time, there was a ticking countdown in his field of vision. He suddenly had mixed feelings. The 4th level of the trial pagoda had really given him a lot of benefits. That much yellow jade essence had already benefited him greatly, and his mental strength had doubled. More importantly, he had really gambled on a 1 in 7 chance of successfully meeting up with Ling Qingxue. This result couldn't have been better. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had also helped Ling Qingxue absorb hundreds of topaz essence. Without a doubt, the huge increase in her spiritual power would play a vital role in Ling Qingxue's future cultivation path. The 10-second countdown passed quickly. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt his vision blur, and a pulling force made him lose control of himself. He subconsciously held Ling Qingxue's hand tightly, and Ling Qingxue also held his arm tightly. The two of them felt like the stars were moving, and the scenery in front of them was also distorted. When everything returned to normal, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue immediately turned to look at each other. They realized that they had not been separated and were still holding each other's hands tightly. They both heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, feeling at ease. Then, Xia Ruofei quickly observed the surrounding environment. With one look, he could not help but reveal a trace of doubt. The environment that he and Ling Qingxue were in was almost the same as the wilderness they had been in earlier. It was desolate, and there were only a few sparse crops that looked like camel's thorns lying quietly on the ground. Ruofei, could it be that we didn't leave the 4th level of the trial pagoda? Ling Qingxue asked, puzzled. Xia Ruofei looked around with a serious expression, then shook his head and said, we can't be careless. This shouldn't be the trial pagoda's 4th level anymore. He said this because he had some confidence. The reason was very simple. In the vision of the perceptual mirror, the mission time countdown had disappeared. At the same time, the clear map of the trial tower's 4th floor had also disappeared. In its place was still a map. But the display range was very small, only about a few dozen meters around him. The golden light spot representing the yellow jade essence had also disappeared. All of these signs pointed to the fact that, although their current environment was very similar to the trial pagoda's 4th level, they should have already left the space of the 4th level. The 4th floor of the Tower of Trials was obviously a reward for the cultivators who completed the first 3 floors. That was why it was given in the form of a mission to increase the cultivator's mental strength without any danger. And this was no longer the 4th level of the Tower of Trials, and it was very likely that they were directly on the 5th level. As such, they couldn't be careless, as danger could appear at any moment. I see, Ling Qingxue nodded and said, Ruofei, where are we now? Xia Ruofei shook his head. I'm not too sure. Maybe it's the 5th level of the trial pagoda, or maybe it's a special small space. No matter what. We'll find out soon. Xia Ruofei did not know how other cultivators received all kinds of information and tips when they were doing the Tower of Trials mission. He had a sensory mirror and basically, the key tips were directly displayed in the field of vision of the sensory mirror. Therefore, he had enough patience. All he needed to do was to stay alert. Xia Ruofei did not bring Ling Qingxue to explore the place rashly. Instead, he asked, Qingxue, I didn't have time to ask you just now. How do you feel after absorbing the yellow jade essence? How much did your spiritual power increase? Ling Qingxue said happily, I feel like my spiritual power has gotten much stronger. Especially after absorbing more than 100, I feel like my spiritual power has broken through a barrier. If I'm not wrong, I should have reached the spirit gathering realm. Xia Ruofei was surprised and said, You've broken through to the spirit gathering stage? I didn't expect the yellow jade essence to have such a good effect on you. The spirit gathering realm was equivalent to the mental power of a cultivator in the golden core stage. Ling Qingxue was actually quite far from the golden core stage, but her mental power had already reached the level of a cultivator in the golden core stage. It had to be said that the yellow jade essence was really effective. Xia Ruofei felt that the opportunity on the 4th level of the trial pagoda was extremely rare for any cultivator. It could be considered a great opportunity in the entire process of exploring the secret realm. Of course, Xia Ruofei had swept up almost half of the topaz essence on the 4th floor of the trial pagoda. To other cultivators, it was almost impossible to replicate. Even the powerful person who designed the mission did not expect it. Game. Of course, it was a very good feeling. Ling Qingxue said, I feel like my mind has become much clearer. And my control of true qi seems to have become more refined. It's also much easier for me to store and retrieve items from my storage ring and control my flying sword with my mental power. Ruofei, this yellow jade spirit is too powerful. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aren't I amazing? How did the yellow jade spirit become the powerful one? You're also very powerful. How did you manage to find such a powerful yellow jade spirit? Ling Qingxue said with a smile. Then, she said dejectedly, look at me. It took me more than 10 hours to find a piece of yellow jade essence. It's so embarrassing. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Ling Qingxue's luck was extremely bad. She didn't have a cheat-like device like the sensory mirror, and she was sent to a barren area where there was almost no topaz essence. It could be said that she was already very lucky to have found the only topaz essence in that area within the mission time. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, You're not allowed to tell Wei Wei about this when you get back. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I understand. I promise I won't tell. Then, Xia Ruofei said seriously, Qingxue, when we move around in this small space, you must remember not to leave my side. If there is any danger, you must not take care of it on your own. However, you must call for help and remind me immediately. Ling Qingxue nodded and said, I know. Also, when I remind you, you must remember one thing. You must never resist. Xia Ruofei said, I will use a special Dharma treasure to protect you. Just don't resist the force of the Dharma treasure. Xia Ruofei had made it clear to Ling Qingxue in advance that if there was any danger that could not be resisted, he would ensure Ling Qingxue's safety first and put her into the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei's control of the spirit map space had reached a very high level, so he could easily open up an independent small space in the space. Even if Ling Qingxue entered the spirit map space, she would only be in this small space and could not see the whole space. That way, Ling Qingxue would only know that Xia Ruofei had a special protective magical equipment and would not see the other secrets of the spirit map space. To Xia Ruofei, the spirit map space was the foundation of his life. Hence, he did not want to expose her even if she was his closest girlfriend. Although Ling Qingxue did not know what was going on, she had always trusted Xia Ruofei. Hence, she nodded without hesitation and said, "I understand. Don't worry. I'll listen to you." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "That's good. Let's start exploring and see what secrets this wasteland has." Ling Qingxue nodded her head. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue held hands. They randomly chose a direction and carefully walked forward. The two of them walked for about 20 meters. When they passed by a pile of camel thorns, Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a sense of danger. He pulled Ling Qingxue's hand and retreated a few steps. Almost at the same time, the pile of camel's thorns suddenly exploded. Countless tiny thorns flew towards Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue. As Xia Ruofei retreated, he had already summoned the Tsushuang flying sword and the traveling jade immortal sword. He pulled Ling Qingxue and jumped on the Tsushuang flying sword, speeding up their retreat. Under the control of Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy, the blue travel immortal sword formed a protective light screen. The camel thorns bounced off it. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were unscathed, but they broke out in cold sweat. Especially when he saw that the camel's thorn was not cut into pieces when it touched the blue travel immortal sword, but merely bounced off. His heart sank. This seemingly ordinary plant's hardness had already exceeded his imagination. Ling Qingxue was also a little shocked. "Are you Ruofei? Why is this thing so strange? I've seen quite a few of them before and even walked past them many times, but nothing like this has ever happened." Xia Ruofei said seriously, "Qingxue, you must remember that although the environment here is very similar to the Trial Pagoda's 4th level, you can't treat it as the same as the Trial Pagoda's 4th level. Otherwise, it's very likely that an unremarkable little thing will be able to take your life." At this moment, Xia Ruofei saw new content on the mission bar in his perceptual mirror. He immediately looked at it with a serious expression. Lines of text appeared in the quest prompt. "Congratulations, you've broken the record for the Trial Pagoda's 4th level mission. You'll receive an additional reward, and the reward content can be chosen from one of the two." When Xia Ruofei saw the familiar words, he felt as if he had returned to the 3rd level of the Tower of Trials. The additional reward he received was almost the same as the one he received on the 3rd level. He could also choose to upgrade the elemental storage pearl or randomly send a companion over. Now that Xia Ruofei had successfully met up with Ling Qingxue, he naturally would not choose to teleport another companion. After all, he had already learned from Shen Tianfeng's experience and had some psychological trauma. This kind of environment tested human nature. Moreover, Ling Qingxue's presence had made him more apprehensive. It was obviously not a wise choice to teleport another companion over under such circumstances. Furthermore, the upgrade of the energy storage pearl was extremely attractive to Xia Ruofei. The first 2 times, he had given up on this reward option because he was obsessed with bringing Ling Qingxue to his side as soon as possible. Now that Ling Qingxue was by his side, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate any longer. He immediately chose to upgrade the energy storage pearl. In the reward options provided this time, when upgrading the energy storage pearl, he could also get an additional 1,000 origin crystals. To Xia Ruofei, this was a small surprise. Origin crystals were still quite precious, especially to golden core cultivators. After Xia Ruofei made his choice, the reward for completing the 4th floor's regular mission appeared in the mission bar. The contents of the reward also made Xia Ruofei a little surprised. It was 500 pieces of topaz essence. There was no doubt about the value of the topaz essence. It could be said that if it was brought to the cultivation world on Earth, any piece of topaz essence would cause everyone to fight crazily for it, let alone 500 pieces. However, the mission prompt bar also stated that the topaz essence could only be used in the secret realm and could not be taken out of the secret realm. This meant that it was impossible to use the yellow jade essence to exchange for spiritual stones in the cultivation world on Earth. Of course, no one would exchange the yellow jade essence for spiritual stones unless they were out of their minds. It was even more impossible for a nouveau riche like Xia Ruofei, who had no lack of spiritual stones. Therefore, this restriction had no effect on him. After the announcement of the reward, a dot of light appeared in the field of vision of the perceptual mirror, along with a guiding arrow. Clearly, that should be the place to receive the reward. Ling Qingxue saw that Xia Ruofei suddenly stopped talking and stood on the Zhuang flying sword in a daze. She couldn't help but ask, "Are you Ruofei, what's wrong?" "Oh," Xia Ruofei said. "It was nothing. The reward for completing the mission should be ready. Let's go and get it." "Mission reward?" Ling Qingxue asked, curiously. "The 4th level of the trial pagoda has already given us so many benefits. Are there more rewards?" "Of course, since it's a mission and we've completed it, and we've even broken the record, of course we'll be rewarded." Xia Ruofei acted as if it was a matter of course. He smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's go. Receive the award. Don't leave my side on the way. It seems that this wasteland has become dangerous." "Yes, yes." Ling Qingxue nodded. Xia Ruofei pulled Ling Qingxue along as they rode on the Zhuang flying sword. They followed the direction of the arrow on the perceptual mirror's map and carefully flew towards the location of the marked light spot. 3364 Camel's back hoop _ with the sudden attack of the camel's thorns, Xia Ruofei became very careful. He did not fly according to the direction of the arrow. Instead, he tried to stay as far away from the camel's thorns that were scattered everywhere in the wilderness as possible. At the same time, Xia Ruofei was on high alert to prevent any other dangerous situations from happening. In fact, Xia Ruofei could have avoided the attack of the camel's thorn by increasing the altitude of his sword kinesis flight. However, he still had a fresh memory of his experience on the 2nd level of the Tower of Trials. There seemed to be a voice reminding him not to fly too high. Hence, he would rather take a detour than fly too high. Especially now that he had Ling Qingxue by his side, he had to be even more careful. The location of the marked light spot was not far. Even though Xia Ruofei had taken a detour, it only took him about 20 minutes to reach the marked light spot. When they arrived, Xia Ruofei could not help but be a little dumbfounded. He and Ling Qingxue looked at each other in a daze. In front of them, there was a circular area completely surrounded by camel thorns. The marked light spot was in the center of the circular area. In other words, if they wanted to reach the marked light spot, they had to pass through the blocking area formed by the camel's thorns. Xia Ruofei had two choices. One was to fly over from a high altitude. The other was to fight him head-on. For the same reason, Xia Ruofei quickly passed on the first option. After all, these camel's thorns were plants. Even if they could suddenly burst out with dense thorns, their attack range was limited, and they could not move flexibly. Relatively speaking, as long as one was on guard, they were not a big threat. Xia Ruofei was now sure that this was the 5th level of the trial pagoda. He could even guess why the Almighty who set up the mission had arranged the trial space on the 5th level to be exactly the same as the 4th level. If he didn't guess wrong, this should be a deliberate setting. Cultivators who could pass the tests of the first 3 levels and obtain such great benefits after reaching the 4th level of the trial pagoda would definitely be in a very good mood, and might even be somewhat complacent. After arriving at the trial pagoda's 5th level, seeing the familiar environment, some people couldn't help but relax. It seemed that this setting was a test for the cultivators. Since they were on the 5th level of the Tower of Trials, these camel's thorns were part of the test. No matter what, they could not avoid it. Hence, Xia Ruofei felt that it might not be a bad thing to come into contact with these camel's thorns earlier and understand their characteristics and habits. Ruofei, what should we do? Ling Qingxue asked. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, Qingxue, how do you think we should pass? The reward for the trial mission on the next level is very likely to be inside. Ling Qingxue thought for a moment and said, I think this ring is quite big. Why don't we go around it and see if there are any gaps? After Ling Qingxue said that, she immediately rejected her own suggestion. She shook her head. Forget it. The attack range of this camel's thorn is quite large. Even if there's a small gap, I'm afraid we can't pass through it quietly. Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue with a smile and pretended to be listening attentively. Ling Qingxue would have to face her cultivation problems alone sooner or later, so Xia Ruofei could not take charge of everything. Otherwise, he would only be harming her. Right now, Xia Ruofei was also trying to train Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue furrowed her brows and said, actually, it's not a bad idea to fly through the sky. After all, you can ride a flying sword. But I see that when you fly with me, you try to stay as close to the ground as possible. Is there any danger in the sky? In addition, we don't know the attack range of the camel's thorns above us, so it's hard to grasp the height. Then, Ling Qingxue paused for a moment and looked at Xia Ruofei before she continued, if all these plans don't work, then it seems like I can only attack. Xia Ruofei chuckled and nodded. Great. Minds think alike. Since these camel's thorns are blocking our way, we'll just get rid of him. Ling Qingxue was a little embarrassed as she said, I'm just blindly analyzing. If I were to deal with these camel's thorns, I wouldn't have any good ideas. Ling Qingxue's face showed a trace of fear, perhaps because she had just recalled the scene of being attacked by the camel's thorn. Xia Ruofei chuckled, if you were the one challenging the trial pagoda's 5th level, I'm afraid the difficulty wouldn't be so high. The current difficulty level is completely tailored to my cultivation level. Speaking of which, I'm the one who implicated you. Xia Ruofei then said to Ling Qingxue, Qingxue, stay where you are and don't move. I'll go and check out the situation. The two of them were still a few dozen meters away from the ring formed by the camel's thorns. There were no other camel's thorns around them, so they were relatively safe. Ling Qingxue nodded and said, Ruofei, you must be careful. If it really doesn't work, then we won't ask for any Reward. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, why not? Besides, if we can't even break through this level, I'm afraid we won't even be able to get the mission on the 5th level. That's equivalent to being trapped here forever. Don't worry. I will put safety first. 3365 Camel's Thorn Ring, 2. After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei patted Ling Qingshua's shoulder and stepped onto the Tsushuang flying sword again. He carefully advanced in the direction of the camel's thorn. According to his previous experience, this camel's thorn would suddenly attack when the cultivator was close to it, and the attack covered at least a range of 10 to 20 meters, so it was very likely to be hit if caught off guard. Moreover, the attack range of camel's thorn was so wide, which meant that within a range of 10 to 20 meters, it could launch an attack at any time. Xia Ruofei didn't think that the camel's thorn was an inanimate object and that it would only attack when it was very close to him. Therefore, he was already on high alert for the attack of the camel's thorn when he was slightly closer. Sure enough, before he could get within 10 meters of the camel's thorns, the one closest to him suddenly contracted. Xia Ruofei knew at a glance that the camel's thorns were about to attack. Without any hesitation, he controlled the flying sword to fly in an arc, flying behind him. The attack speed of the camel's thorn was also very fast. After a sudden contraction, it immediately spurted out a large number of jujube thorns. Its speed was not much slower than ordinary cultivators riding on flying swords. Moreover, its coverage was very wide, just like a large shotgun. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei's speed was still faster. The thorns were almost chasing after his back. They all hit the ground and stirred up a cloud of dust. When Ling Qingxue saw this, seeing from afar, she could not help but cover her mouth and show a worried expression. However, she still did not make a sound for fear of disturbing Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's expression was very calm. Everything was within his expectations. He had already experienced the attack of a camel's back once and had some confidence. After this wave of attack, Xia Ruofei immediately steered the flying sword back to its original path, carefully. Very quickly, he came to the place where he had triggered the attack of the camel's thorn. Xia Ruofei stood on the Tsushuang flying sword and stared at the nearest camel's thorn with full concentration. When he flew forward another 1 or 2 meters, it was still the same camel's thorn that started to shrink violently. Xia Ruofei didn't hesitate to change his direction. He used the speed of the Tsushuang sword to the maximum and retreated in the same direction as before. When Xia Ruofei's speed was at its peak, the attacks from the camel's thorns could not do anything to him. Hence, this wave of thorns still missed, not even touching the corner of Xia Ruofei's clothes. Xia Ruofei adjusted himself and started a new round of testing. His goal was simple. He wanted to see how many waves of attack this camel's thorn could last. He felt that it was impossible for this camel's thorn to shoot out thorns without limit. Those thorns would eventually run out, so he stared at this camel's thorn and repeatedly tested it. Xia Ruofei was very careful. He did not get close to the other camel thorns to avoid triggering a chain reaction. Just like that, for consecutive rounds, the thorns from the camel's back could not do anything to Xia Ruofei. However, on the 5th round, something strange happened. Everything was normal in front of him. The camel's thorn suddenly contracted and attacked when Xia Ruofei was about 10 meters away from it. Xia Ruofei was already confident. He stepped on the Tsushuang flying sword and made a beautiful turn. He flew in the same direction and route as before. Based on the previous situations, the thorns would not be able to catch up to Xia Ruofei. However, this time was different. Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that the thorns were faster than before. Xia Ruofei was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. Could this be the last wave of attacks from the camel's back? He still had some energy left, so he immediately urged the flying sword to speed up once more. However, what caught him even more off guard was what followed. Suddenly, a dense cluster of thorns flew out from the wilderness and covered the space in front of Xia Ruofei like a dark cloud. They were so fast that Xia Ruofei had no time to dodge. Ling Qingxue, who was far away, couldn't help but cry out, "Are you Ruofei, be careful. Quickly dodge." Xia Ruofei's attention was originally on the back. When he saw the thorns in front of him and under him from the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but curse. This was too much. These thorns were obviously from the previous attacks of the camel's back. They had all fallen into the dust. Xia Ruofei did not expect these thorns to attack, so he was not prepared. Now that Xia Ruofei was flying close to the ground, the thorns suddenly flew out from the ground and attacked from the bottom up. The ones in the distance also swept over. Not only were they fast, but they also sealed off all angles, making Xia Ruofei very passive. In that split second, Xia Ruofei did not have time to think too much. He only knew that he could not dodge backward in a panic, because he would trigger more attacks from the camel's thorn. By then, he would have no way to avoid it. Xia Ruofei made the most reasonable choice. In the shortest time possible, he summoned the spirit map scroll to his hand and the blue immortal sword flew out at the same time. It struck the ground violently and immediately plowed a long pit in the ground as if he was plowing a field. 3366 Camel's Thorn Ring 3. At the same time, Xia Ruofei flicked his hand and threw the spirit map into the space accurately. Then, with a thought, he directly hid in the space of the spirit map. All of this happened in a short moment. Xia Ruofei did not have the time to think too much. However, at least he knew that he had entered the Archean realm. Time here flowed 30 times faster than the outside world. Hence, looking at the outside world from the Archean realm was like slow motion. At the same time, Xia Ruofei tried his best to control the blue travel immortal sword and the Tsushuang flying sword to resist the attack of the thorns. Of course, this process was very short. It could be in the blink of an eye. Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy detected that the jujube thorn covered the place where he had just disappeared at a 30 times slower speed. Although he could control the blue immortal sword and the Tsushuang flying sword to block it, it would not increase the speed of the flying sword because of the change in the flow of time. This was because his spiritual energy was not enough. Therefore, even though the Tsushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword had blocked many thorns, a large number of them still flew past the flying sword's protective line. The target of the spirit painting was smaller, but 2 thorns still hit it. Xia Ruofei's heart could not help but tremble. If the spirit painting was damaged, the consequences would be extremely serious. Xia Ruofei's origin was the spirit map. His entire fortune was in this spirit map space. Once the spirit map was destroyed, he would be completely broke. This wasn't the most serious thing. The important thing was that he was now inside the spirit map space. Once the space collapsed, he would also fall into the spatial turbulence and might be lost forever. Fortunately, the spirit painting was not so easily destroyed. The two thorns did not leave any marks on the spirit painting. Xia Ruofei, who was in the spirit painting space, did not feel any vibration in the space. His anxious heart was finally at ease. In fact, in a split second, Xia Ruofei chose to use the spirit map scroll to dodge. He had already foreseen that it was impossible for him to block all the attacks with the blue immortal sword and the Zhuang flying sword. Therefore, he was mentally prepared for the spirit map scroll to be attacked. He was still confident in the spirit map. However, when the thorn attack really landed on the spirit map, he couldn't help but tremble. Those thorns, whether it was the ones that missed, the two that hit the spirit map scroll, or the ones that were blocked by the blue immortal sword and the Zhuang flying sword, all flew up from the dust after this wave of attack and flew towards the camel thorn. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched the thorns return to the mother plant at a speed 30 times slower. He knew that his attempt had failed. So these thorns could be retrieved. It was impossible to exhaust all the thorns of camel's thorn by continuously testing them. When Xia Ruofei saw that the thorns had started to withdraw, he left the spirit map space with a thought. Although Xia Ruofei had stayed in the spirit map space for a few minutes, it was only the blink of an eye in the outside world. To Ling Qingxue, the thorns basically covered the sky and covered the earth as they enveloped Xia Ruofei. Seeing that Xia Ruofei could not avoid them, his figure suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, the thorns retracted and Xia Ruofei's figure flashed and reappeared on the spot. If one did not stare intently, one would not even notice that Xia Ruofei had disappeared. After Xia Ruofei left the spirit map space, the first thing he did was to look at the spirit map. Although he had already checked it with his spiritual power, he was still worried. He had to see it for himself. When he saw that there wasn't a single mark on the painting, he was completely relieved. At the same time, he put the painting back into his palm. At this moment, Ling Qingxue finally reacted. She sobbed and shouted, "Ruofei, are you all right?" Ling Qingxue ran towards Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei quickly waved his hand and said, "Qingxue, don't come over. This place is not safe." I'm fine. You're really fine?" Ling Qingxue stopped obediently and asked worriedly. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I'm really fine. I have a lot of defensive magic treasures on me. The attack of mere thorns can't do anything to me. Don't worry." "Oh. Then you have to be careful." Ling Qingxue said. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I know. You stand there and don't come over." With that, Xia Ruofei turned around and looked at the ring formed by the densely packed camel thorns. He felt a little helpless. This camel's back could actually retrieve the thorns that were shot out, which was a little tricky. In the field of vision of the perceptual mirror, the spot of light was in the center of the ring. As the distance was very close, Xia Ruofei could see the ring formed by the entire camel's thorn through the map of the perceptual mirror. It could be said to be airtight. In addition, the attack range of the camel's thorn was up to 10 to 20 meters. It was completely impossible to bypass the camel's thorn and sneak into the area where the light spot was. Xia Ruofei took out a picnic chair from the spirit map space and sat down on it, staring at the camel's thorn bushes in a daze. If he couldn't use trickery, he could only attack. Xia Ruofei sat on the chair, took out the Zhuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword, and slashed at the nearest camel thorn. The range of Xia Ruofei's flying sword was more than 20 meters, so he could attack the camel's thorn from a safe position. Of course, this kind of attack was also a probing attack. He did not expect to use such a simple method to break the circular defensive zone formed by the camel's thorns. Sure enough, when the flying sword and the blue immortal sword hit the camel's thorn, they were bounced off, without even leaving a trace. However, the camel's thorn's counterattack made the flying sword and the blue immortal sword crooked and almost fell to the ground. 3367 Chain Mission 1. Xia Ruofei tried his best to control the Xushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword, and continued to attack the camel thorn. His control of spiritual power was very precise, and camel thorn couldn't dodge. So he could accurately make the blue immortal sword and the Xushuang flying sword strike the same position. However, even so, 2 consecutive attacks at the same spot only left a white mark on camel's thorn. It was unknown how many more times it would take to cut it. Moreover, after being attacked twice, the camel's thorn would automatically release its thorns to interfere with the flying sword on Xia Ruofei's third attack. This made it difficult for Xia Ruofei to control the flying sword to slash at the same spot. The thorns of the camel's back could also be retracted, so its attack was almost infinite. After a few attempts, Xia Ruofei recalled the Xushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword because he knew that such an attack was meaningless. If his cultivation had reached the yuanying stage, and the grade of his flying sword was higher, he might have been able to directly sweep through this thicket of camel thorns with a powerful attack. However, under the current circumstances, it would take him a long time to deal with this one camel's thorn. If he wanted to reach the spot where the light spot was, he had to at least get rid of all the other camel's thorns on this side. Otherwise, he would inevitably trigger their attack. There were at least a few dozen camel thorns within 20 meters of this side. For safety's sake, he would probably have to clear out more. This way, the time spent would probably be measured in years. Moreover, Xia Ruofei saw that after a while, the white marks on camel's back from the 2 flying swords had disappeared. In other words, not only did camel's back have an amazing defense, but it also had a very fast recovery speed. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei completely gave up on his plan to attack. Since he couldn't use his flying sword to attack, he could only find another way. Xia Ruofei frowned. The first thing that came to his mind was a raise. However, the choice of the formation was very particular. If the right formation was chosen, the effect would naturally be very different, and it was very likely to yield twice the result with half the effort. Some of the ready-made arrays were useless, including the trap and kill array that had been tried and tested in the first few levels of the trial tower. It would not have any good effect in the face of such a large area of camel's thorn bushes. Xia Ruofei stood up and kept the chair in the spirit map space. Then, he slowly walked back to Ling Qingshua's side. "Are you Fei? How is it? Are you all right?" Ling Qingxue asked with concern. Xia Ruofei shook his head and said, "I'm fine. However, with these camel's thorns here, it won't be easy to deal with them." "Yup. Their attacks are very powerful. I saw you attack them with your flying sword just now. But it basically didn't have any effect." Ling Qingxue furrowed her brows. "It's definitely not possible to attack it with a flying sword. The efficiency is too low. Moreover, its recovery ability is quite strong. The speed of damage dealt to it can't keep up with its recovery speed. It's equivalent to wasting effort." Xia Ruofei said, "That's why I'm thinking of using an array to deal with them." At this point, Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue and asked. With a smile, Qingxue, if it were you, what kind of formation would you choose to deal with this camel's thorn? Ling Qingxue tilted her head and thought for a moment, before saying, I don't know anything about formations either. What should I say? But to deal with this kind of plant, fire should be more effective. Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up. You really woke me up from my dream with one sentence. I've analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of several formations, but I didn't think of this simple principle. Qingxue, you're right, using fire to attack should be the most effective. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. Are you Ruofei? You're not just coaxing me, are you? It's such a simple logic, how could you not have thought of it and need me to remind you? Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, sometimes, it's like this. You think too much and easily complicate simple problems. Of course, whether the fire attack is effective against the camels thorn still needs to be verified, but this is a good idea. I'll be relying on you then. Ling Qingxue said happily. She felt that being able to provide Xia Ruofei with some ideas would be considered as a help. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, let me think, what formation should I use? Xia Ruofei had obtained many ready-made array diagrams from the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. In addition, his array Dao level was no longer the same as before. He had integrated a lot of array Dao knowledge and could also make adjustments and modifications according to the array diagrams of his predecessors. For example, the previous trap and kill array was modified by him based on a few ready-made array diagrams, and the effect was surprisingly good. Xia Ruofei quickly went through all the formations he knew in his mind. There were many formations for fire attack, but none of them met the requirements. First of all, the area of the formation had to be large enough. The diameter of the ring formed by the camels' thorn bushes was at least 1 kilometer, and the inner diameter was about 950 meters. In other words, the depth of the camel's thorn bushes was about 50 meters. If Xia Ruofei used fire, he must have a formation that covered a large area of at least 1 kilometer. There were some formations with large areas recorded in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. However, it was rare to see formations with such a large area of effect. There were one or two that Xia Ruofei was not particularly satisfied with. 3368 Chain Mission, 2, himself, it seemed like he would have to modify the array himself. This was obviously more time-consuming, but it was still faster than using brute force to remove the camel's thorns bit by bit. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was deep in thought, Ling Qingxue did not dare to disturb him. She stood quietly at the side. It was naturally not easy to modify a new formation. Xia Ruofei took out 2 chairs from the spirit map space and said, Qingxue, let's sit down and rest for a while. I need to think about how to set up the formation. Ling Qingxue replied obediently, yes. There's no hurry, you can think about it slowly. No one's urging us anyway. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Ruofei saw another line of words in his perceptual mirror. The Trial Tower's 5th level chain mission has begun. First level, Bayan has cracked the Star Fern Thorn Ring and has received the Trial Tower's 4th level mission reward. The time limit for the mission is 8 hours. If the Star Fern Thorn Ring is not cracked by the time limit, the mission will be considered a failure and the Trial Tower's journey will end. After 4 hours, the mission reward at the center of the Star Fern Thorn Ring will gradually decrease as time passes. If the time limit is 4 hours, the first level mission will be considered completed, but the mission reward for the Trial Tower's 4th level will be cancelled. Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Ling Qingxue and smiled bitterly. Qingxue, your mouth is really blessed. Whatever I say comes, what's wrong? Ling Qingxue was confused. Xia Ruofei said, I just received a mission prompt. This thing that looks like a camel's thorn is called the starfern thorn. Solving this starfern thorn loop is the first part of the chain mission on the trial tower's 5th level. We have to complete it within 8 hours. Otherwise, we will be judged as failing the trial and will be sent out of the trial tower. Moreover, we'd better complete it within 4 hours. Otherwise, after 4 hours, the rewards for the next level will gradually decrease until it's completely cancelled. Ling Qingshua's eyes widened. She already knew that Xia Ruofei had received the perceptual mirror as a reward when he had completed the mission and could receive the mission notification immediately. However, she was still very surprised by the mission's restriction. It can't be. Ling Qingxue said, that's the reward for the trial pagoda's 4th level. Why should we be restricted by the 5th level's mission? This doesn't make sense. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, the rules are set by others. Whether they're reasonable or not, it's up to them. Besides, you just said that we didn't go through any dangerous tests on the 4th level, so it doesn't matter if we get the reward or not. I was just saying. Ling Qingxue pouted. We've all completed the mission, and we've even broken the record. Why shouldn't we be rewarded? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, that's right. That's why we should get rid of these starfern thorns as soon as possible. We just have to complete the mission within the stipulated time. That's all. No one can stop us from taking away the rewards that belong to us. Xia Ruofei's heroic spirit reached the clouds. Ling Qingxue saw this and could not help but reveal a confused expression. She looked at Xia Ruofei and said, I believe you can do it. Good luck. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, sit down and rest. I need to think about the formation, let's just use the time array flag. Ling Qingxue said, that way, you'll have a lot more time. Xia Ruofei slapped his forehead and said, that's true. My brain seems to have short-circuited today. I need you to remind me every time. Maybe I'm too excited to see my wife. Hee hee. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, the countdown has already started, and you're still in the mood to talk. Hurry up and set up the formation. Xia Ruofei chuckled and took out the time array flags from the spirit map space. With a wave of his hand, the array flags landed accurately in their respective positions. Now that Xia Ruofei was extremely familiar with the time formation, he could set it up with a wave of his hand. Xia Ruofei grabbed the chair with one hand and smiled at Ling Qingxue. Qingxue, you can wait outside the formation. This way, we won't have to wait that long. Ling Qingxue nodded and clenched her fist to cheer Xia Ruofei on. Xia Ruofei took the chair and stepped into the formation. Then, he sat down and started to deduce the transformation plan in his mind. He then took out a pen and paper from the spirit map space and quickly wrote down some of the thoughts in his mind. He then began to draw and calculate on the paper. Xia Ruofei was completely immersed in the knowledge of arrays and had completely forgotten the passage of time. By the time he finished his last stroke, there was already a pile of crumpled waste paper around him. At the same time, there were already 20 to 30 pieces of useful manuscript paper. Xia Ruofei's eyes showed a trace of satisfaction. After some complicated calculations, he had finally combined the three formations. This new formation could have a radius of 3 kilometers and was mainly used for fire attacks. Xia Ruofei had also used the black flames in the trap and kill array as a reference. This new array was extremely powerful in terms of fire attacks. Xia Ruofei picked up all the pieces of paper and looked through them one by one. At the same time, he ran through them in his mind to make sure that there were no obvious mistakes. Then, he flicked the paper in satisfaction, stood up, and walked out of the array. Fei, have you thought of what formation to use? Ling Qingxue came up to him and asked. Ling Qingxue did not know that Xia Ruofei wanted to create a new array. Even though it was not created out of thin air, it was still very impressive to modify and integrate the original array. After all, the array diagrams of the predecessors had been tempered thousands of times. It was easier said than done to change the structure inside, retain the function one wanted, and add the attributes of other arrays. Ling Qingxue was unaware of all this, but she still admired Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled. I prepared an array. I don't know how powerful it is, and whether it can deal with the star fern thorn ring. But it's worth a try. Oh, right, Xia Ruofei glanced at Ling Qingxue and asked, how long have I been in there? Exactly 30 minutes. Ling Qingxue replied without hesitation. Xia Ruofei was shocked. The time array flags he had set up could provide a time flow difference of 90 times. That meant that he had been in the time array for 45 hours, which was almost 2 days and 2 nights. Xia Ruofei was completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge of arrays and did not feel the passage of time. He thought that he had only been in there for a short while. Compared to the outside world, time did not seem to have passed at all. He didn't expect it to be nearly 2 days and 2 nights. After reaching the golden core stage, Xia Ruofei was close to fasting. Even if he did not eat for a few days, as long as he could replenish his spiritual energy, there would be no problem at all. Therefore, it was equivalent to 2 days of closed-door cultivation. He did not feel hungry even if he did not eat or drink. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei had the time array flag. Otherwise, 4 hours wouldn't even be enough to study an array. He might not even be able to design an array before the time was up and he would be teleported away. It took him half an hour just to study the formation theory. Xia Ruofei felt even more pressed for time. He said, then I have to hurry and prepare the materials needed to set up the formation. Qingxue, you should rest for a while more. After I've cleaned up these starfern thorns, I'll find some time to accompany you properly. Ling Qingxue nodded and said, there's no need to be anxious. You can't eat hot tofu if you're anxious. There's still enough time now. I got it. Xia Ruofei nodded. Then, he stepped into the time formation and took out a large number of formation materials from the spirit map space. He began to process them. After another 3 hours, which was about 2 minutes in the outside world, Xia Ruofei finally finished preparing the materials for the formation. With a wave of his hand, he removed the time formation and smiled at Ling Qingxue. Qingxue, the formation is ready. I'll set it up now, just wait and see these starfern thorns burn you in flames. 3369 Blazing Starfern Thorn. 1. Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei's child-like smile and couldn't help but smile as well. She nodded and said, good luck. Let's burn these bad guys to the ground. Xia Ruofei laughed and started to set up a formation. Xia Ruofei had specially modified this formation that focused on fire attacks. The materials used to set up the formation were all distributed on the periphery. It could be used within a radius of about 3 kilometers and then attack the interior. Xia Ruofei chose to set up the formation at a distance of more than 20 meters away from the star fern thorn. After so many attempts, he felt that this distance was relatively safe. It could ensure the maximum effect of the formation and not attract the star fern thorn's attack while he was setting up the formation. This array was basically designed by Xia Ruofei himself, but he combined some existing array principles. It was more original than the trap and kill array, so even though it was his first time setting up an array, he did not feel rusty. This was because he had already simulated this formation in his mind and on paper many times. Xia Ruofei circled around the ring of star fern thorns and placed the formation materials down one by one. Occasionally, he would stop to check his position before quickly continuing to set up. After about 20 minutes, Xia Ruofei put down the last set of formation materials. He had already made a full circle around the star fern thorn ring and returned to the starting point. Xia Ruofei took out 10 crystals from the spirit map space. Then, he placed the 10 origin crystals into a hexagonal jade stone that was completely engraved with mysterious formation patterns outside the array. The biggest feature of this formation was that the control core of the formation, which was the hexagon that the origin crystal had been placed in, was located outside the formation. Moreover, this formation could use spirit stones, spirit crystals, and even origin crystals of a higher energy level. Of course, when using different energy sources, the power of the formation would also be completely different. In order to end the battle as soon as possible, Xia Ruofei used the crystals with the highest energy purity. He used 10 of them at once and placed crystals in every position of the energy source. In this way, he could basically squeeze out the greatest power of the array. Of course, the consumption was also obvious. Xia Ruofei was already at the beginning stage of the golden elixir realm. The Great Way of the Tao required a lot of energy. 1 crystal was enough for him to cultivate for a long time. It was indeed a big deal to use 10 crystals at once. Xia Ruofei had also considered that if he successfully completed this mission, he would receive the reward for breaking the record on the 4th floor of the trial pagoda. Other than the upgrade of the elemental storage pearl, he would also receive 1,000 elemental crystals. In comparison, 10 origin crystals were insignificant. Besides, Xia Ruofei was not sure if the fire attack was effective on the star fern thorn. He had to try it out as soon as possible. If it was not effective, he would have more time to try other methods. After Xia Ruofei placed the crystals, he used his spiritual power again to check the entire formation. Then, he took a deep breath, made a hand seal, and sent it into the core of the formation. Ling Qingxue also held her breath. She stood beside Xia Ruofei and looked at the star fern thorn ring in front of her. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The array didn't move at all, and Ling Qingxue couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. However, at this moment, a ring-shaped flame suddenly appeared 20 to 30 meters away from the star fern thorn ring. A wave of hot air swept over, causing Ling Qingxue to subconsciously hold Xia Ruofei's arm tightly. Xia Ruofei looked very calm. He had a rough idea of the power of this formation. Hence, Xia Ruofei gently patted Ling Qingxue's soft hands to comfort her. As for his eyes, they were fixed in the direction of the array. After the ring-shaped flame appeared, It immediately began to extend inwards. The intense burning of the flame consumed a lot of air in the vicinity, so it accelerated the movement of the airflow. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue could feel the wind blowing around them. As the saying went, fire borrowed the power of wind, not to mention that this was a flame controlled by a formation, so naturally the smaller the flame, the fiercer it would be. The ring-shaped flame quickly penetrated inside. In a few breaths, he had already entered the attack range of the starfern thorn and was less than 20 meters away from it. In fact, when the array was activated and the flames appeared, the starfern thorn belt had already begun to move restlessly. The starfern thorns that looked very similar to camel's thorn began to sway even though there was no wind, as if they were quite uneasy. The flames of this array were naturally different from ordinary flames in the mortal world. In fact, this inspiration came from the trap and kill array. The flames formed by the black light were almost pure white at the highest temperature. The temperature was so high that even the most difficult ore in the mortal world to melt would not be able to withstand it for a long time. However, the flames produced by this fire array and the black flames of the confinement-killing array could be said to be of the same origin. The starfern thorns had clearly sensed the danger and began to withdraw in preparation for an attack. Xia Ruofei's starfern thorn would only attack when he was within 10 meters of her. However, this time, as soon as the formation flames entered the 20-meter range, the starfern thorn would burst out with a large number of thorns. A large number of thorns burst out from the ring-shaped starfern bush within a radius of 1 kilometer, like a black shock wave extending from the inside to the outside. It was a spectacular scene. 3370 blazing starfern thorn. 2. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were standing at a safe distance, so they did not move an inch. They just stood there and watched the show. Of course, Xia Ruofei was also constantly forming hand seals to control the formation carefully. At the same time, he was paying close attention to the operation of the formation and the consumption of energy. In this situation, where the power of the formation was squeezed to the extreme, the consumption was quite large. The energy in the 10 crystals was rapidly flowing away. It was a few times faster than when Xia Ruofei was cultivating. Xia Ruofei was not stingy with his crystals and kept the array running at its highest intensity. The thorns that burst out could not do anything to the invisible and shapeless flames. Moreover, after those thorns shot into the ring of flames, the starfern thorn immediately retracted them. However, there were already a portion of thorns that had failed to be retracted, most likely burned by the ring of flames. Xia Ruofei was relieved to see this. It seemed that he had made the right choice. These starfern thorns had not broken away from their nature as plants, and fire was clearly their natural enemy. Xia Ruofei formed a hand seal, and the ring of flames compressed further. The starfern spikes all burst out madly, but other than attacking with spikes, they could only dance on the spot, but they couldn't form an effective way to deal with the flames. Finally, the ring-shaped flame extended to the outermost ring of the starfern thorn ring. The outermost ring of starfern thorns, and the flames began to come into direct contact. The starfern's thorns danced even more wildly, and the thorns completely burst out, but they still couldn't stop the flames. When the flame touched the outermost starfern thorn, a burst of crackling sounds came, and the vines of these starfern thorns were ignited at once. With a boom, the starfern thorn itself seemed to be the best ignition agent, and after it was ignited, the flame was almost twice as fierce as before. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. He further urged the formation to compress. Perhaps the ordinary flames of the secular world would not cause any harm to the starfern thorn. But the flames produced by this fire array had become a talisman that urged them to die. The ring-shaped flame did not meet any resistance in front of the starfern thorn. It pushed forward like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. More and more starfern thorns were set on fire. Crackling sounds could be heard without end, and thick smoke kept rising. It was to the point that Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue could no longer see the situation inside clearly. They could only release their spiritual power to investigate. To Xia Ruofei, he didn't need to do anything after the formation was set up. But to the starfern thorn ring, this was a disaster. The ring-shaped flame burned for about 15 minutes. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power could sense that the inside was empty. Obviously, the ring-shaped flame had burned to the innermost layer of the starfern thorn ring. Xia Ruofei immediately changed his hand seal and controlled the ring of flames to stop extending further. At the same time, he continued to burn with the highest power and launched a destructive attack on the starfern thorn ring that was already completely covered in the ring of flames. Ling Qingxue was stunned by the spectacular scene in front of her. She held Xia Ruofei's hand tightly and could not believe her eyes. When Xia Ruofei was setting up the array, she had seen it with her own eyes. There were only some simple jade stones, array talismans, and a few array flags. The most valuable thing was 10 origin crystals. But once the array was formed, it could explode with such a great power. It was simply too terrifying. The ring-shaped flame continued to burn for another 10 minutes. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power detected that the starfern thorn that was completely submerged in the flames had been burned to death. There was not a single trace of life left. Xia Ruofei then changed his hand seal. Instantly, the ring of flame started to become smaller and eventually extinguished. The thick smoke gradually dispersed, and the situation in the bonfire was finally revealed to Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue. The two of them looked at everything in front of them, their hearts incomparably shocked. All the starfern thorns remained the same as when they were shooting out the thorns, but they had completely turned white. There were many more thorns on the ground that were also white. After the flames were extinguished, there was not even a trace of smoke in the entire fire field. It could be seen how thoroughly the fire had burned. Xia Ruofei waved his hand, and a wave of vital qi was released from his hand, bringing with it a strong wind. Following that, the starfern thorn belt that was still in an attacking position in the fire field was turned into ashes when the strong wind blew past. The entire starfern thorn belt collapsed like dominoes, extending to the ring at the far end. Similarly, the thorns on the ground were also burned to white. A white ring with a diameter of about 1 kilometer appeared on the ground. This was really burned to the point where not even a single residue was left. Xia Ruofei waved his palm again, and the white ring in front of them suddenly opened up a path. Xia Ruofei smiled as he held Ling Qingxue's hand and said, "Done. Wife, let's go and receive our reward." The ground that had been scorched by the super flames was still very hot. Even though Xia Ruofei had flown over with Ling Qingxue on his flying sword, he could still feel the waves of heat from the ground. However, Xia Ruofei only needed to release a little of his vital qi to easily isolate the heat waves. Without the obstruction of the starfern thorn ring, Xia Ruofei easily brought Ling Qingxue to the spot of light on the perceptual mirror map on his flying sword. Actually, this spot of light was located in the center of the starfern thorny ring belt. After Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue entered the star fern thorny ring belt, they found the place immediately, because it was very conspicuous. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had just entered the inner part of the star fern thorn ring when 4 stone pillars slowly rose from this place. It was hard for them not to notice. Xia Ruofei jumped off its Xushuang flying sword with Ling Qingxue and walked to the stone pillar that was about 4 feet tall. At the top of the first stone pillar, there was a groove that was exactly the same size as the energy storage pearl. Clearly, this was used to upgrade the elemental storage pearl. At the top of the second stone pillar was an ancient-looking storage ring. Xia Ruofei picked up the storage ring and used his spiritual power to check it. He realized that it was ownerless. To be more precise, the owner of the storage ring must have erased his spiritual force imprint after storing the items. Xia Ruofei easily recognized the storage ring as his master and checked through it. There were indeed 1,000 crystals in it and nothing else. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel speechless. This was a bit too generous. Just to give out a reward, they gave him a storage ring. In the cultivation world, on Earth where resources were scarce, a storage ring was extremely precious. Even the poorer golden core cultivators might not even have one. As for qi condensation cultivators, it could be said that there were very few who had storage rings like Ling Qingxue and Song Wei. Xia Ruofei took out all the crystals in the ring and transferred them into the spirit map space. Then, he wiped away his spiritual imprint and handed the storage ring to Ling Qingxue. He smiled and said, "This is an extra gift, you can keep it." Ling Qingxue quickly declined, "I don't want to. I don't want to. I already have a storage ring, there's no point in me keeping it. And if Wei Wei finds out, Wei Wei wouldn't be so petty." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "That won't do either. Wei Wei." Ling Qingxue's eyes suddenly lit up as she took the storage ring from Xia Ruofei's hands. She smiled and said, "I know what to do. I'll give this storage ring to Uncle Song when I get back." Didn't he already start cultivating? He'll be able to use it. Xia Ruofei was slightly stunned, then he smiled and said, "That's a good idea. But I've already given you the storage ring, so you can do whatever you want with it." Ling Qingxue chuckled and said, "I didn't expect you to be so meticulous. You're deliberately leaving me to be the good guy, right?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "There's no need for us to separate. It's the same even if you give it to me, right?" 3371 Rewards received. 1. In fact, the meaning of the storage ring was very different between Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue. If Ling Qingxue gave Song Qiming a storage ring, Song Wei would definitely be grateful, and their relationship would be more harmonious. Song Qiming would also have a better impression of Ling Qingxue. Who knew when she could play an unexpected role in the future? If it was Xia Ruofei, Song Qiming and Song Wei would be grateful, but the effect would not be as good as Ling Qingxue's. Ling Qingxue was also a successful career woman who had been working hard in the business world for many years. She was just like a little woman in front of Xia Ruofei, but in reality, she had a high EQ, so she naturally saw through it. However, she did not say anything more. She just stood on her tiptoes and kissed Xia Ruofei gently on the lips, then said softly, "Ruofei, thank you. Silly girl. You're still so polite with me." Xia Ruofei said happily. Then, he put his arm around Ling Qingxue's slender waist and said, "There are still 2 rewards that haven't been claimed. Let's go take a look." Xia Ruofei held Ling Qingxue and walked towards the third stone pillar. He saw that on top of the stone pillar, there were 500 yellow jade essence kasayas neatly stacked. This was the regular reward for completing the trial. Tower's 4th level quest. Xia Ruofei deduced that if it was an ordinary golden core cultivator, they would need to collect about 200 to 250 pieces of topaz essence on the 4th level of the trial pagoda. The reason why he needed to collect 500 pieces was because he was teleported to the same trial space as Ling Qingxue. The difficulty of the task was based on his cultivation level, and it would double on that. In other words, as long as an ordinary golden core stage cultivator could successfully complete the task on the 4th level of the trial tower, figure out the use of the yellow jade essence, and dare to try to absorb it directly during the process of the task, they would get about 700 to 800 yellow jade essence, including the usual task rewards. This was already a considerable number. For an ordinary Aurus core stage cultivator, absorbing this much yellow jade essence would already be able to improve their mental power by a large margin. This time, Xia Ruofei had completely relied on the cheating device, the perceptual mirror, to collect more than 2,000 pieces of topaz. In addition to the 500 pieces of topaz as a reward for this regular mission, it could be said that he had earned a lot. Although the mission prompt did not mention it, Xia Ruofei knew that these 500 pieces of topaz essence could not be taken out of the trial pagoda. They had to be absorbed here. It would be great if he could bring them out. Of course, Xia Ruofei would not use them to exchange for spiritual stones. Any cultivator who was not stupid would not do such a stupid thing. However, he could give them to his family and friends, such as Song Wei, Li Yifu, Song Qiming, and his disciple, Tang Haoren. Since he couldn't bring it out, Xia Ruofei didn't have anything to consider. He pointed at the yellow jade spirit and smiled. Qingxue, come. You're welcome, absorb them all. Ling Qingxue thought for a moment and said, you should absorb it yourself. You need to improve your spiritual power more than I do. Besides, my spiritual force has already increased so much. If I continue to absorb it, won't it be as bad as going too far? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, nonsense. The stronger the spiritual power, the better it was. If one's cultivation of true qi improved faster than the cultivation of mental power, then one should pay attention to it. If one's mental power was not strong enough, it was easy to cause problems in the control of true qi, or even qi deviation. But now it was the opposite, so what was there to worry about? I don't know how many cultivators would wish for you to be in such a state. Ling Qingxue stuck out her tongue and smiled in embarrassment. Oh, I know. But it's more important to improve your strength. You've already absorbed so much yellow jade essence for me on the 4th floor of the trial pagoda. You should keep it for yourself. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, I'm still far from breaking through my spiritual power. These yellow jade spirits are like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood to me. They won't be of much help to me. But it's different for you. Every bit of progress you make will be of great benefit to your cultivation. Believe me, if you absorb the yellow jade essence, it will definitely be more valuable than me absorbing it myself. Oh. All right then. Ling Qingxue said. It'll be great if we can bring this yellow jade essence out. Then we can let Wei Wei absorb some of it. Ruofei, why don't we try to see if there's any way? Xia Ruofei said seriously, don't even think about it. The person who set up this secret realm and the trial pagoda is definitely a mighty figure. Moreover, it's someone with a cultivation level that I can't even imagine. We have to follow the rules set by him. It's impossible for us to take advantage of the loopholes. We can't be too smart and end up with nothing. Oh. Be good and absorb the yellow jade essence directly. Xia Ruofei said. The mission on the trial tower's 5th level is a chain mission. We've just completed the first round and destroyed the Star Fern Thorn Ring Belt. Perhaps the second round's mission will arrive soon. Make the best use of your time. I know. Ling Qingxue obediently moved the yellow jade spirits down and sat cross-legged on the ground. Just as Ling Qingxue was about to start absorbing the topaz essence, Xia Ruofei happened to glance at the last stone pillar. He could not help but be slightly stunned when he saw it. Then, he smiled and said, Qingxue. Wait a minute. Ling Qingxue did not know what was going on. She raised her head and looked at Xia Ruofei in confusion. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I didn't expect to have such a surprise. Forget it, 1 herd of sheep is a rush, 2 herds of sheep are also a rush. You'll be implicated and absorbed together. With that, Xia Ruofei waved his hand. On top of the last stone pillar, there was a neatly arranged pile of topaz essence. There were at least 500 of them. With the help of Xia Ruofei's spiritual power, they flew over steadily and landed beside Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but widen her eyes and ask, what's going on? Didn't you say that the mission reward was 500 topaz essence? Why is there so much more? Xia Ruofei laughed. Don't know. But I'm guessing that this is your quest reward. Me? One collected a yellow jade essence on the 4th floor of the trial pagoda. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but blush. This was quite embarrassing. Xia Ruofei had collected more than 2,000 of them, while Ling Qingxue had only collected 1. It was not even a fraction of Xia Ruofei's. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Qingxue, don't forget that we're forming a team to complete the mission. The number of missions is also doubled. Since we have completed the mission together, you should naturally have a reward. Speaking of which, you didn't even get a reward for breaking the record, so it's a bit unfair. Ling Qingxue blushed and said, stop it. I've only found 1 yellow jade essence, and you want the reward for breaking the record? Xia Ruofei said, it's probably based on contribution. The reward for breaking the record can only be given to 1 person. However, this expert who designed the mission is quite generous. At least he gave you the regular mission reward. It's better than nothing. Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei's expression as if he was barely able to accept it. She couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, You just know how to speak without thinking. If the higher being who set up the Tower of Trials saw this, he would definitely punish you. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I'm telling the truth. It was clearly 2 people who completed the mission together, so why didn't they give you a record-breaking reward? However, the rules were not up to him, so he could only accept it reluctantly. Fortunately, it's not like we didn't get anything. Qingxue, hurry up and absorb all the topaz essence. I'll set up a time formation around you, it can save some time. I got it. Ling Qingxue nodded. Although she felt that 1,000 pieces of topaz essence was too much, she knew that even if she wanted to give it to Xia Ruofei, he would never agree. So, she decided not to say anything and just listen to Xia Ruofei's arrangements. Ling Qingshui grabbed a piece of yellow jade essence and started to use her spiritual power to absorb the pure spiritual energy inside. Xia Ruofei took out array flags from the spirit map space and skillfully set up a time array around Ling Qingshui. Then, he took out the energy storage pearl and walked towards the first stone pillar. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and placed the energy storage pearl into the groove at the top of the stone pillar. With a ka-de sound, the energy storage pearl was stuck in the groove. Then, the entire stone pillar began to sink slowly. Finally, it sank into the ground and completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. Xia Ruofei said to himself, "This thing can't swallow cards, right? If you don't give me the demerit elemental storage pearl, who should one go to?" As Xia Ruofei spoke, he used his foot to rub against the ground where the stone pillar had disappeared. The ground here was no different from the surroundings. There was not a single crack or trace. Even when Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to investigate, he did not find anything unusual. It was as if it was one with the entire wilderness. In a space filled with purple spirit chi, there was a towering hall. An old man with white hair and a white beard and a green Taoist robe had a huge mirror in front of him. If Xia Ruofei was here, he would be shocked. That was because the mirror was like a monitor. On it was the 5th level of the Tower of Trials, and the image of Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui in the small space. Xia Ruofei was in the middle of the image. The green-robed old man's face was full of wrinkles, and his seemingly turbid eyes revealed a trace of wisdom. He didn't have any aura of cultivation, but he gave people a feeling of being as majestic as a mountain, making people feel a strong sense of respect and even have the urge to kneel on the ground. When the old man heard Xia Ruofei's conversation with Ling Qingshui, saw him mumbling to himself after putting the energy storage pearl in, and saw his childish action of rubbing his feet on the ground, he couldn't help but feel angry and amused. This little guy is really frivolous. The green-robed elder scolded jokingly. Following that, the old man's face revealed a trace of worry as he muttered to himself, "He broke all the records and passed all 4 stages. His array Dao is also good, but his cultivation is too low. Is he the person we are looking for? This little guy's conditions are not bad. In time, he will become a great person, but what we lack the most now is time. Does he still have a chance to grow?" After saying this, the green-robed elder looked at Xia Ruofei in the mirror and sighed, "The greatest sorrow of a genius is being born at the wrong time. One hope this kid can break through the shackles of fate." With that, the elder in the green Taoist robe waved his hand, and the image on the mirror disappeared. Naturally, Xia Ruofei didn't realize that with Tao Wu's current cultivation level, he couldn't possibly sense the spying of an almighty who was many levels higher than him. He was bored to death as he strolled around the area. Ling Qingshui was absorbing the yellow jade essence in the formation. Although there was a time difference of nearly 90 times, it was not easy to absorb 1,000 pieces of yellow jade essence, so it would still take some time. The energy storage pearl was also swallowed by the stone pillar. He did not know how long it would take for him to level up. Now, Xia Ruofei had nothing to do other than to keep an eye on his surroundings. After about half an hour, which was about 2 days in the array, Ling Qingshui had finally finished absorbing the yellow jade essence. She impatiently stepped out of the array and said happily, "Ruofei, one think I've made another breakthrough in my spiritual power. I've reached the intermediate stage of the spirit gathering realm." Xia Ruofei was stunned at first, then he immediately looked surprised. And said, "Spirit gathering intermediate stage?" It was equivalent to the psyche of an intermediate gold core cultivator. Not bad, Xia. You can definitely sweep away those in the refinement stage now. I'll teach you a few more ways to use your mental power. Even if you're facing an early Aurus core stage cultivator, you might be able to make them suffer a big loss if they're caught off guard. Xia was a little embarrassed as she asked, "Is he really that powerful?" Xia Ruofei said, "Why would I lie to you? My spiritual power cultivation is only at the late stage of spirit gathering realm." There was still a long way to go before he could reach the spirit transformation realm. You've already reached the intermediate stage of the spirit gathering stage, which means that you're only one stage away from me. Looks like I'll have to work hard when I get back. Otherwise, if my wife's spiritual power cultivation is going to surpass mine, where will I put my face? Xia saw Xia Ruofei's pretense and couldn't help but burst out laughing. All right. Stop pretending. Who didn't know that it was more difficult to improve one's cultivation as one advanced? One don't even know when 1 foot 11 inches be able to break through to the late stage of spirit gathering realm. Moreover, you're only at the late stage of the spirit gathering realm, so you shouldn't be far from the spirit transformation realm. You only know how to trick me, Xia Ruofei chuckled. May have exaggerated a little, but I'm not wrong about one thing. Your spiritual power has already reached the middle stage of the spirit gathering realm. It's very impressive. One can't say if there are any successors, but I'm pretty sure that there has never been anyone like you before. Then, Xia Ruofei said seriously, "Xia, spiritual power is very important. Now that you have such a good foundation, you must practice hard to be worthy of such a good opportunity." Xia said solemnly. "Will. Don't worry. From now on, I'll take out at least 2 hours every day to train. I won't let your efforts go to waste." Xia Ruofei nodded. At this time, the stone pillar that had just been hidden underground slowly rose up again with the clicking sound of the spring. Xia Ruofei quickly walked over and saw that the energy storage pearl was still in the groove at the top of the stone pillar. It did not seem to have changed. Xia Ruofei reached out and picked up the energy storage pearl. After sensing it for a while, he revealed a trace of joy. Although the appearance of the energy storage pearl did not change, the amount of energy stored in it had increased by a few times. Xia Ruofei knew that the elemental storage pearl had been successfully upgraded. If it was filled with elemental energy, it would be able to store almost all the elemental energy of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. This time's Trial Pagoda's 4th-level mission was really worth it. Not only did he obtain more than 2,000 pieces of yellow jade essence, but his spiritual power had also doubled. Even Xia's spiritual power had improved by leaps and bounds, and she had even broken through a major realm. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had also obtained an additional upgrade to the energy storage pearl and 1,000 elemental crystals as a reward. He had definitely earned a lot. Xia Ruofei checked the energy storage pearl after it had been upgraded and realized that the energy he had stored was still there. Previously, the energy storage bead was full, but after the upgrade, the capacity had increased several times. So the energy stored inside seemed empty. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself, then said to Xia, "I'm going to take advantage of the time now, to fill the elemental storage pearl with elemental energy. Wait for me at the side. If anything happens, call me immediately." Xia had already understood the function of the elemental storage pearl, so When she heard Xia Ruofei's words, she immediately nodded and said, "No problem. I'll help you guard." Xia Ruofei laughed and rubbed Ling Qingshua's head. "Sure. Even the guardian knows about it." Ling Qingxue playfully hit Xia Ruofei and said, "You're touching my head again, my hair is all messed up." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You should have a mirror in your storage ring, right? Take it out and see how you look now. It doesn't matter if your hair is messy, right? Anyway, it's just a broken pot." Ling Qingxue immediately covered her ears and said, "Won't listen, one won't listen. You stinky scoundrel, you've touched on my sore spot." Ling Qingshua's journey had been tough, especially after running for more than 10 hours in the dusty wilderness. She was extremely dirty. Girls were most concerned about their image, so how could they listen to Xia Ruofei's teasing? "Qingxue, don't you think that it would be the happiest thing if you could take a bath?" Xia Ruofei asked after some thought. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "Nonsense. Of course, leave this to me." Xia Ruofei said, 111 help you think of a way, but you have to bear with it for a while longer. Let me fill up the energy storage pearl first." Ling Qingxue looked around and frowned. "What can we do here?" "You don't have to worry about that, just help me guard," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Oh." Ling Qingxue naturally knew that it was important. "Got it." Xia Ruofei then took out the time array flag from the spirit map space and set up the time array in the blink of an eye. Then, he set up a few alarm and protection arrays on the outside before stepping into the array and taking out a crystal from the space. He first used his spiritual sense to give Xia Qing a few instructions in the spirit map space, then sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the energy of the yuan crystals and pouring yuan qi into the yuan storage pearl. Xia Ruofei did not know how difficult the next task would be. Since the energy storage pearl had been upgraded and could contain all the vital qi of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, he had to fill it up as soon as possible. The more vital qi, the better. Who knew when it would save his life? Since Ling Qingxue was here, it was not convenient for Xia Ruofei to enter the spirit map space. Hence, he could only use the time array flag to set up the array and directly inject the energy storage pearl from the outside world. This would save him some time. Of course, although the spiritual qi on the 5th floor of the trial pagoda was much denser than that on Earth, it was still far from the spirit map space. If Xia Ruofei were to absorb the spiritual qi here to cultivate, the efficiency would be much lower. Hence, he took out origin crystals at the same time. Of course, it would be a waste, but in order to save time, Xia Ruofei could not care less. What's more, he had just obtained 1,000 origin crystals, and they were filled with all the yuan qi of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. 1 or 2 origin crystals were enough. In addition, he could also absorb the spiritual energy in the 5th floor of the trial pagoda, so the consumption was even less. He estimated that at most 1.5 origin crystals would solve the problem. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not care about such a small consumption. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and continuously poured the yuan qi in his body into the elemental storage pearl. At the same time, he continuously circulated the Great Tao Arts technique, extracting energy from the 5th level of the trial pagoda and the origin crystals in his hand to maintain his cultivation. Now, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had doubled again. He had tried it just now and found that it was no problem to do 2 things at the same time. He could even spare some attention to pay attention to His surroundings. Ling Qingxue stood outside the time formation, dutifully guarding the side. At the same time, she constantly scanned the surroundings, vigilantly watching the situation. Time passed by. Finally, after Xia Ruofei poured the last bit of vital qi into the elemental storage pearl, he realized that the elemental storage pearl was already in a saturated state and could no longer be filled with vital qi. Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief. He could barely remember how many rounds of vital qi he had changed in his dantian. The crystals were just as he had expected. 1.5 crystals were enough for Xia Ruofei to cultivate many times in the past. Today, he had used 1.5 crystals in one go. One could see how much energy he had absorbed. Xia Ruofei even took a few breaks along the way. After all, he was not made of steel. Cultivating and injecting energy non-stop was a huge drain on his energy. Although it was very tiring, he had finally filled up the elemental storage pearl that had been upgraded. Xia Ruofei weighed the energy storage pearl in his hand and felt a sense of security that he had never felt before. With his current consumption, the energy within the energy storage pearl was enough to support him for a few hours. If he was running for his life, having this energy storage pearl filled with energy would be more useful than anything else. Xia Ruofei put the unused crystal into the spirit map space, then stood up and walked out of the time formation. Ling Qingxue quickly came forward and asked, "Ruofei, is it all done?" Xia Ruofei laughed as he threw the energy storage pearl up and caught it in his hand. He laughed and said, "Yup. I've finally fed this gluttonous fellow to his fill." Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, "Then why don't you quickly put it away? You actually dare to throw it around in your hands. This thing can save your life at a critical moment." Xia Ruofei laughed and kept the energy storage pearl. Wan Le then grabbed Ling Qingxue's hand and said, "Now that the problem of the elemental storage bead has been solved, it's time to solve your problem." "How do one solve my problem?" Ling Qingxue asked with a smile. "Can you make a bathroom for me?" "Don't tell me you want me to take a bath in the open air. Even if no one was here, one wouldn't dare to." Xia Ruofei laughed. "You're really smart. You guessed it right." Ling Qingxue panicked when she heard that. "You really want me to take a bath in the open?" No. "I'm not doing that," Xia Ruofei smiled. "I'm talking about making a bathroom for you. Didn't you guess it right?" "How is that possible?" Ling Qingxue didn't believe him. "What would you say if I can do it?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "And let me tell you, there's not only a bathroom, but also hot water." "I don't believe it." Ling Qingxue was very clever. "If you can do it, then at most, I'll admit that you're good. You're not sincere." Xia Ruofei pursed his lips and said, forget it. "I can't bear to see you become a dirty girl." With that, Xia Ruofei's mind moved slightly, and a small iron house appeared in front of them. This iron house was indeed very small, about 3 meters by 3 meters. The area was less than 10 square meters, and the height was only 2 meters. However, even though it was small, it had all the essentials. This small iron house also had a door, a roof, and 2 frosted glass windows. Ling Qingxue was startled by the sudden appearance of the metal house. She subconsciously took a step back and pointed at the house. This, Qingxue, let's go in and take a look," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ling Qingxue regained her senses and nodded. "There can't be monsters hiding inside, right?" Come with me. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're overthinking it. Alright, I'll go with you. Ling Qingxue held Xia Ruofei's hand, and the two of them pushed open the door of the iron house. The moment she entered, Ling Qingxue was stunned. The small iron house was filled with steam. In the middle of the room was a large cypress bathtub, filled with hot water. There were even rose petals on the water. The hot water must have been mixed with perfume or essential oil. The room was filled with a faint fragrance. Ling Qingxue was dumbfounded. After a while, she asked, "Are you Ruofei, you? How did you do that?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "How is it? Are you satisfied with this bathroom?" I'm satisfied. Ling Qingxue said. Before Ling Qingxue saw these things, she could still bear with it. But now, she couldn't wait a second longer. She wanted to jump in and take a good bath. As Ling Qingxue pushed Xia Ruofei out, she pouted and said, "I'm going to take a bath, hurry up and get out." "Hurry up and get out." Xia Ruofei laughed as he retreated. "Qingxue, this bathtub is actually quite big, and I'm not very clean either." Ling Qingxue blushed and said, "No. Hurry up and get out." "I beg you." Xia Ruofei was pushed to the door by Ling Qingxue. He smiled bitterly and said, "111 walk on my own, don't push me." "By the way, you have bath supplies and clean clothes in your storage ring, right? Do you want me to get you some?" "There are both. You can just leave," Ling Qingxue said impatiently. Xia Ruofei was pushed out of the door by her, and Ling Qingxue closed the door in a hurry. Xia Ruofei shouted from outside, "Open the windows on both sides. Don't suffocate." I know. Ling Qingxue said, "Help me keep watch outside. Also, don't peek." Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Okay. By the way, I'll set up a time array around you so you can take a bath slowly. Also, if you don't have enough hot water, just call." "I know," Ling Qingxue said. Xia Ruofei's hearing was very sharp. He heard the sound of Ling Qingxue undressing in the room. He could not help but feel an itch in his heart. However, he also knew that in such an environment, it was definitely not suitable for him to do such erotic things. Ailu was still very clear about the priority of the matter. Hence, Xia Ruofei took a deep breath to calm his agitated emotions. Then, he took out the time array flag from the spirit map space and skillfully set it up around the small iron house. This way, Ling Qingxue's iron house was more than 80 times slower than the outside world. She could take a bath in peace and comfort. Xia Ruofei paced around the perimeter while looking at the metal house that Ling Qingxue was in. His heart was filled with a sense of achievement. All of this was naturally what he had instructed Xia Qing to prepare. The iron house was made of the remaining materials from the free labor dormitory last time. There were many laborers in the interspace, and many of them used to be top-notch assassins. They had good physical qualities and had gone through a long period of reform through labor. The materials and tools were readily available, so it was naturally easy to build a small iron house. The bathtub was one of Xia Ruofei's previous items. When he obtained the spirit map space and earned some money, he liked to buy all kinds of things and keep them in the space. This was the same as when Ling Qingxue, Song Wei, and the others first obtained their storage rings. Hence, Xia Ruofei had bought many things that he had no use for, including this bathtub. Since the space was huge and the items did not take up much space, Xia Ruofei just let them be in the corner, including the flower petals that were sprinkled in the hot water. Xia Ruofei had also bought them casually from the supermarket during his shopping spree. If Ling Qingxue had not suddenly needed to take a shower this time, she would probably never have used them and would have been left in the corner of the space. As for the hot water, it was naturally the free labor that Xia Qing had organized to boil it. Right now, they were all boiling hot water in the medium so that they could take it out whenever Ling Qingxue needed to refill the water. This time, Ling Qingxue was really scared of being dirty. Even with the time formation, she still took a few minutes to come out of the shower. Counting the time inside the formation, it should have been 2 or 3 hours. She did ask for hot water a few times and Xia Ruofei provided it to her in time. Finally, Ling Qingxue was done with her bath, freshened up, and dressed up. She walked out of the small metal house looking as if she had been reborn. Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up when he saw Ling Qingxue. The beauty came out of the bath like a lotus out of the water. Ling Qingxue's face was still blushing, because she had been in the hot bath for a long time. Her hair was still wet, and it hung down beside her face, making her look even more attractive. She had changed into a light purple Han Chinese clothing, and a belt with complicated and beautiful patterns was tied around her slender waist. A section of her white and tender forearm, which was like a lotus root, was exposed from the wide sleeves. As she walked, her robe fluttered gently, and she was as moving as a fairy. Xia Ruofei could not help but stare at Ling Qingxue in a daze. He mumbled, graceful like a startled swan, graceful like a wandering dragon. The autumn chrysanthemums of glory and the spring pine. The misty she is like the closed moon and the light clouds, the drifting she is like the snow returning to the wind. Ling Qingxue's face turned even redder. She rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, "You're talking nonsense again. I can't compare to Luotian, Qingxue, one don't think even Luotian is as good as you." Xia Ruofei said with a serious face. "You have a glib tongue," Ling Qingxue said in a low voice, but her heart was filled with joy. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Do you feel comfortable now?" Ling Qingxue held Xia Ruofei's arm and leaned her face on his shoulder. "Thank you, Ruofei. You're so good to me." Xia Ruofei reached out and touched Ling Qingxue's face. He smiled and said, "Isn't this what one should do? If I don't treat you well, who will? Since you're done here, we should go on with our mission." Xia Ruofei continued. In fact, when Ling Qingxue was taking a shower, Xia Ruofei had already seen the second part of the chain mission through the perceptual mirror. The mission was simple. Collect 10 star fernthorn soul essences. This time, it was not bad. Besides the mission content, it also provided information about the star fernthorn soul essence. The called star fernthorn soul essence was naturally the soul essence extracted from a plant like the star fern thorn. In reality, as long as the star fern thorn died, there was a possibility of the star fern thorn's soul essence appearing. However, the probability was rather low. As for how low it was, Xia Ruofei did not know because the mission prompt on the perception mirror did not explain in detail. However, judging from the fact that the mission only required him to obtain 10 star fern soul essences, the probability of this happening was probably so low that it would make one's hair stand on end. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but say anxiously, "Ah? You've already received the second part of the mission? Why didn't you call me? It's a waste of time to take a bath." Xia Ruofei caressed Ling Qingshua's face lovingly. And smiled. We have the time formation. No matter how long you shower, it's only a few minutes. It's not a big deal. It's not easy for you to take a hot bath, so of course you have to enjoy it. How could I bear to interrupt you? In fact, this mission did have a time limit. It had to be completed within 10 hours, or else it would be considered a failure. This segment did not mention the quest record. So naturally, there was no reward for breaking the record. Xia Ruofei did some analysis and knew that this mission was more or less a test of luck. If he was lucky, he might be able to get the soul essence by destroying the first star fern thorn. If he was unlucky, he might not be able to get a star fern thorn soul essence even after destroying hundreds or thousands of star fern thorns. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not think that it was a big deal for Ling Qingxue to waste a few minutes in the shower. Ling Qingxue felt a little guilty as she said, "It's all my fault. Ruofei, let's hurry up and complete the mission." What was the second part of the mission? Forget it, let's talk while we walk. Xia Ruofei laughed and waved his hand. No rush. No rush. With that, Xia Ruofei put away the array flags, array techniques, and the temporary bathroom. Then he brought Ling Qingxue to the star fern thorny ring belt, which had been burned to ashes, on the bent frost flying sword. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had stopped, Ling Qingxue could not help but ask in confusion, "Ruofei, why did you stop again? We should hurry up." Xia Ruofei said, "The second part of the mission is to collect the star fern thorn soul essence. The star fern thorn soul essence is formed after the star fern thorn dies. I'm thinking that since we've burned so many star fern thorns, will we be able to leave behind a few soul essences? If we can find the star fern thorn's soul essence directly, wouldn't it be faster than us looking for the star fern thorn?" Ling Qingxue was dumbfounded and asked, "That works? Is it against the rules?" Xia Ruofei said nonchalantly, "There's nothing against the law. It's not stated in the rules. We're not breaking it. Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, we'll talk later." Xia Ruofei's perceptual mirror could tell the mission's completion status at the first moment, so whether this method was feasible or not, he would know once he tried it. It was fine if he could not find the star fern thorn soul essence in the ashes of the star fern thorn ring. If he could find it, he could check if there were any changes to the mission progress and everything would be clear. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue rode on the Tsushuang flying sword and flew past the ashes of the star fern thorn belt. His spiritual power constantly swept across the ashes. The ring had a radius of 1 kilometer and a depth of about 50 meters. There were many star fern thorns scattered around, and the ashes had also formed a thick ring. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had improved by leaps and bounds. He was able to search through the complicated ash zone. In a short time, Xia Ruofei brought Ling Qingxue and flew through almost half of the ashes, before they suddenly stopped. Ruofei, did you find anything?" Ling Qingxue asked quickly. Xia Ruofei smiled, "I'm not sure. Let's see how it goes." After saying that, he waved his hand and the white ashes below scattered, revealing a black oval bead. Xia Ruofei reached out and grabbed the black pearl. Xia Ruofei held the black pearl in his hand and immediately felt a faint energy flow. It was obvious that this was not an ordinary pearl. He was overjoyed and focused his attention on the mission progress bar above the perceptual mirror. At this moment, the mission progress changed from O/IO to January 10th. The method was effective. Xia Ruofei's face lit up and he said to Ling Qingxue, "Success. Qingxue, this is the star. Fernthorn Soul Essence. The mission requires us to search for 10 star Fernthorn Soul Essences. When one got this oval bead, the progress showed that I had already found one, and now I have 9 left." Ling Qingxue couldn't help but be speechless. After a while, she said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "It can actually be operated like this? Only someone like you who doesn't play by the rules can think of this." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Who cares? It doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it can catch a mouse, it's a good cat. It's fine as long as it can complete the mission." N. Ling Qingxue nodded her head and said, "Then let's continue. If this star Fernthorny ring can produce 10 soul essences, then we don't even need to do anything and the mission will be completed?" Xia Ruofei laughed. Continue. He tried it out of habit and realized that the star Fernthorn soul essence still couldn't be stored in the spirit map space. This was expected, but he didn't mind. He put the star Fernthorn soul essence into his pocket and continued to search with Ling Qingxue. As it turned out, the drop rate of the star Fernthorn soul essence was indeed very low. The two of them searched the entire star Fernthorn belt and finally found another one just as they were about to end their search. Their mission progress had also been refreshed to February 10th. Although he had completed 1/5 of the task without much effort, Xia Ruofei's expression became even more serious. The reason was simple. The production rate of the star Fernthorn soul essence was simply too low. There were at least thousands of star Fernthorns in the ring, with a diameter of 1 kilometer and a depth of 50 meters. However, only 2 star Fernthorns were burned to death and formed into soul essences. Based on this probability, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue would need to destroy at least 4 times the number of star Fernthorn soul essences in order to collect the remaining 8 star Fernthorn souls. The problem was that in this wasteland, the star Fernthorn was very scattered. Often, there would only be 1 or 2 in a large area. It was impossible to use an array to burn such a large area like how they had dealt with the star Fernthorn ring. Therefore, it was not easy to find 10 star Fernthorn soul essence within the time limit of the mission. The star Fernthorns were not just for show. They had strong offensive power and strong physical defense. Although Xia Ruofei had found the star Fernthorn's weakness and used fire to increase the efficiency, it was more suitable for Xia Ruofei to use fire to deal with a large number of star Fernthorns. If he used a fire attack formation on a single star Fernthorn and then used origin crystals to burn it, not only would it cost a lot of money, but the efficiency would also be very low. 10 hours was far from enough. Xia Ruofei felt that there must be another way. Otherwise, no one could complete this mission. However, it was useless to think about it here. He had to give it a try. Ling Qingxue had obviously thought of the difficulties involved. She asked with a worried expression, "Are you au fait? Do we not have enough time?" Xia Ruofei nodded. "The drop rate of this soul essence is too low. We still have more than 9 hours. If we're unlucky, we might not be able to complete the mission." "Yup. There are so many star Fernthorns, but only 2 soul essences. The probability is too low." Ling Qingxue furrowed her brows. "The rules can't be changed. We can only do our best to complete them." Xia Ruofei said decisively, let's find the star fern thorn first. Try it and you'll know. N. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to scan the entire ash area of the star fern thorn ring belt to make sure that no one had escaped. Then, he took Ling Qingxue and left on the bent frost flying sword. In reality, there were many star fern thorns in this wasteland. When Xia Ruofei brought Ling Qingxue over, they had to deliberately avoid certain areas to avoid being attacked by the star fern thorns. However, the distribution of these star fern thorns was truly too scattered. Even though Xia Ruofei's fire array could cover a radius of more than a kilometer, it could not cover many star fern thorns and it consumed a lot of energy. However, Xia Ruofei had no other choice. He could only try this. After flying on his sword for a while with Ling Qingxue, he found an area with relatively dense star fern thorns and prepared to set up an array. Of course, this was only slightly more concentrated in other areas. Compared to the star fern thorn ring belt, which was completely airtight, it was still a world of difference. Xia Ruofei roughly estimated that there were only about 100 star fern thorns within a 1 kilometer radius. Xia Ruofei carefully avoided the star fern thorn's attack range and spent 10 minutes setting up the fire array. Then, without hesitation, he embedded an origin crystal in the core of the array and activated it with a hand seal. The flames immediately started burning and spread inwards at an extremely fast speed, turning the area within a 1 kilometer radius into a sea of fire. Of course, the speed of consumption was also extremely fast. The energy of the origin crystals was quickly lost. The star fern thorns within the array's range were the same. They began to attack the array in a frenzy, but all their efforts were in vain. They were quickly distorted under the burning of the flames, and finally turned into a pile of ashes. Xia Ruofei immediately stopped the formation and turned around. His heart was aching for the crystals that he had used up. Without waiting for the temperature in the formation to drop, Xia Ruofei told Ling Qingxue to wait at the same spot. Then, he flew into the formation on his flying sword and used his vital qi to isolate the burning aura outside. He then started to search the area quickly. There were only 100 or so star fern thorns in the entire area. So Xia Ruofei quickly searched through the area. The result was disappointing. There was no star fern thorn soul essence at all. Of course, in terms of probability, this was very normal. Xia Ruofei returned to Ling Qingxue's side with a frown. Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei's expression and knew that the result was not good. She was smart and did not ask questions at this time. She just held Xia Ruofei's arm and said softly, "Ruofei, it's all right. Next time, luck might be on our side." Xia Ruofei said thoughtfully, "We can't count on luck. We still have to change our method, or else we'll waste too much time and the efficiency will be too low." Change the method? Ling Qingxue asked in confusion. Attacking with fire is already the most effective method. You've also tried those star fern thorns. Ordinary attacks can't do anything to them. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "I know that fire is the most effective, but this kind of wide-range fire attack is not suitable. On one hand, it consumes too much energy. On the other hand, it takes too long to set up the formation. At this speed, we might not be able to find even one more star fern thorn soul essence even after 10 hours of the mission time is used up." At this point, Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself. Still have to start with fire attacks and formations, but 1 foot 11 inches have to change the formations. area of effect attacks are no longer suitable. After finding some ideas, Xia Ruofei's mind was much more active. He said, "Qingxue, I'm going to study a new formation with the help of the time formation flag. I'll go into the time formation to study it and you help me." After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he immediately took out the time array flag and quickly set up the time array. Then, he set up a warning array and a defensive array. Ling Qingxue stood outside the time formation to help Xia Ruofei. After Xia Ruofei entered the time formation, he sat on the ground and started to think and choose the most suitable formation. In fact, Xia Ruofei had mastered quite a few small-scale offensive arrays. He also had a few small-scale fire attack arrays. However, it was not easy to use them all. First of all, there were many kinds of flames. What Xia Ruofei wanted the most was to use the flames of the previous large-scale array, which was actually the flame of the trap and kill array. And to transfer the flames to another formation, it would still take some effort. Hence, after Xia Ruofei picked out a few small arrays, he started to analyze and practice them in his mind. He even took out a pen and paper and deduced some uncertain parts on the paper. This was supposed to take a lot of effort, but Xia Ruofei had an advantage. All the formations he knew came from the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. In addition, he had a good understanding of the theories of formations. Therefore, he had a better understanding of the principles of these formations. It was naturally much easier to modify them on this basis. Even so, it still took him more than 3 hours to finalize the modification plan for a small area array. The next step was to put it into practice. Xia Ruofei didn't hesitate and took out the materials for the formation from the spirit map space. He started to carve the formation lines according to the formation diagram that he had deduced several times. In a short while, the materials for a set of formation were ready. Xia Ruofei kept the formation materials, stood up, and stepped out of the formation. Because of the time formation, only 3 or 4 minutes had passed in the outside world. When Ling Qingxue saw Xia Ruofei come out, she immediately asked, "Ruofei, you've finished your research so quickly?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's not that fast. If it wasn't for the time formation, the mission would have taken half the time. Qingxue, I've come up with a formation, let's go and try it out." Ling Qingxue nodded with anticipation. She had always had blind trust in Xia Ruofei. In her opinion, nothing could stump Xia Ruofei. Although she felt that the mission this time was very difficult, she felt that as long as Xia Ruofei was serious, there would not be any problems. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue rode on the Zhuxuang flying sword and flew towards a star fern thorn not far away. All the star fern thorns within a kilometer had been burned away, and the rest of the star fern thorns were even more scattered. The area around the star fern thorn was bare, without any vegetation at all. If he were to use a large-scale array formation like just now, it would waste origin crystals on one hand, but more importantly, it would waste a lot of time. It was rather complicated to set up such a large-scale array formation. If he had to set up a large-scale fire array formation every time he dealt with a star fern thorn, it would be impossible to complete the task within 10 hours, given the low probability of the star fern thorn dropping the star fern thorn soul essence. Unless one's luck was heaven-defying. Xia Ruofei stopped the Zhuxuang flying sword at a safe distance. He jumped down with Ling Qingxue and stood on the ground of the wilderness. He didn't continue to advance, but directly raised his hand, and the many formation materials all flew out, accurately landing in their positions. The attack range of this kind of formation was only a few meters. So the scale of the formation was very small, and the corresponding complexity was also much lower. Moreover, Xia Ruofei had designed and made the array himself. Hence, he did not need to practice much when he was setting up the array. He could complete it with great familiarity. Basically, in just 2 or 3 breaths' time, a miniature version of the fire array had been set up, and it just happened to surround the star fern thorn. Perhaps it was because the array materials did not have any life aura, but the star fern thorn did not react to the array materials around it. It was still lying on the ground listlessly. However, Xia Ruofei knew that once someone stepped into its attack range, it would change its appearance. From a distance of 10 to 20 meters, Xia Ruofei inserted a crystal into the core of the formation. The energy source of the formation could still be chosen, and the power would naturally be the greatest if it was a crystal. Of course, because the attack range was small, the energy required was also much less. This one origin crystal was enough for the array to launch hundreds of attacks. Compared to the previous large area array, the consumption was really so low that it could be ignored. Xia Ruofei looked at the star fern thorn and committed some of its physical characteristics to memory. This was also in preparation for the next task. He felt that a star fern thorn that could produce a soul essence must be different from ordinary star fern thorns. When he was dealing with the star fern thorn ring, Xia Ruofei did not know about the existence of the star fern thorn soul essence, so he did not deliberately observe the characteristics of each star fern thorn. In fact, there were thousands of star fern thorns in the star fern thorn ring. Even though his mental power had improved a lot, it was impossible for him to remember the details and characteristics of every star fern thorn clearly without deliberately memorizing them. Therefore, even though he had obtained 2 star fern thorn soul essences from the star fern thorn ring belt, he did not gain anything else. He also did not have any information that could be used for future reference. Now that Xia Ruofei was going to continue with his mission, he naturally had to memorize the situation of each star fern thorn and make some comparisons with a large amount of data. This way, he could have a better aim when he completed his mission. After Xia Ruofei memorized the characteristics of this star fern thorn, he formed a hand seal and activated the array without hesitation. The moment the array was activated, the star fern spike sensed danger. It curled up like a porcupine in danger and then began to shoot out its dense spikes. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were standing outside the attack range of the star fern thorns, and the target of the array materials was very small. Even if a few thorns hit them, they did not suffer much damage. Moreover, once the array was activated, there was no way to stop it. Even if the materials of the array were destroyed, the flames that had already been born would not disappear. The range of the array itself was not large, and it was only a few meters away from the star fern thorn. As soon as the array was activated, the raging flames almost devoured the star fern thorn in the blink of an eye. The star fern frantically shot out its thorns. But unfortunately, it was all in vain. The flames from the confinement-killing array were extremely powerful. In about a minute or two, the star fern thorn had completely lost its vitality and was burned into a pile of powder. Xia Ruofei waved his hand gently, and the powder flew into the air. However, there was no star fern thorn soul essence under the powder. Considering the low drop rate of the soul essence, Xia Ruofei was not surprised at all. He kept the materials and checked them. He was relieved when he found that there was almost no damage. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself, then said to Ling Qingxue, it seems that this array is quite useful. I'll make a few more sets then. This should also improve our efficiency. Ling Qingxue nodded and said, yes. I agree. Go and prepare the materials for the formation. 1 foot 11 inches still protect you. Xia Ruofei nodded and took out the time formation flag. And the materials for the alarm formation and protection formation from the spirit map space. He set up the formation as fast as he could. Then, he went into the time array and took out a large amount of array materials from the spirit map space. He began to prepare the materials according to the improved version of the small area fire array. This process was very boring, but Xia Ruofei had always been patient. He maintained a high degree of accuracy from the beginning to the end. He spent about an hour to prepare another 4 sets of identical formations. In this way, Xia Ruofei had 5 small, range fire formations to use. He put the formation materials into the spirit map space, then stepped out of the time formation and put away the formation flags and other formation materials. I'm ready. Xia Ruofei smiled at Ling Qingxue and said, let's go. Let's go test our luck. Ha ha ha. I've always had a good character. Ling Qingxue said with a smile. My great aunt, please don't raise any flags. Xia Ruofei quickly said, I don't want to be in a state of no harvest for the next 10 hours. Ling Qingxue giggled and said, don't worry. I believe in your luck. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and pulled Ling Qingxue onto the curved frost flying sword. Then, he flew towards another star fern thorn not far away. Xia Ruofei threw out the materials for the array and memorized the characteristics of the star fern thorn. Then, he activated the array with a hand seal. After activating the formation, Xia Ruofei did not stop. He brought Ling Qingxue and rushed to another star fern thorn. Then, he did the same thing again. He did not set up the formation, recorded the characteristics, activated the formation, and left. Xia Ruofei had 5 sets of formations at his disposal. In this situation where the star fern thorns were scattered, he could exert as much speed as possible to increase his efficiency. When Xia Ruofei finished setting up the 5th formation and activated it, the star fern thorn had already been burned into a pile of ashes in the 1st formation. Xia Ruofei stepped on the Zhuang flying sword and came to the side of the array. He waved his hand and pushed the ashes away. There was still nothing inside. Xia Ruofei didn't think too much about it. He kept the formation materials and ran to a star fern thorn nearby. Just like that, Xia Ruofei used the 5 sets of formations to increase his efficiency. In the next hour or so, he had burned more than 300 star fern thorns. However, he still did not find a single star fern thorn soul essence. Compared to the probability of the star fern thorn belt producing soul essences, it was normal for the 300 star fern thorns to not produce a single soul essence. However, Xia Ruofei was a little depressed. It seemed that his luck was not very good. However, Xia Ruofei did not stop. Instead, he continued to use the 5 sets of formations and continued to advance. Even though Xia Ruofei knew that at this speed, it was impossible to gather all 10 star fern soul essence before the time limit, he would not give up so easily as long as there was 1 second left. Just like that, another 2 hours passed in a tight schedule. Xia Ruofei only had 6 hours left to complete the mission. Xia Ruofei had set up that small fire array countless times and was very familiar with it. He could set it up with his eyes closed, and he could form the array in a breath's time by throwing out the materials. However, the few seconds of time saved by the increase in proficiency was nothing compared to the extremely low drop rate of the star fern thorn soul essence. For 3 hours, Xia Ruofei had been setting up the formation, recording the characteristics, and putting away the formation. It was a great test of his mental and physical strength. Ling Qingshua's heart ached when she saw this. She couldn't help but say, "Are you Ruofei, let's rest for a while." Xia Ruofei grinned and said, "Sure. After all the star fern thorns in these formations are burned to death, I will rest for a few minutes." He had just put away one set of array techniques and there were still 4 sets of array techniques in operation. Initially, Xia Ruofei was about to fly to the other star fern thorn and set up the array technique that he had just retrieved. However, since he was going to rest, he naturally would not set up another array technique. Xia Ruofei brought Ling Qingxue directly to one of the arrays. After waiting for a while, the star fern thorn in the array had already been burned to death. As usual, Xia Ruofei withdrew the formation and swept the ashes away with a wave of his hand. It was empty. There was still no sign of the star fern thorn soul essence. Xia Ruofei was already used to not getting anything. He smiled bitterly and rode his sword to the next formation. Just like that, Xia Ruofei kept 3 formations and arrived near the last one. Similarly, Xia Ruofei kept the formation materials into the spirit map space with great familiarity. Then, he swept away the ashes left by the star fern thorn with a wave of his hand. Then, Xia Ruofei scanned through it as if he was doing his job. His eyes immediately froze. A star fern thorn soul essence was lying quietly on the ground. Happiness came so suddenly that Xia Ruofei was caught off guard. He rubbed his eyes and confirmed that he had obtained another star fern thorn soul essence, before he shouted excitedly, "Qingxue, I've found the 3rd star fern thorn soul essence." The formation in front of them was not far from the one that Xia Ruofei had just kept. That was why Xia Ruofei did not bring Ling Qingxue along with him. Ling Qingxue heard him and quickly ran over. At that moment, Xia Ruofei had already retrieved the star fern thorn soul essence and was grinning as he showed it to Ling Qingxue. In the field of view of his sensory mirror, the mission progress had finally been updated to March 10th. Xia Ruofei kept the star fern thorn soul essence in his pocket, and his expression turned serious. He tried his best to recall the characteristics of this star fern thorn. This would be of great significance to him in his search for the star fern thorn's soul essence. Xia Ruofei still did not believe that the star fern thorn's soul essence would appear randomly. Hence, every time he used the formation to burn the star fern thorn, he would remember the appearance and characteristics of the star fern thorn. Once the star fern thorn's soul essence appeared, he could immediately compare it with the other. These star fern thorns were spread out like camel's thorns. If one did not look carefully, every one of them was almost the same. There were hundreds to thousands of star fern thorns. To remember every detail and characteristic was an impossible task for ordinary people. Even the most powerful brain could not do it. However, for a cultivator, especially one with strong spiritual power like Xia Ruofei, it was just a matter of spending a little more energy. It was not a particularly difficult thing. When this star fern thorn dropped its soul essence, Xia Ruofei's first thought was not that he had advanced another step in his mission progress, but that he immediately began to recall the details and characteristics of this star fern thorn and compared it with all the star fern thorns he had just memorized. Although there were not many samples, Xia Ruofei believed that he could still find out what was so special about this star fern thorn. Once he found this unique characteristic, Xia Ruofei could follow the map and head straight for the star fern thorn. He did not need to use an array to burn every star fern thorn he encountered to know if it could produce the star fern thorn soul essence. This way, time would be saved and efficiency would be greatly improved. Xia Ruofei felt that this was the only way to complete the mission within the stipulated time. Otherwise, based on the probability, it would take a few hours to harvest one star fern thorn soul essence. It would take at least dozens of hours to search without sleep and rest before it was possible to find all 10 star fern thorn soul essences. And since the Almighty had set up this mission, it definitely couldn't be an impossible mission. Xia Ruofei had also considered whether there was a formation with a larger area or a faster attack method that could increase the attack efficiency. This way, he could kill as many of the star fern thorn's targets as possible in a set time. However, Xia Ruofei was confident that he had more tricks up his sleeve compared to the other golden core cultivators. Even the large-scale fire array that he had developed to deal with the star fern thorn ring was the limit of a golden core cultivator. It would be difficult to control it if it was any bigger. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not think that it was possible. He was more inclined to believe that the star fern thorn that could drop soul essence should have some remarkable or inconspicuous characteristics that were different from the ordinary star fern thorn. This was the only way to speed up the screening process. Hence, before Xia Ruofei used the formation to burn the star fern thorn, he would rather waste a few seconds to memorize the characteristics of the star fern thorn before activating the formation. Now, Xia Ruofei's seemingly time-wasting methods came in handy. This was the last burning star fern thorn that Xia Ruofei had used an array to surround before he went to rest. Hence, this was the moment when he had the deepest impression of it. As long as he tried to recall, all the details and characteristics of this star fern thorn would appear before his eyes. Then, Xia Ruofei compared every detail with the star fern thorn that had caused him to lose his harvest. With this comparison, Xia Ruofei really found a few differences. This star fern thorn that had dropped a soul essence seemed to have a darker color, especially the thorns growing on the root. The tip of the thorns was almost pure black, while the rest of the star fern thorns were light gray. This was the most obvious difference. There were also some minor differences, such as the color of the leaves and the size and shape of the thorns. However, these were not very obvious, and Xia Ruofei remembered them all. He didn't know if this was the real difference between the two star fern thorns, or if it was a normal deviation. After all, the number of samples was not particularly large, and the conclusion he had drawn could only be used as a reference. However, with this as a reference, Xia Ruofei had already gained a lot. He quickly memorized all the characteristics he had observed, and then said to Ling Qingxue, let's keep up the good work. Ling Qingxue was also very excited. She nodded and said, Good luck. We are one step closer to completing the mission. Ling Qingxue knew very well that at this rate, it was impossible to complete the mission. However, she had full confidence in Xia Ruofei. This blind confidence made her feel no despair and helplessness at the moment of failure. Instead, it filled her with motivation. Xia Ruofei was eager to verify the difference she had observed and see if they were the key points to distinguish between the two star fern thorns. Thus, He did not stop there and immediately rode on the Tsushuang flying sword, bringing Ling Qingxue with him to another star fern thorn nearby. After a quick observation, Xia Ruofei realized that this star fern thorn was the same as most of the other star fern thorns he had burned. It was plain and unremarkable. He had found a few differences, but none of them matched. Hence, Xia Ruofei avoided this star fern thorn and ran towards another star fern thorn that was further away. It was the first time Ling Qingxue had seen Xia Ruofei not attack when he encountered the star fern. Instead, he took a detour to avoid it. Time was of the essence, so he should be burning as many star fern thorns as possible. Even if the probability was low, he still needed ordinary star fern thorns to contribute to the denominator. Ling Qingxue thought about it for a moment, then her eyes lit up. She couldn't help but ask, "Are you au fait? Don't tell me that you're already able to distinguish what land of star fern thorn can drop soul essence." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, "My wife's brain works very fast." "Really?" Ling Qingxue was overjoyed. "Aren't you two amazing? I think these star fern thorns all look the same." Xia Ruofei was flying on his sword. As he smiled and said, "I only have some ideas and discoveries, but I haven't verified them yet. However, that star fern thorn just now definitely doesn't have a soul essence if I'm not mistaken, because it looks just like an ordinary star fern thorn. There's nothing special about it." "Then let's keep looking. We'll find the star fern thorn that you think is special." "Won't that verify your discovery?" Ling Qingxue said. "Qingxue knows me well." Xia Ruofei gave him a thumbs up. "That's what one think." Following that, Xia Ruofei hardly made any moves. He just rode on the flying sword of the Tsushuang and flew across the wilderness with Ling Qingxue. When they passed by every star fern thorn, Xia Ruofei would stop and use a little time to observe it. Most of the time, Xia Ruofei would shake his head in disappointment and then continue to fly on his sword. There were a few times when Xia Ruofei's eyes revealed a glimmer of hope. He quickly set up the formation and activated it. Then, he waited at a safe distance outside the range of the formation with Ling Qingxue. However, the results of these few attempts were not satisfactory. The star fern thorn was quickly burned to ashes without any suspense, but after it was burned, only ashes were left, and there was no soul essence left. Even so, Xia Ruofei's expression remained calm. This was because the star fern thorn that he had stopped for a few times only matched the not so obvious characteristics that he had found. Xia Ruofei was not sure if these characteristics were unique to the star fern thorn that could drop soul essence. After a few rounds of verification, he could finally confirm that these characteristics were not unique, but could appear in all star fern thorns. The biggest difference he had noticed was the color of the roots, especially the thorns. The same roots and thorns of the same color as the star fern's thorns had not appeared yet, so Xia Ruofei still had high hopes. The rarer it was, the more likely it was because the drop rate of the star fern thorn soul essence was also very low. This meant that the star fern thorn that could produce soul essence was also very rare. The less obvious features had been eliminated after a few rounds of verification, which made Xia Ruofei more specific. Even though Xia Ruofei did not explain anything, Ling Qingxue just followed him quietly and did not ask any questions. Anyway, no matter what Xia Ruofei did, whether he stopped setting up the formation to attack the star fern thorn or just swept past it, it would all make sense. Even after Using the formation to attack for a few minutes and still finding nothing in the ashes, Ling Qingshua's confidence in Xia Ruofei had never diminished. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue continued to fly close to the ground on their flying swords, searching for the black star fern thorn at the tip of the thorn. It had to be said that this kind of star fern thorn was indeed very rare. They had found hundreds or thousands of star fern thorns, but so far, they had not found a single star fern thorn with a black tip. The color of the stem was not as deep as the one that had dropped a soul essence. Even though Xia Ruofei's flying sword was very fast, he was not slow in identifying the star fern thorn. He could basically determine the route with just a glance. In most cases, he would just go around to the next one. Even so, he still spent half an hour and identified more than 1,500 star fern thorns. Finally, his hard work paid off. He found a star fern thorn with a darker root and a jet black tip. Xia Ruofei's spirit was lifted. He didn't even have time to explain to Ling Qingxue before jumping off the Zhushuang flying sword with her. Then, he immediately threw out the formation materials from 20 meters away. Xia Ruofei had set up this formation more than 1,000 times and was extremely familiar with it. The formation took shape almost instantly. Originally, the star fern thorn would not have any defensive reaction to inanimate objects like array materials. Xia Ruofei's movements were also extremely fast. Almost at the moment the array was formed, an origin crystal with more than half of its energy left had accurately embedded itself into the position of the core of the array. Immediately after, a spell was cast into the core of the array and the flame array was activated. Even though the star fern thrust had reacted when he had set up the array, it was already too late. It had only taken 2 to 3 seconds before the raging flames had already started burning. At this moment, the star fern suddenly reacted and began to frantically release its thorns. But it was too late. The flames within the array spread out and completely engulfed the star fern thorn in a few breaths. All that was left was to wait. Xia Ruofei was filled with anticipation, but at the same time, he was a little nervous. After all, this so-called characteristic was something he had concluded from a limited number of samples. Whether it was really unique to the star fern thorn that could drop soul essence was still unknown. If his judgment was correct, it would be fine. If he still did not get a soul essence this time, it would mean that all his previous efforts had been in vain. Next, he could only burn the star fern thorns one by one and bet on the probability. In order to find this star fern thorn, he had wasted nearly an hour. Now, there were only about 5 hours left for the mission. No matter what, there was no possibility of completing the mission. The formation was still very powerful, so Xia Ruofei did not have to wait for too long. In about 1 or 2 minutes, the star fern thorn in the formation had lost all signs of life. Xia Ruofei waited for a little while more before the star fern thorn was completely burnt to ashes. Xia Ruofei walked forward impatiently. He stopped the formation and put all the materials back into the spirit map space. At the same time, he waved his palm and the white ashes were blown away by the wind. A black star fern thorn soul essence was exposed before Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshue's eyes. Ling Qingshui immediately cheered, "Are you au fait? I've really found the right person this time." Xia Ruofei's anxious heart was finally at ease. Even though 2 star fern thorn soul essences could not guarantee that his judgment was correct, the probability was very high. He didn't even collect the star fern thorn soul essence. He hugged Ling Qingxue, who was beside him, and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. He said excitedly, "Qingxue. There's hope for us to complete the mission." Ling Qingxue's face reddened and she pouted. "Hurry up and take that star fern thorn soul essence. We're still short of 6. We have to hurry up." Xia Ruofei immediately came back to his senses and quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Your reminder is right. Time was still very tight. We have to hurry." Xia Ruofei let go of Ling Qingxue and reached out his hand to grab the air. He then took the star fern thorn soul essence. When the star fern thorn soul essence entered his palm, he saw that the mission bar in his perceptual mirror had been updated. The mission progress had become April 10th. Let's go. Continue searching, Xia Ruofei said decisively. He and Ling Qingxue jumped onto the Zhuang flying sword floating at the side and flew at high speed towards another star fern thorn not far away. After that, it was another long search. Every time, Xia Ruofei would stop the Zhuang flying sword with hope. After a moment of observation, he would fly away with a disappointed expression. After a long time, Xia Ruofei finally found another star fern thorn with distinctive features. After a round of array attacks, he obtained another star fern thorn soul essence without any suspense. The mission progress has been updated to May 10th. There were only slightly more than 4 hours left for the mission. Time was of the essence. Even though Xia Ruofei could basically confirm that he had grasped the star fern thorns distinctive feature that could drop soul essence, he still had to spend a lot of time looking for it as it was very rare. Based on his current speed, it was highly likely that he would not be able to gather all 10 star fern thorn soul essence before the end of the mission. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not dare to relax for even a moment. After collecting the star fern thorn soul essence, he immediately brought Ling Qingxue along and flew on his flying sword to the nearest star fern thorn. On the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials, the map of the perceptual mirror was very small. Xia Ruofei could not grasp the distribution of the star fern thorns from the big picture, let alone find the special star fern thorns that could drop soul essence just by looking at the map of the perceptual mirror. Hence, he could only follow the principle of the nearest tree and look for it one by one. This was more or less a test of luck, but sometimes luck was also a part of one's strength. If his luck was so bad that he could not find a single star fern thorn for the next few hours, Xia Ruofei would accept this reality because he had done everything he could. When there were only 3 hours left on the mission, Xia Ruofei finally obtained the 6th star fern thorn soul essence. With 2 hours left on the mission time, he obtained the 7th star fern thorn soul essence. At this rate, there was not enough time. Not long after, Xia Ruofei did not give up and continued to search with all his might. He did not even have the time to rest. Most of the time, he would pause for a moment to confirm the target's situation before immediately continuing to fly forward on his sword. When he encountered a special star fern thorn, he only spent 2 to 3 minutes setting up and activating the array until he collected the star fern thorn soul essence. The consumption of energy would be huge if he were to carry a person on his flying sword for a few hours. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei's energy storage pearl had stored a large amount of vital qi. The amount of vital qi that an early nascent soul realm cultivator could have at his peak state was at least several times more than Xia Ruofei's current vital qi. Hence, when Xia Ruofei's vital qi began to run out, the energy storage pearl's effect was obvious. It was because of the elemental storage pearl that Xia Ruofei was able to fly at a high speed and maintain a good physical condition. Even though time was running out, giving up halfway was never Xia Ruofei's style. As long as he wasn't forcefully teleported out of the trial pagoda's 5th level, he would continue searching. There was only 1 hour left for the mission. Xia Ruofei had obtained the 8th star Fernthorn Soul Essence. Ever since Xia Ruofei had mastered the special characteristics of the star Fernthorn that could drop soul essence, he had basically maintained the speed of finding a star Fernthorn in about an hour. However, this speed wasn't enough. He still needed 2 star Fernthorns, and he only had an hour left. Xia Ruofei quietly kept the star Fernthorn soul essence in his pocket. Then, he brought Ling Qingxue along and continued to advance on his sword. When the mission bar showed that there were 15 minutes left, Xia Ruofei had successfully found the 9th star Fernthorn soul essence. This time, he had finally managed to bring the time forward a little, buying himself 15 minutes. However, it was clear that this was not enough time. Even Ling Qingxue, who had always been confident in Xia Ruofei, felt a sense of hopelessness. Xia Ruofei still did not say a word. After obtaining the 9th star Fernthorn soul essence, he did not waste a single second and immediately carried Ling Qingxue forward on his flying sword. With 12 minutes left, Xia Ruofei searched for 8 star Fernthorns. All of them were ordinary star Fernthorns. With 10 minutes left, Xia Ruofei searched for another 8 star Fernthorns, but he still found nothing. There were 7 minutes left. Xia Ruofei had searched all 9 star Fernthorns, but still found nothing. He came to the vicinity of the 10th star Fernthorn. However, he did not immediately observe the characteristics of this star Fernthorn. Instead, he thoughtfully scanned his surroundings. Ruofei, why did you stop? Ling Qingxue knew that time was of the essence, so when she saw that Xia Ruofei had stopped his flying sword and had no intention of starting it again, she could not help but remind him. Of course, Ling Qingxue also knew that with Xia Ruofei's temper, he would not give up no matter what. She was just worried that Xia Ruofei would be distracted. Xia Ruofei looked around and said after a moment of silence, Qingxue, I think that if we continue searching, these 6 to 7 minutes will be like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Unless I'm really lucky, there's no way I can find the special star Fernthorn in such a short time. So, since there are still a few minutes left, let's just try our luck. Try my luck? Ling Qingxue was taken aback. What do you want to do? I'll support you. Xia Ruofei nodded. Don't have time to explain. I'll go and set up the array. With that, Xia Ruofei jumped off its Yushuang flying sword with Ling Qingxue. He also told Ling Qingxue to be careful and not run around. Then, Xia Ruofei took out the formation materials from the spirit map space and started to set up the formation. What he took out wasn't the small-scale flame attack array that he had used countless times, but another set of flame array that he had modified for large-scale attack. It was also the formation he had used to deal with the star Fernthorn ring. Xia Ruofei realized that they were running out of time, so he stopped for a few seconds and used his spiritual power to scan the surroundings. In the end, Xia Ruofei realized that the star Fernthorns were rather densely distributed within this 1 to 2 kilometer radius. It was much better than the previous situation where there might only be 1 or 2 star Fernthorns within a few kilometers. There was not much time left. Even if Xia Ruofei used his speed, To the maximum, he could only see 40 to 50 star fern thorns at most. If these mere 40 to 50 star fern thorns just happened to produce a special star fern thorn that could drop soul essence, then he would be really lucky. However, Xia Ruofei did a rough calculation. Based on the formation that he had, which could cover a maximum range of 3 kilometers, he could really carve out an area with a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers, which could cover at least 1,000 star fern thorns. With this calculation, it would definitely be more appropriate to use an area attack. Therefore, the same two formations with different settings and requirements could have completely opposite answers. Xia Ruofei rode on the Zhuang flying sword and shuttled through the area of 2 to 3 kilometers. He set up the area of effect fire array in the shortest time possible. At this moment, there were less than 5 minutes left on the mission time. Xia Ruofei threw out the crystals without hesitation and activated the array. This time, the range of the formation was expanded to a radius of nearly 3 kilometers in order to cover as many star fern thorns as possible. However, this way, the difficulty of setting up the formation and the consumption of the formation would be greatly increased. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei's knowledge of arrays was very solid and he was not short of money. He did not care about the short-term consumption of the array, so he set up the array very quickly. After the formation was activated, the blazing flames seemed to have a life of their own, constantly squeezing towards the center. The star fern thorns within this attack range were also alarmed, and sensing that their lives were threatened, they frantically shot out date thorns. The whistling sound of the wind rang out in the fluttering flames, and the entire array's range was almost covered by the date thorns. Xia Ruofei, who had already retreated to a safe distance, gently held Ling Qingshua's hand. The two of them did not move. Xia Ruofei looked at the wolves in front of him, feeling very complicated. At this time, in the field of vision of his perceptual mirror, he could still see the countdown in the mission bar. It was flashing second by second, and there were only 2 minutes left until the end of the mission. Xia Ruofei was very familiar with the power of this formation. He was not worried that he would not be able to deal with the star fern thorn in the formation within this short period of time. According to his prediction, the star fern thorn in the formation would be completely dormant in at most 1 minute. The biggest problem now was that burning all these star fern thorns would most likely be useless. There were too few special star fern thorns that could drop a soul essence. Previously, Xia Ruofei had to search non-stop for about an hour before he could find one. He had just found one 10 minutes ago. There were hundreds of star fern thorns in this area, and there were at most 1,000 star fern thorns. He did not have time to check them out and immediately started setting up the array. The probability of a star fern thorn dropping a soul essence was too low. Ling Qingshua's palms started to sweat as well. She subconsciously held Xia Ruofei's hand tightly, as if this would give Xia Ruofei some strength. In the array, the star fern thorn's attack quickly weakened. In about a minute, the star fern thorn had completely stopped attacking. However, Xia Ruofei's judgment was still very accurate. He waited for another 30 seconds or so. There was no point in fighting for time now, so he might as well let the star fern thorns burn more fully. When there were 30 seconds left on the mission time, Xia Ruofei made a gesture and stopped the array. He didn't even have time to collect the materials for the formation. He directly stepped on the Zhuang flying sword and flew 5 or 6 meters high. Then, he waved his hand from above, and the ashes of the burning star fern thorn immediately scattered with the wind. It was difficult for Xia Ruofei to use his yuan qi to attack from a distance within a 3-kilometer radius. However, it was not a problem to just fan away some ashes. Then, Xia Ruofei started to search the area with the formation. Ling Qingxue also clenched her fists, her eyes wide open, as she searched the array. When there were only 10 seconds left on the mission time, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue's bodies trembled slightly at the same time. Their eyes locked onto the same direction almost at the same time. About a kilometer away from Xia Ruofei, a black star fern soul essence was lying quietly on the barren land, still emitting a scorching aura. Xia Ruofei's breathing became heavier, and his face could not help but reveal an overjoyed expression. Ruofei. Star fern thorn soul essence. Hurry up and put it away. Ling Qingxue also shouted excitedly. In fact, when Ling Qingxue had warned him, Xia Ruofei had already reached out his hand and grabbed at the air. The Star fern thorn soul essence, supported by Xia Ruofei's spiritual power, shot towards him quickly. 3 seconds later, Xia Ruofei had the star fern thorn soul essence in his hand. The progress bar of the perceptual mirror finally jumped to October 10th. Xia Ruofei even took the time to glance at the countdown. There were only 5 seconds left on the mission time. Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief. It was as if all the energy in his body had been sapped away. His entire body relaxed. He controlled the Zhuang flying sword to lower its altitude. Just now, in order to have a better view and to clear away the ashes of the star fern thorn as soon as possible, he had flown to an altitude of 5 or 6 meters. This was already unprecedented. Under normal circumstances, he would fly close to the ground when he rode the sword. The reason was that he had felt a sense of danger when he had flown to the top of the tree. Ling Qingxue, who had been waiting on the ground, was already jumping up and down in joy. Her eyes were filled with tears of excitement. This mission was really not easy. Although Ling Qingxue was unable to help, she had witnessed the entire process of Xia Ruofei's mission. His unyielding spirit made Ling Qingxue even more fascinated with Xia Ruofei. At this moment, she was acting like a little fangirl who had just seen her idol. Ruofei. That's great. Ling Qingxue was still very excited. The moment Xia Ruofei landed on the ground, she pounced on him and hugged him tightly. She even took the initiative to kiss Xia Ruofei's face. You're the best. At this moment, the countdown to the second part of the mission had ended. However, it was obvious that Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had been determined to have completed this part of the mission. Hence, the two of them remained in this wasteland and were not directly transported out. That was really close this time. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. Luckily, luck is on our side in the end. There's nothing wrong with that. Ling Qingxue giggled and said, I really got the last soul essence, by luck. No matter how we got it, we have completed our mission. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. At this moment, in the field of vision of the perceptual mirror, words began to pop up on the mission bar. Xia Ruofei quickly looked at it. When Ling Qingxue saw Xia Ruofei's expression, she knew that there was a new message on the perceptual mirror. She did not disturb Xia Ruofei and just held his arm, waiting quietly. There were many words rolling in the mission prompt bar. Congratulations! He had successfully completed the second part of the task and collected 10 star fern thorn soul essence. The third and last part of the chain mission on the 5th level of the Tower of Trials had been successfully activated. Please head to the designated location according to the map. The third round of the mission will be officially released there. After Xia Ruofei finished reading the text, he said to Ling Qingxue, we've completed the second part of the mission without any mishaps. Now that the third part of the mission has started, I hope that our good luck won't slip away. Ling Qingxue asked nervously, has the third part of the mission been released? What was the specific content? Are you in a hurry? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, time is tight, right? How can the missions in the trial pagoda be easy? Seeing Xia Ruofei's unhurried manner, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but say anxiously, what is the mission? Hurry up and tell me. Don't be like the previous mission, wasting time at the beginning and causing danger. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. T was just teasing you. The details of the mission have not been released, but there are clear instructions. We just have to follow them. Then, Xia Ruofei briefly repeated the content of the prompt in the perceptual mirror to Ling Qingxue. After Ling Qingxue heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she playfully hit Xia Ruofei and said, you're still joking. At a time like this, even if the mission hasn't officially started, we'd better hurry over. Who knows, maybe there's something else. What you said makes sense. Xia Ruofei said, let's pack up and set off immediately. Xia Ruofei kept the fire attack formation and said to Ling Qingxue, go. Let's see what the last part of the mission is. He took Ling Qingxue with him and rode on the flying sword, following the direction of the arrow in the field of vision of the perceptual mirror. In the vast wilderness of the trial pagoda's 5th level, Xia Ruofei naturally could not follow the arrow's directions in a straight line. He would definitely encounter star fern thorns blocking his way. Therefore, they had to take a longer route. Xia Ruofei was not idle along the way. Every time he encountered a star fern thorn, he would spend a few seconds to identify it. This was a basic operation that he had been doing for more than 8 hours and had become a habit. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had been flying on their flying swords for more than 50 minutes. They would encounter a star fern thorn every few minutes. Of course, as the stock of special star fern thorns was relatively small, Xia Ruofei had only encountered ordinary star fern thorns. Along the way, they had been on the road for nearly an hour, and the spot of light shone on the perceptual mirror map was getting closer and closer. It was estimated that they would definitely arrive in half an hour. Xia Ruofei continued to maintain a relatively constant speed as he flew in the direction of the arrow. There was another star fern thorn in front. Xia Ruofei glanced at it out of habit. Just as he was about to go around it and continue moving forward, his movements slowed down and his eyes became a little dazed. What's wrong? Ling Qingxue asked, curiously. Another one? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but mumble to himself, why wasn't it so easy to find it when we were doing the mission just now? The star fern thorn in front of them had black spikes and a darker color at the root. Clearly, this was a special star fern thorn. Based on his previous experience, this star fern thorn had a high chance of dropping a soul essence. Even though Xia Ruofei could find a special star fern thorn every hour or so when he was on a mission, that was when he was giving it his all. Besides, he was trying to identify as many star fern thorns as possible based on the principle of being close to the target. Although he had spent about an hour just now, Xia Ruofei was mainly rushing. Only when there were star fern thorns along the route would he identify them before taking a detour. It could be said that in both situations, the number of star fern thorns that Xia Ruofei had identified in the same amount of time was at least 10 times more. Therefore, the appearance of this special star fern thorn was definitely a low probability event. This star fern thorn can also drop soul essence? Ling Qingxue asked, curiously. N. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, since we've met, let's not be polite. Just take it. With that, Xia Ruofei took out the materials for a small fire array and set it up with a wave of his hand. Immediately after, he threw out another origin crystal and cast a spell to activate the array. Although the star fern thorn soul essence was only a mission item and could not be stored in the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei knew that it was definitely a good item. Moreover, the rarer an item was, the more valuable it would be. Since he had encountered such a rare star fern thorn soul essence, he would definitely not miss it. Even if he couldn't bring it out of the trial pagoda, Xia Ruofei was willing to keep it. Besides that, Xia Ruofei had more or less figured out some tricks. The chain missions on the trial pagoda's 5th level should be related. For example, the first round's mission was to solve the star fern thorn ring. The second part of the mission was to collect the star fern thorn soul essence, which was related to the star fern thorn. Now, Xia Ruofei was about to complete the third part of the mission. This mission was probably related to the star fern thorn. Perhaps the star fern thorn soul essence would play an important role. Therefore, he had to prepare one more star fern thorn soul essence. Who knew when it would come in handy? After the flame array was activated, the special star fern thorn immediately burst out with an extremely powerful and crazy attack, just like every other special star fern thorn that had been burned to ashes. However, it was destined to be a futile effort. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue stood there quietly, silently, watching the star fern thorn burn to ashes. The formation stopped, and the flames were extinguished. Xia Ruofei swept the ashes away and saw a familiar star fern thorn soul essence lying quietly on the ground. Xia Ruofei smiled and reached out his hand to grab the air. He immediately took the star fern thorn soul essence into his hand. He glanced at the mission notice board in the perceptual mirror and found that the progress of the second round of the mission was still October 10th. It did not change to November 10th, because he had received another star fern thorn soul essence. Xia Ruofei didn't care about that. He had completed his mission anyway. He casually put the star fern thorn soul essence that he had obtained by chance into his pocket, then continued to ride on his sword with Ling Qingxue. In the next 20 minutes, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue rode on the flying sword of the bent frost and avoided another 10 star fern thorns. They finally arrived at the spot of light indicated on the perceptual mirror map. Of course, he did not encounter any more special star fern thorns after that. When Xia Ruofei arrived at the spot of light, he stopped his flying sword. He pulled Ling Qingxue's hand and jumped down from the Xushuang flying sword that was 2 meters above the ground. In this vast wasteland, the scenery was almost the same. Although they had flown for about an hour on their flying swords, this place was almost the same as the places they had been to before. The first thing they saw was a barren land, and a few star fern thorns were scattered about a dozen meters away, making the wasteland even more desolate. Xia Ruofei held Ling Qingxue's hand and walked a few meters before stopping. The position he was currently standing at was exactly the position of the light spot indicated on the map, without any deviation. Xia Ruofei was a little suspicious. This place looked ordinary. What kind of mission was it that led him all the way here? Why did it have to be released in this place? Xia Ruofei's doubts were answered very quickly. A few seconds after he and Ling Qingxue stood at the spot of light marked on the map, Xia Ruofei heard the familiar clicking sound of a spring. He quickly followed the sound and turned around, just in time to see stone pillars rising from the ground. This scene was very similar to the scene he had seen when he had completed the first round of the mission and received the reward of the mission from the previous level. The difference was that there were more stone pillars rising this time, and they were distributed in a particularly wide area. In front of the two of them, within a radius of about 2 kilometers, there were at least 1 to 2,000 stone pillars slowly rising. Besides, these stone pillars were different from the previous ones. They were carved with different numbers of patterns. These patterns looked very mysterious. Xia Ruofei took a few looks and suddenly felt that they were unfathomable. These stone pillars also had a number of grooves. Judging from their size, they should be just enough to hold a star fern thorn soul essence. Some of the stone pillars had 5 or 6 grooves on them, and some had at least 1 groove. The positions of these grooves were also different. Some were high and some were low. Some were on the side of the stone pillar, and some were directly on the top of the stone pillar. The sound of the spring gradually weakened and finally disappeared completely. The stone pillars finally stopped rising. In front of Xia Ruofei were 1,000 to 2,000 stone pillars of different sizes and heights within a 2-kilometer radius. They were like silent statues, faintly exuding an ancient and desolate aura. The scene was quite spectacular. What is this? Ling Qingxue was also shocked by the scene in front of her and muttered to herself. At this moment, Xia Ruofei saw the latest mission description through the perceptual mirror. The third round of the chain mission on the trial tower's 5th floor has officially begun. Please embed the star fern thorn soul essence in a position that you think is suitable. If the score is good, you will pass. If the score is excellent or perfect, you will receive more generous rewards. The time limit for the task was 10 hours. If the score was not good or above, the task would be considered a failure. After Xia Ruofei finished reading the mission description, he turned to Ling Qingxue and smiled. If I'm not wrong, these stone pillars should form a rather powerful formation. However, this formation is currently incomplete and is missing a few key nodes. And the star fern soul essence in my hand will form these key nodes. Xia Ruofei then repeated the contents of the mission to Ling Qingxue and continued, it seems like this mission isn't easy. We still have 10 hours, one need to study it. Ling Qingxue nodded guiltily and said, I don't know anything about arrays, so one can only rely on you. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, why are you being so polite with me? Alright, I won't waste any more time. I need to study this stone pillar formation first. With that, Xia Ruofei stepped on the Zhuang flying sword and circled the entire stone pillar array at a slower speed. Although his spiritual power could easily cover such a large area, Xia Ruofei still felt that seeing was believing. He rode his flying sword and flew around slowly. He had basically figured out the distribution of all the stone pillars. As for the patterns and details of each stone pillar, he definitely could not remember them in a short time, so he did not try to remember them. Xia Ruofei circled around and returned to his original spot. He took out the time array flag from the spirit map space and quickly set up a time array. Then, he beckoned to Ling Qingxue and stepped into the array. However, before he could analyze the stone pillar array, Xia Ruofei felt that something was wrong. He sensed it carefully and immediately found the problem. It turned out that the flow of time inside and outside the formation was still the same. In other words, the array set up by the time array flag had no effect at all. Xia Ruofei was stunned. Did he make a mistake while setting up the array? He quickly checked and found that there were no mistakes at all. The position of each array flag was accurate, and the error was definitely in the millimeter range. In fact, Xia Ruofei had used the array flags to set up the time array countless times. It could be said that he could set it up with his eyes closed, and he had never made a mistake. Since there was no mistake in the formation, the time formation flag's failure wasn't because of him but because of the environment. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had wanted to take advantage of the situation, but it seemed that the loophole was gone. Xia Ruofei did not know that in a hidden space filled with purple spiritual qi, a white-haired old man in a green Taoist robe was in the towering hall. He was looking at his confused face in the mirror. The white-haired old man in the blue Taoist robe laughed and said to himself, "Little doll, it's fine if you used a bit of a trick before, since getting this set of array flags is already a part of your strength. However, this stage tests your array Dao level, and it's too unfair that you have dozens of times more time than others." Ling Qingxue saw that Xia Ruofei had just entered the formation and immediately walked out. She could not help but be a little surprised. After a moment of shock, she asked, "Are you Fei, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" Xia Ruofei laughed bitterly. Wanted to save some time. One didn't expect this obvious bug to have been fixed. The time formation doesn't work here at all. It can't be? Ling Qingxue was also a little surprised. Used it well before. He's also on the 5th level of the trial pagoda. This trial tests one's understanding of formations, and it also has a very strict time requirement. It's indeed a bit too much to rely on a time formation to increase one's time by several dozen times for no reason. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Forget it. If it can't be used, then so be it. Let's win fair and square. One believe in you. If others can complete the mission in such a short time, you can do it too. Ling Qingxue said. Xia Ruofei nodded. Just go inside the stone pillar array and study this array. One don't believe that one can't figure it out. With that, Xia Ruofei flew into the stone pillar array on his sword. Then, he used his spiritual power to observe and record the shape, position, and direction of the array patterns on each stone pillar. When Ling Qingxue heard Xia Ruofei say that the time formation was ineffective, her heart was already in her mouth. After Xia Ruofei said a few words to her, he went straight into the stone pillar array. Her gaze naturally followed Xia Ruofei's to the stone pillar array. To Ling Qingxue, the stone pillar array was so densely packed that just the distribution of the stone pillars was enough to make her dizzy, not to mention the fact that each stone pillar had different levels of complexity of array patterns on it. It could be said that Ling Qingxue knew nothing about arrays. To her, seeing those array patterns was no different from reading a heavenly book. Hence, in this stage, she could only watch from the side. She could not even give Xia Ruofei any advice. The messy array patterns in Ling Qingxue's eyes were like treasures in Xia Ruofei's eyes. It was as if he had opened up a new world. Xia Ruofei's array skills were considered high in the modern cultivation world. After all, due to the change in the cultivation environment and the collective concealment of high-level cultivators, there had been a shortage of talents in the cultivation world hundreds of years ago, and the inheritance had been cut off. Even if there were a few talented cultivators in the array Dao, without a good teacher and enough books, it was impossible for them to become successful by themselves. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei had obtained a large number of array diagrams and ancient array books from the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. He had also spent time sorting out and studying these array theories. His starting point was much higher than other cultivators in the modern cultivation world. But even so, when Xia Ruofei saw the complicated stone pillar array in front of him, he could not help but feel that it was unfathomable. The distribution of these stone pillars contained very profound array Dao laws, and when combined with the array patterns on each stone pillar, there were even more changes. Xia Ruofei could basically confirm that the fifth level of the trial pagoda was a test of a cultivator's array Dao level. Even though the first segment of the mission, which was to pass through the star fern thorn ring, seemed to have nothing to do with array Dao, when he thought about it, using a large-scale flame area attack array should be the only way to crack the star fern thorn ring. Of course, there were also cultivators at the original infant stage or higher who could rely on their own strength to break through. However, Xia Ruofei was also very clear that if a nascent soul stage cultivator or even higher came to the fifth level of the Tower of Trials, the difficulty of the star fern thorn ring would definitely not be like what he had encountered. Every test in the Tower of Trials was tailored for the cultivator's cultivation level. It would not be so easy to pass. In the second part of the quest, he needed to use a flame attack spell formation with a small area. If he continued to use the spell formation from the first part of the quest, he would not have enough time. In the first and second parts of the task, there was also a possibility that a cultivator might not understand the theory of array Dao at all, but he was a treasure boy with ready-made array flags on him or a one-time magic weapon that could create a large number of flame attacks. He could also pass the test. However, in the third segment of the mission, they couldn't compete with their wealth. There was no chance of taking advantage of the situation. They could only rely on their solid basic knowledge of array Dao to make a judgment. When Xia Ruofei thought of this, he couldn't help but click his tongue. The scope of this trial pagoda's test was really comprehensive. Even if one could pass the first few stages by luck, once they reached the fifth level, most cultivators who did not have a solid foundation in array Dao would probably stop at the third stage of the mission. At the very least, among the people who entered the mystic realm this time, it was likely that more than half of them would not be able to pass this segment of the test. This included people like Ling Qingshuo, who had no knowledge of arrays at all. Of course, Ling Qingshuo's luck was good enough to meet up with Xia Ruofei in advance. The two of them could move together after that. As long as Xia Ruofei could pass this level, Ling Qingshuo could be guaranteed entry to the next level of the trial pagoda. Xia Ruofei cleared his mind and started to study the stone pillar array. He wasn't confident, but the stone pillar array was very exquisite and complicated. It was far more complicated than any array he had ever set up. Even among the array diagrams that Xia Ruofei had, there was no array that could be compared to the stone pillar needle in complexity. Therefore, even if he could not complete the task, he could still study the stone pillar array for 10 hours. It would be a great boost to his array Dao level. The quest itself was a great opportunity. This design concept seemed to run through all the quests in the Tower of Trials. At least so far, the quests in the first few levels of the Tower of Trials were all like this. Xia Ruofei didn't study the formation patterns at first. Instead, he analyzed the height, distribution, and relative positions of each stone pillar. The more he looked at it, the more he felt it was exquisite, and he couldn't help but secretly praise it. The Tao of formations was as vast as the ocean. Only by entering this ocean would one be able to feel the vastness of the ocean even deeper. For someone who didn't know anything about arrays, he couldn't understand it at all. They were both formations, but the difference between the two could be infinitely close. Xia Ruofei studied it for about half an hour. The distribution of the array, the shape, position, and direction of each stone pillar were all engraved in his mind. He also began to have a rough and direct understanding of the stone pillar array. At least, he already had a vague outline in his heart. However, the designer's array skills were much better than his, and there were many possibilities for the stone pillar array. Hence, Xia Ruofei could only make a rough guess and was far from finding a breakthrough. Then, Xia Ruofei didn't continue to study the position of the formation. Instead, he started to study the formation patterns on each stone pillar. According to his own rough understanding, he numbered these stone pillars in his mind, and then began to study the formation patterns on the first stone pillar. As soon as he entered the study of formation patterns, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be amazed. If there was enough time, Xia Ruofei was even willing to stay in the array without eating or drinking. He would be happy to study the array patterns on the stone pillars day and night. Unknowingly, Xia Ruofei was immersed in the array patterns on the stone pillars and was completely unaware of everything that was happening outside. Ling Qingxue, who was standing outside the array of stone pillars, saw Xia Ruofei standing in front of a stone pillar in a daze. Sometimes he was deep in thought, sometimes he was excited, sometimes he was frowning, and sometimes he even involuntarily stretched out his fingers and gestured as if he was possessed. She couldn't help but worry. However, she knew that she shouldn't disturb Xia Ruofei at this time, so she suppressed her worry and looked around vigilantly to prevent any danger from appearing. With Xia Ruofei's current state, if anything dangerous happened in the outside world, he would probably not react because he was completely immersed in it. Xia Ruofei's current state was something that could only be encountered by luck. Even he himself did not realize that in this process, his array Tao level was advancing by leaps and bounds. If the array Tao was a huge book, then no one would know how thick it was until it was opened. Even if some people had flipped through a few pages, they could not judge how rich the content of the book was. Only after reading to a certain extent would they have a heartfelt admiration for the vast content of the book. There was some knowledge that the more one learned, the more one would realize their ignorance. Knowing that he didn't know was in itself a kind of improvement in realm. At this moment, Xia Ruofei had already reached such a realm. It was just that he was so engrossed in it that he did not realize it. Xia Ruofei's reading speed varied, but in general, as his understanding of arrays deepened, his reading speed became faster and faster. In the beginning, he could meditate in front of a stone pillar for more than 10 minutes, or even dozens of minutes. Some of the stone pillars were shorter, but it took at least a few minutes. However, as he continued to advance, he could basically see a stone pillar in 2 or 3 minutes. Some of the formation patterns on the stone pillars were relatively simple, and he could even understand them with a glance. He immediately stepped forward to the next stone pillar. Just like that, Xia Ruofei advanced faster and faster. When he reached the last few stone pillars, he did not stop at all. He only glanced at them, thought for a moment, and then walked to the next stone pillar. Even so, it took Xia Ruofei more than 6 hours to finish reading all the array patterns on the stone pillars. When he finished looking at the formation patterns on the last stone pillar, he seemed to wake up from a dream. He didn't even remember how he had passed through the entire stone pillar array to reach this end. When Xia Ruofei turned back to look at the stone pillars, his entire body trembled. He quickly stepped onto the Tsushuang flying sword and flew back to Ling Qingshue's side. "Qingxue, are you all right?" Xia Ruofei asked. "I'm fine. It's just a little boring," Ling Qingshuo said. "But you've been acting like you've been possessed for the past 6 hours. It's quite scary." Xia Ruofei touched his nose in embarrassment and said, "I don't know what happened just now, but one was completely immersed in the world of formations and couldn't sense anything outside." When Xia Ruofei returned to her senses, she could check the mission time on her perception mirror and the mission bar's countdown timer. With a glance, she knew that there were more than 3 hours left. When he realized that he had been researching for 6 hours, the first thing he thought of was whether Ling Qingshuo was in danger. Although the dangers they had encountered so far had all come from the star fern thorn that could not move on its own, no one dared to guarantee that there were no other dangers. If anything happened to Ling Qingshuo in these 6 hours, Xia Ruofei would blame himself to death. Seeing Ling Qingshuo standing outside the stone pillar array safe and sound, Xia Ruofei finally let out a long sigh of relief. Ling Qingshuo looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, "Ruofei, how's your research going?" "I can only say there's a slight lead," Xia Ruofei said. "Qingshuo, I'll go in and continue. You haven't rested for such a long time, you should sit down and rest for a while." Ling Qingshuo said hurriedly. "It's okay, I'm not tired." Xia Ruofei grinned. Ling Qingshuo also knew that every second was precious, and Xia Ruofei looked very energetic. She said helplessly, "All right then. If you're tired, you can stop and rest for a while. Don't work too hard." "I know," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. When Xia Ruofei stepped into the stone pillar array again, he felt completely different from the last time. Although there were no changes to the stone pillar array, Xia Ruofei could see that there were invisible lines connecting the stone pillars together. From this perspective, the stone pillar array was actually a whole. Although Xia Ruofei was far from understanding the entire formation, he had already understood most of the formation patterns. When he observed the stone pillars again, he saw colorful lines that connected the stone pillars together in a complicated way. Those colorful lines were naturally formed by the array patterns. Xia Ruofei started to deduce the array in his mind. The stone pillar array became even more unpredictable to him. The array formed by the stone pillars and array patterns could be combined in many ways. Each combination was equivalent to a version. What Xia Ruofei had to do now was to find all the versions and make an evaluation. As for the grooves that were exactly the same size as the star fern thorn soul essence, Xia Ruofei was trying his best to find their pattern. Besides having the same shape, these grooves were not evenly distributed. Xia Ruofei did not understand the use of the star fern thorn soul essence, so he could only make a reasonable guess about the soul essence that could be placed in the groove. He had never seen the star fern soul essence before, so he naturally didn't know the characteristics of this soul essence. Thus, he could only make a rough and logical judgment. With Xia Ruofei's array skills, he felt that there were only two functions of the star fern soul essence in the entire array. The first possibility was that it could be used as an ordinary wire to connect the array patterns. The second possibility was that after the star fern thorn soul essence was embedded in the groove, it became a source of energy and played a role similar to spirit crystals and origin crystals. Hence, when Xia Ruofei was analyzing the formation, he had to consider both possibilities. This way, the possibility of the formation was even higher. Xia Ruofei stood at the center of the stone pillar array and quickly calculated in his mind. He brought in all kinds of possibilities and analyzed them. Then, he tried to deduce what kind of changes would happen to the array if a certain groove was placed with the star fern thorn soul essence. The process was naturally very boring, but Xia Ruofei enjoyed it. The first thing he could be sure of was that the star fern thorn soul essence didn't only act as a link. It probably provided energy to the array like an origin crystal. On this basis, he began to analyze step by step where he should add the star fern soul essence and how to maximize the array's efficiency. There were thousands of grooves on the stone pillars for embedding the star fern thorn soul essence. In theory, there were many possible ways to embed the star fern thorn soul essence in different grooves. This number would be very large, even infinitely large compared to the number of deductions a person could make in a limited time. Even if Xia Ruofei's spiritual power increased by a few times, it was impossible to turn his brain into a supercomputer. Even if it was a supercomputer, it could not complete such a huge amount of calculations in such a short time. Hence, Xia Ruofei had given up on using the exhaustive method to calculate the best combination. He was using his own understanding of array Dao, the stone pillar array, and the array patterns. After combining these factors, he could actually eliminate most of the combinations. On this basis, he substituted the star fern soul essence for analysis, and the amount of calculation was naturally much less. However, this was also relative. In fact, in such a short period of time, he had to calculate a lot of data, so much so that he himself did not have absolute confidence in finding the best solution. Xia Ruofei stood in the middle of the stone pillar formation, unmoving. However, his brain was working at full speed, deducing all kinds of possibilities in his mind. Such a huge and complicated array involved all kinds of array knowledge. Xia Ruofei's array knowledge seemed to be a little lacking. He felt slightly strained, but every time he deduced, his understanding of array Dao would improve. As time passed, Xia Ruofei's thoughts became clearer. He began to draw in the air with his hand, and the expression on his face kept changing. The array runes that Xia Ruofei had created with his spiritual energy seemed to have substance. They flowed out from Xia Ruofei's fingertips and stayed in the air for a second or two before slowly dissipating. Ling Qingxue saw Xia Ruofei's actions and knew that he was very engrossed. She did not understand the meaning of the lines drawn by his fingers. In the majestic hall of the hidden space filled with purple spiritual energy, the elder in the green Taoist robe had a surprised look on his face. Ling Qingxue could not understand the meaning of the lines that Xia Ruofei had drawn casually, but the elder in the green Taoist robe understood everything with a single glance. The green-robed old man's expression of admiration grew more and more intense. He chuckled and muttered to himself. Didn't expect this little guy's comprehension in the array Dao to be much higher than one imagined. Xia Ruofei was almost in a state of complete oblivion. After comparing countless combinations in his mind, he finally selected 3 combinations. These should be the three most optimal combinations for the array. However, Xia Ruofei couldn't tell which one was better. Although the mission description said that as long as the rating was good, it would be considered a pass, and Xia Ruofei was confident that any of the three combinations could meet the good standard. He had always pursued perfection. Since there was a chance to get a higher rating, why should he make do with it? Moreover, there was still about half an hour left for the mission, and he could still do some more analysis, so he was not in a hurry. However, the three combinations he picked out in the end were really on par. He simulated it many times in his mind, but he still felt that there was no obvious difference. The effect should be similar. At this time, most people would choose one of them to make sure the mission was completed. However, Xia Ruofei seemed to be stuck in a dilemma. He knew that the three combinations would not have the same effect. There must be the best combination. Xia Ruofei was in a difficult position. Time continued to pass by. Ling Qingxue could not help but feel anxious. The time for the mission was almost up, but there seemed to be no progress on Xia Ruofei's side. However, she did not dare to disturb Xia Ruofei. She could only stand by the side and worry. Her fingers unconsciously clenched her clothes until her knuckles turned white, but she did not notice. Xia Ruofei put his hand into his pocket and touched a star fern-thorn soul essence. At this moment, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind, causing him to shiver. Then, all kinds of thoughts emerged in his mind. He suddenly remembered that he had obtained a star fern-thorn soul essence on the way here. In other words, he could use not 10 star fern-thorn soul essences, but 11. With an additional star fern-thorn soul essence, there would be many more possibilities. In the past few hours, Xia Ruofei had been studying the stone pillar array. He had a clear understanding of the grooves where the star fern-thorn soul essence was embedded. Thus, when he realized that he still had one more star fern-thorn soul essence, he naturally thought of many possibilities. There were a few combinations that he had eliminated, but if he added a star fern-thorn soul essence, the effect would be greatly different. Just like that, Xia Ruofei's brain was spinning rapidly as he filtered out the possible combinations. Of course, the speed was much faster this time, because most of the eliminated combination methods had barely satisfactory effects even if a star fern-thorn soul essence was added in. Some of them were even better off not adding it. Hence, Xia Ruofei quickly came up with 5 combinations, including the 3 that he had previously selected. Xia Ruofei did a comprehensive analysis of the 5 combinations under the premise of placing the 11 star fern-thorn soul essences. He would sometimes frown, sometimes smile, and sometimes even look confused. When the countdown in the perceptual mirror reached the last 5 minutes, Xia Ruofei finally got what he thought was the best answer. There was not enough time for him to do any more tests. Xia Ruofei had already gone through these plans in his head. Therefore, he didn't do any more unnecessary calculations or practice. He directly jumped up and jumped on the flying sword of the Tsushuang floating to the side. When Ling Qingxue saw this, she was overjoyed. She couldn't help but ask, "Are you Fei, you already have the answer, right?" Xia Ruofei turned around and smiled at Ling Qingxue. "Yes, it should be a better solution. Don't worry." With that, Xia Ruofei formed a sword art. The Tsushuang flying sword immediately drew an arc and flew towards a stone pillar in the distance. Without hesitation, Xia Ruofei took out a star fern-thorn soul essence and inserted it into a groove on the side of the stone pillar. At this moment, Xia Ruofei did not know that in a hidden space enshrouded in purple qi, an elder in a green Taoist robe was watching his every move with interest through a mirror. When he embedded the first star fern thorn into the groove of the stone pillar, the eyes of the elder in the green Taoist robe lit up slightly and his face revealed a trace of approval. Without any hesitation, Xia Ruofei controlled the Tsushuang flying sword and flew towards another stone pillar at the other end of the formation. Then, without any hesitation, he embedded a star fern thorn soul essence into the groove at the top of the stone pillar and flew to the next stone pillar. The third one. The fourth one. The fifth one. Xia Ruofei was certain of his answer. Without any hesitation, he quickly inserted the star fern thorn soul essence into a groove on one of the stone pillars. Very quickly, he had installed all 10 star fern thorn soul essences. Whether it was the green, robed elder in the hidden space or Ling Qingshui who was outside the stone pillar array, they all thought that Xia Ruofei had completed all his actions. Unexpectedly, Xia Ruofei took out the last star fern thorn soul essence from his pocket. It was the one he had obtained by accident on his way here. Then, he rode the Tsushuang flying sword and flew towards the last stone pillar. His target was still very clear as he went straight for it. The green, robed elder saw that Xia Ruofei was still holding a star fern thorn soul essence in his hand and was running towards his last target without hesitation. He could not help but sit up straight and his eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. When Xia Ruofei accurately found the last stone pillar and inserted the star fern soul essence into the groove on the side of the stone pillar, the elder in the green Taoist robe could not suppress his joy and even laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Excellent. Xia Ruofei's expression was calm. After inserting the last star fern thorn soul essence, he left the stone pillar array on his flying sword and returned to Ling Qingshui's side. Then, he casually made a hand seal and waved it out. After this magic art entered the stone pillar in the center of the stone pillar array, the entire array suddenly lit up. Streams of light flowed through the incomparably complicated array patterns. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be stirred by a large hand, spinning rapidly with the operation of the array. This, the green robed elder was shocked. This kid's comprehension of array Tao is so high that it's simply shocking. He can already activate this earth-level array with his early, stage golden core cultivation. Ling Qingshui held Xia Ruofei's arm tightly and asked, "Are you Ruofei, you? Have you succeeded?" Xia Ruofei did not look at Ling Qingshui. He was staring at the beams of light in the formation and felt the pulse of the formation. Without turning his head, he said, "Qingshui, this formation is extremely profound. Even though I've tried my best, I've only managed to get a glimpse of it. Therefore, I don't know if I'm qualified according to the evaluation standards of that senior almighty. You'll definitely pass." Ling Qingshui said, "With your array skills, if you can't pass this mission, then I think no one can." In Ling Qingshui's eyes, Xia Ruofei would always be the best, so it was not surprising that she would say this. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This is called, in the eyes of the beholder, the West lies. In the eyes of the beholder. It's not an objective and rational evaluation. Whether or not we can pass this mission's test will still depend on the evaluation standards of the Senior Almighty. Anyway, one think you're the best." Ling Qingshui chuckled. At this moment, the light in the stone pillar array gradually weakened. Soon, the last ray of light was in the process of moving and slowly disappeared from Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshua's sight. Ling Qingxue looked at the silent stone pillar array and couldn't help but ask, "Are you Ruofei? Why did the formation stop?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I've said it before. I've only grasped the surface of this formation. I've already exceeded my level by forcefully activating the formation. I can't stabilize the formation at the moment. Moreover, this obviously requires a large amount of star fernthorn soul essence. I've already given away all my stock." One believe you," Ling Qingxue said. "Who cares if the array has stopped or not? We just have to wait for the results." After Xia Ruofei heard Ling Qingshue's words, he couldn't help but smile and held her soft hands. The two of them interlocked their fingers and looked at the stone pillar array that had already returned to silence. At this moment, a ray of light lit up in the middle of the stone pillar array and began to flow along the periphery of the stone pillar array. Then, the second, the third. After a while, the stone pillar array's outermost ring was already surrounded by this light. The light was flowing rapidly, and its color was slowly darkening. Finally, it turned purple, completely enveloping the stone pillar array. Xia Ruofei was dumbfounded as he looked at the stone pillar array in the purple light. Ling Qingxue, who didn't know what was going on, smiled and said, "Are you Ruofei, so you had a backup plan? One really thought that the formation had stopped. You don't say, this purple flowing light is quite good looking. This isn't me," Xia Ruofei said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Who else could it be if not you?" "I?" Ling Qingxue laughed and said, "There's no one else on the 5th level of the trial pagoda. Other than you, it's me. But I'm very sure that I didn't even move just now, so isn't the answer clear? It could also be that the array is working on its own," Xia Ruofei said weakly. However, Ling Qingxue obviously did not believe this explanation and still thought that Xia Ruofei was joking with her. So, after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, she could not help but laugh and said, "Please. The next time you lie, can you please come up with a more reliable reason?" Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and decided not to explain further. The purple light quickly revolved around the stone pillar array for a while and then its color began to slowly darken and finally disappeared completely. The moment the purple light disappeared, a new message appeared in the mission bar in Xia Ruofei's perceptual mirror. The Trial Pagoda's 5th level chain mission, 3rd round, after evaluation. Your combination has reached the perfect level, purple level. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the Trial Pagoda's 5th level mission. Xia Ruofei's heart was finally at ease. Even though he had deduced it countless times, he still could not be absolutely sure that his judgment was correct. Now that he saw the mission prompt, Xia Ruofei knew that the combination he had chosen had passed the test. At the same time, he could vaguely guess what the purple light that appeared at the end was. It turned out that this was used to assess the completion of a mission. It was estimated that the color of the light would be different according to the completion rate. Purple represented the perfect level, but he didn't know what the other colors represented. Anyway, Xia Ruofei wouldn't have the chance to see it. Ling Qingxue saw that Xia Ruofei was suddenly in a daze and could not help but ask, "Ruofei, what's wrong?" Xia Ruofei turned to look at Ling Qingxue and suddenly smiled brightly. He said, "Qingxue. One just received the mission completion notification. We have succeeded. And it even received the highest rating." Ling Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then she jumped up in joy and said, I knew it, Ruofei, you're the best. There's nothing that can stump you. I'll feel embarrassed if you praise me like that, Xia Ruofei winked and said, even though you're telling the truth. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but burst out laughing. You bastard. You've grown thick-skinned. Then, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but say, the missions in the Tower of Trials are really difficult. One don't know about the others, but without your help. Even if I'm lucky enough to make it to the 5th level, 1 foot 11 inches definitely be eliminated, Xia Ruofei nodded in agreement and said, the Trial Pagoda's tests are more comprehensive. For example, this level tests a cultivator's understanding of arrays. The first few levels also tested different aspects. This requires that the cultivators who enter the Tower of Trials must be well-rounded. Otherwise, if they encounter something they're weak in, even if the cultivator is very strong in other aspects, they can't avoid the fate of being eliminated. Ling Qingxue held Xia Ruofei's arm and smiled. I'm hitching a ride. Maybe if I follow you, 1 foot 11 inches, be guaranteed to the highest floor. Xia Ruofei laughed and said. Don't even have much confidence in myself. After all, compared to other cultivators, one haven't been in the world of cultivation for long, so one can't be considered to be very comprehensive. If the content of the test is something I don't understand at all, then one can only try my best to catch it. Ling Qingxue giggled and said, I believe you. With your ability, even if you learn it on the spot, you'll definitely be much stronger than others. Oh, are you? Oh. Fei, Ling Qingxue continued, you've completed all the quests on the 5th level of the Trial Pagoda. Are there any rewards? Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, in the previous prompt, it said that there will be a reward. Moreover, the higher the completion rate of the 3rd part of the mission, the more generous the rewards would be. Logically speaking, I should have received the highest reward since my completion was rated as perfect. However, there hasn't been any reaction so far. Don't worry, this Trial Pagoda must have been set up by a very powerful senior. Since he said there will be a reward, then you will definitely be rewarded. Ling Qingxue said with a smile. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, that makes sense. A senior expert definitely wouldn't go back on his words. In the hidden space enshrouded in purple mist, the green-robed elder who was kneeling in the grand hall couldn't help but laugh when he heard Xia Ruofei's words. This little kid. Your eyes are only focused on that little bit of profit, how can such vision be regarded as a big deal? After he finished speaking, the elder in the green Taoist robe couldn't help but sigh and mumble to himself, but you can't blame this child. We old people left in a hurry, which led to the loss of many inheritances. The environment of the cultivation world is also deteriorating day by day. This child was so happy to receive a few hundred origin crystals, it can be seen how much suffering he had to go through. If other people in the world of cultivation heard what the green-robed elder said, they would definitely spit out blood. Xia Ruofei was already one of the richest people in the world of cultivation. His life had never been tight. If Xia Ruofei had suffered a lot, then how could the other low-level cultivators who were struggling at the bottom have a good life? Ling Qingxue was the same as Xia Ruofei. They had no idea that their every move was being watched by the elder in the green Taoist robe. She looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, Ruofei, what do we do next? Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, the entrance to the 6th level of the Trial Pagoda has been opened. It's marked on my map. However, one don't want to go there yet. Ah? Why? Ling Qingxue asked, curiously. Xia Ruofei smiled and pointed at the stone pillar array in front of him. This is an incomparably profound formation technique, more exquisite than any formation technique one know of. Just now, in order to complete the mission, one did some research on this formation technique, but it's still very superficial. It's mainly from the perspective of completing the mission, a rough study of the general direction. Now that the mission has been completed, and we haven't been teleported out, it's a good opportunity for me to learn array Dao. If one don't take this opportunity to study this formation, wouldn't I be returning empty-handed from a treasure mountain? That makes sense. Ling Qingxue smiled sweetly, then said obediently, I'll listen to you. We're not in a hurry. Xia Ruofei patted Ling Qingxue's hand and said, it's just that one feel bad for making you wait for a long time every time. Ling Qingxue chuckled and said, you'll be able to easily pass the test after waiting for a while. Where else can you find such a good thing? Others wouldn't even have the chance to wait. Hurry up and go. 1 foot 11 inches watch some shows. When I'm bored. Xia Ruofei's eyes widened slightly, and he said, there's internet signal here? Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, Uncle, there's a function called cache, okay? Don't tell me you don't even know this? Xia Ruofei patted his forehead and said, I'm a little dizzy from all the work, the electricity. Just as he said that, Xia Ruofei immediately waved his hand and said, it must be a power bank, right? You're smart. Ling Qingxue said. All right then. Xia Ruofei said, actually, I'm just curious. On our long journey to the moon, you still haven't finished the drama series you saved. How much did you save? Ling Qingxue pouted and said, none of your business. Hurry up and go learn your array. With that, Ling Qingxue pushed Xia Ruofei in the direction of the stone pillar array. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I'll walk by myself. I'll walk on my own. Don't push me. Xia Ruofei directly stepped on the Zhuang flying sword and flew into the stone pillar array. He found a place and sat down cross-legged, then released his spiritual power and began to slowly study this exquisite array. Previously, due to the time limit of the mission, Xia Ruofei could not study it in depth. He only had a superficial understanding of the array patterns on most of the stone pillars. After figuring out the general function, he immediately turned to study the other stone pillars. Now that the mission was completed, Xia Ruofei could study it slowly without any pressure. Naturally, this feeling was much better than before. Xia Ruofei calmed himself down and felt that the formation patterns on the stone pillars were extremely mysterious. He was beaming with joy and his hands couldn't help but move around. His mind was spinning quickly as he compared the information contained in the formation patterns with the formation theories he had previously grasped. He instantly felt that he had benefited a lot. As Xia Ruofei studied the stone pillars one by one, the function of the stone pillar array became clearer. It was because he had a deeper understanding of this formation that Xia Ruofei felt its profoundness. Xia Ruofei, who was immersed in the study of formations, did not notice the passage of time. On the 5th floor of the trial pagoda, there was no change in day and night. Even Ling Qingxue, who was sitting outside the formation and watching dramas out of boredom, did not know how long Xia Ruofei had been inside. The puzzle of the stone pillar formation in Xia Ruofei's mind was getting more complete, and his reading speed was getting faster. Of course, this was also related to the fact that his array Dao level had been constantly improving during the research process. Finally, Xia Ruofei slowly stood up, his eyes shining with surprise. The complexity of this stone pillar array was beyond his imagination. After understanding the principle and function of this array, he was also amazed. This stone pillar array was actually an array that aided cultivation. Xia Ruofei couldn't imagine that such a complicated formation was not used to kill or trap enemies, but to assist in cultivation. The complexity of this stone pillar array was not an appropriate example. If the arrays that Xia Ruofei had mastered in the past were a household computer, then this array was definitely a supercomputer. It was one of the world's leading supercomputers. It was too extravagant to use such a formation to aid his cultivation. Xia Ruofei was considered one of the richest people in the cultivation world. Some sects might not even have as many cultivation resources as Xia Ruofei even after 100 years of accumulation. However, when he saw this array, he could not help but be shocked. Of course, the function of such a formation that assisted cultivation was naturally not just to simply gather spiritual qi. Xia Ruofei had yet to fully understand the function and principle of the formation, but the parts that he could analyze had already made him secretly admire Qianqian. If his judgment was correct, when the formation was truly activated, not only would it gather a large amount of spiritual energy, it would also have many auxiliary functions. For example, it would automatically train the body of the cultivator within the formation. If one cultivated in the formation for a long time, one's body would be unconsciously trained. In Xia Ruofei's eyes, this function was already quite heaven-defying. In addition, from the current array patterns, this array could also nourish the spiritual body of the cultivator inside the array and play a role in promoting the growth of spiritual power. Take Xia Ruofei, who was in the golden core stage, as an example. When he cultivated in the formation, his spiritual power would grow several times faster than when he did not have the formation. Although it wasn't as fast, simple, and crude as directly absorbing the yellow jade essence, it won in the long run, and it didn't need to consume any cultivation resources. It was enough to just activate the formation, so the consumption was naturally much less. Other than tempering the physical body and nourishing the spirit body, this formation had many other auxiliary functions. For example, the effect of calming one's heart. In the array, the cultivator could focus his mind faster and greatly reduce the risk of heart demon invasion, which greatly reduced the probability of qi deviation. In addition, cultivators' thoughts would be more agile in the array. They might not be able to understand the content after reading it a few times, but they could quickly understand it in the array. Xia Ruofei looked at the stone pillar array, his heart full of admiration and envy. It seemed that before the deterioration of the environment, the cultivation world really had many resources that the current cultivators could not even imagine. If such an array was placed in a sect and maintained for a long time, it would be of great help to the sect's disciples when they cultivated. Xia Ruofei admired the mysterious array for a while longer before he had an idea. He waved at Ling Qingxue and shouted, "Qingxue, come in for a moment." Hearing that, Ling Qingxue put the tablet and power bank into her storage ring, then walked straight into the stone pillar array. "What's wrong?" Ling Qingxue asked. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Come. Sit down first. 1. Called you over, because one wants you to experience this awesome formation up close. Ling Qingxue didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she said, but one don't know anything about arrays. No matter how close you are, you still can't understand it. Xia Ruofei smiled. TT doesn't matter if you don't understand it. You'll use it, right? Ah? What do you mean? Ling Qingxue asked. You've guessed it, right? Xia Ruofei chuckled. I'm almost done studying this array. It's time for you to enjoy it. With that, Xia Ruofei took out a handful of spiritual crystals from the spirit map space. With a wave of his hand, the spiritual crystals flew out and landed accurately in each groove that he had marked. As for the star, fern-thorn soul essence, that was embedded in the stone pillar, Xia Ruofei did not understand what it was used for and what effect it would have if it was placed in an array. Hence, he decided to ignore it for the time being. Xia Ruofei briefly explained some of the characteristics of the formation to Ling Qingxue. After listening to it, Ling Qingxue was also secretly speechless. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath, formed a hand seal, and waved his hand. When the technique was inserted into the stone pillar at the core of the array, the stone pillar array began to glow. Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that his mind was clearer. This was obviously the effect of the calming heart function. Xia Ruofei felt the operation of the formation for a while. Then smiled and said, Qingxue, sit down and cultivate for a while. He could feel that the spiritual qi was also gathering towards the array, and this was only using the lowest level of spiritual crystals. This array could only be activated with spiritual crystals at the very least, and there were not enough spiritual stones at all. And using origin crystals or even more precious concentrated energy, the effect of the formation would naturally be much better. Ling Qingxue had always listened to Xia Ruofei. She immediately sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate quietly in the stone pillar array. Xia Ruofei sat down as well. As he circulated the Great Tao technique, he took out the energy storage pearl and started to slowly pour in his energy. As Ling Qingxue's cultivation level was still relatively low and her spiritual power was far inferior to Xia Ruofei's, she did not feel it very clearly. Even so, she still felt that cultivating in this stone pillar array was much more efficient than usual. She couldn't even sense the effect of the array, but she felt that her mind was more clear than before, and her cultivation was so smooth. As for Xia Ruofei, he had analyzed the formation himself, and his cultivation was close to the intermediate stage of the golden elixir realm. His spiritual power had also improved by leaps and bounds, so he could feel it more clearly. When he was cultivating, he felt as if there was a warm stream of air that was constantly nourishing his physical and spiritual body. His mind was much clearer than usual, and his cultivation of the Great Tao Sutra was also much smoother than usual. The spiritual qi in the space of the trial pagoda was already very rich. When he reached the 5th floor of the trial pagoda, the concentration of spiritual qi here was no less than that of the Peach Blossom Island. The stone pillar array also had the function of gathering spiritual qi, so the concentration of spiritual qi here was even higher very soon. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue naturally did not hold back. They started to absorb and cultivate. Xia Ruofei also took the opportunity to pour his energy into the energy storage pearl. After all, this was free spiritual energy. With the help of the stone pillar array, the spiritual energy seemed to have been purified and it was easier to absorb. Naturally, Xia Ruofei was more motivated to absorb it. All in all, Xia Ruofei had a simple experience and realized that the stone pillar formation was a comprehensive aid to cultivation. It was conceivable that if such an array could be set up in a sect, it would greatly improve the overall strength of the sect. However, Xia Ruofei knew that this was just a thought. In the trial pagoda, not even a puppet's corpse could be stored in the storage space. The precious topaz essence could only be absorbed on the spot. Once the time for the mission was up, it would be transported away immediately. If it was not absorbed completely, it would be a waste no matter how much topaz essence it had. In this way, this stone pillar array was countless times more precious than the yellow jade essence. Moreover, the range was so wide, so it was even more impossible to secretly bring it out. Hence, Xia Ruofei was thinking of taking advantage of the situation. While he was still on the 5th level of the trial pagoda, he should quickly use the formation to cultivate. Otherwise, he would not be able to enjoy such thoughtful auxiliary services after he left. In the hidden space and shrouded in purple mist, the green-robed elder in the towering hall saw the scene in the mirror and couldn't help but laugh. He muttered to himself, "This little boy has really lived a lot of hard days, he doesn't even let go of such a small advantage. But this old man's time can't be wasted by you guys." The green-robed old man waved his hand as he spoke. On the 5th floor of the trial pagoda, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were cultivating to their hearts content, absorbing the spiritual qi from the stone pillar array. The stone pillar formation shook slightly. Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that the operation of the formation had slowed down. He immediately sensed it and opened his eyes in surprise. The scene in front of him made Xia Ruofei's eyes widen involuntarily. At this time, Ling Qingxue had also noticed the abnormality. She stopped cultivating and opened her eyes. At first glance, she could not help but exclaim softly. She looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, "Are you Ofei, what's going on? Could this formation be, even though the spiritual crystals that Xia Ruofei had inserted into the array were not used up yet, the stone pillar array had stopped working. This was equivalent to the array losing control. Furthermore, the entire stone pillar array started to tremble slightly. Then, under Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue's astonished gazes, the stone pillars slowly rose from the ground. Xia Ruofei grabbed Ling Qingxue's hand and was ready to take out the spirit map scroll at any time. If there was any danger, he would immediately hide in the spirit map space with Ling Qingxue. However, even though the rise of the stone pillars caused the entire wasteland to shake, there was no danger. In a short while, all the stone pillars had risen. They seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, quietly floating in the air, still maintaining the original form of the array. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but mutter to himself, could it be that the senior who built this tower of trials was so stingy that he didn't even give the junior a chance to use the array after the task was over and took it back in a hurry? But my spiritual crystals are still inside. It's confiscated just like that? That's too ruthless. In the space filled with purple qi, the purple-robed elder was so angry that he glared at Xia Ruofei and scolded, "Bullshit. Do one look like such a petty person?" After saying that, the purple-robed old man snorted coldly again. He waved his wide sleeves and cast a mysterious magic art. If one were to observe carefully, one would notice that although the purple-robed elder looked displeased, there was actually a hint of a smile in his eyes. Obviously, he was not really angry with Xia Ruofei. On the contrary, he admired Xia Ruofei more. When the elder in the green Taoist robe waved his sleeves and cast a new technique, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, who were on the 5th floor of the trial pagoda, suddenly realized that the stone pillar array had suddenly burst out with a strong light. The two of them subconsciously closed their eyes. However, Xia Ruofei quickly released his spiritual power to investigate and opened his eyes. His spiritual power was like a Clayox entering the sea, unable to find anything at all. To the naked eye, it was just a white light, which was very dazzling. Xia Ruofei could even see that there seemed to be stone pillars moving within the white light. He was simply dazed, and couldn't help but mumble to himself, could it be that these stone pillars have gained sentience? Ling Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. What nonsense are you talking about? Xia Ruofei said seriously, listen to my analysis. I'm the one controlling the stone pillar array. I put in spirit crystals to make the array work, but I didn't do anything else. However, the stone pillar array stopped on its own and now it's making such a big movement. If this isn't the array becoming sentient, what is it? I've heard that those very high-level arrays can produce an array spirit. Isn't that a spirit? It's just a different way of saying it. Really? You're not lying to me, right? Ling Qingxue asked, her face full of doubt. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I don't even know what's going on. Why would one lie to you? The existence of a formation spirit in high-level formations is the so-called Great Formation having a spirit. This is recorded in many ancient books. I'm not speaking nonsense. At this moment, the white light that wrapped around the stone pillar array began to weaken, as if it was about to disappear. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue naturally stopped bickering. The two of them looked in the direction of the stone pillar array in unison. Ling Qingxue held Xia Ruofei's hand tightly and said, Are you Ruofei? No matter what happens, you have to stay calm. After all, it's our biggest victory to pass this round. Xia Ruofei nodded and stared unblinkingly in the direction of the stone pillar array. The white light had weakened by quite a bit and was naturally not as glaring. Through the white light, Xia Ruofei was surprised to find that the stone pillars that formed the formation had all disappeared. Only 9 small flags stood quietly on the ground. What was this? This was beyond Xia Ruofei's knowledge. He was very clear that the stone pillars that formed the formation were real stone pillars. 1 to 2,000 stone pillars had disappeared after a few flashes of white light. Also, what's with this small flag? There were no flags in the formation just now. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to release his spiritual power to investigate, a line of words popped up in his perceptual mirror. Congratulations, you have received the highest reward from the Trial Pagoda's 5th level, a set of flags of the Swan and I Heaven formation. Xia Ruofei was stunned. He looked at the 9 flags on the ground. Sure enough, when his eyes fell on the 9 flags, their information immediately appeared in the field of vision of the perceptual mirror. The All-Heaven formation flag could be used to set up an Earth-grade formation, the All-Heaven formation. The highest heaven formation was a supplementary formation for cultivation, and its main function was. The perceptual mirror gave a very detailed introduction, and it even included the usage of 9 array flags. This time, Xia Ruofei's array skills had improved greatly. Moreover, this was only an array method, so it was not difficult for Xia Ruofei to master it. He had only taken a little look and had already mastered it. What surprised Xia Ruofei was that as long as the 9 array flags were placed in the right positions, they would immediately form the stone pillar array. To be more precise, it was called the Heavenly Luo Array. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, the name sounds domineering. It must be the meaning of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Does it mean that with the help of this formation, one can become an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial smoothly? This tone was a little too arrogant. The stone pillars could not have appeared out of thin air. Hence, the 9 array flags actually had a spatial storage effect. The stone pillars that formed the array formation were stored separately in the space of the array flags. As long as they were placed in the designated positions, a spell could be activated and the stone pillars would be released to a fixed position, forming the stone pillar array that Xia Ruofei had just seen. In addition, the array must also need energy to power, and the spatial storage function of the 9 array flags included the storage of energy such as spirit crystals and origin crystals. The user could store some spirit crystals or origin crystals in advance, so that when they needed to use the array, they could just throw out the array flag. As long as the spirit crystals or origin crystals were not exhausted, the array could continue to operate. It was indeed very convenient. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to try out the array flags, the perceptual mirror seemed to be able to guess what he was thinking. A line of words popped up almost at the same time. Please collect the reward and quickly head to the passageway entrance without delay. The highest heaven formation was not allowed to be used on the 5th level of the Tower of Trials, or it would be taken back. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Why was this request so weird? What was this about? However, the perceptual mirror would not lie. The information it released was timely and accurate. Hence, Xia Ruofei naturally would not try to break the rules. He made a decision after a little thought. Thus, he waved his hand and directly used his mental power to retrieve the 9 array flags. Then, with a thought, Xia Ruofei kept the 9 array flags into the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. Anything that could be stored in the space could be taken out directly. In other words, Xia Ruofei could bring this super awesome auxiliary cultivation formation back to Earth. The value of this formation alone was already difficult to estimate. Even if it was 1,000 or 10,000 origin crystals, it would not be as useful as the highest heaven formation. With thousands of origin crystals, one could indeed create one or even more experts. However, the influence of the Luotian formation on a sect was more positive, and it could continuously strengthen the foundation. These were two completely different realms. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei's mood became even better. Ling Qingxue saw that Xia Ruofei had put away the array flag and was surprised and happy. She held Xia Ruofei's arm and shouted happily, "Are you Ruofei? It's done. You put away all those flags." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Yup. This is the reward for our trial pagoda's 5th level. Those array flags can be used to set up the stone pillar array just now, which is extremely helpful for cultivation. We've really picked up a treasure this time. Xia Ruofei suddenly stopped. He had a strange look on his face. Qingxue, do you think, if I didn't stop and study this array thoroughly and activate it with spiritual crystals, one wouldn't have been able to get this reward? Ling Qingxue was also stunned when she heard this. After a long while, she said in an uncertain tone, "It should be like this?" Xia Ruofei immediately shouted, "This is too much. If one were to rush to the 6th floor as soon as one completed the mission, wouldn't I be missing out on such a powerful array? This scheme is too deep." Who said it wasn't? Ling Qingxue felt the same way. LT's the same for the 4th level of the trial pagoda. You've passed, but you can only get the reward on the 5th level. There are so many obstacles too. It's really a trap with every step. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, the seniors who designed these levels are really, in the hidden space and shrouded in purple mist. The old man in the green Taoist robe was overjoyed. He laughed and pointed at the mirror in front of him, saying to himself, little doll, how can my reward be so easy to get? Forget about the other elemental crystals and elemental storage pearls, but this highest heaven formation is an earth-grade formation. Not to mention you, a little Jindan, stage kid, even this old man would feel a bit of heartache if one were to give it away. On the 5th level of the trial pagoda, Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, it's a good thing I have a strong desire for knowledge. Qingxue, let's not talk about this. Let's hurry to the entrance of the 6th floor. I've already received a notification that we must hurry to the 6th floor's passageway without delay. It seems that it's impossible to cultivate on the 5th level of the trial pagoda. Then let's find the exit first. Ling Qingxue said. This time coming to the 5th level of the trial pagoda, the harvest can be considered not small. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, this set of highest heaven formation flags is more precious than all the previous gains combined. Xia Ruofei carried Ling Qingxue and jumped onto the Tsushuang flying sword. Then, they followed the instructions on the perceptual mirror map and flew in the direction of the passage to the 6th floor. Along the way, the two of them would occasionally come across starfern thorns. Xia Ruofei would habitually check them first, but they were all ordinary starfern thorns, so he would go around them and continue moving forward. After flying for about an hour, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue arrived at the spot of light indicated on the perceptual map. Actually, Xia Ruofei could see from afar that there were many starfern thorns growing here. These starfern thorns were no longer growing close to the ground. Instead, they were wrapped around like vines, forming the shape of an arch. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were both very familiar with the light screen at the entrance of the tunnel. It was inside this arched door. Seeing this, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but frown and ask, are you Ruofei? Could this be the entrance to the 6th floor? There are so many starfern thorns, why don't we go over? Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment. These starfern thorns form an arched door. We really can't use an array to burn it. What if the starfern thorns are burned out and the passageway is gone? Yep. Ling Qingxue said, frowning. Xia Ruofei landed his flying sword at a safe distance and said to Ling Qingxue, I'll go check out the situation first. You stay here and be careful. It's too dangerous for you to go there like this. Ling Qingxue said as she grabbed Xia Ruofei's hand. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, but we're already at the entrance of the passage. We can't just stop because of a few starfern thorns, can we? 1 foot 11 inches, go and investigate first. My cultivation level is higher than yours, so if there's any danger, I can handle it. Ling Qingxue had seen the power of the starfern's thorn. She held Xia Ruofei's hand and said, Ruofei, let's think of another way. It's too dangerous for you to go there so rashly. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, of course I have a way to save my life. You don't have to worry. And I feel that this starfern thorn is a little different from the ones we've encountered before. It gives me a peaceful feeling, as if it has been tamed. As for the specific situation, we still have to try to find out. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Ling Qingxue let go of her hand and said, then you must be careful. I know. Don't worry. Xia Ruofei smiled and patted the back of Ling Qingxue's hand. After Ling Qingxue let go of Xia Ruofei, he stepped onto the Tsushuang flying sword. and flew towards the arched door with full vigilance. He also released his mental force, constantly paying attention to the star fern thorns that formed an arched door. Before the star fern thorn launched an attack, there were also signs. For example, most of the star fern thorns would suddenly contract and then release thorns. If he used his spiritual power to investigate, he would be able to find the signs earlier. Xia Ruofei slowed down and advanced towards the arched door. He was on full alert, but the star fern thorns were very calm and had no intention of attacking. If Xia Ruofei could not sense the strong life force, he would have thought that these star fern thorns were fake. Not only could he sense the life force of the star fern thorn, but he could also sense a trace of a peaceful aura. This aura was not meant to ease Ling Qingshua's heart. Just like that, Xia Ruofei reached the arched door. He even reached out to touch the familiar screen. Those star fern thorns were still obediently standing there, with no intention of launching an attack. In the distance, Ling Qingxue was also holding her breath. She looked at Xia Ruofei without blinking. As Xia Ruofei got closer and closer to the arch, she became more and more nervous. Her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She only felt at ease when Xia Ruofei touched the light screen and flew back on his sword. Qingxue, it looks like these star fern thorns aren't aggressive. Let's go over directly, Xia Ruofei said. Ling Qingxue looked at the dense cluster of star fern thorns and still felt a little scared. However, she still nodded bravely and said, "All right." With Xia Ruofei by her side, she would feel much more at ease. Xia Ruofei held on to Ling Qingshue's soft hands and said, "Don't be afraid. If there's any danger, 1 foot 11 inches definitely be able to protect you. As long as you completely relax and don't resist, it'll be fine." Xia Ruofei would definitely have prepared for the worst. Once the star fern thorn suddenly attacked, he would definitely not be able to dodge and protect Ling Qingxue at the same time. Thus, he had to use the spirit map space. This was not the first time Xia Ruofei had reminded Ling Qingxue of this, so she simply nodded and said, "Understood. Then let's go." Xia Ruofei held Ling Qingshue's hand and stepped onto the Tsushuang flying sword. Then, they carefully flew in the direction of the arched door. Soon, the two of them entered the 20-meter range. According to Xia Ruofei's experience, this range was basically the attack range of the star fern thorn. When Xia Ruofei had flown over by himself, he was not too worried. Now that he had Ling Qingxue with him, he was honestly under a lot of pressure. He didn't dare to relax for even a moment. He pushed his mental power to the maximum and paid attention to the situation of every star fern thorn. The moment any of the star fern thorns showed signs of attacking, he would not hesitate to retreat. At the same time, he would immediately put Ling Qingxue into the spirit map space for protection. The star fern thorns had been releasing a peaceful aura the entire time. They swayed gently with the gentle breeze. If Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had not experienced the ferocity of the star fern thorns' attacks, they would have been confused by their appearance. Of course, the star fern thorn had indeed not launched any attacks so far. Xia Ruofei maintained a moderate speed and slowly approached the arch. He held on to Ling Qingshue's soft hands, and his palms were already slightly sweaty. Xia Ruofei wasn't afraid. He just felt pressured because he had to protect Ling Qingxue. It was as if the star fern thrust had changed its attitude. It completely ignored Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, who were already 2 to 3 meters away from them. It had no intention of attacking Xia Ruofei. looked at the screen of light that was right in front of him. He made up his mind and activated his flying sword. The speed of the Zhuang flying sword suddenly increased several times, instantly reaching its maximum speed. In the blink of an eye, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were riding on their flying swords and crashed into the light screen. A familiar sense of dizziness hit him, and soon Xia Ruofei felt his feet on the ground again. The first thing he did was to turn his head to the side. When he saw that Ling Qingxue was still by his side, and her soft hands were still tightly held by him, his heart finally relaxed. At this moment, Xia Ruofei finally had the time to observe his surroundings. He immediately released the blue immortal sword and controlled the blue immortal sword and the Zhuang flying sword to be on guard. Ling Qingxue took a deep breath and felt the rich spiritual qi in the surroundings. She then smiled and said, "Are you Ruofei? This is the trial pagoda's 6th level?" Xia Ruofei observed and said, "That should be right. Qingxue, the situation is still unclear, so we must be extremely careful. Don't get too far away from me." One no. Ling Qingxue said. Xia Ruofei saw that the two of them were at the peak of a tall mountain. Xia Ruofei could not tell how high the mountain was, because when he looked down, he could only see the clouds lingering halfway up the mountain. He could not see the foot of the mountain at all. He tried to use his spiritual power to investigate, but when his spiritual power entered the clouds, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, and he could not get any feedback at all. There was another strange thing about the mountain. There was no vegetation, not even a blade of grass, let alone trees. It was like a huge, towering rock. Moreover, this mountain was particularly steep. It was almost vertical, as if it had been cut by a huge sword. Such a terrain, if it was in the secular world on Earth, would definitely be the favorite of rock climbing enthusiasts. Even the best rock climber would find it difficult to climb up in such terrain. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but say in his heart, "If I didn't have the Zhuang flying sword and didn't know how to ride a flying sword, wouldn't I be trapped in this small area on the peak of the mountain the moment I reached the 6th floor?" He didn't know if any of the other cultivators in the exploration team could make it to this level, but if they didn't get a magic weapon like the Bent Frost flying sword in the Tower of Trials, they would have to spend a lot of effort to leave the mountain. Of course, if there were no other dangers, such terrain was not difficult for cultivators. Even if they could not ride a flying sword, as long as they were careful, climbing down was not a problem. Xia Ruofei looked into the distance. He realized that the clouds were not only lingering around the mountainside of the precipice mountain he was standing on, but they also extended into the distance like a thick white carpet. They extended to the end of his sight, forming a spectacular sea of clouds. In the sea of clouds, Xia Ruofei could vaguely see other peaks emerging from the sea of clouds. These mountains were of different heights, as if they were growing on the sea of clouds. Xia Ruofei felt that there should be more mountains, but they were too low and were completely covered by the sea of clouds. Besides the steep terrain, Xia Ruofei did not find any other danger. "Are you Ruofei? What do we do now?" Ling Qingxue had also observed the surrounding environment and couldn't help but ask. In confusion, Xia Ruofei said calmly, "Wait. Let's see what the mission for the 6th level of the Tower of Trials is." Xia Ruofei was clear that when the situation was unclear, it was better to stay where they were and wait patiently than to risk running around aimlessly. Once the content of the mission in the perceptual mirror's field of vision was announced, he could have a target in mind. Ling Qingxue nodded and looked at the vast sea of clouds. Don't have a good feeling about the clouds. When I look at the sea of clouds, I keep getting a sense of fear. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, something's not right. If we really want to enter the sea of clouds, we must be very careful. Of course, it's best if we don't go down and stay far away. Cultivators had an extraordinary sense of danger. Xia Ruofei had a stronger sense of danger than Ling Qingxue, so he had long felt that there was something wrong with the sea of clouds. In the perceptual mirror's field of view, there was still no new content in the mission bar. Xia Ruofei took out the formation flag of the highest heaven formation from the spirit map space and said with a smile, since we don't have any missions for now, let's not idle around. Let's cultivate for a while. With that, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and accurately inserted the array flags into their respective seats. Although the flagpoles were soft and the stones were hard, Xia Ruofei was able to insert the 9 array flags into the stones without much effort after he injected his vital qi. Then, Xia Ruofei casually cast a spell. Immediately, the formation flag began to tremble slightly. The blinding white light appeared again and surrounded the formation flag. It grew larger and larger, quickly expanding to a radius of about 3 kilometers. Xia Ruofei had already brought Ling Qingxue back to a certain distance. In fact, the top of the mountain was not very big. The area of 3 to 4 kilometers basically occupied most of the entire top of the mountain. When the dazzling white light gradually disappeared, the Luotian formation, which was formed by 1 to 2,000 stone pillars, gradually appeared in front of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had already stored a lot of spiritual crystals in the space of the array flag. So the array started to operate immediately. Xia Ruofei smiled at Ling Qingxue and said, "Go." Qingxue. The two of them walked into the formation hand in hand, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate their own cultivation techniques. While Xia Ruofei was cultivating the Great Tao Scroll, he was also constantly transferring his elemental energy to the elemental storage pearl. As he was stuck on the 5th level of the Tower of Trials, the elemental storage pearl had used up a lot of its elemental energy. Xia Ruofei had not been able to fill it up. There was no wind on the top of the mountain, and the surroundings were quiet. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had been cultivating for almost 2 hours. Xia Ruofei had just filled up the energy storage pearl and was ready to cultivate for a while more when a line of words appeared in the field of vision of the sensory mirror. In fact, Xia Ruofei really wanted to continue cultivating. With the help of the highest heaven formation, cultivation seemed to have become a very easy thing. With a clear mind, he was much more efficient than usual. However, Xia Ruofei was clear that his main goal was to complete the mission on the 6th level of the trial pagoda and try to reach the highest level. He had a faint feeling that if he could reach the top, he would obtain an unexpected and excellent opportunity. Therefore, he immediately stopped his cultivation and looked at the line of words in the field of vision of the perceptual mirror. Tower of Trials, Level 6 Quest, Hunt and kill a gold thread nether snake. Mission time, 6 hours. Xia Ruofei looked at the simple mission description and was a little stunned. There was no quantity requirement. In other words, he only needed to kill 1 gold thread nether snake to complete the mission? Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei did not feel relieved. Instead, he felt even more stressed. The mission had a time limit of 6 hours. If they couldn't complete the mission within this time, the result was obvious. They would be directly sent out of the Tower of Trials and would never have the chance to enter the higher levels of the training space. There was no quantity requirement, which meant that the mission was very difficult. They only needed to kill one gold thread nether snake in 6 hours. If it was easy, it wouldn't have been a mission for the trial tower's 6th floor. Xia Ruofei, what's wrong? Ling Qingxue couldn't help but ask when Xia Ruofei suddenly stopped talking. I've already received the Trial Pagoda's 6th level mission. It'll probably be more troublesome, Xia Ruofei said in a deep voice. Then, Xia Ruofei explained the mission to Ling Qingxue and said, I'm afraid this gold thread nether snake won't be easy to deal with. We need to be mentally prepared. Ling Qingxue nodded and said, definitely. Xia Ruofei, the time for the mission has started. We don't have time to think too much. Waiting here isn't a solution, we have to hurry. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Qingxue, you must follow me closely. Don't worry, if anything happens, I will ensure your safety first. I'm not as weak as you think. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, no matter what, my spiritual power is comparable to that of a golden core cultivator. You still have to focus on completing the mission. I still have the ability to protect myself. I know. As soon as Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he saw new words appear on the mission bar of the perceptual mirror. He quickly looked at it. The mission notification bar said, an adult golden thread nether snake has a jet black body with 3.1-inch golden threads on its head. Its cultivation is comparable to a cultivator at the peak of the late golden core stage. It is extremely fast, and its scales and fangs are highly poisonous. It can spew out extremely corrosive, poisonous mist. It is extremely dangerous. Xia Ruofei told Ling Qingxue what he had seen and mumbled, at least. There are some hints this time, so we won't have to search blindly. Ling Qingxue furrowed her brows and said, this also shows that the gold thread nether snake isn't easy to deal with. From what we know, peak late golden core cultivators are already much more powerful than us. They're also covered in poison and can spray out poisonous mist. Xia Ruofei smiled freely and said, no matter what, it's better to have information than not. Let's go. Let's go and meet this gold thread nether snake. With that, Xia Ruofei held Ling Qingxue's hand and walked towards the edge of the cliff. The top of the mountain was about 3 kilometers in radius, and it was bare, without any vegetation. One could see it clearly at a glance. Naturally, the gold thread nether snake could not be on the top of the mountain. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue could only climb down to find traces of the gold thread nether snake. The mountain peak was extremely steep, and the cliff seemed to have been cut by a knife or an axe. The section near the top of the mountain was basically 90 degrees vertical. It was basically impossible for ordinary people to climb down from such a cliff. However, for cultivators, it was just a little troublesome, not that they were helpless. Of course, Xia Ruofei could have brought Ling Qingxue down on his flying sword. However, it was very dangerous to fly down on the sword when the situation was unclear. Once they were attacked in the air, the space for them to dodge and move would be limited. Besides, Xia Ruofei had always been traumatized by flying on his sword to too high a height. Last time, Xia Ruofei had only flown to the top of a tree, and he already felt his heart palpitate. This mountain was not low at all. The clouds were halfway up the mountain. Naturally, Xia Ruofei was not willing to use the sword kinesis flight method. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to use a more secure method. He directly took out a few large rolls of climbing ropes from the spirit map space, and then used a Very professional technique to skillfully connect these climbing ropes together. Xia Ruofei did some calculations. These ropes were almost 1,000 meters long. Luckily, Xia Ruofei had the spirit map space. Otherwise, any mountaineer or rock climbing enthusiast would not be able to bear the weight of such long ropes. Then, Xia Ruofei took out the largest nail and easily hammered a few large nails deep into the stone ground at the edge of the cliff. The rocks on the cliff were very hard, but Xia Ruofei used his vital qi and managed to knock the nails deep into the ground. He threaded the rope through the fixed rings on the top of a few nails and tied a few very professional knots. Then, he reached out and pulled gently to test the strength. After making sure that there was no problem, Xia Ruofei then grabbed the rope and threw it down the cliff. Qingxue, I'll go first. You're on top of me, so don't get too far away from me. Keep a distance of 2 meters. Xia Ruofei said. All right. Ling Qingxue said. Xia Ruofei lifted the rope slightly and held it in his hand. He jumped out and used his legs to support himself on the cliff. He stabilized his body. Xia Ruofei raised his head and shouted, Qingxue, down. Ling Qingxue also squatted down and grabbed the rope with one hand. Then, with a flip of her body, her movements were very elegant as she arrived at the edge of the cliff. To do such a move without any protection, it would be very dangerous for ordinary people. However, to cultivators, it was not difficult at all. As the situation below was unclear, Xia Ruofei carefully released the Zhuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword, one on the left and one on the right, keeping a lookout. This was also one of the reasons why Xia Ruofei didn't choose to use the flying sword. This way, the flying sword could be used as a warning. After all, in the trial pagoda, the flying sword of the bent frost was the most suitable for him. The Zhuang flying sword was right beside Xia Ruofei's feet. If there was an emergency, Xia Ruofei could jump on the flying sword at any time and use sword kinesis to avoid danger. Let's go down. Slowly. Xia Ruofei raised his head and said. All right. Ling Qingxue replied loudly. The two of them held the rope with both hands and supported their legs on the cliff wall. They alternated their hands and their bodies descended bit by bit. From a distance, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue looked like two ants in the background of the huge cliff. They were slowly climbing down the cliff. After the height was lowered by a few dozen meters, the angle of the cliff was no longer so steep. At least, it would not maintain a 90-degree angle all the time. It was relatively gentler. This way, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue's legs were more durable, and the speed of their descent increased. Just like that, the two of them used about 20 minutes to descend about 200 meters. Qingxue, stop and take a rest. Xia Ruofei raised his head and shouted. I'm not tired. Ling Qingxue said. With a smile. Indeed, for cultivators, this kind of seemingly dangerous rock climbing activity didn't consume much physical strength. Even the delicate Ling Qingxue didn't sweat much, so naturally, she wasn't tired. Xia Ruofei said, the misty area is right below us. I'm afraid that there might be some unknown danger. Let's rest for a while and adjust our state of mind. Then, I'll go in first to explore the way. Ling Qingxue nodded and said, oh. Then I'll listen to you. Xia Ruofei nodded and took out the Zhuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword. He slashed at the cliff. Suddenly, stone fragments flew, and after a while, a small platform that could barely accommodate 2 people was excavated. Come down and take a rest. Xia Ruofei jumped onto the platform and said with a smile. Ling Qingxue nodded and swung down. Xia Ruofei reached out and hugged her. Then, they turned around and retreated back to the small platform. After Xia Ruofei helped Ling Qingxue sit down, he smiled and asked, "You're really not tired?" "I'm not tired," Ling Qingxue said. "Ruofei, actually, we don't need to rest. Just climbing the mountain took almost half an hour. The mission time is very tight." Xia Ruofei furrowed his brows. "I know we're short on time, but we can't be reckless. It's covered in clouds and we don't know what's going on down there. It's better to be careful." And, Xia Ruofei said, "I keep feeling that something is wrong. It's too quiet here, so quiet that it's a little strange." Ling Qingxue shrunk her neck and said, "It's a little scary. Also, I feel that the rope is obviously lighter." Xia Ruofei said with a serious expression. "What?" Ling Qingxue didn't know how to react. Xia Ruofei reached out and pulled the rope upwards. He felt that it was very light. Indeed, he had only pulled for 10 to 20 meters before he reached the end. Xia Ruofei showed the broken end of the rope to Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue took a closer look, and her expression became very serious. "It seems to be corroded. If I'm not wrong, there's something wrong with the clouds," Xia Ruofei said in a deep voice. Ling Qingxue also came to her senses. From the remaining length of the rope, the remaining part is above the cloud mist. Basically, it broke as soon as we entered the cloud mist area, or maybe it's been corroded to the point that nothing is left, Xia Ruofei said. Ah? Ling Qingxue couldn't help but look worried. Then how are we going to get down? If we can't go down, how are we going to find the gold thread nether snake? There's no hurry. We still need to confirm it first, Xia Ruofei said calmly. With that, Xia Ruofei took out a stainless steel tube and a PVP tube from the spirit map space. Then, he used his spiritual power to lift them and slowly lowered them down the cliff. The platform that Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were resting on was a dozen meters away from the misty area. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to grab the 2 tubes and arrived at the misty area. Xia Ruofei was even more careful. He slowly inserted the 2 tubes into the fog and immediately lifted them up again. At this time, the part of the pipe that had entered the cloud and mist had completely disappeared. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue looked at each other in shock. The corrosive nature of the cloud mist had already exceeded their expectations. It had only been 1 or 2 seconds since the tube had entered the cloud area, but as long as it had entered the cloud area, it had been corroded completely without leaving anything behind. Xia Ruofei picked up the 2 tubes and noticed that the fracture was uneven and there were obvious signs of corrosion. This, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but reveal a look of fear. Xia Ruofei's expression was also very ugly. He took out different materials from the spirit map space and tried them out. They discovered that the cloud not only corroded items at a fast speed, but it could also corrode almost all materials. The only difference was the speed. Xia Ruofei even tried to use glassware to test it and found that it would still be corroded by the fog. There were many living people in the Xuanji spirit map space. But Xia Ruofei was not a brutal person. There was no need to test it out. There was a high chance that even a human's bones would not be left if he were to throw them in. Why should he kill more? Ling Qingxue felt a sense of powerlessness. In such an environment, how was she supposed to enter the misty area? If he couldn't even see the gold-thread nether snake, how was he going to complete the mission? Xia Ruofei's brain was working quickly. He said, "There's one more thing I haven't tried." Ling Qingxue also thought of it immediately. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "You mean an EVA suit?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. The spacesuits are designed to deal with the harsh space environment, so they're definitely much more resistant to corrosion than normal materials." "But that's too dangerous," Ling Qingxue said. "Although we all have a backup set, if it's damaged, the return trip. Actually, the journey back to Earth from the moon is relatively safe. We didn't use a spare spacesuit on the way here, did we?" Xia Ruofei said, "I'll take out a set and try it on." "It's decided," seeing that Xia Ruofei had already made up his mind and that they could not afford to waste any more time. Ling Qingxue reluctantly nodded and said, "All right. It's good to try." Xia Ruofei took out the spacesuit that he had used on the way here. He used his spiritual power to grab the spacesuit and slowly sent it down. Ling Qingxue nervously stuck her head out and stared at the slowly descending spacesuit. Xia Ruofei was fully focused. Very quickly, the spacesuit descended to about half a meter above the cloud. Then, Xia Ruofei made up his mind and sent the lower half of the spacesuit into the cloud. After a few seconds, he grabbed it. At first glance, the two of them saw that the spacesuits were still intact, and they couldn't help but feel happy. Soon, the spacesuit was retrieved by Xia Ruofei and placed on the temporary platform. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue quickly went over to check. There were obvious signs of corrosion on the lower half of the spacesuit, but it was still relatively intact. Xia Ruofei connected the power source to test the air seal of the spacesuit and found that it was still fine. There were no obvious damages. Although the surface was corroded, it did not penetrate the spacesuit. "It seems like this spacesuit has some resistance to corrosion, but it won't last long in the clouds." Xia Ruofei frowned. Xia Ruofei had just submerged the spacesuit into the clouds, but it only stayed there for a few seconds before he picked it up. Looking at it now, the outer appearance of the spacesuit had been damaged to a certain extent, but it had not been completely corroded. If it had been a little longer, the spacesuit might not have been able to withstand the corrosive power of the cloud and would have been pierced through. Ling Qingxue had also noticed this problem. She furrowed her brows and said, "Yup. What should he do? We can't go down at all." Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and said decisively, "I'll use this spacesuit." "Ah?" Ling Qingxue's eyes widened as she said, "Ruofei, you can't do this recklessly. I don't think this spacesuit will last more than a minute. Once the clothes are damaged, the corrosive mist will enter the spacesuits and the person will be dead." Xia Ruofei said calmly, "Didn't expect the spacesuit to be completely resistant to corrosion. It's just an extra layer of protection. I'll try it out. First, it should be able to use Yuan Qi to open up the protective cover and isolate the corrosive mist inside. The spacesuit's function is double insurance, and the most important thing is that it can ensure that we can breathe in safe oxygen." Xia Ruofei could indeed use his vital qi to create a protective shield, but he was not sure if it could completely block out the corrosive mist. Besides, in the mist, if one did not have a spacesuit, they would have to hold their breath. Otherwise, if they accidentally inhaled the corrosive mist, they would not be able to survive. However, it would be different with the spacesuits. He and Ling Qingxue both had a large Number of oxygen supply modules. This was a completely closed circulation system, and they could directly absorb oxygen from the oxygen bags on their backs. This way, he could at least ensure that he could breathe freely. Even though cultivators could hold their breath for a long time, it would still affect their movements. Furthermore, if they held their breath for more than half an hour, Ling Qingshui would definitely be the first to collapse. Therefore, the spacesuits were still very important. Ling Qingshui's face revealed a worried expression. Ruofei, you must be careful. We'd rather not complete the mission than be in great danger. Xia Ruofei patted Ling Qingshui's shoulder and said with a smile, definitely. I'm not stupid. He had already gained a lot this time, so it didn't matter if he couldn't complete the mission. But we've already come this far, and I won't be satisfied if I don't try. You just wait here obediently and be careful. I'll go down and try, and I'll be back soon. Ling Qingshui nodded as she helped Xia Ruofei put on the spacesuit. Soon, Xia Ruofei put on the spacesuit and looked very bloated. He checked the oxygen supply module and the seal of the spacesuit. After everything was fine, he gestured to Ling Qingshui, then grabbed the rope and jumped down. Ling Qingshui took 2 steps forward and leaned on the edge of the platform. She stared nervously at Xia Ruofei, who was sliding down. After putting on the EVA suit, Xia Ruofei became a little clumsy. This EVA suit was designed to be used in space. It had to be airtight and isolated from radiation, high temperatures, and other harsh environments, so it was very complicated. Space was a weightless environment, so the weight of this EVA suit was quite heavy. However, the astronauts would only use this EVA suit in a weightless environment, so the weight basically didn't affect the astronauts. On the 6th floor of the Tower of Trials, the gravity was the same as on Earth. Xia Ruofei's spacesuit made him look particularly cumbersome. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei was already a cultivator in the Golden Core stage. His physical strength and control were many times better than ordinary people. Hence, even though the spacesuit was very heavy, he could still control his posture very well. Xia Ruofei followed the rope and descended slowly. Soon, he was very close to the cloud. Ling Qingshui held her breath and looked at Xia Ruofei nervously. Xia Ruofei immediately released his vital qi and formed an invisible protective shield around his body. Then, he exerted force and continued to press down. In fact, Xia Ruofei was a little nervous. However, he wasn't worried about his own safety. He was worried that the Yuan Qi protective shield wouldn't work. If the Yuan Qi shield could not block the clouds, Xia Ruofei could use the protection of the spacesuit to escape from the clouds in a short time and dispel the danger. Alarm. However, Xia Ruofei was really at his wit's end. He could not think of any other way to enter the clouds if this plan did not work. His intuition told him that the gold thread nether snake was hiding in the clouds. As long as he was able to survive in the clouds, he would have a high chance of finding the snake. The bottom part of the spacesuit was the first to enter the cloud. Xia Ruofei saw that the clouds had dispersed when they were 1 or 2 meters away from the spacesuit. When Xia Ruofei, who was wearing the spacesuit's boots, sank into the clouds dispersed. Xia Ruofei's vital qi formed a protective shield and easily dispersed the corrosive mist. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei felt relieved. It seemed like the Yuan Qi protection was effective. This way, he would be much safer. He continued to slide down carefully, and soon most of his body was immersed in the clouds. The clouds were repelled when they were about a meter away from the protective shield. There was no corrosive fog around him. Xia Ruofei also realized that the rope had indeed broken at the edge of the cloud. There was no rope further down. Fortunately, the terrain here was much gentler than the top of the mountain. Xia Ruofei reached out and grabbed the protruding corner of the rock. His entire body was easily pressed against the rock wall. Xia Ruofei stayed in the fog for a minute or two. After he was sure that the Yuan Qi protective shield could block the corrosive fog, he pressed down hard and his clumsy-looking body rose into the air. He grabbed the rope accurately and climbed up quickly to the platform where the two of them had been temporarily staying. Ling Qingxue asked anxiously, "Ruofei, what's the situation down there? Are you all right?" Even though Ling Qingxue had seen with her own eyes that Xia Ruofei's energy shield had repelled the highly corrosive weapons, she was not sure if some of the mist would enter the shield and corrode the spacesuit or even endanger Xia Ruofei's life. Xia Ruofei took off the airtight helmet from the EVA suit and smiled. "I'm fine. I've already verified that the Yuan Qi barrier can effectively protect our safety. As for the situation down there, the visibility is very poor, and my spiritual power can't penetrate the mist, so I'm not too sure. It's good that you're fine." Ling Qingxue said, "Ruofei, I think it's too dangerous down there. Why don't we?" Ling Qingxue did have the thought of giving up, but it was not for her own safety. It was because she was worried about Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei shook his head. "It's not my style to give up halfway. Besides, since the Yuan Qi shield can repel the poisonous gas and we have the spacesuits that can provide us with the oxygen we need, we should be able to explore slowly. The only thing we need to pay attention to is the poor visibility down there and the dangers in the fog. I'm just worried about the unknown danger." Ling Qingxue said. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "We've been here all this time. Which level of mission is easy? Wealth comes from danger. Qingxue, we might only encounter such an opportunity once in our lives. If I don't try my best, I won't be satisfied. You don't have to worry too much, one still have some cards up my sleeve. If we really encounter any danger, it shouldn't be a problem to keep our lives." Although Xia Ruofei said it casually, he knew the danger of this. If they wanted to find the gold thread nether snake, they would have to explore the cloud area. It would be fine if they moved around the edge of the cloud area. With the protection of the Yuan Qi barrier, if there was any real danger, he would be able to escape with Ling Qingxue quickly. However, once they entered the depths of the cloud and mist region, it would not be so easy to escape. Once the Yuan Qi protective shield was destroyed, the spacesuits wouldn't be able to last long. The only thing that Xia Ruofei could rely on was the spirit map. Along the way, the performance of the spirit painting made Xia Ruofei feel at ease. However, he didn't know if the painting could withstand the high-intensity corrosion. If the painting was damaged, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for him. Therefore, he wouldn't use the spirit map painting unless he had no other choice. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had made up his mind, Ling Qingxue could only say helplessly, "All right then. But I'm going down with you." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Even if you didn't ask, I would have brought you along. I don't feel at ease leaving you up there alone. Qingxue, hurry up and change into your spacesuits. We'll continue down." "All right." Ling Qingxue took out the spacesuit that she had used on the way here from her storage ring. With Xia Ruofei's help, she quickly put it on. Xia Ruofei carefully tested the airtight seal of Ling Qingshua's spacesuit as well as the condition of the oxygen passage. After making sure that there were no problems, he said, "Go. Let's continue down." The two of them grabbed the rope and started to climb down. Xia Ruofei opened up his Yuanqi protective shield and covered both of them. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei's legs had already disappeared into the clouds. He continued to descend until he reached the end of the rope. Xia Ruofei jumped lightly and grabbed a bump on the rock beside him. Then he said, "Qingxue, come down." Although they were both in spacesuits, it was more convenient to communicate through the intercom system. Xia Ruofei also carefully maintained his Yuanqi protective shield, especially on Ling Qingshua's side. He left a lot of room for improvement. Ling Qingxue quickly arrived at the end of the rope. She held the rope with one hand and observed the environment. Then, she nimbly jumped to Xia Ruofei's side and grabbed a bump on the cliff. Xia Ruofei reached out and grabbed her spacesuit. "Let's go down slowly." Xia Ruofei said seriously, "You must be careful. Also, be careful of the protruding rocks on the cliff. If your spacesuit is torn, it will be very troublesome." "Understood," Ling Qingshuo said calmly. The two of them carefully climbed down the rock wall. At first, the clouds were still a little thin, and they had just entered the cloudy area, so they could still vaguely see the platform above them. As they continued to descend, the clouds became thicker and thicker. Soon, the sky above them was a vast expanse of white. After leaving the Yuanqi barrier, their vision could only extend 1 or 2 meters at most. Naturally, Xia Ruofei was even more careful. While maintaining the protective shield, he also released his spiritual power to be on alert. However, this cloud was very strange. His mental power would be devoured if it went a little deeper, and he could not detect the situation in the distance at all. At this time, the two of them were surrounded by thick white fog, and they slowly descended in spacesuits. Xia Ruofei didn't know how deep the fog was, but he knew that the only way to find the gold thread nether snake was to keep going down. Moreover, this cliff was very large, and he might have to explore the fog for a long time before he had a chance to find the gold thread nether snake. To be honest, with such a large area, and all covered in poisonous fog, 6 hours was not enough to explore little by little, even if there were no other dangers. Xia Ruofei felt that either there would be obvious clues, or they could only rely on their character. He felt that the former was more likely. After all, the trial pagoda was a test of a cultivator's ability. If one had to rely on luck to pass, then there would be no meaning to the trial. Hence, Xia Ruofei had been carefully observing his surroundings, hoping to find some useful clues. However, the cliff was almost the same. There was no vegetation at all, not even a blade of grass. There was nothing special about it. Ling Qingshuo followed Xia Ruofei closely. Even though her cultivation was slightly lower, she was still able to handle the terrain with ease as long as they did not encounter any other dangers. Before they knew it, the two of them had already climbed more than 300 meters down the cliff after entering the misty area. There was still a thick white fog below, and it was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. It was impossible to tell how deep it was. It could be said that the two of them had been climbing with difficulty for more than an hour without any gains, but 1/5 of the time had already been consumed. Xia Ruofei was still very calm. As he slowly climbed down, he observed his surroundings with all his attention. After going down another 10 meters, Xia Ruofei suddenly stopped. Ling Qingxue stopped at the same time. They looked at each other through the airtight helmets on their spacesuits and revealed a look of surprise. Xia Ruofei smelled a very special fragrance. He took one look at Ling Qingshue's expression and knew that she must have smelled the same thing. The reason for the change in their expressions was that they were both wearing spacesuits that were well sealed and were using oxygen supply modules to breathe, completely isolated from the outside world. It could be said that this system could ensure complete isolation from the outside world even in space. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly smell anything? On top of that, Xia Ruofei had to use the bulky spacesuit because the mist was highly toxic. Even though the Yuan Qi protective cover could isolate the mist, he still had to use the spacesuit to prevent any mist from leaking in. There was another possibility. If the Yuan Qi protective shield had a problem, the EVA suit, which had a certain degree of corrosion resistance and was well sealed, could protect the spacesuit for a certain period of time. With this short reaction time, Xia Ruofei could make a self-rescue plan. At the very least, he could use the spirit map. But if it couldn't even isolate the smell, then what was the point of wearing such a heavy EVA suit? Xia Ruofei was very confused and did not know what went wrong. However, he still held his breath at once and made a hand gesture to Ling Qingxue, telling her to hold her breath immediately. Cultivators could breathe internally. Even if Ling Qingshue's cultivation was average, she could at least hold on for half an hour. The safety of this strange fragrance was completely unknown. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not dare to let his guard down. However, what surprised the two of them was that even though they held their breaths, they could still smell the fragrance. Xia Ruofei's expression turned serious. He could feel that the fragrance was very alluring. It was not something that he could smell through his nose. It was as if it had seeped into his soul. The seal of the spacesuit and holding his breath could not isolate the fragrance. Ling Qingxue also noticed this problem. Her expression changed slightly, and she cast a questioning look at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Qingxue, just breathe normally. This has nothing to do with the spacesuit's sealability, so there's no point in us holding our breath." Ling Qingxue let out a breath of air, then said worriedly, "Ruofei, why do one feel that this fragrance is strange?" It suddenly appeared, and it seemed to have a very, very special attraction that made people want to get close to it. After Xia Ruofei heard Ling Qingshue's words, he suddenly had an idea. Perhaps this fragrance is really a kind of guidance, he muttered to himself. What? Ling Qingxue asked in confusion. I mean, maybe this fragrance is really to guide us there? Xia Ruofei said, the cloud and mist area below the cliff is so big that we don't even know where the golden thread nether snake is. If we search slowly, we won't be able to find it even if we spend 10 times the time. There must be some clues. This special scent might be one of them. But one feel that this fragrance is too strange, Ling Qingxue frowned. Xia Ruofei said, I've checked just now. My body is not affected by this fragrance. One also feel that it's not a kind of smell. It's directly affecting my soul. In short, there's no bad reaction so far. And you? Do you feel uncomfortable? Now that you've mentioned it, I don't seem to have done anything wrong. Ling Qingxue said, but it could also be a slow, acting poison. Who knows, the effects might appear over time. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, let's not think too much. In my opinion, this is better than nothing. The appearance of a variable might be a turning point. Since we don't have any problems now, let's continue. We'll follow this fragrance and search, maybe there will be a surprise. The reason why Xia Ruofei dared to take this risk was that the spirit map space had given him a certain amount of confidence. Even if there was really something wrong with the fragrance, he still had the spirit heart flower petals. The spirit heart flower petals would be able to take effect on most of the negative states. Of course, the most important thing was that when he used his spiritual power to look inside his body, he didn't find any problems. In other words, this fragrance didn't cause any damage to his body for the time being. All right then. Ling Qingxue nodded and said, I support your decision. It was strange. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue clearly did not smell the fragrance through their noses, but they could accurately determine the source of the fragrance. Moreover, the two of them had come to the same conclusion. The source of the fragrance came from the bottom left corner of their current position. As for how far it was, they had no idea. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue first moved more than 20 meters to the left. At that moment, they could clearly feel that the source of the fragrance was right below them. Thus, the two of them began to climb up the protruding part of the cliff wall and went down bit by bit. Outside the protective shield, white mist was rising. However, as soon as it touched the protective shield, it dispersed. The area within a 2-meter radius of Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue was a refreshing space. It was as if they were carrying a balloon, and the two of them were slowly moving down while hiding inside the balloon. The slope of the cliff was not as steep as when they first came down, but it was still 60 to 70 degrees. Fortunately, both of them were cultivators, and there were many protrusions on the cliff, so they could basically climb down steadily. Just like that, the two of them slowly climbed down another 100 meters. During this period, Xia Ruofei was on high alert. Even though his spiritual power could not extend far, he did not dare to carry it for even a second. The two flying swords were also by his side at all times, ready to be activated at any time if anything happened. However, it was strange that apart from this terrifying poisonous fog, the two of them did not encounter any other dangers along the way. Even though this fog was terrifying, any cultivator in the Golden Core stage would be able to form a protective yuan qi barrier. Therefore, even though the poison seemed dangerous, it could not cause any harm to cultivators in the Golden Core stage. However, after climbing more than 100 meters, the source of the fragrance was still below the two of them, and they didn't know how far it was. In total, he had spent almost 2 hours. A third of the 6 hours had passed without them realizing it, but the two of them had not even seen the shadow of the gold thread nether snake. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but feel anxious. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, was very calm. He followed the scent down bit by bit. He believed that this mission wouldn't run out of time without even seeing the gold thread nether snake. This didn't match the original intention of the trial tower. Xia Ruofei had a feeling that the trial pagoda was mainly used to select talents. He did not know how long the trial pagoda had existed, but at least it was used to select talents. At a certain time, the two of them continued to descend bit by bit. In such terrain, their speed could not be increased, and no matter how anxious they were, they could only climb down step by step. Moreover, the situation below was unclear. Even if they could increase their speed, the two of them did not dare to rush into each other. Just like that, they climbed down another 60 meters or so. Xia Ruofei felt that the fragrance was much stronger. He didn't know if it was his illusion, so he couldn't help but ask, Qingxue, don't you think the fragrance is getting stronger? Yeah. Ling Qingxue replied. One thought I was hallucinating. Are you Ruofei, do you think we're very close to the source of the fragrance? In fact, this fragrance becoming stronger was a gradual process. However, after arriving at this location, there seemed to be a sudden change, making the two of them clearly feel that the fragrance was stronger. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, it's possible. Let's keep up the good work. Even if one can't complete the mission, at least let me see a real gold thread nether snake. Otherwise, it would be too cowardly. The golden thread nether snake is a late-stage golden core cultivator, and it's extremely poisonous, Ling Qingxue said. If we really meet, if we can't defeat it, it'll be easy to escape. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, it's poisonous. One have a formation. Late Jindan. I might be able to deal with them, but no one knows if I've fought them before. Shen Tianfeng, who was killed by Xia Ruofei, was very close to the late stage of the golden core realm. As a human cultivator, he would have more means than a demonic beast. The Dharma treasures and life-saving cards on Shen Tianfeng were not something a demonic beast could have. Of course. According to the perceptual mirror, the snake's cultivation was equivalent to a cultivator at the peak of the advanced stage of the golden core realm. It was probably more powerful than Shen Tianfeng. However, Xia Ruofei's strength had improved a lot compared to when he fought Shen Tianfeng. There was no need to say anything about the doubling of his mental energy. His improvement in array Dao was also very obvious. He also had several ready-made fire attack array techniques. In addition, his sword control was more flexible and smooth. This was practice makes perfect because he had been using the flying sword of the bent frost this entire time. There was also the elemental energy. This was one of Xia Ruofei's biggest advantages. Because of the elemental storage pearl, Xia Ruofei's elemental energy was very abundant. The elemental storage pearl alone contained all the elemental energy of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Hence, in terms of the total amount of vital qi, Xia Ruofei's vital qi was definitely stronger than the golden thread nether snake's. This meant that he did not have to worry too much about the consumption of vital qi. He could also use some of the more powerful, but also more exhausting ultimate moves and techniques as he wished. In addition, his biggest trump card, the spirit map space, allowed Xia Ruofei to more or less have the strength to fight against the golden thread nether snake. In any case, you must be careful. Safety first. Ling Qingxue said. No, it should be your safety first. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I have to ensure your safety first. Ling Qingxue's heart was filled with sweetness. She couldn't help but sigh and say, actually, it's not necessarily a good thing for me to be with you. I feel like I've become a burden to you. If it weren't for me, you would still be able to focus on completing the mission. If only one wasn't randomly assigned to you. At most, I'd just be eliminated a few levels earlier. Xia Ruofei said, silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? When you weren't by my side, one was always worried about you, do you know that? That kind of distraction was even more serious. With you by my side, my heart is much calmer, and one can display my strength better, right? Besides, who said you were a burden? You reminded me several times and provided me with new ideas. Otherwise, one would have walked into a dead end. Ling Qingxue knew that Xia Ruofei was comforting her. In reality, she had not played a big role in the process of completing the mission. She had also repeatedly become Xia Ruofei's burden, making him unable to go all out. However, Ling Qingxue still smiled sweetly and said, "I'm not as powerful as you say. But now that fate has tied us together, no matter how difficult it is, we can only walk down this path together. That's the right way to think." Xia Ruofei said, "Let's go down together and see how powerful that gold thread nether snake is. We still don't know if that fragrance is guiding us to the gold thread nether snake." Ling Qingxue said with a smile. "I have a feeling that if we follow the scent, we'll definitely find the gold thread nether snake. Let's make a bet if you don't believe me." Xia Ruofei said. "I'm not betting with you." Ling Qingxue's face turned red. "Every time you propose a strange bet, it's so embarrassing." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but burst out laughing. The two of them rested for a while, before continuing to climb down the cliff. Sure enough, as the altitude decreased, the fragrance became stronger. This land of fragrance that directly affected the soul was even more intense than the fragrance that one could smell with the nose. It was just like when Xia Ruofei, Ling Qingxue, or Song Wei combined their spirit bodies to cultivate. The feeling was several times more intense than when they had sex in real life. The fragrance was getting stronger, and the temptation was getting stronger. Ling Qingxue, whose mental power was slightly weaker, actually couldn't help but increase her climbing speed. This was a sign that she was being attracted by the fragrance. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei was strong enough and was not affected at all. He even used his spiritual power to wake Ling Qingxue up. In time, the two of them climbed another 20 to 30 meters before they stopped at the same time. Because at the lower left of the two, the cliff was no longer bare. An unknown green plant grew on the cliff, as if it was full of life. This plant was about 2 feet tall. It reached out from the cracks in the cliff and then grew upward. The leaves of this plant were thin and long, and there were sharp teeth on the side. At the top of the plant, there were already 2 vermilion fruits. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue's gazes fell on the fruits. It was obvious that the alluring fragrance came from these 2 fruits. They were the ones who had led Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue here. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but take a few more looks at the vermilion fruit. He realized that the fruit seemed to have ripened. On the vermilion skin, there were some golden stripes. It looked very attractive and made people want to take a bite. Even Xia Ruofei felt that his desire to eat the 2 fruits was quite strong, and he could barely control it. At this moment, Xia Ruofei felt an unprecedented sense of danger. His entire body trembled, and his mind became clear. At this moment, Xia Ruofei saw that Ling Qingxue was already moving towards the strange plant involuntarily. It was as if she had forgotten where she was. She had completely let go of her hands and was just about to walk towards it. Xia Ruofei broke out in a cold sweat. He grabbed the protruding part of the rock wall with one hand and grabbed Ling Qingxue's EVA suit with the other. At the same time, he shouted, "Qingxue!" Xia Ruofei's shout contained his spiritual power, and Ling Qingxue's mind became clearer. However, her eyes still carried a trace of confusion. At this moment, Xia Ruofei saw from the corner of his eye a pair of cold eyes staring at him from a distance of 1 or 2 meters away from the Yuan-Qi protective shield he had erected. The eyes were emotionless, making Xia Ruofei feel as if he had been splashed with ice water. He was cold from head to toe, and his body was stiff. Besides, Xia Ruofei could clearly see that this pair of eyes came from a huge triangular head. The scales on it were faintly visible in the mist. At that moment, Xia Ruofei's hair stood on end. He had never felt such a great sense of life and death crisis before. However, Xia Ruofei's mental strength was still very strong. He did not become weak in the face of the sudden danger. On the contrary, his brain was unusually active at this moment, and countless thoughts had already passed through his mind in an instant. His first reaction was to use his mind, and an invisible force acted on Ling Qingshue's body. At that moment, Ling Qingshue's consciousness was still in a daze, and she did not resist at all. Xia Ruofei easily kept Ling Qingxue into the spirit map space. Of course, Xia Ruofei had already prepared for this. Thus, Ling Qingxue was kept into an independent space that he had created in the mountain sea realm. This independent space was very small, and it was surrounded by thick fog. There were many layers of space outside. Xia Ruofei had already considered this. It was to deal with such extreme situations so that he could protect Ling Qingxue at the first moment. Even though Ling Qingshue's spiritual power had already broken through to the spirit-gathering realm, she was still unable to penetrate the layers of space that were nested in such an arrangement. After several distortions, she was unable to sense the situation of the mountain and sea realm in the spirit map space even if she used her spiritual power to probe. As for the naked eye, it was even more impossible to see. Moreover, the fog that Xia Ruofei had deliberately set up was similar to the fog at the bottom of the cliff. Ling Qingxue was so muddle-headed that she could not even sense the changes in her surroundings. After Xia Ruofei put Ling Qingxue into the spirit map space, he had no more worries. This was only the first action that was completed in an instant. Immediately after, he controlled the flying sword of the Zhuang and directly stepped on the flying sword to silently execute the sword art. Without any hesitation, he flew up at high speed, displaying his speed to the extreme. When the huge snake head appeared, Xia Ruofei had already realized the extreme danger. It took him only 1 or 2 seconds to complete these 2 actions. Of course, Xia Ruofei didn't forget to maintain his protective shield at all times. He knew very well that in such an environment, once the Yuan-Chi protective shield dissipated, he wouldn't be able to last more than 2 minutes with just his spacesuit. If he came into direct contact with the poisonous mist, no matter how strong or talented Xia Ruofei was, there would only be one outcome: he would not even have a corpse left. The golden thread nether snake was as powerful as a peak stage golden core cultivator. Xia Ruofei would not be able to defeat it. He had always been very careful and alert of the surrounding situation, but he did not expect that he still did not notice anything. Xia Ruofei didn't know if the 2 fruits had bewitched his mind, but he didn't even notice the golden thread nether snake when it was nearby. It was also possible that the gold thread nether snake had been hiding nearby, but Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had not discovered it. In short, such a dangerous demonic beast was only 3 to 4 meters away from him. Xia Ruofei was very clear what this meant. Therefore, his first reaction, other than protecting Ling Qingxue, was to distance himself from the other party. In reality, Xia Ruofei did not see the monster's full appearance. However, he could sense extreme danger from just a glimpse. Hence, his intuition told him that it was a gold thread nether snake. Without any hesitation, he immediately made a move to escape. When Xia Ruofei received the mission, he knew that it would be very difficult, but he still risked his life to climb down. However, he did not want to fight the gold thread nether snake head on. He wanted to use some supplementary techniques of a cultivator, such as formations and magical weapons, to deal with the snake. Under such circumstances, he had no other choice but to run. The gold thread nether snake's speed was extremely fast. This was already explained in the mission notification of the perceptual mirror. Xia Ruofei was mentally prepared. However, Xia Ruofei realized that he had underestimated the snake's speed. Xia Ruofei kept Ling Qingshui in the spirit map space for protection, then immediately stepped on his flying sword and climbed up at full speed. It only took him 1 or 2 seconds. It could be said that he had moved 1 step earlier than the gold thread nether snake. However, he had only flown a dozen meters high on his flying sword before he felt the threat of death. Immediately after, Xia Ruofei felt his energy shield shatter like an eggshell hitting a sharp stone. The poisonous mist immediately swept over. At the same time, Xia Ruofei took a quick glance and realized that the golden thread nether snake's huge triangular head was only about 2 meters away from him. The huge snake's body could be seen vaguely in the clouds, like a giant dragon shuttling through the fog. The toxic mist was moving at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it had enveloped Xia Ruofei. He could clearly feel his spacesuit being corroded. This was the first time Xia Ruofei felt that death was so close to him. If Xia Ruofei hesitated for even a second, he would either be buried in the snake's stomach or fall off the cliff. Soon, his spacesuit would be completely corroded and he would die a more miserable death. At this critical moment, Xia Ruofei thought of the only solution in this desperate situation. With a thought, the spirit map scroll appeared in his palm. Then, Xia Ruofei used all his strength to throw the spirit map scroll towards the mountain peak. At the same time, he directly entered the spirit map space and entered the Archean realm. The spirit painting itself was not heavy and it was very small. If an Aura's core cultivator used all his strength to throw it, the strength would be quite amazing. Therefore, from the snake's point of view, it was as if the human had disappeared into thin air, leaving only a scroll whizzing upwards. It was so fast that it could not even react in time. It could only see a shadow, and in the blink of an eye, the scroll had become a small black dot in its vision. Xia Ruofei's sudden disappearance had stunned the gold thread nether snake. While it was still in a daze, the spirit painting had already risen 100 meters. Its momentum had not decreased by much and it was still flying upwards at an extremely fast speed. The golden thread nether snake quickly came back to its senses and let out an angry hiss. Its huge body twisted slightly, and then it jumped up. It ran along the cliff as if it was on flat ground, and quickly chased up. Its hard scales seemed to have suction cups, and the steep mountain wall could not stop it at all. As the gold thread nether snake moved quickly, the rocks on the cliff fell with a clatter. A shallow ravine was formed wherever the snake passed. This was just the snake's burst of speed, but it was able to leave behind a ditch on the cliff wall. It was clear how strong its body was. Xia Ruofei's mind was extremely calm even when he was facing death. It could be said that he had made the only correct choice. Furthermore, at the last moment, he had not forgotten that he had to enter the Archean realm and not the mountain sea realm, as there was a 30 times difference in the flow of time between the inside and outside. After Xia Ruofei entered the spirit map space and reached the primal level, sensing the situation outside was 30 times slower. This gave him a lot of time to react. The first thing he did was to use his spirit power to look outside. From his perspective, the entire world was spinning at a slow speed. For a moment, he saw the unchanging sky in the trial pagoda, and for a moment, he saw the cliff wall shrouded in clouds. A moment later, he saw the gold thread nether snake's enormous triangular head slowly approaching. This was because Xia Ruofei had grabbed the spirit painting and thrown it with all his might. Hence, it was actually spinning rapidly in the air. If Xia Ruofei did not have a time flow that was 30 times faster than normal, he would have seen a rapidly spinning and constantly inverted world. Xia Ruofei's first concern was still the safety of the spirit map. After the Yuan Qi shield was destroyed by the golden thread nether snake, the spirit map was exposed to the poisonous mist. Even though Xia Ruofei was very confident in the spirit map, the mist was too terrifying. He was worried that the spirit map would be corroded. Hence, the first thing Xia Ruofei did after entering the formation was to check the state of the spirit painting. What made him feel slightly relieved was that the spirit map scroll didn't seem to be affected by the poisonous cloud. Even the surface of the scroll didn't show any signs of corrosion. Not only that, but Xia Ruofei could also feel that the spirit painting seemed to be absorbing the poisonous mist around it on its own. He could not help but be slightly surprised. The spirit map easily absorbed most of the poisonous fog. Xia Ruofei could feel that the density of the fog around the painting had decreased. However, when he tried to sense it again, he could not find out where the poisonous fog had gone after it was absorbed. Xia Ruofei frowned slightly. Then, he immediately reached out and took a time array flag. He quickly set it up in the small square of the Archean realm. Soon, the time formation was set up. Xia Ruofei entered the range of the formation without hesitation. In this way, there was a difference of about 2,000 times in the flow of time between him and the outside world. This gave him enough time to investigate the situation outside and think of countermeasures. Now, when Xia Ruofei tried to sense the outside world again, he realized that everything seemed to be frozen. If he did not carefully check and compare, he would not even feel that the spirit map scroll was spinning. This was because the difference in the flow of time between the outside world and the outside world was too great. In the time formation that Xia Ruofei was in, every half an hour that passed was only 1 second in the outside world. With that, Xia Ruofei finally had enough time to think of a solution. He heaved a long sigh of relief and sat down cross-legged in the middle of the formation. He began to think about how he could escape and how he could deal with the gold thread nether snake. Even though he had personally experienced the terror of the gold thread nether snake, Xia Ruofei had no intention of giving up. As long as there was a chance, Xia Ruofei would try his best to complete the task. However, the gold thread nether snake was so powerful that Xia Ruofei could not think of a good way to deal with it. The description of the gold thread nether snake in the perceptual mirror was very limited, so Xia Ruofei had really underestimated it. At first, Xia Ruofei even thought that the golden thread nether snake was similar to the ordinary venomous snakes on Earth. However, just its size alone was enough to make Xia Ruofei gasp. Some species of pythons on Earth were obviously not as big as this golden thread nether snake. The mission notification had only mentioned the snake's characteristics, especially the 3-1-inch long golden threads on the snake's head, which caused Xia Ruofei to misunderstand. He did not expect the 3-1-inch long golden threads to be almost undetectable compared to the snake's huge head. Hence, he had made a wrong judgment about the snake's size. Most of the larger pythons were not poisonous. However, not only was the golden thread nether snake large in size, but it also carried a highly poisonous mist. This was not just from the introduction of the sensory mirror, but also from the shape of its head. Generally, snakes with triangular heads were poisonous. Xia Ruofei had obtained a lot of ancient books about the cultivation world. From the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. Among them, there were many descriptions of the various demonic beasts that had once existed in the cultivation world. Of course, many demonic beasts had gone extinct, at least on Earth. Xia Ruofei could not find any information about the gold thread nether snake in the books. Initially, Xia Ruofei had wanted to get more detailed information, especially the gold thread nether snake's weakness. Only then would he be able to think of a way to defeat it. However, there was no record of the gold thread nether snake in the ancient books, and the mission prompt of the perceptual mirror did not mention anything about the snake. As such, it would be more difficult for Xia Ruofei to find its weakness. Xia Ruofei didn't know that in a secret space enshrouded in purple mist, an elder in a green Taoist robe was constantly paying attention to the situation on the 6th level of the trial pagoda. When he saw Xia Ruofei's series of actions that seemed to be reflexively completed without thinking, he couldn't help but nod. One had to admit that Xia Ruofei's ability to adapt was very strong. Originally, the mission for this level wasn't a golden thread nether snake at its peak. Instead, it was a golden thread nether snake with a cultivation level equivalent to a middle Jindan stage cultivator. This kind of golden thread nether snake wasn't fully mature yet and its strength was much lower. It was suitable for a golden core stage cultivator to train. However, since it was Xia Ruofei who was challenging the stage, the green-robed elder increased the difficulty. Of course, since Xia Ruofei was going through the levels with Ling Qingxue, according to the previous rules, the difficulty of the mission would be increased, and the number of missions would be doubled. Hence, the difficulty of this mission did not exceed Xia Ruofei's expectations. The green-robed elder was indeed fond of talents. That was why he had focused on Xia Ruofei's progress. There was only a mirror in front of him that could check the situation in the trial pagoda. He could only look at Xia Ruofei's side and naturally could not see the performance of the others. Even so, the green-robed elder had no intention of changing channels. He did not care about Qin Xian and the others who were also challenging the levels. All his attention was on Xia Ruofei. However, the elder only admired Xia Ruofei. If Xia Ruofei's life was in danger during the trial, he would not help. The trial was a screening process. If he could not pass the trial, it would be useless even if he survived. The world of cultivation had always been cruel to the extreme. The green-robed elder had met many talented juniors in his long cultivation life. However, most of them had disappeared in the long river of history. Hence, he would not give Xia Ruofei special treatment just because of his outstanding performance. When Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had encountered the gold thread nether snake, the elder in the green Taoist robe had thought that Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were dead for sure. He felt a little regretful. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to be so clear-headed in such a desperate situation. He had managed to find a way to survive even when there seemed to be no other way out. The green-robed elder couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This little guy looks really good." "Do you want to?" Halfway through his words, the green-robed old man shook his head and said, "If he can't even pass such a test, then he won't be able to survive in the future. Return to that land of despair to struggle on whilst at death's door? What's the point of that?" After mumbling to himself, The green-robed elder made up his mind and decided to wait and see. The spirit painting was still rolling and flying upwards. Due to the gravity, its speed was naturally getting slower and slower. When the gold-thread nether snake realized what was going on, it quickly chased after it along the cliff, its speed getting faster and faster. Although the two humans had disappeared into thin air, the scroll that had suddenly appeared still made the gold-thread nether snake chase after them relentlessly. The distance between it and the spirit painting was also getting smaller and smaller. At this moment, Xia Ruofei, who was in the time formation of the spirit map space, was paying close attention to the situation outside while thinking of a solution. He had been in the formation for almost an hour, but still could not come up with a good solution. Once he left the spirit map space, the outside would be filled with poisonous mist. Even though he could put up his yuan qi barrier again, he was much slower than the snake. The cliff was at least 300 to 400 meters high, and he wouldn't be able to reach the top in time. Moreover, even if he managed to escape to the top of the mountain, he still wouldn't be able to defeat the gold-thread nether snake if he didn't make preparations in advance. The mountaintop only had a radius of about 3 kilometers, surrounded by cliffs on all sides. The bottom was filled with poisonous fog, so there was no way to escape. Xia Ruofei couldn't even repeat what he had done just now. He had thrown the scroll with all his might before the snake could react. Now that the snake had its eyes on the scroll and was moving at a faster speed, it would take at least 2 to 3 seconds for Xia Ruofei to leave the spirit map and continue throwing the scroll. It would be enough for the snake to catch up. It would be even more dangerous then. Xia Ruofei racked his brain but could not think of a good solution. The main reason was that he had not found the snake's weakness and had no idea where to start. The most important thing now was to escape. It seemed that it would be very difficult to escape. The gold-thread nether snake seemed to have its eyes set on the spirit map, and it had no intention of giving up. Could it be that he could only hope that the spirit map scroll had enough defensive power to render the gold-thread nether snake helpless? Xia Ruofei thought to himself. But even so, Xia Ruofei was still very passive and things were out of his control. Although Xia Ruofei was in the time formation and the time flow was almost 2,000 times faster than the outside world after the time formation of the upper realm was superimposed, he still had plenty of time. However, he could not think of a good solution no matter how hard he racked his brains. At this moment, a voice rang in Xia Ruofei's mind. Fellow Taoist Xia, you don't seem to be in a good state. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, but then he realized that it was the voice of Master Yuntai. His first reaction was to move the mysterious ore into the time formation he was in. Layman Yuntai was in the state of a spiritual body and should have dissipated over time. However, because of Xia Ruofei's mysterious ore, his spiritual body could survive for a long time. It was also because of this that scholar Yuntai had always stayed in the inner space of this mysterious ore. Moreover, he spent most of his time in closed door cultivation, strengthening his spirit body bit by bit. During this period, Master Yuntai had a few short moments of consciousness, but it was very short, and Xia Ruofei never had the opportunity to have an in-depth exchange with him. The situation was urgent. After all, Master Yuntai was a senior and had more experience than Xia Ruofei. He might be able to help. That mysterious ore had always been placed in the stone chamber of the Mountain Sea Realm's cave. However, Xia Ruofei was the master of the spirit map space, and he only needed to move his thoughts slightly, and the ore would be directly moved over. Senior Yuntai. Xia Ruofei's voice was filled with surprise. If there was any way to turn the situation around, it would be on Layman Yuntai. Layman Yuntai said. In surprise, your time formation is interesting. 2 layers of nesting, and the effect can be stacked, creating a difference of 2,000 times time flow. Amazing. Scholar Yuntai was indeed very experienced. Although his spiritual body was in the mysterious or space, he could accurately judge the difference in the flow of time in his current position by just using a trace of his mental power. Xia Ruofei was not in the mood to talk about time formation. He said anxiously, Senior Yuntai, you've seen the current situation. It's quite critical. Do you have any good ideas? Scholar Yuntai also knew that although the current situation was dangerous, it was not particularly urgent because of the time formation. Therefore, he slowly said with a smile, if I'm not mistaken, the one chasing you should be a gold thread nether snake, right? Xia Ruofei was overjoyed when he heard Scholar Yuntai's words. It was good that this old senior could recognize the gold thread nether snake. Perhaps he would have a way to deal with it. Xia Ruofei quickly replied, yes. Senior Yuntai, do you know about this golden thread nether snake? What are its weaknesses? Scholar Yuntai laughed and said, speaking of which, this golden thread nether snake should have gone extinct a long time ago. When one first started on the path of cultivation, I saw a senior of my sect catch one, and it was a young gold thread nether snake. I remember that senior saying that gold thread nether snakes were very rare and almost extinct. And the one that's chasing us now is obviously an adult. Where was this place? Why would there be such a huge gold thread nether snake? Although Xia Ruofei was anxious, he still said patiently, Senior Yuntai, this is a trial space. Then, Xia Ruofei briefly explained how they went into the arcane realm after they arrived on the moon and how he went into the Tower of Trials. Of course, he skipped over the details of Ling Qingxue being teleported to the same place as him and the Tower of Trials. Upon hearing this, Scholar Yuntai said with interest, didn't know that the Rising Dragon token had such a wonderful use. This secret realm is really on the moon far away. Senior Yuntai, the golden thread nether snake is about to catch up. Please tell me how to deal with it. Xia Ruofei said. Even though time was 2,000 times slower, the gold thread nether snake was still very fast. Xia Ruofei roughly estimated that it would take at most an hour, which was 2 to 3 seconds in the outside world, for the snake to catch up to the spirit map. If they could not come up with a solution before that, everything would be out of control. Fellow Taoist Xia, said Layman Yuntai with a smile, in our time, although the golden thread nether snake was rare, its strength was actually average. Under normal circumstances, even an early-stage nascent soul cultivator could easily deal with it. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless. The nascent soul stage was still far from him. In the eyes of Master Yuntai, cultivators in the early stage of the nascent soul stage were not even worth mentioning. Hence, he felt that the gold thread nether snake was not difficult to deal with. If one had the cultivation of an early nascent soul realm cultivator, I wouldn't have to run away in such a sorry state, Xia Ruofei said with a bitter smile. Scholar Yuntai laughed and said, the Yuanying stage isn't difficult, but there's no way to improve your cultivation in a short time. You're only at the early Oris core stage, so it won't be easy for you to deal with the gold thread nether snake. Speaking up to this point, Scholar Yuntai paused for a moment. He was probably trying to recall the characteristics of the gold thread nether snake. He pondered for a moment and said, the weakness of all snakes is at the 7-inch, Yemo said. To deal with the gold thread nether snake, we have to find its 7-inch. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. But this snake is much bigger than a giant python. Its strength is comparable to a cultivator at the peak of the late golden core stage. It doesn't seem easy to attack such a large snake. Scholar Yuntai laughed and said, the gold thread nether snake's weakness isn't on its body. All? Xia Ruofei was confused. It's not. The weakness? What? What do you mean? Scholar Yuntai laughed and said, it's indeed not on its body, it's on its head. Did you notice that there are 3 golden threads on the head of the gold thread nether snake, about an inch long? I've already seen that. Xia Ruofei said. If you look closely, you'll see that the 3 golden threads on the snake's head are in fact the shape of 3 snakes, said layman Yuntai. Xia Ruofei quickly used his spiritual power to check. Because time was 2,000 times faster inside and outside, everything outside seemed to be still and moving very slowly. Hence, Xia Ruofei easily found the 3 golden lines. After checking carefully, Xia Ruofei said, Senior Yuntai, you're very accurate. Those 3 golden lines are really in the shape of 3 little snakes. Scholar Yuntai chuckled and said, so, the weakness of the golden thread nether snake isn't in the 7-inch spot on its body, but in the 7-inch spot of these 3 little golden snakes. If you attack the vital points of those 3 little golden snakes, you should be able to obtain a good result. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, if it wasn't for Senior Yuntai, then this junior really wouldn't have thought that this beast's mean men was actually on its head. Normally, the head should be the most vulnerable place to attack. In the process of natural selection, how did it survive? Such a huge weakness actually didn't evolve, fellow Taoist Xia, said layman Yuntai with a smile. I learned this from the elders in my sect. I've never fought against the gold thread nether snake before, so one can't guarantee that this weakness is accurate. Then, layman Yuntai said, that's right. As far as I know, gold thread nether snake's ability to sense space is extremely weak, and your ability to control the laws of space is even better than some nascent soul cultivators. You can try to use this characteristic of gold thread nether snake and give it a fatal blow. Spatial rules? Xia Ruofei muttered thoughtfully. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, thank you for your guidance, Senior Yuntai. I benefited a lot. Since the space rule attack was the most effective, Xia Ruofei decided to recall all the space-related formations he knew. The laws of space were considered to be of a higher level. Xia Ruofei's talent in array Dao was higher, and his understanding of space was also amazing. He had been trapped in the mysterious for thousands of years and had been studying the laws of space during that time. In this area, he was an absolute expert. Using the laws of space to set up an array was even more advanced. After all, it was extremely difficult to grasp the laws of space, and it was even more difficult to use the laws of space to form an array. Spatial law formations were more powerful than ordinary maze and trap formations, and most of them were nested in multiple spaces. If one used ordinary methods to break the formation, if one's strength was strong enough, it was possible to break a trap formation or maze formation with force. However, the formation of space rules was different. It was really useless. Even if one could break the space with brute force, a powerful space formation could nest countless space cages. Even if an ordinary Aurus core stage or nascent soul stage cultivator died of exhaustion, it was impossible to break so many nested spaces with brute force. As Xia Ruofei thought about it, his expression started to relax. In fact, the formations that Xia Ruofei had obtained from the Jade Talisman of Inheritance did not involve much space rules. However, Xia Ruofei's understanding of the laws of space was already very deep. Even the realm fox, who was favored by space, had to admit this. Especially in the spirit map space, as the controller of this space, Xia Ruofei could torture the realm fox like a game. Hence, within the limited time, Xia Ruofei quickly picked out one of the space arrays that he had mastered. Senior Yuntai, what do you think of using the 9-turn space splitting formation to deal with this gold thread nether snake? Xia Ruofei decided to ask for the opinion of Master Yuntai. After all, he had a lot more experience. Upon hearing this, Layman Yuntai asked in surprise, "You actually know the 9-turn space splitting formation?" "I've learned this formation before, and one also remember the formation diagram," Xia Ruofei replied, "but I haven't set it up yet." Then, Xia Ruofei changed the topic and said, "But it shouldn't be too difficult." Layman Yuntai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The 9-turn space-splitting formation is indeed not a particularly profound spatial formation. However, for an Aura's core stage cultivator, it is still extremely difficult to set up. Are you sure you can do it? After all, you don't have much time. You won't have the chance to make a mistake. I'm confident. Xia Ruofei said calmly, "Of course, if you have better recommendations, and I happen to know this array, I can try to set up other arrays." Scholar Yuntai pondered for a moment and said, "The 9-turn space-splitting formation isn't the best choice, of course. There are many other formations that are more effective against gold thread nether snakes. However, this wasn't something that an Aura's core stage cultivator could do. One had to be at least in the nascent soul stage, or even the advanced stage of the nascent soul stage. In fact, one don't think that an early stage golden core cultivator like you would have a high success rate in setting up the 9-turn space splitting formation. In that case, Junior will give it a try." Xia Ruofei said, "If it really doesn't work, we'll think of another way." Scholar Yuntai laughed and said, "There's no harm in trying. Although I'm not particularly optimistic about it. However, this small world of yours seems to be quite advanced. Even if the formation fails, it shouldn't be a problem for you to survive with this small world magic treasure." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless. It seemed that Scholar Yuntai still didn't have much confidence in himself. However, Xia Ruofei did not explain further. He quickly used his spiritual power to observe the situation outside. The gold thread nether snake was indeed very fast, but the speed of the spirit map was constantly decreasing. It should be able to catch up in 2 to 3 seconds. In other words, Xia Ruofei still had about an hour to prepare the formation. Of course, whether the formation could be prepared and set up in a flash was also a test of Xia Ruofei's control over the formation. However, that was a matter for the future. Now, he needed to prepare the formation within an hour. This was already a huge test for Xia Ruofei. The formation was not huge, but it required a lot of precision. The preparation work was also complicated. An hour was just enough. In other words, there was very little room for error. Basically, Xia Ruofei could not make any mistakes and could only complete it in a short hour without any retouching. Xia Ruofei sat down, cross-legged, and quickly collected a large amount of formation materials from all over the space. Then, he cleared His mind evolved distracting thoughts and quickly recalled the details of the 9-turn space-splitting formation. He began to prepare the materials. As time passed, Xia Ruofei was completely immersed in the state of selflessness. The materials were floating around him. His fingers moved and wisps of spiritual energy flowed out from his fingertips. They accurately landed on different materials and carved out mysterious array patterns. As he did not have enough time, Xia Ruofei chose the more difficult method. He had to process more than 3 sets of formation materials at the same time and make sure that each carving was extremely accurate. If he used the standard of the secular world, there would not be a single deviation. Even if it was not to the nanometer level, it had to be at least to the micrometer level. Otherwise, even the slightest deviation would greatly reduce the effect of the final formation, or even completely fail. The so-called a miss by a millimeter is 1,000 miles, described this situation. Scholar Yuntai had also kept quiet. In fact, he had been paying attention to Xia Ruofei's preparation of the materials for the formation in the mysterious or space. To be honest, the mood of the master of the cloud platform was very complicated. At first, he thought that it was impossible for Xia Ruofei to complete the preparation of the array materials in such a short time. But when he saw that Xia Ruofei was actually doing 3 things at the same time and handling 3 different sets of array materials at the same time, he felt that Xia Ruofei was being whimsical. How could he maintain precise control in such a situation? As Xia Ruofei finished processing more and more materials, the amount of materials waiting to be processed decreased little by little. However, there were no mistakes at all. Not even a single set of materials had been changed. The shock in the heart of layman Yuntai was indescribable. He forced himself not to make a sound because he knew that Xia Ruofei was very focused. He must not disturb him or he might fail. Just like that, Xia Ruofei used more than 50 minutes to prepare the materials for the 9-turn space-splitting formation. When Xia Ruofei was done with the last set of formation materials, he was surrounded by a pile of processed formation materials. They were floating around him, almost blocking his entire body. After confirming that Xia Ruofei had finished preparing the materials for the formation, Master Yuntai muttered, "Fellow Taoist Xia, you've really scared me." Xia Ruofei was checking the materials for the formation. He was stunned for a moment and then smiled. "Senior Yuntai, what do you mean? I didn't think that fellow Taoist Xia would be so talented in the rules of space," said Scholar Yuntai. "You're also so accomplished in the array path. It's really amazing." "Senior is too kind." Xia Ruofei quickly checked the materials that had been processed and said, was pressed for time and had no choice but to take such a risky approach. "Fortunately, I was lucky and did not make any big mistakes." "It should be said that there are no mistakes." Scholar Yuntai said, "I've seen the entire process of you handling the array materials just now. It seems that there are no mistakes." Xia Ruofei shook his head slightly and said, "It's still too rushed. 2 of the talismans have a small deviation. It might affect the effect of the array. But luckily, I still have a few minutes to salvage the situation." In reality, the gold thread nether snake was already very close to the spirit map in the outside world. If the spirit map was a human, he would have been able to smell the stinky poison that the snake was exhaling. However, with the help of the time formation, Xia Ruofei could still handle the materials with relative ease. As he spoke, he took out 2 more jade talismans and quickly began to carve. This was his second time inscribing these two talismans. He was also multitasking, so it was much easier than before. Moreover, because he had already carved it once before, he was already aware of the deviations in the parts. Therefore, this time, it was very smooth. In just 2 to 3 minutes, the 2 array talismans were completed. In the mysterious or space, layman Yuntai was speechless when he saw Xia Ruofei's actions. To be honest, from his point of view, the 2 talismans that Xia Ruofei had made were no different from the previous 2. It could be seen that the difference that Xia Ruofei had mentioned was actually very small. Under such a tight situation, Xia Ruofei was still striving for perfection, which made Master Yuntai sigh. Could this be the standard of a genius? Xia Ruofei didn't have much time to chat with Master Yuntai. He was constantly paying attention to the outside world. At this time, the gold thread nether snake had almost caught up with the spirit map. He had to go out and set up the array as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei tried to set it up in the spirit map space. There were 108 talismans for this 9-turn space-splitting array. Each talisman had a specific position and could not deviate from it. Otherwise, the array might lose its effect. This was a test of Xia Ruofei's control. It was a good thing that his spiritual power had improved by a large margin, and he had a very deep understanding of this array. Therefore, he set up the array with a wave of his hand. Xia Ruofei felt the operation of the formation and nodded in satisfaction. It looks pretty good. But if I have enough time, the power of the formation can increase by at least 20%. But that's all one can do now. Yuntai scholar was speechless. So Xia Ruofei was not satisfied with this formation. Or rather, it was just barely satisfactory to Xia Ruofei. This requirement was too high. With Master Yuntai's understanding of the 9-turn space-splitting formation, even a nascent soul stage cultivator would find it hard to do better than Xia Ruofei in the same amount of time. To be more precise, not many original infant stage cultivators could do what Xia Ruofei did. As for Oris core stage cultivators, there was no need to even mention them. Even if there was no time limit, it was an almost impossible task for an Oris core stage cultivator to make the talismans for the 9-turn space-splitting array. Not to mention that in such a short period of time, he had to deal with the materials of the array 3 times at the same time. It was simply a fantasy. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, perhaps even he himself would not have believed it. Xia Ruofei waved his hand to remove the formation and let the materials float in the air. He then used his spiritual power to check the situation outside. At that moment, the gold thread nether snake had almost caught up to the spirit map. Xia Ruofei saw a frozen scene. The gold thread nether snake had extended its long tongue halfway, and the crimson spikes on it were clearly visible. It was obvious that the golden thread nether snake was trying to wrap its tongue around the spirit map. However, the time inside and outside was 2,000 times faster, so Xia Ruofei could only see the extremely slow and almost fixed image. However, he could not delay any longer. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself and left the spirit map space with a thought. Before he left, he had already investigated the surrounding terrain and the situation of the gold thread nether snake, so he was well prepared. Xia Ruofei appeared about 3 meters to the right of the spirit map. He used his Yuan Qi to protect himself and grabbed a protruding rock at that spot. At the same time, he kept the spirit map without hesitation. Almost at the same time, the golden thread nether snake's fearsome tongue had already reached the spot where the spirit map had been, and it directly struck the rock, sending rock chips flying. Just as the gold thread nether snake was about to capture the painting, it suddenly disappeared into thin air. Then, that annoying human appeared in front of it. Naturally, it was both shocked and angry. The snake's agile tongue did not retract at all. It turned to the right and stabbed at Xia Ruofei's forehead. The snake's tongue was very fast and it could turn in the middle. This was indeed out of Xia Ruofei's expectations. However, Xia Ruofei did not dare to stay where he was. He appeared in the outside world and grabbed the protruding rock. As he collected the spirit map, he exerted more force in his hand and his body suddenly rose into the air. He managed to avoid the snake's attack. However, the gold thread nether snake was too close to him, and its speed had increased. Even if Xia Ruofei dodged one attack, it would be difficult for him to dodge the subsequent attacks. Furthermore, to ensure his agility, he did not even wear his spacesuit this time. In other words, he was completely relying on the energy shield to protect himself. Once the shield broke, he would be instantly killed by the poisonous mist. Therefore, it was very dangerous to fight the snake at such a close distance. Xia Ruofei had also made his move after careful planning. He did not intend to rely on his speed and strength to deal with the gold thread nether snake. After he dodged the attack from the snake's tongue, a black ball had already appeared in his palm. Then, he threw it at the gold thread nether snake without hesitation. Xia Ruofei had planned all of this before he left the spirit map space. He appeared in the outside world, grabbed the protruding rock wall, retrieved the spirit map scroll, jumped up to avoid the snake's tongue attack, and threw the black ball. All of these actions were done in one go. He had dodged the snake's attack. It was a close call. Xia Ruofei had gotten the black ball from Shen Tianfeng's storage belt. When Shen Tianfeng and Xia Ruofei were fighting, he had also used this black ball and caused great damage to the trap and kill array. Therefore, Xia Ruofei was very clear about the power of the black ball. The super high temperature and air waves produced by its explosion, as well as the burning flames, were difficult for ordinary intermediate golden core cultivators to withstand. Even though he was a little heartbroken, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate to use the life-saving item left behind by Shen Tianfeng. The golden thread nether snake was moving upwards at an extremely fast speed while the black ball was thrown downwards by Xia Ruofei with all his might. Hence, in the blink of an eye, the black ball had hit the snake's huge triangular head. At the same time, Xia Ruofei's trace of vital qi had also touched the ball. Suddenly, the black ball exploded. There was a loud bang. The black ball exploded violently the moment it came into contact with the gold thread nether snake. The earth trembled and the mountains trembled. A large amount of flames instantly surrounded the gold thread nether snake. The gold thread nether snake had been charging upwards at full speed, but it was caught off guard by the black ball's explosion. And its momentum was immediately halted. What was even more terrifying was that the black ball just happened to come into contact with the 3 golden threads on the snake's head. The golden threads were actually in the shape of a snake, and the 7-inch mark was the snake's weakest point. As a result, the gold thread nether snake had suffered significant damage from the explosion. Its body trembled, and a stream of stinky blood flowed out of its mouth. The top of its head was also blasted open. However, the gold thread nether snake had thick skin. The explosion and flames from the black ball didn't cause any fatal damage to it. It only looked extremely miserable. The gold thread nether snake's ferocity was triggered. It let out an angry hiss and went berserk. However, the distance between it and Xia Ruofei was inevitably widened. Because of the black ball's explosion, not only did it lose its momentum, but it also slid down a dozen meters. Xia Ruofei made use of the shock wave from the black ball's explosion to jump up. The Zhuang flying sword under his feet also rose at its maximum speed. In the blink of an eye, he was dozens of meters away from the gold thread nether snake. As soon as he picked up speed, Xia Ruofei immediately summoned the spirit map scroll and threw it towards the top of the mountain with all his might. Xia Ruofei was already flying upwards at full speed on his sword. He then threw out the spirit map scroll at full speed. With the two speeds stacked together, the speed of the spirit map scroll was even faster. It made a whistling sound as it tore through the air and even left an afterimage. After Xia Ruofei threw out the spirit map scroll, he immediately entered the spirit map space and entered the primordial realm. He was directly inside the time formation. Scholar Yuntai had been in the mysterious space, watching Xia Ruofei's every move. They had all witnessed Xia Ruofei's smooth and fluid movements after she had flown out. Scholar Yuntai clicked his tongue and said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, you really have a lot of life-saving methods. There's actually a magic treasure like the thunderbolt seed." Only then did Xia Ruofei know that the black ball he had found in Shen Tianfeng's belongings was called Leitang. He smiled and said, "I got this by chance. I only have one. If it wasn't for the urgent situation, I wouldn't have used it." "That's right." Layman Yuntai agreed. "In that situation, if you didn't use the thunderbolts to blow up the gold thread nether snake, you would have been in danger." Then, Scholar Yuntai asked, "Fellow Taoist Xia, you should have had enough time to fly to the top of the mountain. Why did you enter this small world?" Master Yuntai also didn't understand. In the previous situation, if Xia Ruofei had flown up quickly on his sword, he should have been able to reach the top of the mountain before the golden thread nether snake caught up to him. However, it was hard to say if he would have the time to set up the 9-turn space-splitting formation. However, Xia Ruofei didn't fly up on his sword. Instead, he chose the same strategy as when he was in an emergency. He threw out the spirit map scroll again and entered the spirit map space by himself. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei entered the time formation of the Archean realm. Clearly, he wanted to buy more time. It was just that no one knew what Xia Ruofei wanted to do. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Senior Yuntai, I thought about it just now and I think you're right. The 9-turn space-splitting formation was still not enough to deal with gold thread nether snake. I just happened to have some inspiration, so I decided to fight for some time to see if I could improve the formation." Layman Yuntai couldn't help but be dumbfounded. After a long time, he muttered, "Didn't hear wrong, did I? Or is there something wrong with my ears? It was wrong. I'm in a spirit body state right now, where do I get my ears?" Since Master Yuntai had lost his physical body, he communicated with Xia Ruofei through spiritual power. Naturally, there was no problem with his hearing, and it was impossible for him to mishear. So, he asked again in an uncertain tone, "Fellow Taoist Xia, are you going to modify the 9-turn space-splitting formation before the battle?" Xia Ruofei gathered all the materials together and smiled. "Senior Yuntai, you didn't hear wrong. I really want to improve the formation, mainly to increase its offensive power. Of course, the 9-turn space-splitting formation itself is already very mature, so it's not very possible to make any major changes to this kind of formation. I only Have a preliminary idea to make minor adjustments to some parts of the formation and at the same time add a few more talismans. If there's no problem with my idea, I should be able to complete the transformation very quickly. With that, Xia Ruofei skillfully picked out a few talismans from the array materials. At the same time, he beckoned for more blank jade talismans and began to draw array patterns on the blank jade talismans with his spiritual power while comparing them. Scholar Yuntai stared at Xia Ruofei's movements with all his attention. He could not believe that someone could improve a fully developed formation in such a short time and could even increase the power of the attack. Grand Cloud Scholar looked at the array pattern that Xia Ruofei was inscribing. Compared to the array pattern on the talismans that he had picked out, there didn't seem to be much difference. Xia Ruofei's inscribing speed was very fast, which showed that he had already deduced it very clearly in his mind. Just as Xia Ruofei had said, he could not perform any major surgery on the array. It was just some minor adjustments. As a result, the main body of the formation patterns did not change much. He only made small adjustments to the formation patterns according to his own understanding. In the eyes of layman Yuntai, this was like a fairy tale. Xia Ruofei had a deep understanding of the laws of space. It was because of this that he was able to find a few flaws in the array that could reduce its power. Now, he was following his own understanding and carving these talismans. Xia Ruofei spent about 40 minutes to make 6 new array talismans. Then, he used his mind power to check and confirm that the gold thread nether snake was not able to catch up for the time being. Based on the situation just now, the gold thread nether snake would need at least 5 to 6 seconds to catch up to the spirit map. In the primordial realm time formation in the spirit map, it would have about 2 to 3 hours. There was still some distance between the gold thread nether snake and the spirit map, so it was safe for the time being. Hence, Xia Ruofei set up the 9-turn space splitting formation in the time formation. Of course, this 9-turn space splitting formation was the formation that he had prepared earlier. He did not use the array talismans that he had just improved. In other words, Xia Ruofei had first set up the standard 9-turn space splitting formation. Scholar Yuntai had already seen Xia Ruofei set up a formation so casually, but he still found it hard to believe when he saw it again. When he thought about how Xia Ruofei wanted to improve on the foundation of this formation, he felt that it was even more like a fantasy. Xia Ruofei sensed the operation of the formation and broke it apart. Then, he accurately picked out the 6 array talismans and placed the 6 array talismans that he had just made inside. Then, he skillfully set up the 9-turn space splitting array again. This time, he modified the array according to his ideas. Layman Yuntai was also staring at this new formation, and he couldn't help but release his mental energy to sense it. Xia Ruofei was doing the same thing. Both of them felt at the same time that after the 6 array talismans were replaced, the operation of the array not only did not improve, but some nodes appeared to be blocked. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but frown, while Scholar Yuntai secretly heaved a sigh of relief and thought, knew it wasn't that easy to improve the formation. Especially in such a short period of time, how could he really improve a mature array to a better level? In the eyes of Master Yuntai, there was a limit to geniuses. If Xia Ruofei could really improve the array in such a short time, then he was beyond the scope of genius. But Xia Ruofei did not give up. He muttered to himself and reached out to draw 2 blank jade talismans. Then, he thought, for a moment and started to draw quickly with his fingers. Streams of mental energy flowed out smoothly from his fingertips, leaving profound formation patterns on the blank jade talisman. This time, layman Yuntai couldn't understand it at all. This was because the runes that Xia Ruofei had drawn were different from the runes on any of the 9 turn space-splitting array runes. Xia Ruofei was carving a new array pattern. Scholar Yuntai was a little confused. Could it be that he's planning to give up on the 9 turn space-splitting formation and set up a new formation that I've never seen before? But there wasn't enough time. Moreover, the power of the 9 turn space-splitting formation itself was not bad. There was still a chance of killing the gold thread nether snake. Why would he give up what was near and seek what was far? Fortunately, Xia Ruofei did not take too long to inscribe the 2 jade talismans this time. In about 10 minutes, he had successfully inscribed 2 talismans. Xia Ruofei checked the array pattern on the jade talisman and silently deduced it. Then, he nodded in satisfaction. Then, Xia Ruofei stretched out his hand and gently touched the array. He broke up the array that was not working well because of the improvement. Then, he immediately pushed his hands and added the 2 array talismans in. Then, his hands gently drew in the air, and the array materials began to rearrange under the effect of his mental power. In just a few seconds, a new formation was formed. Scholar Yuntai was stunned. The 9 turn space-splitting formation was still in front of him. At least the main structure of the formation had not changed, but at least 8 array talismans had been adjusted. In addition, 2 of Xia Ruofei's newly made array talismans had been added. This is, Scholar Yuntai couldn't help but mutter to himself. Xia Ruofei flicked his finger and activated the formation. Then, he immediately released his spiritual power to sense it. Scholar Yuntai also came back to his senses and quickly used his mental energy to check the array. After a quick probe, layman Yuntai couldn't help but cry out, "This formation is so stable." With his experience and shrewdness, layman Yuntai should have been able to remain calm and composed, but he had lost his composure several times today. Especially this time, he was extremely shocked. Xia Ruofei had replaced 6 runes, changed the positions of 8 runes, and added 2 runes. In the end, he was still able to set up the 9 turn space-splitting array and the stability of the array had been greatly improved. At first, Master Yuntai thought that Xia Ruofei's random addition of talismans would cause the formation to collapse and it would be impossible to form a stable energy channel. However, reality had taught Scholar Yuntai a good lesson. Xia Ruofei's formation was obviously still the 9 turn space-splitting formation. It was much more stable than the original formation, and the obstruction that had appeared earlier had disappeared. There's actually such an operation? At this time, Scholar Yuntai felt that his long cultivation life had been wasted. He couldn't even compare to a little kid in the early Jidan stage. Xia Ruofei examined it more carefully. His understanding of this formation was obviously much higher than that of Yuntai scholar. Therefore, he was not only concerned about the stability of the formation, but also the increase in power. Xia Ruofei tried to operate the formation and tested the attacking function of the formation. This time, his heart was completely at ease. It seems like the effect of the modification is not bad. The power has increased by at least 30%. Xia Ruofei said happily, "Senior Yuntai, do you think the probability of winning will increase a lot if we use this formation to deal with the gold thread nether snake?" Only then did Scholar Yuntai come back to his senses. He smiled bitterly and said, actually, with fellow Taoist Xia's abilities, even a standard 9 turn space splitting formation would be a huge threat to the gold thread nether snake. Now that it's been improved and its performance has been increased by 30%, this formation is no weaker than some classic space formations. Fellow Taoist Xia is really, I'm only familiar with the rules of space, Xia Ruofei said humbly. Don't dare to change other formations like this. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to check the situation outside. After confirming that the gold thread nether snake was still some distance away from him, he decided to keep the improved 9 revolutions void splitting formation in operation. He wanted to continue observing the improved 9 revolutions void splitting formation. It had not been tested and verified yet, so Xia Ruofei did not know if the formation would be able to maintain its current stable state. The formation ran for more than half an hour before Xia Ruofei stopped and broke it apart. Then he let it stay suspended in the air. Senior Yuntai, this junior is ready to go out. Xia Ruofei said, this time, there should be enough time for me to set up the array. Yes, replied layman Yuntai. Fellow Taoist Xia. When we meet on a narrow road, the braver one will win. There's nothing to be afraid of about the gold thread nether snake. You must first overwhelm the other party with your momentum. Understood. Xia Ruofei said, please help me, senior Yuntai. If I make any mistakes, please remind me. All right. Layman Yuntai said straightforwardly. With a thought, Xia Ruofei left the spirit map space in a flash. When Xia Ruofei left the spirit map space, he hooked onto the protruding part of the cliff and kept the spirit map scroll. The enraged gold thread nether snake had caught up to Xia Ruofei again, but it was still 40 to 50 meters away from him. Even though there was still some distance between them, Xia Ruofei could already feel the terrifying aura of the gold thread nether snake, especially its soaring killing intent, which seemed to have a physical form. Xia Ruofei could not help but shiver. If Xia Ruofei didn't move, the distance of a few dozen meters could be covered in a few breaths. Therefore, as soon as Xia Ruofei arrived outside, he immediately summoned the flying sword and silently used the sword technique to drive the flying sword to the top of the mountain. At this moment, Xia Ruofei had already left the poisonous fog and was less than 100 meters away from the top of the mountain. He stood on the flying sword and was extremely fast. Although the gold thread nether snake was faster, Xia Ruofei's speed had increased as well. Hence, it was impossible for him to catch up to him within a short distance of 100 meters. Just like that, Xia Ruofei successfully returned to the top of the mountain. He didn't stop. With a thought, he took out all the materials for the 9-turn space splitting array from the spirit map space. Then, with a wave of his hand, the floating materials immediately scattered in all directions. After 2 or 3 seconds, all the materials had arrived at their respective positions. Xia Ruofei immediately took out another crystal and inserted it into the core of the array. At this moment, the golden thread nether snake's huge triangular head peeked out from the cliff. Its cold eyes were filled with murderous intent, especially when it saw Xia Ruofei. The snake let out an angry hiss and swung its head upwards. This time, Xia Ruofei finally saw the huge body of the gold thread nether snake. Its body was thicker than a water tank and covered in hard scales. Even the snake's belly was covered in these scales. When the gold thread nether snake rose into the air, it was truly like a giant dragon, full of momentum. If not for the fact that it did not have claws, Xia Ruofei would have thought that it was a dragon from the legends. The golden thread nether snake flew into the air and stared coldly at Xia Ruofei. Then, it suddenly lowered its head and increased its speed from 0 to the extreme, leaving behind an afterimage. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a huge threat of death. He did not panic in the face of danger, and unhurriedly cast a spell. The 9-turn space-splitting formation was activated at this critical moment. The gold thread nether snake charged headfirst into the 9-revolution space-splitting formation. It had been staring at Xia Ruofei, but the moment the formation was activated, it was as if the world had turned upside down. Everything in front of it disappeared, and it felt as if it had entered a chaotic space. The gold thread nether snake was enraged. It lunged forward and used its physical strength to break a small spatial cage. However, there were countless of the same spatial cages, and they were layered together. Brute force alone would never be able to escape. Moreover, the laws of space were more complicated than the other laws. The gold thread nether snake was the weakest in the laws of space. This could be said to be its weakness. Even though its strong body allowed it to forcefully break through the relatively unstable small space, it could not see through the essence of the formation. As for harming the formation, there was no way it could. If Xia Ruofei was trapped in the formation, he would not be able to see a chaotic space. He could see the essence of this small space through the phenomenon in front of him. The chaos in the golden thread nether snake's eyes could be broken down into spatial laws in Xia Ruofei's eyes. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei would definitely be able to see through the spatial node of this formation. Even Xia Ruofei wouldn't be able to break this formation in a short period of time, but at least he wouldn't be like the golden thread nether snake, who had completely lost its mind. At this moment, Xia Ruofei heard the voice of the Grand Cloud. Scholar in his mind, fellow Taoist Xia, can you first move me and this or out of the formation? A difference of 2,000 times in the flow of time is really a test of my patience. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. Just now, in order to make it easier for him to communicate with Layman Yuntai, he had taken out the mysterious ore from the cave in the mountain sea realm and placed it within the time formation flag of the Archean realm. Now that he had left the spirit map space and was in the outside world, he was fighting fiercely with the golden thread nether snake. From the perspective of Layman Yuntai, who was in the formation, it was the same as when Xia Ruofei was investigating this situation outside. It was all in super slow motion. It was even close to being frozen. Scholar Yuntai was also anxious to know how the formation would deal with the gold thread nether snake, so he couldn't help but remind Xia Ruofei. I'm sorry, Senior Yuntai, it's my negligence, Xia Ruofei said as he held back his laughter. Then, with a thought, he placed the mysterious orb back into the stone chamber in the mountain sea realm. In this way, the flow of time in the environment of Scholar Yuntai was exactly the same as the outside world. I'm finally comfortable, Scholar Yuntai said. And then he couldn't help but say in surprise, eh? The effect of this formation is much better than I thought. The gold thread nether snake has already been trapped in the many small spaces. Grand Cloud Scholar was considered an expert. He could tell at a glance that the scales of victory were greatly leaning towards Xia Ruofei. Normal trapping arrays, even Xia Ruofei's tried and tested trap and lull array, would find it difficult to trap a golden thread nether snake that was close to the early stage of the original level. It could also be easily destroyed by violence. Only spatial arrays could be broken by the layers of space. Although the snake tried to break the array with force, it could not damage the materials used to set the array. Therefore, it could not cause any damage to the array itself. The 9-revolution space, splitting formation's most prominent feature was that it created an endless amount of small spaces. In addition, the golden thread nether snake's innate talent in space was far lower than the average. It could be said that the golden thread nether snake and the realm fox were two extremes in terms of innate talent in space. The golden thread nether snake only knew how to use brute force to destroy small spaces, and the speed at which it destroyed them was even slower than the speed at which the formation created new small spaces. In this way, once it was trapped by the formation, it would be almost impossible to break out of the formation again. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I have to thank Senior for your reminder. If it wasn't for Grand Cloud's guidance, one wouldn't have known that the gold thread nether snake's perception of space would be so weak." Generally speaking, those who were able to reach the peak of the advanced Aurus core stage and were close to the beginner nascent soul stage would not be too bad in the aspect of space. For normal cultivators at the peak of the advanced Aurus core stage, such as Chen Xian's father, Chen Nanfeng, even if he did not specialize in the laws of space, he would naturally come into contact with various laws at this level, including the laws of space. In other words, if Chen Nanfeng had been trapped in the 9-turn space, splitting formation, he would have performed much better than the gold thread nether snake. Xia Ruofei didn't know much about the gold thread nether snake. If it wasn't for the guidance of Scholar Yuntai, he wouldn't have thought of using a spatial attribute array to deal with the snake. Scholar Yuntai smiled bitterly and said, "I just happen to know the weakness of this golden thread nether snake. It's mainly because fellow Taoist Xia's attainments in the Tao of arrays and understanding of the rules of space have reached an extremely high level. Otherwise, even if you knew the weakness of the snake, ordinary people wouldn't be able to find a way to deal with it in such a short time. So, there's no need to thank me too." "That's true, but I still have to thank him," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He didn't chat much with Scholar Yuntai, because the gold thread nether snake was still trapped in the formation. He still needed to stay focused and control the formation. The 9-turn space splitting formation was naturally not as simple as a space cage. Otherwise, it would not have been impossible for ordinary golden core cultivators to set it up. Its attacks were also extremely swift and fierce. Even if it was Xia Ruofei himself, if he was trapped in such a formation, he would be in a very sorry state. If he was not careful, he might lose his life on the spot. Seeing that the formation had stabilized and that the gold thread nether snake was trapped, Xia Ruofei was relieved. Thus, he made a hand seal and skillfully sent it into the core of the array. The 9-turn space splitting formation immediately underwent a change. Streams of energy circulated within the formation patterns, and the momentum was extremely shocking. The gold thread nether snake was on the verge of going crazy. It couldn't even remember how many small spaces it had broken, but every time it broke open a space, it was faced with the same scene. It was as if the small spaces were endless. Moreover, it was completely relying on its tyrannical body to break through the space, so it was naturally impossible for it to not consume any energy. In addition, after the space was shattered, it would also cause damage to it. Although this kind of injury was basically nothing to it, it would eventually become unbearable after a long time. The scales on its back were already damaged in 2 places, and it was bleeding a lot. These were all superficial wounds, and had no effect on it for the time being. However, it had been trapped in this formation for a long time, which made it impatient. This was the first time it had suffered such a big loss. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the space in front of the snake. The gold-thread nether snake was charging forward with all its might. In fact, it had been barging around like this all this time without any strategy. It crashed into the dark spatial crack. The gold-thread nether snake let out a shrill hiss. A wound so deep that its bones could be seen appeared on its huge snake head. And blood spurted out. The snake's fleshly body was far stronger than that of ordinary golden core cultivators, and even nascent soul cultivators couldn't compare to it. Otherwise, it would have already been beheaded. If an ordinary person were to encounter such a spatial rift, then the part of the body that came into contact with the spatial rift would immediately disappear without a sound. This was because that part of the body had already entered another space, and naturally separated from the body. It was only because the snake's body was extremely strong that it was able to withstand the terrifying tearing of the spatial crack. Even so, the gold-thread nether snake was severely injured by the spatial tear. The gold-thread nether snake's huge body curled up in pain, and then it started to writhe madly. Fortunately, its physical condition was indeed unique. With such a deep wound, an ordinary person would definitely lose their combat ability in an instant. However, it only took a few seconds for the wound to stop bleeding and even begin to heal faintly. The gold-thread nether snake's rage points soared, but it could not be used. Xia Ruofei did not even want to fight it head on. It was still facing the endless spatial cage. Moreover, the terrifying spatial rifts were increasing in number. The gold-thread nether snake's initial anger had turned into a trace of fear. It didn't even dare to charge around recklessly like it did when it was trapped in the formation. Because it didn't know where the spatial rift that it feared would suddenly appear. The location of the spatial rift was completely random, and it was silent. In addition, the gold-thread nether snake's talent in space was too poor. It couldn't sense any spatial fluctuations, so it was even more difficult to predict. It had to be on guard at all times to avoid the spatial rifts that appeared randomly. The golden thread nether snake's huge body was usually its greatest advantage, but now it had become a burden. The area it had to cover had also increased by a lot. As the spatial rifts increased in number and frequency, the gold-thread nether snake didn't even dare to rashly break through the spatial cage. It didn't have the energy to do anything other than defend itself. The gold-thread nether snake had just twisted its huge body to avoid a spatial crack. These spatial rifts appeared without any warning or sound, so the gold-thread nether snake had to maintain a high level of concentration. Its huge body was almost twisted into a fried dough twist. Fortunately, spatial rifts were very unstable and could not be maintained for too long. They would then disappear on their own. Otherwise, no matter how strong the body of the golden thread nether snake was or how agile its reaction was, it wouldn't be able to last long. Even so, there were still 6 or 7 deep and terrifying wounds on its body. It was impossible for it to completely avoid all the spatial cracks, and no matter how strong its recovery ability was, it could not withstand the constant injuries. Outside the formation, Xia Ruofei was paying close attention to the gold-thread nether snake's condition. The scale of victory was leaning towards Xia Ruofei's side. What he had to do was to maintain the stability of the formation and add another straw to the camel's back. Xia Ruofei looked at the battered and exhausted gold-thread nether snake inside the formation. He muttered to himself, then formed a hand seal and skillfully sent it into the core of the formation. Within the 9-turn space, splitting formation, the gold-thread nether snake had Not even had time to catch its breath when it heard a sonic boom. It didn't even have time to react before it felt a sharp pain on its body. A part of its hard scales was directly blown off. Immediately after, there was another sound of air breaking. This time, it came from the front. The gold thread nether snake finally saw it clearly. Its eyes were filled with horror. It was an extremely sharp spatial wind blade. It was obvious that it had been injured by the same spatial wind blade. This was really a case of a house leaking when it rained overnight. Before the gold thread nether snake could react, the shrill sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Hundreds of spatial wind blades suddenly appeared in this small space, so dense that they almost filled the entire space. The gold thread nether snake's mind trembled as it looked at the spatial wind blades. It was stunned for a moment because it didn't know how to dodge them. In the blink of an eye, several spatial wind blades had struck the snake's body, causing its scales to fly and its skin to split open. The golden thread nether snake let out a violent hiss. Its huge body writhed wildly, and it charged toward the dimensional membrane without any regard for anything else. It had already realized that it was at the end of the road. The spatial cracks that had appeared silently had already made it very difficult to cope with. The appearance of the spatial wind blades had made the situation worse. At this moment, it could not care so much. There was only one thought in its mind, and that was to leave this place at all costs. Even if it was badly injured, it was better than being cut into pieces by the spatial wind blades. After the gold thread nether snake let down its guard, the damage it received was naturally even greater. In just a few breaths of time, dozens of spatial wind blades hit its body. In addition, it was very unlucky to hit its head directly into a dark spatial crack. The spatial crack had torn a terrible hole in the snake's belly, and even its internal organs were exposed. The golden thread nether snake was no longer as imposing as it was when it was chasing after Xia Ruofei. Its body was covered in wounds of various sizes and was dripping with blood. It looked extremely miserable. The gold thread nether snake's eyes were filled with despair as it struggled to break free from the spatial cage. It was still trapped in another spatial cage. The density of the wind blades and spatial cracks in this spatial cage was much higher than the previous one. The gold thread nether snake dodged with all its might, but the spatial wind blades still hit it. The black spatial rifts that appeared randomly were even more difficult to guard against. Every time it hit a spatial rift, or the spatial rift appeared directly beside it, it would receive heavy damage. No matter how strong the gold thread nether snake's recovery ability was, it would not be able to recover from such a continuous and concentrated attack. It felt that its body was getting heavier and heavier. Because of its injuries and blood loss, its ability to move continued to decline. And even its consciousness began to blur. The gold thread nether snake let out an unwilling roar. It was indeed very unwilling to give up. At first, when Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue appeared in front of it, they were just two weak little fellows who had delivered themselves to its door. However, the situation took a sharp turn. It did not even manage to touch Xia Ruofei's hair, let alone a direct confrontation. It was directly trapped in this terrifying space array. Then, in a very short time, it was injured one after another. Now, it was almost in complete despair. The 9-turn space-splitting formations attack continued for more than 10 minutes. The gold thread nether snake's extremely tough body was finally at its limits. Its huge body was curled up into a coil, and its triangular head was trying its best to raise up, but it drooped down again and again under the continuous attack of the spatial wind blades. In the end, a pitch black spatial crack silently appeared on the snake's head. The snake's consciousness was starting to blur. How could it dodge? The spatial crack tore the snake's head apart, revealing the bones beneath its skin. The location of the tear was exactly 7 inches away from the 3 golden threads. This was the snake's weakest and most fatal spot. The gold thread nether snake's body trembled, and its head rose. Then, life began to drain from its emotionless eyes, and its head dropped. The gold thread nether snake's massive body twitched a few times, and then it became completely silent. Outside the 9-turn space, splitting formation, Xia Ruofei was naturally paying close attention to gold thread nether snake's condition. He immediately realized that the fatal attack had been completed. However, Xia Ruofei did not dare to let his guard down. He was worried that the gold thread nether snake might have faked its death. So he continued to control the formation, using the spatial wind blades to attack the gold thread nether snake. The random spatial cracks would occasionally appear on the snake's body, and naturally, they would quickly leave wounds of various sizes on it. Even after receiving such an injury, the gold thread nether snake's body remained motionless. Only then did Xia Ruofei relax a little. He knew that if the gold thread nether snake had faked its death, it would not have been able to stay still under that attack. Even if it was a conditioned reflex, it would have moved. The fact that the gold thread nether snake wasn't moving at all could only mean one thing: it was completely dead. Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief. He made a hand seal and stopped the attack of the array. However, he did not immediately go over to remove the array. Instead, he stood quietly outside the array, feeling as if he was in a dream. A venomous golden thread nether snake at the peak of the late golden core stage had been killed by him just like that? Xia Ruofei felt a strong sense of surrealism. In terms of strength, the gold thread nether snake was much more powerful than Shen Tianfeng. It was even stronger than Chen Xian's father, Chen Nanfeng. In addition, it was highly poisonous. If they were to fight head-on, Xia Ruofei would not be its opponent. However, with the help of the formation, Xia Ruofei had killed the golden thread nether snake, which was at the peak of the late golden core stage, without even coming into direct contact with it. This sounded like a fantasy. After a long while, Xia Ruofei asked, "Senior Yuntai, I successfully killed the gold thread nether snake?" The tone of layman Yuntai was also very complicated, of course. Although I was unable to see what was happening inside the formation due to the formation's shielding, since there was no more movement, it was likely that he had already been killed. Based on my understanding of the gold thread nether snake, it won't give up as long as it's still breathing. Xia Ruofei nodded. That's true. It doesn't have any chance of survival. I just can't believe it. Haha, layman. Yuntai couldn't see the situation inside the formation, but Xia Ruofei could see it clearly. Scholar Yuntai sighed and said, "This old man also can't believe that a golden thread nether snake was killed by an early gold core cultivator like you. And it was so easy, Senior Yuntai, it's all thanks to your guidance." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I can't think of a way to deal with it with a space array on my own." With that, Xia Ruofei waved his hand to remove the formation and carefully kept the materials. He now had a lot of materials for the array, already made. He could take them out at any time when he needed them, and he could set them up with a wave of his hand. Xia Ruofei also felt that if the formation was used well, it could really be very effective. However, formation path was profound and vast. If he wanted to achieve results in formation path, he still needed to continue exploring. As soon as the 9-turn space-splitting formation was removed, the gold thread nether snake's massive body was revealed. Its body was covered in countless wounds of various sizes, and it was a horrendous sight. After the death of the gold thread nether snake, its body naturally could not recover on its own. So the wounds remained. Xia Ruofei recalled that Ling Qingxue was still in the small space of the mountain and sea realm. Now that he had confirmed that the gold thread nether snake had been killed, he quickly moved Ling Qingxue out of the space. Ling Qingxue had been in a small space within the mountain and sea realm the entire time. She had been surrounded by chaotic mist, and she could only move in a small area of a few meters. From the golden thread nether snake's sudden appearance to Xia Ruofei's killing, not much time had passed. In the beginning, although Xia Ruofei had studied arrays and created array talismans, he had only completed them within the time array of the Archean realm. The time in the outside world had been calculated in seconds. When the gold thread nether snake was trapped in the 9-turn space, splitting formation, Xia Ruofei used the formation to attack and kill the snake in about 10 minutes. Thus, the total time that Ling Qingxue had been trapped in the small space of the mountain and sea realm was only 16 or 17 minutes. However, for Ling Qingxue, these 16 to 17 minutes were a great torment. Because the situation had been so urgent and everything had disappeared, she was very concerned about Xia Ruofei's safety. Moreover, the surrounding environment was so unfamiliar, and there was no way to get out. It was like being locked up in a cage. Ling Qingxue's heart was naturally quite nervous. So, when Ling Qingxue returned to the outside world, she was already burning with anxiety. Ling Qingxue was still wearing her bulky spacesuit. When she returned to the mountaintop outside, the first thing she saw was the huge gold thread nether snake. It was so close that she could even see the wounds and exposed flesh on the snake's body. Ling Qingxue screamed in fear. Xia Ruofei quickly called out, "Qingxue! Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. The gold thread nether snake is already dead." Ling Qingxue heard Xia Ruofei's voice and quickly turned her head. She saw that Xia Ruofei was standing there, unscathed, with a relaxed smile on his face. Her hanging heart immediately relaxed. Ling Qingxue sobbed and said, "Ruofei, I was so worried, you know? I was suddenly trapped in a small space that was only a few meters wide. I couldn't escape no matter how hard I tried. It was like an endless loop." Xia Ruofei patted Ling Qingxue's back gently and said, "I'm fine." He was fine. "Look at me, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? I killed that gold thread nether snake. I knew it. Ruofei is the best." Ling Qingxue nodded and said. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I released a life saving treasure just now. I used a small space to protect you. I just didn't have to explain it. I'm sorry for scaring you. It's good that you're fine." Ling Qingxue said, then said in surprise, "Ruofei, you released that small space? I feel that it's very sturdy. My full power attack wasn't able to hurt him at all, that's for sure." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "If it's not sturdy, how can it protect the people inside?" Then Xia Ruofei said, "Let's go. We don't have much time left for our mission, so let's complete the mission first." Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui held hands as they walked towards the gold thread nether snake. Xia Ruofei could feel that Ling Qingshui's palms were slightly sweaty. She was still a little nervous. Xia Ruofei gently patted Ling Qingshui's back and smiled. Qingshui, don't be afraid. This evil creature is already dead. I know. It's just that this snake is really too big. I can't help but feel a chill in my heart just by looking at it. Ling Qingshui said. When the gold thread nether snake was alive, it could be said to have an extraordinary bearing and an astonishing momentum. Even after its death, its eyes were still wide open, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. Xia Ruofei held Ling Qingshui's hand and walked over. When his hand gently touched the corpse of the gold thread nether snake, a line of words immediately appeared on the mission bar in the field of vision of the perceptual mirror. Congratulations! He had successfully passed the 6th level of the Tower of Trials. Xia Ruofei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had judged by common sense that the mission only required him to kill one gold thread nether snake, he could not guarantee that he would be able to complete the mission if he could kill one. It was only at this moment that he could confirm that he only needed to kill one gold thread nether snake for this round. In the stone chamber in the mountain sea realm, the mysterious ore was placed on the stone table. The spiritual body of Scholar Yuntai was living in such a mysterious ore. He happened to see Xia Ruofei, so he went up to touch the corpse of the gold thread nether snake and turned to leave. Scholar Yuntai couldn't help but remind him, fellow Taoist. Xia, this golden thread nether snake is very rare. Its scales can be ground into very thin lancets, and the poison in its teeth is the best in the world. The number of people in the cultivation world who can cure this poison can be counted on one hand. And its meat, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. He used his spiritual power to interrupt Scholar Yuntai's words. Senior Yuntai, you might not know this, but no matter how good this golden thread nether snake is, we can't take it away. Xia Ruofei had tried it just now, but it was the same as before. The corpse of the gold thread nether snake could not be put into the spirit map space. Ling Qingshui had also secretly tried to store the corpse of the gold thread nether snake in her storage ring. But the ring she used to store inanimate objects was also unable to store the corpse. Can't take it away? What do you mean by that? Layman Yuntai was confused. Xia Ruofei explained the rules of the trial pagoda to him again. Of course, Xia Ruofei and Layman Yuntai communicated through spiritual power, so Ling Qingshui, who was beside Xia Ruofei, didn't notice at all. At the end, Xia Ruofei said, Senior Yuntai, this thing looks envious, but in fact, it's impossible to take it away, so we don't have to waste time. Unless this golden thread nether snake has an inner core, or something like that, the kind that can greatly increase one's cultivation after eating it. How could there be such a thing? Scholar Yuntai said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, Fellow Taoist Xia, you said that it can increase one's cultivation, but I did think of something. However, this trial space is so strange that even the golden thread nether snake can't store it in a storage treasure. I'm not sure if there's such a thing, Xia Ruofei said. Senior Yuntai, why don't you tell us what it is? It's not good to speak halfway, isn't this tantalizing? I'm sorry, Grandmaster Yuntai said with a smile. I was just thinking about something. I didn't mean to keep you in suspense. Then, he paused for a moment and said, Fellow Taoist Xia, under normal circumstances, there will be an extremely precious spirit fruit in places where golden thread nether snakes appear. It's called the vermilion jade fruit. Golden thread nether snakes don't have any inner cores that can increase a cultivator's cultivation level, but this vermilion jade fruit can greatly increase a cultivator's cultivation level. In fact, golden thread nether snakes are fond of eating the vermilion jade fruit, so they usually guard the place where the vermilion jade fruit grows, waiting for the fruit to ripen. At the same time, they also prevent other people or demonic beasts from taking the vermilion jade fruit before they do. Xia Ruofei was excited when he heard that. He quickly asked, Senior Yuntai, does the vermilion jade fruit look like a red wild fruit? The tree with the vermilion jade fruit wouldn't be very tall, and the leaves would be long and have sharp teeth on the edges? Xia Ruofei was reminded of the two dark red fruits he saw in the poisonous fog at the bottom of the cliff. The reason he had found his way there and encountered the gold thread nether snake was because of the fruit's unique fragrance. It was very alluring, and even the tight, fitting spacesuits could not block it. It was a fragrance that seeped into one's soul. Xia Ruofei had followed the trail of incense and found the gold thread nether snake. Scholar Yuntai said with a smile, the vermilion jade fruit is indeed dark red. It has long, sharp, saw-edged leaves. However, these are not any obvious characteristics. Moreover, there are several kinds of spiritual fruits in the cultivation world that look like this. Its most prominent characteristics are actually, hearing this, Xia Ruofei interrupted Master Yuntai and said, it's actually a special fragrance. Am I right? Senior Yuntai, the fragrance of this vermilion jade fruit is very alluring, and cultivators with lower cultivation might even lose their minds. Moreover, this fragrance seeps into the soul, so even if you hold your breath, you can still feel the rich and alluring fragrance, right? That's right. Layman Yuntai said in surprise, so you've seen the vermilion jade fruit before, fellow Taoist Xia? It wasn't before, it was just now. Xia Ruofei said, at the bottom of this cliff, where I met the golden thread nether snake, there is a fruit tree like this. There are 2 vermilion jade fruits on it. It's those dark red fruits, they should have been fully ripened. Oh? Layman Yuntai asked, so the bottom of this cliff should be shrouded in clouds and mist? And those clouds are highly toxic and can corrode most things, right? This time, it was Xia Ruofei's turn to be stunned. He said, yes. Senior Yuntai, could it be that this poisonous mist is related to the vermilion jade fruit? Scholar Yuntai chuckled and said, not only is the vermilion jade fruit itself not poisonous, it can also greatly improve one's cultivation. It can be said to be a very rare and precious natural treasure. However, the most amazing thing is that this vermilion jade fruit tree will release a poisonous mist, and as the vermilion jade fruit ripened higher and higher, the mist released would also become thicker and thicker. All of it would gather around the vermilion jade fruit tree, forming a natural poisonous barrier. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei immediately told him what he had observed about the poisonous mist. Scholar Yuntai pondered for a while and said, the poisonous fog is already so thick and wide. In addition to the appearance, color, and smell of the vermilion jade fruit that you described, we can basically judge that the vermilion jade fruit should have ripened. That's great. Xia Ruofei said, it's a crime to leave such a good spiritual fruit in the trial space. I'll go and pick them all now. Layman Yuntai was puzzled, didn't you say that you can't take anything away from this trial space? What's the use of taking it off? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Senior Yuntai, I can't take it away. But I can eat it. It's just that they can't be stored in storage treasures. It's not like they can't be used. Xia Ruofei was quite confident in this. The yellow jade essence was like this before. Although he could not store it in the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei could absorb it normally. It was because of the large amount of yellow jade essence that both Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshua's spiritual power had made great progress. The vermilion jade fruit this time would probably be the same. If he couldn't take it away, then he would just cat it directly. Scholar Yuntai was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed at himself and said, "That makes sense. I'm really getting old and muddle-headed." However, the poison formed by the vermilion jade fruit tree is extremely corrosive. So it's not easy to pick. I was already near the vermilion jade fruit tree, but I wasn't sure if the vermilion jade fruit could be consumed or if it was poisonous. When we arrived at the fruit tree, we found the gold thread nether snake hiding in the dark, very close to us. We didn't have time to think so much and immediately started running for our lives. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Although the poisonous fog is terrifying, it's not dangerous to me." Of course, Scholar Yuntai knew that if an Aurus core stage cultivator put up a Yuan Qi barrier, they could go deep into the poisonous mist. However, this was definitely a very dangerous act. Once a small crack appeared on the protective shield, the poisonous mist would enter the protective shield. The cultivator only needed to take a breath, and his body would rot from the inside out. It would be a very miserable death. Even if the protective shield did not crack, if they were to explore in the poisonous fog, and their mental strength was also greatly limited, they would basically die if they were to get lost in the fog. This was because a Yuan Qi protective shield naturally required Yuan Qi, and a cultivator's Yuan Qi couldn't be unlimited. It would be used up eventually. This was especially true for cultivators in the Aurus core stage, who were of a lower cultivation level. The total amount of vital qi they had was relatively low to begin with. Once it was exhausted, they would be in a situation where they would die without a doubt. What Master Yuntai didn't know was that Xia Ruofei's vital qi protective shield was much tougher than that of ordinary golden core stage cultivators. Under normal circumstances, it would not be broken. Not to mention, if he really returned to the cloud area, Xia Ruofei would put on his EVA suit. Even if the vital qi protective shield was broken, he could still use the EVA suit to buy some time. Sometimes, in just a few seconds, he could change the outcome. As for the amount of vital qi, with Xia Ruofei's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to fill up the bottomless pit. However, with the elemental storage pearl, Xia Ruofei's vital qi was many times more than that of an ordinary golden core stage cultivator. Naturally, he could maintain the vital qi protective shield for a relatively long time. Therefore, in the eyes of layman Yuntai, it was very dangerous to go down with the help of the Yuan Qi protection. However, he felt that Xia Ruofei was confident. Because he was highly skilled and bold, so he did not say anything more. Ling Qingxue saw Xia Ruofei suddenly stop in his tracks and stand there in a daze, not making a sound for a long time. After waiting for a while, she could not help but ask curiously, "Are you Ruofei? What's wrong?" Xia Ruofei then hurriedly informed Scholar Yuntai, and then smiled at Ling Qingxue. Suddenly thought of something. "What is it?" "We've dealt with the gold thread nether snake, but we haven't collected the loot yet," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Did you receive the latest notification?" Ling Qingshua's eyes brightened. "The reward for completing the 6th level of the trial pagoda? I haven't seen the mission reward yet. But it doesn't affect us from collecting the loot, Xia Ruofei said. When Xia Ruofei mentioned the spoils of war, for the second time, Ling Qingxue finally reacted. She asked in confusion, "It's not a mission reward? What kind of spoils are they?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You've seen it too. Let me give you a hint. Below, in the misty area, you mean the two fruits?" Ling Qingxue suddenly understood. "You're right." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's go down again and collect the spoils. We've already killed the gold-thread nether snake, so there shouldn't be any danger this time." Ling Qingxue hesitated for a moment before saying, "Are you au fait? We can't bring anything out of this trial space." "I didn't say I was going to bring it out," Xia Ruofei said as he took out his spacesuit and started to put it on. "Why don't we just eat it? Have you forgotten about the yellow jade essence? Directly eat it?" Ling Qingxue exclaimed, "We don't even know if the fruit is edible. And that fragrance is really too strong. And it can even lure people to go there without caring about their own safety. I feel that fruit is a little strange. We'd better be careful." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't worry. That was a genuine spiritual fruit, and eating it would only bring benefits and no harm. If you don't take what the heavens give you, you'll get your retribution." Ling Qingxue had always had blind trust in Xia Ruofei. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was so certain, she naturally dispelled her doubts. She smiled and said, "Since you're so sure, let's go down. Let's go." After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he took Ling Qingxue's hand and walked to the side of the rope. Then, the two of them stepped onto the Zhuang flying sword hand in hand. In the majestic hall of the mysterious space enshrouded in purple mist, the elder in the green Taoist robe had seen the entire process of Xia Ruofei killing the gold-thread nether snake through the mirror in front of him. He had even seen this situation in the 9-turn space-splitting formation clearly. When Xia Ruofei and the gold-thread nether snake met face to face, it could be said that he was in a precarious situation at the beginning. However, Xia Ruofei made use of the difference in the flow of time between the spirit map space and the outside world. With the addition of the time array flags, he had won a lot of time. He used this time to successfully prepare the 9-turn space-splitting formation and turned the situation around. He killed the gold-thread nether snake easily. The green-robed elder saw all of this. When the huge body of the gold-thread nether snake fell to the ground, the green-robed elder couldn't help but stroke his beard and praise, sharp eyes, meticulous as a hair, to forcefully turn the situation around in a near-hopeless situation, and to have such high attainments in the array, Tao and spatial aspects. This little doll was really not bad. To be able to do it so perfectly at the Aura's core stage, it seems that Brother Mountain and River's spirit map world was not entrusted to the wrong person. The green-robed elder didn't notice Xia Ruofei's conversation with Master Yuntai. After all, the two of them were communicating through spiritual power, and the level of the spirit map scroll was extremely high. Even if the elder in the green Taoist robe used the mirror, he couldn't see the situation inside the space. Not to mention that layman Yuntai was living in the mysterious or space in the state of a spirit, so it was even more impossible for the elder to detect it. When Xia Ruofei pulled Ling Qingxue along to collect the spoils of war, the green-robed elder could not help but smile bitterly. He muttered to himself, "It seems that I can't keep the 2 vermilion jade fruits. This little kid's eyes are really sharp." You even know about the vermilion jade fruit? Could it be recorded in the ancient records left behind by Brother Mountain and River? Xia Ruofei naturally didn't know that his every move was being watched by the green-robed elder. He and Ling Qingxue rode on the flying sword and went down. The last time she went down, Xia Ruofei had to climb the rope for safety reasons. Now that the golden thread nether snake had been killed, the greatest danger on the cliff had been eliminated. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to fly down on his sword. Of course, he was still going down along the rope. His purpose was to prevent any unexpected situations from happening. When the time came, he could still use the rope to borrow strength. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue reached the end of the rope. Below them was the rising clouds. If they had not experienced it and seen it with their own eyes, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue would not have believed it. This seemingly ordinary cloud was actually highly toxic and corrosive. Without another word, Xia Ruofei activated his Yuan Qi barrier and communicated with Ling Qingxue with his eyes. Then, the two of them rode their flying swords and entered the misty area. The poisonous fog was pushed away by the Yuan Qi barrier. Not even a single wisp of the poisonous fog could reach within 3 meters of Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue. Xia Ruofei immediately controlled his flying sword and flew down the same path that he had taken earlier. Since they had chosen to fly on their flying swords this time and they were more familiar with the route than before, the two of them descended much faster than before. In a short while, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue arrived not far from the vermilion jade fruit tree. In fact, after descending for a while, they could smell the unique fragrance of the vermilion jade fruit again. However, Xia Ruofei already knew that it was the unique fragrance of the vermilion jade fruit, so he was not nervous and did not hold his breath. Xia Ruofei stood on the bent frost flying sword and looked at the vermilion jade fruit tree in front of him. He laughed and said, "Qingxue, our spoils look really delicious." Ling Qingxue was initially a little nervous, especially after the vermilion jade fruit ripened. Naturally, it had a strong attraction to cultivators. She had been suppressing her anxiety the whole time. However, if Xia Ruofei had not held her back, she might have still walked towards the 2 vermilion jade fruits. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Why are you only thinking about eating? No matter how I look at it, these 2 fruits are a little strange. Can we really eat them?" "Of course," Xia Ruofei said. At this time, within the spirit map space, Layman Yuntai couldn't help but click his tongue and say, "It really is the vermilion jade fruit. Fellow Taoist. Xia, your luck is really..." Hearing this, Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Senior Yuntai, since you've confirmed it, I'll go and pick it. Is there anything I need to pay attention to?" When picking the vermilion jade fruit, you need to use a dry wooden sword. It's best to use a dry pinewood sword. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to peel them off the branches, said Scholar Yuntai with a smile. Xia Ruofei said in surprise, "That fruit looks like it'll fall off with just a touch. How could it not be removed? Besides, the flying sword can cut gold and jade. But it can't be that it can't even cut the branches of the fruit tree, right?" Scholar Yuntai laughed and said, "If fellow Taoist Xia doesn't believe me, you can try." Xia Ruofei thought for a while, and his curiosity won. He nodded and asked, "Senior Yuntai, will I cause any harm to the vermilion jade fruit if I try?" "I won't. Fellow Taoist Xia, you can try it yourself," Scholar Yuntai said with a smile. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei was greatly relieved. He took out the blue immortal sword and used his spiritual energy to control the sword to cut the branch that connected the two vermilion jade fruits. The branch looked very thin, and the two heavy fruits had already bent it. Under normal circumstances, even an ordinary fruit knife could be easily cut through, let alone a flying sword that could cut through iron as if it were mud. However, when the blue travel immortal sword touched the branch, it bounced up. Xia Ruofei took a look and realized that there were no traces left on the branch. He did not believe it, so he increased his strength and even injected a trace of primordial chi into the blue immortal sword. But it was still to no avail. The blue immortal sword was soon swept away, and the branch also shook gently, but there was still no trace left on the branch. Xia Ruofei took 2 steps forward, grabbed the branch, and bent it. He directly poured his yuan qi into his hand. The force was so great that it could even break a steel pipe, but the vermilion jade fruit branch didn't even move. Ling Qingsuk also saw this scene and couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. This branch is so firm. Ruofei, don't tell me you didn't use any strength. I've used all my strength. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Didn't expect that a golden core cultivator couldn't even break a tree branch. Scholar Yuntai laughed and said, actually, it's not impossible to break the branch of the vermilion jade fruit. If you were a nascent soul stage cultivator, or even an immortal soul stage cultivator, you could still pick the fruit with brute force. However, you're just an early Jidan stage kid, you definitely can't do it. Xia Ruofei could not help but feel a sense of defeat. Ling Qingsuk didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then what should we do? We can't even pick this fruit. It seems that collecting the spoils of war isn't that easy. We can't just eat the fruit directly. Ling Qingsuk did not know that Xia Ruofei had a small world Dharma treasure and that there was a senior expert in it. However, layman Yuntai was still able to sense everything in the outside world. This was also because Xia Ruofei had let go of the seal. Otherwise, no matter how high layman Yuntai's cultivation was, he would not be able to sense the situation outside. After listening to Ling Qingsuk's words, layman Yuntai couldn't help but burst out laughing. Fellow Taoist Xia, your Tao companion is very interesting. Senior Yuntai. Xia Ruofei asked with a bitter smile, can this vermilion jade fruit tree really only be cut down with a wooden sword? Indeed. Yuntai layman said, at first, no one knew about it, so even if they were lucky enough to find the vermilion jade fruit tree, only cultivators above the nascent soul stage could pick it. Later, perhaps by chance, someone found out that wooden swords could easily cut off branches, especially pine wood swords, which were the most effective. Thus, it was passed down. This old master only saw it when I was reading the ancient records of my sect. I have never personally tested it. Xia Ruofei said, all right. It's a good thing I have senior's guidance, otherwise I would really be disappointed. It's really like having a treasure in the house. Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoist Xia, try using the wooden sword. It'd be best if it's a pinewood sword. Scholar Yuntai said with a smile. All right. After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he looked at Ling Qingxue and smirked. Don't worry, I have an idea. With that, Xia Ruofei immediately connected to the spirit map space and started searching. There were no pine trees planted in Xia Ruofei's spirit map space, so it was not easy to find a pinewood sword. However, he soon discovered that he had bought a pine wood sofa and placed it in the mountain sea realm. Xia Ruofei's face lit up with joy. This was a ready-made pine wood. And it was absolutely dry. Hence, Xia Ruofei contacted Xia Qing with his divine sense. And asked Xia Qing to pick a random sofa from this set, tear off the legs of the sofa, and then cut it into the shape of a sword. Xia Qing naturally carried out Xia Ruofei's order to the letter and quickly prepared a sharpened pine wood sword. Xia Ruofei took out the newly made pine wood sword and held it in his hand. Ling Qingsuk looked and saw that Xia Ruofei had actually taken out a wooden sword. As Xia Ruofei was in a hurry, he had specifically instructed Xia Qing not to pay too much attention to its appearance. Hence, the workmanship of this pine wood sword was indeed a little rough, but it was barely shaped into the shape of a sword. Ling Qingsuk couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She was stunned for a moment before she asked, "Are you Fei? You're not thinking of using this sword to pick the fruit, are you?" "That's right," Xia Ruofei said with certainty. "Is there a mistake?" "Even such a sharp flying sword can't handle it, and you're counting on a wooden sword?" Ling Qingxue asked, her eyes wide. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't underestimate this wooden sword. It's been blessed by a senior master. It's absolutely invincible." Ling Qingxue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Come on. It was obvious that it was just made, and it was very rough. "You're not kidding me, right?" Xia Ruofei said, "Why would I tease you at a time like this? Just wait and see. Open your eyes wide. Don't ever blink." With that, Xia Ruofei waved his wooden sword to cut the branch of the vermilion jade fruit and used his spiritual power to tell Scholar Yuntai, Senior Yuntai, "As you can see, I boasted to my cultivation partner. Please don't remember it wrong, or I'll really lose face." Scholar Yuntai laughed and said, "Don't worry. Don't worry. I have a good memory, so the most suitable sword is definitely pine wood." As the two of them spoke, Xia Ruofei's pine wood sword had already made contact with the vermilion jade fruit. Not only Ling Qingxue, but even Xia Ruofei's eyes were wide open as he looked forward. A miraculous scene happened. When the ordinary-looking pine wood sword touched the indestructible branch, it cut the branch off as if it was tofu. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He only came back to his senses after the two vermilion jade fruits fell for a short while. He quickly used his spiritual power to lift them up and prevent them from falling off the cliff. If he were to pick it up but not hold it and fall into the depths of the cliff, that would be the biggest joke. Ling Qingxue was flabbergasted. After a long while, her eyes widened. And she said, This. It's actually effective." Xia Ruofei had already regained his senses. He carefully used his spiritual power to lift the two vermilion jade fruits and laughed. "Qingxue, this is called everything has its weakness." Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei suspiciously and asked, "You weren't acting before, were you?" "This is too amazing." Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Am I that bored? Besides, the blue immortal sword really touched the branch just now. Even if I didn't use any force, with the sharpness of the blue immortal sword, an ordinary branch would have been broken. "That's true," Ling Qingxue said. After the vermilion jade fruit left the fruit tree, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue quickly realized that the poisonous fog outside the vital qi barrier was actually dissipating at a rapid speed. To be more precise, they did not dissipate, but all gathered at the vermilion jade fruit tree and were directly absorbed by the fruit tree. The cut on the fruit tree that had just been made by the pine wood sword also healed very quickly, and a new branch grew out, as if the poisonous fog was the best nourishment. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue looked at the scene in front of them curiously until all the clouds had been absorbed by the vermilion jade fruit tree. At this time, the branch where the vermilion jade fruit was on had completely recovered, and 2 small buds had grown on it. It was obvious that as long as there was enough time, 2 more vermilion jade fruits would grow on it. Out of caution, Xia Ruofei did not remove the yuan Qi protective shield. However, he could not help but look down curiously. After the poisonous fog dissipated, the bottom was naturally visible. However, with his eyesight, he still couldn't see how deep it was. It was as if the cliff had been cut down by a knife and an axe, and it continued to extend downward. Below it was a black abyss. Xia Ruofei felt a sense of oppression just by looking at it. The abyss was like a giant beast with its mouth wide open. It made one's heart palpitate. Qingxue, we've got the loot. Let's go up. He said directly. Ling Qingxue had also looked down, and when she saw the black abyss, she felt even more scared. She quickly said, Good, good, good. It's quite scary down there. Xia Ruofei didn't touch the vermilion jade fruit with his hands. He used his spiritual power to wrap them up. Then, he urged the flying sword under his feet and flew up at the fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the top of the mountain. Xia Ruofei then removed the yuan Qi protection and lowered his flying sword. After the 2 of them jumped off the flying sword, they took off their spacesuits and prepared to split the loot. Ying had tried it earlier on as well. As expected, the vermilion jade fruit could not be stored in the spirit map space, so they could only eat them directly. Xia Ruofei asked, Senior Yuntai, how do I use this vermilion jade fruit? Should I take it directly? In this case, I can only consume it directly. Scholar Yuntai said, I've heard that some alchemy masters can use the vermilion jade fruit as the main ingredient to refine spiritual pills. The effects of the spiritual pills they obtain are much better than directly consuming the vermilion jade fruit. However, only alchemy masters at the leaving aperture stage and above can do this. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei dispelled his other thoughts. The leaving aperture period was very far away for him. Besides, he did not have much research on alchemy and only knew how to make some spiritual herbs. He did not even know what spiritual pills looked like. Compared to his array Dao level, his alchemy Dao could not even be considered to be at the beginner level. This vermilion jade fruit couldn't be taken out of the trial pagoda, so there was no other choice but to eat it directly. Hence, Xia Ruofei asked, then, Senior Yuan Tai, may I ask if Qi refinement cultivators can also consume the vermilion jade fruit? The vermilion jade fruit is most suitable for golden core cultivators, said Scholar Yun Tai. For Qi condensation cultivators, the vermilion jade fruit's medicinal properties were a bit too strong. However, I can see that your Dao companion's mental energy cultivation seems to be very high. She should be able to withstand the energy of half a vermilion jade fruit. Any more than that and it won't be good. In addition, you can only take 1 vermilion jade fruit at most. If you take too many, there is still a risk of your body exploding. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. Then he said, wouldn't that be wasting half a vermilion jade fruit? Scholar Yuntai said, that can't be helped. After all, you can't take the vermilion jade fruit out. But this is already a very rare opportunity. You can't bite off more than you can chew. You should give up what should be given up. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Yuntai. Xia Ruofei said. He believed in the words of Scholar Yuntai without a doubt, so he naturally didn't dare to let Ling Qingxue eat the whole fruit. He thought for a moment, then used the pine wood sword to split one of the vermilion jade fruits into two. He then handed the other half of the fruit to Ling Qingxue and said, Qingxue, your cultivation is not high enough, so you can only take half a fruit at most. Anything more than that will be dangerous. You should keep it for yourself. Ling Qingxue said, it's more important for you to improve your cultivation. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I can only eat one at most. Otherwise, I'll be in danger. Qingxue, I've already arranged everything. You can take it directly. Then, he would cultivate here. I don't know how long we can stay on the 6th floor of the Tower of Trials. All right then. Ling Qingxue said. Then, without hesitation, she stuffed the half-a vermilion jade fruit into her mouth. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei also stuffed the whole vermilion jade fruit into his mouth. After the vermilion jade fruit entered his stomach, Xia Ruofei felt a warm current flowing through his body. It was as if he was bathing in a hot spring. Immediately after, Xia Ruofei felt the vital qi in his dantian start to stir. The circulation of his technique became faster and faster as he continuously absorbed the essence of the vermilion jade fruit. Soon, Xia Ruofei felt that the momentum this time was very strong. It was a direct breakthrough in cultivation. Ling Qingxue, who was beside Xia Ruofei, did the same. After she consumed the vermilion jade fruit, she could not help but enter a state of cultivation. She sat cross-legged on the ground and continuously circulated her cultivation technique to absorb the essence of the vermilion jade fruit. After a while, there was a mist above her head. Xia Ruofei's momentum was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Thick vital qi surged through his meridians and began to rush towards the bottleneck of the early golden core stage. Xia Ruofei felt that his condition was surprisingly good. Cultivators were very sensitive to their own condition, especially when they were close to a breakthrough. Most people would be able to sense it. The rich energy of the vermilion jade fruit was like a rocket booster. It laid a solid foundation for Xia Ruofei's breakthrough. Xia Ruofei soon entered a state of selflessness. There was not a single stray thought in his mind, including the desire to break through. It had been expelled from his mind. The only thought now was to cultivate. Xia Ruofei quickly realized that the energy contained in the vermilion jade fruit was not only majestic but also easy to absorb. Basically, after every circulation, his vital qi would grow a little. This change was very obvious. He did not even need to deliberately observe and could easily notice it. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei felt the bottleneck of the beginner stage of the golden elixir realm begin to loosen. There was still a lot of energy in the vermilion jade fruit that had not been absorbed. It was stable. Two words appeared in Xia Ruofei's mind. Sure enough, after a while, Xia Ruofei seemed to hear a cracking sound. The vital qi broke through the bottleneck of the early golden elixir realm. At that moment, the yuan qi whirlpool in Xia Ruofei's dantian had reached its maximum speed. The purple, gold yuan qi pearl in the center of the whirlpool was like a black hole, opening its mouth wide to swallow the yuan qi. The moment the early stage golden core bottleneck was broken through, the entire yuan qi vortex seemed to stagnate for a short while. Immediately after, a large amount of yuan qi surged into the yuan qi vortex and directly entered the purple, gold yuan qi pearl that was like a black hole in the center of the vortex. After the purple, gold yuan qi pearl absorbed the yuan qi, it began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The yuan qi vortex had already stopped spinning, and the yuan qi in the vortex was constantly being absorbed by the purple, gold yuan qi pearl. Just like that, the essence qi vortex became smaller and smaller, while the essence qi condensed pearl became bigger and bigger. To be more precise, this was no longer an essence energy pearl, but a true golden core. The most obvious sign of breaking through from the early stage to the middle stage of the golden core realm was the disappearance of the yuan qi vortex. All the yuan qi in the body would flow into the center of the original yuan qi vortex and finally form the golden core. As Xia Ruofei was cultivating the great Tao arts, a purple, gold vital energy pearl appeared in the center of the originally empty vital energy whirlpool. At that time, the Mountain River spiritual map, the previous owner of the spiritual map, spiritual master Shan He, had told Xia Ruofei that only by practicing the Great Way formula could the pearl form in the Dantian. Xia Ruofei's purple gold pearl was even rarer. According to the standard of the ninth, great golden core, Xia Ruofei's golden core had already surpassed this standard and could be called a supreme, great golden core. At this time, the super great golden core was gradually taking shape. The vital qi in Xia Ruofei's body gushed into the purple gold vital qi pearl crazily, while the remaining energy of the vermilion jade fruit was also being absorbed rapidly. The purple, gold origin energy pearl kept growing like a balloon. In the end, a purple, gold golden elixir appeared in Xia Ruofei's dantian. It was spinning in the center of his dantian. The yuan qi vortex, from before, had disappeared without a trace. Xia Ruofei was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. The great Tao technique was still circulating rapidly because the energy of the vermilion jade fruit had not been completely absorbed. The purple gold golden core in his dantian didn't look particularly solid. Although it had formed a golden core, there was still some fog, like yuan qi around it, which made it look a little weak. But this was already a genuine mid-stage golden core. It was not an exaggeration to say that Xia Ruofei's golden core was much more solid than the golden core of an ordinary intermediate golden core cultivator. The middle stage of the golden core was originally the initial stage of the formation of the golden core. As for the early stage of the golden core, strictly speaking, it could not be considered the golden core stage, because there was no golden core in the dantian of the cultivators at this stage, but only a yuan qi vortex. However, the bottleneck to form the yuan qi vortex was far greater than the bottleneck to transform the yuan qi vortex into a golden core. After the formation of the yuan qi vortex, the cultivation base of the cultivator would be greatly improved, so this stage was also classified as the golden core stage. When one reached the middle stage of the Oris core stage, they would have truly formed the Oris core. However, this was only the initial stage. The golden core in the dantian of a cultivator was already very empty. Once the golden core was completely condensed, it meant that the cultivator had entered the late stage of the golden core. From the middle stage of the Oris core stage to the late stage, it was actually a process of continuous compression and tempering of the Oris core. Xia Ruofei absorbed the energy of the vermilion jade fruit in a daze. The purplish, gold golden elixir was becoming more and more solid. However, this process was very slow. Even with the vermilion jade fruit, it was only a little faster. In fact, if Xia Ruofei didn't feel the change in his cultivation, he wouldn't be able to notice the golden core. Unknowingly, Xia Ruofei had finished absorbing all the energy from the vermilion jade fruit. At this moment, he realized that the golden core in his dantian had become much more solid than when he had just broken through. If one were to quantify it, it would be about 1%. This was already a heaven-defying performance. Without the vermilion jade fruit, it was impossible to achieve such a speed. What did it mean to increase 1% after one cultivation? As long as he maintained the same speed, he would be able to break through from the middle stage of the Aura's core stage to the late stage in 100 days. Xia Ruofei usually cultivated by himself. Whether it was through the use of the Taishu Xianqing formation or other auxiliary means, it was basically impossible for him to break through to the advanced stage of the Aura's core stage within 100 days without a great opportunity. The first thing Xia Ruofei did when he opened his eyes was to turn to look at Ling Qingxue. Almost at the same time that Xia Ruofei looked over, the true qi in Ling Qingxue's body trembled. Then, Xia Ruofei realized that Ling Qingxue had already broken through to refined qi level 5. Ling Qingxue obviously hadn't reached her limit yet. Even half a vermilion jade fruit contained a huge amount of energy. For a qi refining cultivator, Ling Qingxue was still cultivating with her eyes closed. The true qi in her meridians was surging like thunder, and her cultivation level was rising steadily. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. From the looks of it, Ling Qingxue was very likely to break through 2 levels and reach the 6th level of the qi refining realm. The energy from the vermilion jade fruit should be enough, but it all depended on whether Ling Qingxue could grasp the opportunity. Ling Qingxue was still cultivating, without any distractions. After Xia Ruofei watched her for a while, he suddenly had an idea. When he absorbed the vermilion jade fruit just now, he didn't feel like he was going to be full. According to Yuntai scholar, an Aura's core stage cultivator could only take 1 vermilion jade fruit. If he took more, his body would explode and he would die. However, Xia Ruofei clearly felt that it would not be a problem for him to eat the remaining half of the vermilion jade fruit. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not have any evidence. It was all based on his intuition. The half vermilion jade fruit was still floating in the air. Xia Ruofei had split a portion of his spiritual power to hold it up. When Xia Ruofei's gaze fell on the vermilion jade fruit, his desire to eat it grew even stronger. Finally, after weighing the pros and cons for a long time, Xia Ruofei controlled his spiritual power and took the vermilion jade fruit. Layman Yuntai had also been paying attention to Xia Ruofei's situation. He had personally witnessed the entire process of Xia Ruofei breaking through to the intermediate stage of the golden elixir realm. He should be the only witness. There were only Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue here. Ling Qingxue was still in her cultivation state and had no idea about Xia Ruofei's situation. When Xia Ruofei took the half vermilion jade fruit and was about to eat it, scholar Yuntai immediately noticed it. He quickly shouted, "Fellow Taoist Xia! Fellow Taoist Xia! Quickly stop!" Xia Ruofei stopped and used his spiritual power to communicate with Master Yuntai. "Senior Yuntai, what's wrong? What's wrong? Didn't I tell you that golden core cultivators can only take 1 vermilion jade fruit at most?" asked layman Yuntai. "Indeed, but this junior feels that there is still more power to spare," Xia Ruofei said. "I can't take this half of the vermilion jade fruit with me. It's a waste too. Leave it here. How can we have the spare energy?" asked scholar Yuntai. "Didn't you feel like you were about to explode just now?" "I didn't. Xia Ruofei said. You don't feel anything at all? Scholar Yuntai continued to ask. It's the kind. The meridians are about to burst, but the energy of the vermilion jade fruit is still pouring in. I really don't feel anything, Xia Ruofei said innocently and then asked, Senior Yuntai, in my condition, can I try to eat another half? Scholar Yuntai hesitated for a long time before saying, this. The information I read in the Sec's ancient record states that Aurus core stage cultivators can only take one pill at most. For some Aurus core stage cultivators with weaker foundations, even taking one pill will be dangerous. Fellow Taoist Xia, you've already taken one. So I suggest that you don't take any more risks. In the hidden space that was enshrouded in purple mist, the green-robed elder who was observing Xia Ruofei's every move through the mirror in front of him could not help but curse, you're short-sighted. A frog at the bottom of a well. This little kid had cultivated Brother Mountain River's great Tao arts. Furthermore, he was extremely talented and had even formed a supreme great purplish, golden core. What was the big deal with eating half an additional vermilion jade fruit? I don't think he'll be in any trouble even if he eats both of them. Layman Yuntai was in his spiritual form and could only communicate with Xia Ruofei by using his spiritual power. However, the green-robed elder in the hidden space was enshrouded in purple qi and could easily hear the conversation between Xia Ruofei and Layman Yuntai. His methods were truly unpredictable. However, the green-robed elder could only complain. He couldn't warn Xia Ruofei. After Xia Ruofei heard what Scholar Yuntai said, he fell into deep thought. After a long while, he raised his head and said firmly, Senior Yuntai, I still want to try it first. If it's possible to take more vermilion jade fruits, it'll be very helpful in improving cultivation. Scholar Yuntai was silent for a while and sighed, Fellow Taoist Xia's talent is unparalleled. Even if you cultivate step by step, your achievements will be limitless. In fact, there is no need to take risks for half a vermilion jade fruit. Forget it. Since you have made up your mind, I will not persuade you any further. However, I still hope that you will be more cautious. Why don't you cut a small piece and try it out? Thank you for your concern, Senior Yuntai. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I know what to do. It should be fine. With that, Xia Ruofei no longer hesitated and directly put the remaining half of the vermilion jade fruit into his mouth. As soon as the half vermilion jade fruit entered Xia Ruofei's mouth, it immediately turned into liquid and he swallowed it. Xia Ruofei immediately felt the surging energy flowing into his meridians. The Great Tao technique began to operate on its own and began to absorb the pure energy in the vermilion jade fruit. Xia Ruofei could feel that his meridians were under great pressure. It was obvious that after he had consumed the vermilion jade fruit, he was close to saturation and was more or less overloaded now. However, at the same time, Xia Ruofei was relieved because the feeling of satiety was still within his control. Moreover, the Great Tao Sutra's absorption rate was extremely high. As soon as he took the vermilion jade fruit, a large amount of energy was absorbed into Xia Ruofei's dantian along with the circulation of the Great Tao Sutra, filling the purple, golden elixir that had just formed. This was like a pressure cooker. With a solid and stable exhaust valve, the internal pressure would naturally decrease. Xia Ruofei sat cross-legged in peace and continued to activate his cultivation technique to absorb the massive energy in the vermilion jade fruit. As time passed, the purplish, golden elixir in Xia Ruofei's dantian became more and more solid. Compared to the first vermilion jade fruit, the degree of focus had increased by at least 1%. Moreover, the energy within the vermilion jade fruit had not been exhausted. In the end, Xia Ruofei had successfully raised his cultivation by about 2%. This way, 3% of the progress had already been completed. After Xia Ruofei had absorbed the last bit of energy in the vermilion jade fruit, he unwillingly kept the technique and stood up. It was only then that he realized that Ling Qingxue had already finished her cultivation and was looking at him with a face full of joy. "Qingxue, how's the harvest?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "Can you guess?" Ling Qingxue asked with a smile. "Refined Qi level 6. Xia Ruofei said with certainty. "Don't think you've reached refined Qi level 7, right?" Ling Qingshua's cherry-like mouth opened slightly, then she said, "How boring. You must have checked my cultivation, I really don't have any." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't forget that I've just finished cultivating too. I've spent more time than you. However, I also absorb the vermilion jade fruit, so I'm well aware of the energy contained in it. I know how effective this energy is for qi condensation cultivators." Ling Qingxue finally believed Xia Ruofei's words. She pouted and said, "How boring. I wanted to give you a surprise. I didn't expect you to guess it yourself." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Why do you still look so unwilling? You've directly broken through 2 realms this time. Go out and ask around, which of those Qi layer cultivators can have your speed? Not to mention breaking through to refined Qi level 6, even if they broke through from refined Qi level 1 to refined Qi level 3, they would wake up laughing in their jerkams." Ling Qingxue laughed in embarrassment and said, "I'm very happy. It's just that this vermilion jade fruit is so precious, but I can't take it out of the trial pagoda. Otherwise, I could have given half of it to Wei Wei." Ling Qingxue was still thinking about Song Wei. Both of their cultivation levels were supposed to be at the same level, but Song Wei did not pass the selection of the Rising Dragon Order this time. Only Ling Qingxue and Xia Ruofei came to this mystic realm on the moon. After she met up with Xia Ruofei in the Tower of Trials, she continued to have opportunities and absorbed a large amount of topaz essence, allowing her spiritual power to break through to the intermediate stage of the spirit gathering realm. It was equivalent to the spiritual power cultivation of an intermediate stage golden core cultivator. Now that he had consumed half a vermilion jade fruit, his true qi cultivation had broken through 2 realms, reaching refined qi level 6. The gap between him and Song Wei had widened. Ling Qingxue was also a little worried that Song Wei would feel uncomfortable when the time came. Therefore, she would always think of Song Wei whenever there was a good thing. However, the things in the trial pagoda, including the yellow jade essence and the vermilion jade fruit, could not be taken out. They could only be used on the spot. Even if he wanted to leave some for Song Wei, he could not. Therefore, the more benefits she received, the more worried Ling Qingxue became. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Wei Wei is a reasonable person. She won't be suspicious because of this. When we go back, we'll give her more cultivation resources, and help her improve her cultivation as soon as possible. Let's help her together," Ling Qingxue said. Since there was no way to bring these precious cultivation resources out, it could only be this way. Then, Ling Qingxue asked, "So, we've already completed the 6th level of the trial pagoda, right? Has the passageway to the 7th floor been opened?" Also, there should be a reward for completing the mission. The reward for this level's mission, could it be those 2 vermilion jade fruits? Xia Ruofei laughed, who knows? He had yet to see any notifications. The powerful person who designed the Tower of Trials never played by the rules, how could we have guessed it? In any case, we'll follow the instructions of the mission. As long as Senior is happy, it's fine. In the hidden space enshrouded in purple mist, the green-robed elder could not help but stroke his beard and laugh when he heard Xia Ruofei's words. At this moment, Xia Ruofei saw a new message on the mission bar in his perceptual mirror. The content was very simple. The 6th level of the Tower of Trials was completed and the passageway to the 7th level of the Tower of Trials was opened. Xia Ruofei was prompted to follow the map to the passageway. In addition, the mission reward for this level would also be issued at the passageway. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but mutter to himself, that Senior can't possibly hear me, right? The green-robed elder was drinking water in the hidden space that was enshrouded in purple clouds. He was watching Xia Ruofei's every move. When he heard Xia Ruofei's words, he almost spat out the water in his mouth. Xia Ruofei would never have thought that his joke was actually completely right. What's the matter? Ling Qingxue asked, curiously. As soon as I said that, the mission prompt bar updated its information. Xia Ruofei said, this is too timely. Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and laughed. Don't think too much. You're just a little golden core cultivator. In the eyes of the true seniors, you're insignificant, okay? How could they eavesdrop on you? In the hidden space enshrouded in purple mist, the green-robed elder laughed, this girl is right. How could I possibly eavesdrop? This old man is openly monitoring the operation of the trial pagoda and the completion of the trial cultivator's mission. This little girl is not bad, very good. Xia Ruofei said, I won't undervalue myself. Although my cultivation is low, I'm very talented. For a genius like me, of course the Senior Almighty will value me very much. I'm a potential stock. Ling Qingxue made a vomiting gesture and said with a smile, this is the first time I've seen someone who can boast to such a disgusting extent. You stinky girl, you've grown up. Xia Ruofei said, it's indeed different when your spiritual power has broken through to the intermediate stage of the spirit-gathering realm. You even dare to cancel your own husband without any restraint. Ling Qingxue blushed and said, glib tongue again. Then, she quickly changed the topic. Oh right, I'll stop joking. What exactly is the mission hint? Xia Ruofei pouted and said, it's still the same. The entrance to the 7th floor has been opened. We can follow the map to find the entrance to the 7th floor. In addition, the reward for this level's mission could also be received at the entrance of the passage leading to the 7th level. This time, there's nothing new at all. Ling Qingxue chuckled and said, what new ideas do you want? Could it be like last time, that you'll only be happy after you've broken through all the obstacles to get the reward? Pay, PCI pay. Don't jinx it. Xia Ruofei quickly said, I don't want to cause any more trouble. I can't wait for an elevator to take us to the highest floor of the Tower of Trials and get the biggest opportunity. Ling Qingxue also laughed hysterically. In the hidden space enshrouded in purple mist, the green-robed elder couldn't help but jokingly curse, this little guy is really lazy. It seemed that he had to give him a good beating. But what is this elevator? Naturally, Xia Ruofei did not know that the green-robed elder who had been watching him was now interested in the elevator. He said to Ling Qingxue, "Let's go, Qingxue. Let's hope we can get the reward smoothly, then we'll go to the 7th floor for a stroll." N. Ling Qingxue nodded. The two of them stepped onto the Zhuang flying sword and flew towards the light spot indicated on the map in Xia Ruofei's perception mirror. According to the map, the location of this passage was at the bottom of the mountain. It was much lower than the place where the vermilion jade fruit tree had been found. Hence, after Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue flew out of the cliff, they went straight down. Based on past experience, there would not be any more danger after the mission was completed. However, Xia Ruofei did not dare to let his guard down. In the Tower of Trials, any moment of relaxation could be fatal. Therefore, he had been releasing his spiritual power to maintain a high level of vigilance. The speed of his descent was not particularly fast. In short, he was advancing step by step. The cliff was so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. Looking down was a dark abyss, which was still very creepy. Fortunately, the passage marked on the map did not go all the way down. It was about 700 or 800 meters away from the top of the mountain. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue flew down on their flying swords. Although they were not very fast, the distance was not very long. Hence, they arrived at the point indicated on the map in a short while. The two of them discovered that there was a platform of about 40 to 50 square meters on the mountain wall. It was obvious that this platform was man-made. The ground was very flat, as if a sharp sword had directly cut off a piece of the cliff. "It should be here," Xia Ruofei said. He controlled the Zhuang flying sword to land on the platform. The two of them jumped off the flying sword and looked around. This place was like the top of the mountain, a whole piece of rock. Not a single blade of grass grew on it. Everything could be seen at a glance. On the side of the platform near the mountain wall, there was a door formed by a light curtain. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were already very familiar with this kind of portal. This was obviously the entrance to the 7th level of the trial pagoda. Next to the light curtain door, there was a stone platform with a brown wooden box on it. Other than that, the entire platform was empty. Xia Ruofei said hesitantly, "It's that simple? Are there no more tests?" Ling Qingxue burst out laughing and said, "What other tests do you want? Can't it be simpler?" "Of course I hope it'll be as simple as possible," Xia Ruofei said, "but I'm a little uncertain. This doesn't seem like the seniors' style. How can we guess seniors' thoughts? Let's hurry and see what kind of reward we can get after completing this level's mission," Ling Qingxue said. "All right then," Xia Ruofei said. "Qingxue, wait for me here. I'm worried that there might be a trap up ahead, and them. You should be careful too," Ling Qingxue said. Xia Ruofei nodded and walked towards the stone platform, cautiously. He had already used his spiritual power to investigate the area, and there was nothing unusual in the vicinity. However, the ordinary-looking brown wooden box could isolate his spiritual power, so he had no idea what was inside. However, it had been proven many times that the spiritual power was not absolutely reliable, especially in the trial pagoda. Anything was possible. Basically, the senior who designed the mission in the trial pagoda could achieve whatever effect he wanted. As a young cultivator in the golden core stage, Xia Ruofei could only accept it. Xia Ruofei was well aware of this, so he did not dare to let his guard down. He carefully walked to the front of the stone platform, but nothing happened. Xia Ruofei mumbled, could it be that there's something wrong with this wooden box? With the protection of the formation, he couldn't get it at all? Or maybe after you open it, a nascent soul monster will jump out? In the hidden space and shrouded in purple mist, the green-robed elder saw this scene and muttered to himself happily, this little kid seems to be scared out of his wits. This is a snake's shadow. However, he felt that this was quite interesting. He had always assigned tasks and even gave out rewards as he pleased. Sometimes, he could make changes at the last minute with just a thought. It was too simple. Xia Ruofei tried to reach for the brown wooden box. Contrary to his expectations, he did not encounter any obstacles at all and easily grabbed the wooden box in his hand. It seems like the problem lies with the wooden box itself, Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself. He weighed the wooden box and found that it was not very heavy. He could hear the sound of objects colliding with each other when he shook it slightly. He did not know what was inside. Ling Qingxue saw that Xia Ruofei had managed to get the brown wooden box so easily and finally felt relieved. She walked towards Xia Ruofei. Don't come over yet. Xia Ruofei waved his hand to stop Ling Qingxue. Maybe there's something strange about this wooden box. I'll open it here, come over if you don't have any problems. Although Ling Qingxue felt that Xia Ruofei was being a little too cautious, she still nodded obediently and said, all right. Then, be careful. Xia Ruofei nodded without turning his head. His eyes were fixed on the wooden box in his hand. He took a few steps back, putting some distance between him and the light screen and the stone platform. Then, he placed the wooden box on the ground, took a deep breath, and directly opened the lid of the wooden box. At this moment, Xia Ruofei had already filled his entire body with vital qi. The Tsushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword were circling around him, ready to attack at any time. However, nothing happened. The wooden box was easily opened by him. No terrifying demonic beast jumped out from inside, nor did it launch a fatal attack. It was completely calm. Xia Ruofei was a little surprised, but he still looked into the wooden box. After taking a look, Xia Ruofei was stunned. There were 2 dark red fruits in the wooden box. Xia Ruofei was very familiar with these fruits, because he had just eaten 1.5 of them. That's right, the things inside the wooden box were 2 vermilion jade fruits. How is it? Ling Qingxue asked. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, come and see for yourself. There shouldn't be any danger. Ling Qingxue walked over quickly and looked at the screen. She couldn't help but call out, vermilion jade fruit? The reward for the 6th level is the vermilion jade fruit? Can you scam me any more? Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He and Ling Qingxue had both consumed the vermilion jade fruit, and they had basically reached their limits. Even Xia Ruofei himself did not think about eating half a vermilion jade fruit. When he had consumed the remaining half, he felt that he had reached his limit and could not eat another one. The vermilion jade fruit was also very magical. For example, if a cultivator took one and then took it a second time, although the total amount of energy wouldn't increase, the impact on the senses of the cultivator who took the vermilion jade fruit was basically the same as taking 2 vermilion jade fruits at the same time. In other words, even if he took the second fruit after a long time, the impact would still be stacked. Hence, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had already reached their limits and could no longer take the vermilion jade fruit. According to Xia Ruofei's experience, most of the things in the trial pagoda could not be stored in a storage treasure, including the 2 vermilion jade fruits that he had picked. Then, what was the point of rewarding him with 2 vermilion jade fruits? Xia Ruofei had the urge to curse. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but smile bitterly. This reward, it really doesn't follow the rules. The vermilion jade fruit was clearly an extremely precious spiritual fruit. If it were to be sold in the cultivation world, it would definitely cause a crazy fight. However, obtaining such a precious spirit fruit without any use was even more maddening than not getting it. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You can't eat it. It's a pity to throw it away. You can't take it away. The senior who designed the trial mission, can you not be so naughty? Xia Ruofei looked at the 2 vermilion jade fruits in his hand speechlessly. After a long while, he said, it's a waste of time for us to climb down the cliff to pick those 2 vermilion jade fruits. Even if we don't do anything, we'll still get 2 at the entrance of the passage. Forget it. Forget it. It was better to go directly to the 7th floor. Let's hope the 7th floor's quest isn't that bad at this moment. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt the weight in his hand lighten. Then, the 2 vermilion jade fruits he was holding disappeared into thin air. This, Xia Ruofei was shocked. What's going on? Ling Qingxue's expression was a little strange. She said, Roof, the 2 vermilion jade fruit, I think I put them in my storage ring. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but widen his eyes and say, what? Qingxue, can you repeat that? Did I hear you wrong? Just now. I was just trying to make a last resort to see if I could put the vermilion jade fruit into my storage ring, Ling Qingxue said. I didn't expect to put it in so quickly. Really? Xia Ruofei could not believe it. The 2 vermilion jade fruits are in my storage ring right now. Ling Qingxue said, do you want me to take them out and show you? Xia Ruofei quickly said, no. If you take out the vermilion jade fruit and we can't take it back, wouldn't we be dumbfounded? I'll just leave it with you. Then, Xia Ruofei said with a puzzled look, after we picked the vermilion jade fruit at the bottom of the cliff, I tried it, but there was no way to put it into a storage treasure. How could these 2 be okay? Could there be a bug? I don't know. Either. Ling Qingxue said, I was just trying. I didn't think it would be so easy to put it in. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I don't care whether it's a bug or not, at least these 2 vermilion jade fruits are truly ours. Ha ha ha. I've made up my mind. The situation just now was like a gold mountain in front of them, but they couldn't move it away at all. It was really uncomfortable. As long as the vermilion jade fruit could be stored in a storage treasure, it meant that it could definitely be taken out of the trial pagoda. This was because the storage treasure itself was a small independent space. Even if the storage ring was destroyed, it would only destroy the small space. The items inside could not be returned to the body. They would only fall into the spatial turbulence. Moreover, this trial pagoda couldn't possibly destroy the storage treasures of all the cultivators who entered it when they left. Even if that senior almighty was crazy, he wouldn't do such a crazy thing. Therefore, anything that could be stored in a storage treasure could be taken out. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue's mood instantly brightened up when they received 2 vermilion jade fruits at once. At least their efforts were not in vain. Ling Qingxue was especially focused on helping Song Wei increase her cultivation level. She didn't want Song Wei to feel uncomfortable because of the huge difference in their cultivation levels. With the vermilion jade fruit, it would be much easier to raise his cultivation. Of course, Xia Ruofei was very happy. There were 2 vermilion jade fruits, and Song Wei could only consume half of it. If the rest of the vermilion jade fruits were given to qi condensation cultivators, they could be split into 3 portions. Even if it was given to an Oris core stage cultivator, 1 pill would be enough. Not everyone could be as strong as Xia Ruofei. The remaining half could at least allow a QJ refining stage cultivator's cultivation to soar. In the hidden space and shrouded in purple mist, the green-robed elder looked at the smiling Xia Ruofei and couldn't help but sneer. He muttered to himself, "How can this old man's arrangements be seen through by a little kid like you? It's a pity that your Dao companion actually wants to give it a try, otherwise. Hee hee. When we meet again, I'll tell you the truth. Your expression will be very interesting then." Xia Ruofei cupped Ling Qingshua's cheek and kissed it heavily. He smiled and said, "Qingxue, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I might even throw this vermilion jade fruit away. You see, your usefulness always shows itself inadvertently. You can't undervalue yourself in the future." Ling Qingxue blushed and said, "I know. Go. I'll take you to the 7th level of the trial space," Xia Ruofei said. He held Ling Qingshue's hand and walked to the familiar door. The 2 of them stopped and looked at each other in tacit understanding. Then, they took a deep breath at the same time and stepped into the light curtain door together. After a familiar light tearing and dizziness, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue felt their feet on the ground again. When they entered the light curtain door, the 2 of them had been holding hands. Xia Ruofei was actually very clear that if the 2 of them were to be separated, he would not have used the cassock to hold hands. When he first entered the secret realm, he had held Ling Qingshue's hand and entered together. However, after entering, he realized that the 2 of them had already been separated. Ever since he got lucky and drew Ling Qingxue, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had never been separated. When they entered the training space 1 level higher, the 2 of them would still be together. However, Xia Ruofei was still a little worried, so every time they entered the light curtain door, he would hold Ling Qingshue's hand tightly. The 2 of them steadied their minds and quickly looked around, hoping to familiarize themselves with the environment as soon as possible. There was no day and night in the trial pagoda. There was always a gentle light shining on the ground, so Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue could easily see the situation around them. They found themselves standing on a flat piece of land. To be precise, it should be a huge square, because the ground here was paved with huge pieces of bluestone. These bluestone were cut very smoothly, and the entire square was paved with exactly the same bluestone. The 2 of them were quickly attracted by a building in front of them. It was the only building in the square that they couldn't see the end of, and it was difficult for them to ignore it. It was a towering castle, or perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a palace. The palace was also built with the same material, bluestone, and it gave off an ancient and simple feeling. It was at least 100 meters tall. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue looked at each other. Neither of them said anything and walked straight towards the palace. It was obvious that the Trial Pagoda's 7th level mission had something to do with this palace. As expected, a mission notification popped up in Xia Ruofei's perceptual mirror. Tower of Trial 7th level mission, pass the Test of the Heavenly Cloud Palace. After the mission is completed, you will receive the corresponding reward according to the completion rate of the mission. If the completion rate is lower than 60%, the mission will be considered a failure. Xia Ruofei had already noticed that there was indeed a huge plaque hanging above the palace's gate that was tens of meters high. On it were the words Cloud Palace written in traditional Chinese. These 3 words were written with silver hooks and iron strokes, vast and powerful, and faintly revealed a sense of pressure. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but frown. The mission hint this time was very general. Basically, other than the fact that the mission had to be completed in this palace, there was no other useful information, including the evaluation criteria of the mission completion rate. There was not a single word. Obviously, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had to explore these on their own. Qingxue, the mission is here, Xia Ruofei said, but the introduction is very general. It only asks us to pass the test of the Cloud Palace. There is no other information. It seems that we have to figure it out ourselves. Since we're already here, we should definitely go in and take a look. Ling Qingxue nodded. Of course, let's go. Xia Ruofei said heroically, let's see what kind of tests there are in the Cloud Palace. The 2 of them strode through the square and came to the main entrance of the Cloud Heaven Palace. As they walked into the palace, the 2 of them felt the magnificence of the Cloud Palace even more. They had to raise their heads to see the situation at the top, and the 2 doors in front of them were 70 to 80 meters high. The 2 of them looked especially small in front of the door. The door of the Heavenly Cloud Palace was wide open. The 2 of them carefully crossed the threshold and walked into the main hall. Before they could carefully observe the situation around them, they heard a series of creaking sounds. The 270 to 80 meter tall palace gates actually closed by themselves. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue heard the sound and immediately turned around. When they saw that the palace door was closed, they only frowned slightly and immediately turned their attention to the surroundings. Since they had decided to go to the Heavenly Cloud Palace, they had expected that there would be danger. They were also mentally prepared to be trapped in the Heavenly Cloud Palace. It seems like we have no way out, we can only charge forward, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. So what if there's an escape route? Ling Qingxue also chuckled. Ark. You going to give up on the mission and run away? Xia Ruofei laughed heartily. Xia Ruofei's expression changed after he finished speaking. He asked, Qingxue, do you hear something? There's no sound. Ling Qingxue asked in confusion, what did you hear? Xia Ruofei's expression was serious. He took out a large amount of formation materials from the spirit map space. These were the materials that he had prepared and could be used to set up the formation. As he quickly set up the formation, he said, I'm not too sure, but I feel like something is approaching us. Qingxue, you have to be careful and don't stray too far from me. If there's any danger, I can save you in time. I got it. Ling Qingxue said, don't worry. I'm not that weak, you should just focus on the test of the Cloud Palace. If there is any danger that you cannot resist, I will shout for help. Xia Ruofei nodded. As long as Ling Qingxue called for help in time, he only needed a breath's time to react and bring Ling Qingxue into the spirit map space to protect her. The 2 of them had only exchanged a few words when Xia Ruofei felt that the sound was getting louder and louder, as if a well-trained army was approaching him. Ling Qingxue finally heard some noise. She said, Ruofei, I think I heard it too, but it felt a little messy. As soon as Ling Qingxue finished her sentence, Xia Ruofei pulled her behind him to protect her because he could already vaguely see something in front of him. It was an ant. However, this ant was much larger than the largest ant on Earth in the secular world. It was about a foot long. Soon, more and more ants appeared in Xia Ruofei's sight. These ants seemed to have the same habits as the ants on Earth. They lined up neatly and walked towards Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue in an orderly manner. These ants crawled out from the corners of the palace and quickly gathered into a powerful group. Xia Ruofei quickly checked the direction from which the ants had come. He had set up an AoE fire attack formation. It was impossible to adjust the formation in this situation. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei had already verified the effect of the formation and did not need to make any changes. One after another, the huge ants stepped into the array. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and formed a hand seal to activate the flame attack array. In fact, there were still a few ants that had not entered the encirclement. However, the main ant army was more than 100, and there were only 10 or so ants isolated outside by the formation. It was no longer a big deal. After the array was activated, a circle of flames was ignited, completely isolating the remaining 80 or so ants in the array. As for the remaining 10 or so ants, Xia Ruofei could not be bothered with them for the time being as he was fully focused on controlling the formation. After the formation was activated, in just 2 to 3 seconds, the raging flames had surrounded the 80 odd ants in the formation. When the ants saw the fire, they ran around in panic and did not even bother to attack Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief, looking at the situation outside and inside the array. The ants were really afraid of fire. This was his first reaction when he saw these big ants. It was precisely because of this that his first choice was this AoE flame attack array formation, which was also the one he had used to deal with the star fern thorn ring. The facts had also proven that his guess was still relatively accurate. The ants trapped in the formation couldn't help but tremble when they touched the fire. Then, they squeaked under the scorching flames. Xia Ruofei didn't care about the crystals at all. He just activated the array with all his might. Soon, the flames had filled the entire array. The 80 ants were running wildly in the array, but they couldn't break through the wall of flames. After a while, the screams in the array gradually weakened, and after about 10 minutes, it was completely silent. There were more than 10 ants that had escaped the net. They were separated by the fire array on the other side of the hall. They were so scared that they kept retreating, not daring to get close at all. It was only when Xia Ruofei removed the formation that they slowly approached him again. It was obvious that they had received orders to attack anyone who entered the hall, so they would not give up easily. Xia Ruofei didn't release his formation to deal with the ants. He wanted to test his spiritual power, especially after he had reached the intermediate stage of the Golden Elixir realm. Naturally, Xia Ruofei had an objective understanding of his own strength after the improvement of his cultivation. However, the change in his combat power was more obvious in actual combat. Moreover, there were not many ants. Hence, Xia Ruofei wanted to deal with them by himself instead of relying on the fire array. Thus, he gestured for Ling Qingxue to retreat a little. Then, he took out the flying sword of the Bent Frost. After Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had increased greatly, his control of the flying sword became more smooth. He silently used the sword technique and the tip of the flying sword trembled slightly. The next moment, it turned into a sharp light and arrived in front of the ant in the blink of an eye. The sound of metal clashing rang out. In that instant, the flying swords had already attacked the ant 7 or 8 times. They stabbed, cut, chopped. The attacks landed on the ant from different angles. However, the ant was only pushed back a few steps, and a few white marks appeared on its body. It did not suffer any serious injuries. Xia Ruofei's eyes narrowed. Although he had not used his full strength, the attack was already very powerful. Even an average intermediate stage golden core cultivator would find it hard to resist such an attack. However, the ant did not dodge or avoid the sword. It might be because the flying sword was too fast that it did not have time to dodge the sword and did not suffer any substantial damage. It could be seen that the ant's physical defense was also very strong. The ant's ferocity was also stimulated. Indeed, it didn't have time to dodge the speed of the Tsushuang flying sword was extremely fast, and the attack trajectory of the noble sword technique was very strange. Its movement speed was also very slow, so it couldn't dodge even if it wanted to. In addition, although its outer shell hadn't been broken by the flying swords of Tsushuang, each attack was extremely heavy, and its inner defenses had suffered a great shock. These attacks had actually caused it some damage. Initially, the ant was a little scared because of the fire formation. However, after Xia Ruofei's attack, it became more aggressive and started to ignore him. It raised its head and squeaked as it sped up towards Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei didn't stop his attack. The Tsushuang flying sword drew a mysterious arc and stabbed down at the ant. This time, Xia Ruofei almost used all his strength. The ant also sensed the danger. Its 2 hind legs suddenly stomped on the ground, its speed increasing a bit. The flying sword of Tsushuang missed and directly stabbed into the bluestone ground, causing sparks to fly. Xia Ruofei was already prepared for this. As soon as the Tsushuang flying sword missed, the blue immortal sword, which was hidden at the side, flew over. Although he didn't use a sword art to control the flying sword, Xia Ruofei's full strength attack was still very terrifying. The blue immortal sword made a sharp sound as it cut through the air and ruthlessly cut the ant's neck. The ant happened to raise its head and was 3 to 4 meters away from Xia Ruofei. The blue immortal sword could hit its neck. With a plop sound, the ant's neck was cut open, and green liquid immediately spurted out of the wound, dripping on the ground with a sizzling sound. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but stare. He didn't know if the green liquid was the blood of an ant, but it seemed to be poisonous. The ant's neck had been cut open, but it was not completely dead. Its protruding eyes flashed with an ominous glint. It raised its terrifying mouthpart at Xia Ruofei, and a stream of green liquid shot towards Xia Ruofei at an extremely fast speed. Xia Ruofei's reaction was also extremely fast. He immediately released a yuan qi barrier and, at the same time, he tiptoed to the side and retreated. When he passed by Ling Qingxue, he even grabbed Ling Qingxue's slender waist and pulled her back. When the green liquid came into contact with Xia Ruofei's energy shield, it was not blocked. After a series of sizzling sounds, Xia Ruofei's vital, qi protective shield was corroded and full of holes. The green liquid did not slow down and continued to shoot towards where Xia Ruofei had stopped. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei had dodged in time, and the energy shield had more or less delayed the attack. Otherwise, the distance of 3 to 4 meters would have been covered in the blink of an eye, and if he had hesitated even For a moment, the green liquid would have spurted onto him. When Xia Ruofei saw the green liquid land on the ground, it made a sizzling sound and even emitted white smoke. He could not help but feel scared. Although the bluestone floor of the heavenly cloud palace did not change, he knew that this palace was made by a senior master. Naturally, it could easily withstand the green liquid. However, if the green liquid fell on his body, the result would not be the same. Even if his body was very strong and his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the golden core realm, he would most likely be corroded and riddled with holes. Xia Ruofei felt embarrassed. He had broken through to the intermediate stage of the golden elixir realm, but he couldn't even deal with an ant. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing if word got out? With a wave of his hand, the blue travel immortal sword under the control of his spiritual power and the Tsushuang flying sword under the control of a sword art flew toward the ant at the same time. The two flying swords, one in front and one behind, accurately cut the wound on the ant's neck. Puchi! Puchi! Xia Ruofei had used all his strength to attack the ant twice, and he had cut off the head of the ant. A large amount of green liquid spurted out of the ant's neck, and after twitching a few times on the ground, it finally stopped moving. There were 10 ants that were slightly behind. When they saw their companion's tragic death, they also increased their speed and pounced in Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshua's direction. Xia Ruofei's expression was calm. He controlled the two flying swords and launched wave after wave of attacks at the ants. The noble sword technique was very mysterious and the ants moved slowly. Hence, most of Xia Ruofei's attacks could easily land on the ants. However, the physical defense of these ants was very strong, and ordinary attacks could not cause much damage to them. Xia Ruofei had asked Ling Qingxue to stay far away from him. He seemed to have attracted the ants' aggro as they were basically surrounding Xia Ruofei and ignoring Ling Qingxue. Hence, he did not have much to worry about. He only needed to use a bit of his spiritual power to watch over Ling Qingshua's situation and prevent any danger from arising. With the distance between him and Ling Qingxue, if there was any danger, he could put Ling Qingxue into the spirit map space to protect her with a thought, so her safety was not a problem. Xia Ruofei used the floating steps and his speed was relatively fast. Hence, even though the ants were surrounding him, they could not even touch the corner of his clothes. Apart from barging in, the green acid that shot out from their mouthparts was also a very sharp attack. However, now that Xia Ruofei was on guard, their acid attacks were not sudden. It was not difficult for Xia Ruofei to dodge them. Xia Ruofei controlled the two flying swords and fought with the ants. His main means of attack, other than using his flying sword, would also directly use his fists and feet to attack the ants that were close to him. Every attack was naturally filled with yuan qi, and he would go all out. Therefore, although these ants did not suffer any external injuries, their internal organs were more or less injured to varying degrees. Furthermore, as Xia Ruofei was dealing with the ants, he realized that the fatal weakness of the ants seemed to be the front of their necks. However, these ants were crawling on the ground, so it was difficult for the flying sword to attack the front of their necks. However, every time they were about to spray the green acid, they would raise their heads, which naturally exposed their weakest and most fatal spots. After Xia Ruofei found the pattern, he consciously controlled the two flying swords to look for the ants that were about to spray the green acid. The moment they raised their heads, he would cut their necks. Xia Ruofei's control of the flying sword had become more precise, and the speed of the flying sword had also become faster. Hence, he had never missed. Of course. Because the ant's physical defense was very strong, even if it was a weak part, it would usually take 2 to 3 swords to cut off their heads. Xia Ruofei fought with these ants for more than 20 minutes and finally cut off the head of the last ant with the Xushuang flying sword. Xia Ruofei then kept his flying sword and carefully walked out of the battle area. The blood and green liquid that the ants had shed were all very corrosive. When the liquid touched the ground, it would not evaporate in a short time. Hence, Xia Ruofei had to be careful to avoid the corrosive liquid when he walked. Xia Ruofei came to Ling Qingshua's side, still a little out of breath. Xia Ruofei was a little tired as he fought the ants with his own strength, without using the power of the formation. However, actual combat was indeed the most direct way to test it. These ants were at least at the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm. Their physical defense was many times stronger than that of an ordinary Golden Core realm cultivator. Xia Ruofei was able to take on 10 of them alone, and finally finished them off. This showed that his combat power had been greatly improved. If he were to fight with a cultivator like Chen Nanfeng, who was at the advanced stage of the Aurous Core stage and infinitely close to the nascent soul stage, even if he could not win, he would still have a lot of time to deal with him. Even Chen Nanfeng would find it difficult to defeat Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had gained so much from the trial that he could hardly believe it. His strength had also been constantly improving through the trials, especially after he had broken through to the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm after taking the vermilion jade fruit, which had increased his strength by a large margin. Ruofei, are you all right? Ling Qingxue asked, concerned. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, I'm fine. It's just a few ants, it's not hard to deal with them. Ling Qingxue had watched the entire battle and naturally knew that these ants were not the kind of ordinary ants that could be easily killed. It could be said that if any one of them jumped out to attack her, she would only be able to run for her life, and she might not even be able to escape. So, this was actually a very impressive result. At least it was not as simple as a few ants, as Xia Ruofei had said. It's good that you're not injured. I was watching from the side just now, and I was so worried. Ling Qingxue said. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, it just looked dangerous. It's nothing. Isn't that easy to solve? Ling Qingxue said, are you Fei, where are we going next? Does this mean that the mission is complete? Xia Ruofei said, based on my intuition. The trial pagoda's 7th floor can't be that simple. Didn't the mission prompt say so? Based on the completion rate and other factors, the points will be calculated and the rewards will be given. So, how can you just let us pass so easily? I guess there's a follow-up mission. Let's explore the side. Even though this palace did not have its own space, it was still very large. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had just entered the main hall. There was still a large area that they had not explored. All right. Ling Qingxue nodded. Thus, the two of them carefully crossed the area filled with the corpses of ants and walked toward one of the side halls. The side hall was quiet, and there was nothing unusual. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue went around the side hall and came to the back of the main hall. There were several entrances to the palace. Between the first and second entrances was a huge plaza. There were many flowers and plants planted in the parterre on both sides of the palace. Xia Ruofei did not recognize most of them, but he had some impression of them. He should have seen them in the Realm Heart Island Spirit Herb Garden in the Spirit Map space. It was obvious that the flowers in the garden were not ordinary flowers and plants, but some spiritual herbs and medicines. However, Xia Ruofei knew that the items in the Tower of Trials could not be stored in the storage space. Besides, he did not know what kind of test would be waiting for them, so he was not in the mood to check the spiritual herbs. The two of them looked left and right, then quickly crossed the square. However, just as they were halfway through, the two doors of the second hall suddenly opened, and a figure flew out. Xia Ruofei's eyes narrowed when he saw who it was. These monsters looked like the badgers on Earth, but their bodies were covered with hard scales and they had a single horn on their heads. Star Beast. Xia Ruofei did not expect to encounter a star beast again. When he was on the second floor of the Tower of Trials, the mission he received was to kill 100 intermediate astral beasts, so this kind of fast and high defense monster could be said to be fresh in his memory. He didn't expect that he would encounter a star beast again after reaching the 7th level of the Tower of Trials. Xia Ruofei took a quick glance, and a notification appeared in his perceptual mirror. There were a total of 22 star beasts, and they were all intermediate-level star beasts. Xia Ruofei's expression turned serious. Ling Qingsuk had also passed the Trial Pagoda's second-level test, but her cultivation was only at the Qi refining stage, so her mission was to kill 100 primary star beasts. In the Trial Pagoda she was in, there were very few intermediate star beasts, let alone high-level star beasts. When Ling Qingsuk was doing the mission on the second level of the Tower of Trials, she had once encountered an intermediate star beast. Fortunately, she had discovered it from a distance and the terrain was good for hiding, so she had managed to avoid it. Otherwise, her life would have been in danger on the second level. As such, when these mid-tier astral beasts appeared, Ling Qingshua's expression changed slightly. There was a huge difference between the size of mid-tier astral beasts and beginner-tier astral beasts. She had even seen one from afar, so she recognized it with a single glance. Xia Ruofei said decisively, "Qingxue, you hide first. I'll deal with them." Ling Qingxue naturally understood what Xia Ruofei meant. Although she did not know about the existence of the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei had already used it to protect her. Once on the 6th floor of the Tower of Trials, she knew that Xia Ruofei had a protective magical equipment. Besides, she was also very clear that in this situation, it was best for her to hide or she would easily drag Xia Ruofei down. Ling Qingxue was well aware of the star beast's speed, so she nodded without hesitation. "All right. Ruofei, you have to be careful too." "Don't worry," Xia Ruofei said calmly. Then, with a thought, a suction force came from the spirit map space. Ling Qingxue didn't resist and was sucked into the space in an instant. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not want to expose the existence of the spirit map space. Thus, Ling Qingxue was still kept in a small space that he had set up in the mountain and sea realm. The area was not large, and there was white fog everywhere. Ling Qingxue could not see the situation around her. After putting Ling Qingxue into the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei had nothing to worry about and was immediately relieved. A glint of light appeared in his eyes. The tips of the two flying swords trembled slightly, and he aimed them at the 20+ star beasts that were rushing over at high speed. Xia Ruofei didn't use the trap and kill array immediately. He wanted to fight the star beast with his own strength. Xia Ruofei had never encountered those giant ants before, so he had not experienced them directly. He had fought with an intermediate star beast before. Now that he had encountered one again, he would naturally have a chance to compare himself with it. These star beasts were as fast as ever, and in the blink of an eye, they had already reached Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei didn't hesitate. He used the floating steps, and 2 flying swords shot out like lightning, aiming at the star beast in the front. The star beast was obviously a little afraid of the flying sword and quickly changed direction to avoid it. The astral beast was indeed very agile. It changed direction while running at high speed without any delay. However, the greatest characteristic of the noble sword technique was that it was treacherous, and the attack route was hard to grasp. It was difficult to distinguish between real and fake. As a result, the star beast dodged to its right, but what awaited it was the blade of the flying sword. In fact, the sharp attack of the flying sword of Xushuang was just a feint. It drew an arc and directly arrived at the right front of the star beast. At the same time, the star beast had already turned to the right in its high-speed movement, as if it had delivered itself to the sword. Xia Ruofei knew that star beasts also had thick skin and flesh, so he didn't hold back at all. He had used all his strength in this strike. The flying sword cut open the hard scales and the tight muscles on the star beast's chest, leaving a huge wound. Blood immediately gushed out. The star beast let out a miserable howl and fell to the ground. This sword attack had actually made it lose its fighting strength. Xia Ruofei's eyes flashed with a smile. He could clearly feel that his attack was much more powerful than when he was on the 2nd level of the Tower of Trials. Of course, the fact that this attack could have such an effect was also the result of a combination of many factors. After Xia Ruofei's cultivation had increased, the main factor was naturally the increase in his attack power. In addition, the star beast was running forward at high speed, which was equivalent to colliding with the sword's edge at high speed. The damage caused was naturally much greater than when it was still. But no matter what, this sword had greatly boosted Xia Ruofei's confidence. Of course, he didn't dare to relax for even a moment, because he had only injured one star beast. The rest of the star beasts didn't stop because of their companion's injury. On the contrary, under the stimulation of their companions' blood, their ferocity was stimulated, and their speed suddenly increased by a large margin. Xia Ruofei was soon surrounded. However, Xia Ruofei did not panic. At this time, the advantage of his greatly improved spiritual power was obvious. Although the star beasts were extremely fast and they were attacking Xia Ruofei, he could always rely on his sharp perception and super-fast reaction speed to dodge in the narrow space. The star beasts did not even touch the corner of his clothes. Not only that, the Xushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword were even more elusive, always able to seize the fleeting opportunity to give the star beast a hard blow. When Xia Ruofei first encountered an intermediate star beast on the 2nd level of the Tower of Trials, he almost could not break through its defense. But now, it was completely different. Basically, every sword strike could leave a wound of different depths on the star beast's body. In addition, while Xia Ruofei was dodging, he could also find time to attack the star beast with his bare hands. His heavy punches were hard for the star beast to withstand. When he used his full strength to punch the star beast with his vital qi, it would often cause the star beast's internal organs to shake greatly, leaving behind internal injuries that were even more serious than external injuries. During the battle, Xia Ruofei felt more and more at ease. Regardless of whether it was the noble sword or the floating duckweed steps, he was becoming more and more proficient in them. Very quickly, star beasts suffered fatal injuries and fell to the ground. As more and more star beasts lost their combat power or even died on the spot, the pressure on Xia Ruofei decreased. The power of the gentleman's sword technique was more fully displayed. The star beasts fell down one by one. The speed of the flying swords became faster and faster, leaving behind deadly afterimages in the air. About half an hour later, there were no longer any star beasts standing in the square. Most of the star beasts had already died, and there were still 2 or 3 star beasts that were on the verge of death, having completely lost their fighting strength. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and the blue travel immortal sword made a sharp whistling sound as it cut through the necks of these star beasts, freeing them completely. Xia Ruofei let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at the corpses of the star beasts on the ground, he couldn't help but sigh. On the second level of the Tower of Trials, he had to struggle to deal with 1 star beast. In the end, he had to use the trap and kill array to complete the task of killing 100 intermediate star beasts. Especially when he encountered a high-level astral beast at the end. Without the help of the formation, Xia Ruofei would not even be able to escape. He would not be able to cause any harm to the high-level astral beast. But now, even if a high-level astral beast appeared, Xia Ruofei had the confidence to fight it. Even if he couldn't win, he could at least stall it for a while. As for escaping, it would be even easier. This was the most direct comparison of Xia Ruofei's improvement in strength after breaking through to the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm. He felt a surge of confidence. In the world of cultivation, strength spoke for itself. The stronger one was, the stronger one's ability to control one's own fate would naturally be. With a thought, Xia Ruofei moved Ling Qingshui out of the spirit map. Ling Qingshui's vision blurred and she was back in the square between the 2 halls. The first thing she saw was the corpses of the astral beasts on the ground and Xia Ruofei, who was completely unscathed. Not even his clothes were stained with blood. "Are you au fait? You've dealt with all these star beasts?" Ling Qingshui asked, her face filled with joy. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. In the second level of the Tower of Trials, I had to rely on the array to complete the task. But this time I was able to kill more than 20 star beasts with my own strength. It seems that after breaking through, my strength has indeed increased a lot. That's a must. Ling Qingshui said happily. Remember that in the cultivation world, the only late stage Golden Core cultivator is Qin Xian's father, Qin Nanfeng, right? There aren't many middle stage Golden Core cultivators, but you've already reached the top of the pyramid of the cultivation world. Xia Ruofei smiled. That's because the cultivation environment on Earth is deteriorating. No one has any cultivation resources. There's nothing to be proud of for being the king in that poor cultivation environment. No matter what, you're still one of the top experts in the world. You shouldn't be proud of that. Aren't you setting too high a standard for yourself? Ling Qingshui said with a smile. I mean, our vision should not be limited to the cultivation world on Earth. Xia Ruofei said, the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm might be considered very powerful in the cultivation world on Earth. However, compared to those senior almighty experts, we are just at the beginning stage. For example, I can't imagine what kind of cultivation base is needed to build this trial pagoda. In addition, this mystic realm on the moon makes me more certain that the power of the cultivation world is not limited to Earth. Don't forget that hundreds of years ago, the seniors above the nascent soul stage disappeared one after another. Where did they go? Ling Qingxue nodded her head thoughtfully and said, "What you said makes sense. I think that this mystic realm on the moon might be related to the departure of those seniors. That's why I have to do my best to reach the highest level of the tower. Maybe when I get there, I'll be able to find out why those seniors left one after another." Xia Ruofei said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's finish the 7th level of the trial pagoda first. Same old rules. Once there's an emergency, don't resist. I'll protect you first, and then I can deal with it without any distractions." Xia Ruofei said. "No problem." Ling Qingxue said calmly. The two of them stepped over the corpses of these star beasts and continued to walk towards the second palace. The astral beasts had rushed out of this palace just now, so the two of them didn't dare to let their guard down and were always on high alert. Xia Ruofei was even prepared to keep Ling Qingxue in the mountain and sea realm at any time. The two of them walked into the palace. It was also a tall palace door. After entering, they felt that the palace was quiet, so quiet that it made them feel a little uneasy. Xia Ruofei protected Ling Qingxue behind him and slowly turned his head to observe the situation around him. The 100-meter tall palace was supported by 16 huge bluestone pillars, and it looked magnificent. The floor of the hall was also paved with bluestone, making the entire hall look very ancient and simple. At this moment, Xia Ruofei heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Ling Qingxue also heard the sound. Immediately, the two of them leaned back against each other and carefully observed the situation in front of them and to their sides. This hall was very spacious and was so high up, so when the sound of footsteps rang out, they could hear a very clear echo. After a few breaths, Xia Ruofei finally saw who it was. His eyes narrowed and his face turned serious. This was a high-level astral beast. Without another word, Xia Ruofei immediately put Ling Qingxue into the spirit map space. At the same time, he took out the materials for the trap and kill array. With a wave of his hand, he threw the materials accurately in their respective positions. Then, he threw out the origin crystals. In just a few breaths, Xia Ruofei's trap and kill array was ready. The high-level astral beast seemed to have smelled the astral beast blood on Xia Ruofei's body. Its bell-like eye suddenly shot out a ray of light. It did not even try to hide its murderous intent. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to activate the array. Instead, he took out the blue immortal sword and the Xushuang flying sword. He stood in front of the trap and kill array and stared at the advanced star beast that was approaching step by step. The high-level astral beast did not stop. There was even a trace of disdain in his eyes, as if he was saying that the opponent in front of him was too weak. And there was no sense of accomplishment in winning against him. Of course, this high-level astral beast did not use its full speed. Instead, it stared at Xia Ruofei and walked towards him step by step. Xia Ruofei silently used his sword technique. The flying sword of the Xushuang flew out first, followed by the blue immortal sword. The two flying swords attacked the high-level star beast. After a series of metal clanging sounds, two shallow white marks were left on the neck of the high-level astral beast. High-level astral beasts were indeed much more difficult to deal with than mid-level astral beasts. Just their defensive capabilities alone were much stronger. It let out an angry roar and suddenly sped up, pouncing in Xia Ruofei's direction. Xia Ruofei dodged it calmly and, at the same time, he threw a heavy punch at the high-level astral beast. The high-level astral beast was at the point where it had used up all its energy and could not dodge in time. It could only watch as Xia Ruofei's fist grew bigger in its field of vision. Then, there was a violent vibration. Although the head of the high-level astral beast was very hard, it could not withstand the full power attack of an intermediate golden core cultivator. The high-level astral beast groaned and looked dejected. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of the high-level astral beast's mouth. It was obvious that Xia Ruofei's heavy punch had caused quite a bit of damage to it. Of course, Xia Ruofei knew very well that in a situation where he was barehanded, it would be difficult to cause fatal damage to the opponent. With his full strength, even if the opponent was an intermediate star beast, let alone a high-level star beast. Hence, Xia Ruofei immediately retreated after his first attack. As expected, the high-level astral beast's anger rose by a large amount. It raised its head and let out a crazy roar. Then, it did not hold back at all. It displayed its speed to the extreme. Its body turned into an afterimage as it pounced towards Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's spirit was highly concentrated, and he also displayed his agility to the extreme. He dodged the high-level astral beast's fierce attacks with all his might, and at the same time, he controlled the two flying swords to launch sneak attacks on it. Although the defense of a high-level star beast was strong, it couldn't withstand the flying sword's attack on the same part again and again. Xia Ruofei's control was very precise. The Xushuang flying sword and the traveling jade immortal sword took turns to attack. Soon, a wound on its back was cut open, and blood spurted out. Xia Ruofei was very clear that the defense and recovery speed of a high-level star beast were quite astonishing. Thus, he didn't give his opponent any chance to catch his breath. He jumped up and dodged the attack of the high-level star beast. At the same time, the Xushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword once again slashed at the wound. Immediately, the wound became even bigger. After breaking through the hard scales, although the muscles and bones of high-level star beasts were also very tough, their defense was clearly not as good as the scales. It was not that the high-level star beast did not want to dodge, but the speed of the Xushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword were extremely fast and the attack angles were very strange. Besides, Xia Ruofei's timing was very precise. Every time, the high-level star beast was exhausted and had yet to recover. At this time, the star beast's body would stiffen. Although it was very short, Xia Ruofei could grasp it with his sharp senses and repeatedly attacked the same place with the Xushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword. Such a precise attack made the high-level star beast suffer. The wound on its back was already very big. Not only was it bleeding non-stop, but it was also affecting its movement. Besides, Xia Ruofei was too slippery. The high-level astral beast's attacks almost all landed on empty space. There were one or two times when it seemed that it couldn't avoid it, but Xia Ruofei suddenly disappeared strangely. Then, he would appear behind it and continue to attack its wounds with his heavy fists. Xia Ruofei naturally made use of the spirit map space, which was a bit of cheating. If he really couldn't avoid the attack, he would hide in the spirit map space and use the difference in the flow of time to accurately Find the weakest point of the high-level star beast's defense and then flash out. Not only did the high-level astral beast's attack miss, but its injuries were also worsening. The high-level astral beast was naturally shocked and angry, and it kept letting out furious roars. Xia Ruofei fought with the high-level astral beast for more than 10 minutes and decided to use the formation. The reason was simple. He had already verified that his strength was enough to deal with a high-level astral beast. If he had just entered the second level of the Tower of Trials, his reaction speed would not have been able to keep up. It would have been difficult to dodge the attacks of high-level astral beasts. It was the same for the attacks. With Xia Ruofei's strength at that time, he could not break through the defense of high-level astral beasts. But now, if he stuck to his current strategy, he would have a chance to grind the high-level star beast to death. Of course, unless the high-level astral beast suddenly went berserk and activated 120% of its potential. No matter what the situation was, Xia Ruofei would have to spend a lot of effort and there would be a certain amount of danger. Now that he was still doing the mission on the 7th level of the Trial Pagoda, he naturally did not want to cause any more trouble. So after dealing with the high-level astral beast for a while, he decisively chose a more stable method. He retreated as he fought, slowly moving in the direction of the trap and kill array. The high-level astral beast had already lost its mind. It did not expect Xia Ruofei to have a hidden killing move, so it pressed on step by step. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei retreated into the range of the formation. The high-level astral beast did not realize that it had caught up to him. Xia Ruofei's figure flashed and dodged the attack of the high-level star beast. Then, he made a hand seal and the trap and kill array was activated. The high-level astral beast lost its target all of a sudden. While it was still in a daze, the sharp black light had already descended from the sky. What happened next was simple. Although the high-level astral beast's impact could cause some damage to the trap and kill array, Xia Ruofei's strength was no longer the same as before. Hence, he did not simply stay outside the array to control it. Instead, when he launched the attack, he hid inside the array and controlled the 2 flying swords to attack the high-level astral beast. The high-level star beast was distracted by one thing, and the black light kept falling on its body. The Tsushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword also cut the wounds on its body again and again. After a while, blazing flames appeared in the wound. The high-level astral beast let out a miserable howl. Xia Ruofei calmly controlled the attacks of the array. More and more black rays landed on the high-level astral beast. After a while, the high-level star beast turned into a ball of fire and rolled on the ground. Soon, its howls gradually weakened. And then there was no sound. Xia Ruofei controlled the Tsushuang flying sword and directly cut off the head of the high-level star beast. Only then did he stop the operation of the array. He immediately put the materials into the spirit map space and moved Ling Qingxue out of the spirit map space. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but be frightened when she saw the high-level star beast curled up in a ball. When they encountered the high-level astral beast, Xia Ruofei didn't even have time to tell Ling Qingxue before he kept her in the protective magical equipment. She also didn't have time to remind Xia Ruofei to be careful. So, for the past 10 to 20 minutes every second felt like a year to Ling Qingxue. She had never seen a high-level astral beast on the 2nd level of the Tower of Trials. However, the characteristics of high-level astral beasts were very obvious. One look, and she could tell that they were much stronger than intermediate-level astral beasts. Naturally, she was very worried about Xia Ruofei. Fortunately, it didn't take too long for Xia Ruofei to finish the battle. Ling Qingshui pointed in surprise at the lump of black charcoal that could no longer be identified and said, "Are you Ruofei? Is this the star beast from earlier? How did you get burned like this?" Xia Ruofei laughed. "This guy is a little hard to deal with. I used a formation." Oh, Ling Qingshui couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She laughed and said, "That's too brutal." Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Actually, we can slowly grind it to death. However, one don't want to complicate things. I'm also afraid that you'll be worried if we take too long. So, I've decided to end it quickly. Isn't it?" "I was worried sick," Ling Qingshui said. She then asked, "Isn't this astral beast a monster from the second level of the Tower of Trials? How could he appear on the Trial Pagoda's 7th level?" Xia Ruofei frowned and said, "I'm not sure. But I guess the 7th level is a test of overall strength. All kinds of monsters can appear in the Cloud Palace. We must be careful." No wonder the reward is given according to the evaluation of the completion rate of the mission. Ling Qingshui nodded. Then, her expression darkened. "Can't even help you. I might even be a burden at critical moments." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Look. You're doing it again. I told you, don't undervalue yourself. You being by my side is my greatest support. And many times, your role is irreplaceable. Fighting and killing isn't something you're good at, so isn't it just right for me to handle it? In addition, it's also because you were with me that you encountered such a powerful monster. If you were alone, the test would definitely be arranged according to your strength, so, speaking of which, it's my fault." Ling Qingshui laughed in embarrassment and said, "What are you saying? I can't make it to this level by myself, okay? So don't overthink it. In any case, we're making a profit now, and I have a magic treasure that can protect you. If you're in danger, you can hide, and I won't have any worries, right?" Xia Ruofei smiled and consoled her. "It'll be fine. Don't worry." Xia Ruofei continued, "Let's go. Let's continue our exploration." The two continued to walk inside. After passing through the hall, they came to the square between the third and second entrances. This square was slightly smaller than the previous square. To be precise, this was not a square, but more like a garden. There were many pavilions and pagodas, as well as a murmuring sound. The winding path strung these sceneries together. When walking on the path, one could see a different scenery every time they changed direction. This was the typical style of Jiangnan gardens, where one could change the scenery with one step. Ling Qingshui couldn't help but be attracted by the scenery in front of her. She praised, "The level of design of this garden is very high. That's for sure. Cultivators can sense the great Tao of nature all year round, and the buildings and gardens designed by them are also devoid of smoke and fire, making them closer to the Tao of nature." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "But don't get lost in the beautiful scenery. Danger is often brewing in such a scene." "I know," Ling Qingshui smiled, a little embarrassed. "Was just thinking that it would be great if we had a house like this." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "You want to live in the palace? Don't tell me you want to be the empress?" There's no point in living in a palace. It's so high up and so empty. Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and said, but this kind of garden is very comfortable. Look. There's even a bamboo house over there. In summer, you can sit in the bamboo house to listen to music. Make tea, enjoy the beautiful scenery of the garden, and enjoy the gentle breeze. There are also mosquito bites. Maybe. There are even mice. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Ling Qingxue's face froze. She hit Xia Ruofei and said, why are you such a killjoy? Xia Ruofei laughed. You're thinking about poetry and the distance. I just want to remind you that life is more about the present. Think about it, there are so many plants here, and the stream is so humid, how can there be no snakes, insects, rats, and ants? Especially in the summer, when the wind blows through the bamboo building. There will be a lot of mosquitoes. When Ling Qingxue thought of the scene that Xia Ruofei described, she could not help but shiver. However, she immediately realized that she had been played by Xia Ruofei. She could not help but glare at Xia Ruofei in embarrassment and said, nonsense. This is a palace created by a powerful senior. How can there be snakes, insects, rats, and ants? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, how can there not be? Didn't we encounter a group of ants the moment we entered the palace? And it's such a big ant, Xia Ruofei said as he gestured the size of the ants with his hands. That's not the same, Ling Qingxue said. Shoo. Xia Ruofei suddenly made a shushing gesture. Ling Qingxue immediately shut her mouth and looked around nervously. Then, she looked at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei listened for a while, then released his spiritual power. After a while, he asked, Qingxue, did you hear footsteps just now? Ling Qingxue's voice trembled as she said, no, I didn't. What's the situation? Oh. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and said, I didn't hear it either. After he finished speaking, he walked forward in a relaxed manner. Ling Qingxue was stunned for a moment before she realized that she had been tricked by Xia Ruofei again. She could not help but shout, Xia Ruofei, do you not want to live anymore? You actually dare to tease this old lady. After she finished speaking, she quickly caught up to him and grabbed Xia Ruofei's clothes, as if she was going to hit him. Xia Ruofei struggled for a while, and his expression changed. Qingxue, listen again. Ling Qingxue said in embarrassment, do you really think I'm stupid? I've been tricked again and again. I'm not lying to you this time. Xia Ruofei made a shushing gesture and pointed to the right. There was a field of low green plants. At first glance, there was nothing wrong with it, but now it was shaking slightly, and there was no wind at all. Ling Qingxue also realized that something was not right. So it was not a joke this time. She looked at the small trees and became a little nervous. At the same time, she let go of Xia Ruofei's clothes. Are you Ruofei, what's the situation? Ling Qingxue asked softly. Xia Ruofei waved his hand. Don't be afraid. We'll deal with all changes by staying the same. After he finished speaking, he released his spiritual power and extended it towards the small forest. After he scanned the small forest with his spiritual power, the feedback made Xia Ruofei's heart tighten. He only had time to call out softly, Qingxue, relax your mind and don't resist. Ling Qingxue and Xia Ruofei had a good rapport. After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he immediately put Ling Qingxue into the spirit map space. It happened in the blink of an eye. Ling Qingxue had completely given up on resisting. There was no hesitation throughout the entire process. In that split second, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel a strong wave of spiritual energy coming from the direction of the small forest. Then, he felt the world changing and the environment around him had changed dramatically. The world changed color. The picturesque Jiangnan Gardens suddenly turned into a tropical jungle where snakes, insects, rats, and ants ran rampant. It was still raining heavily, and the rain was flowing down along the wide leaves. Xia Ruofei's expression was as calm as ever. He closed his eyes and threw out a large amount of formation materials. He quickly set up a trap and kill array around himself. Just now, Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to probe forward, and easily found a middle-level mirage beast hidden behind the bushes. The star beast had already appeared on the trial pagoda 1's 7th level. It was not surprising for another Shen beast to appear. Xia Ruofei was already mentally prepared for this. However, he was worried that Ling Qingshua's cultivation level was too low and that she would be instantly lost under the illusion attack of the mid-grade mirage beast, so he had protected Ling Qingxue in time. In fact, Xia Ruofei could easily see through the disguise of the intermediate-level mirage beast, because of his great improvement in spiritual power. In the previous rounds, he could only sense the mental fluctuation of a beginner-level mirage beast with his spiritual power. He could not do anything when he encountered a medium-level mirage beast, but now, he could easily find the hiding place of a middle-level mirage beast in a complex environment. In addition, although the mirage beast's illusion attack was terrifying, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that it was different from before. It was still a realistic illusion, but under Xia Ruofei's spiritual scan, he found that there were still some flaws in the illusion. Naturally, it did not affect Xia Ruofei's mind much. He could even create a certain connection with the real world's environment and directly set up a trap and kill array around himself. When a cultivator saw through the illusion, the impact on the mind would be reduced. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had a lot of experience in fighting with intermediate-level Shen boasts, so he knew how to reduce the impact of the illusion. Therefore, he was not affected by the harsh environment of the tropical jungle. Instead, he locked onto the position of the middle-level Shen beast with his spiritual power through the illusion. Then, the Zhuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword shot out like lightning, piercing through the heavy rain and fog to kill the middle-level Shen beast. The middle-level mirage beast obviously didn't expect Xia Ruofei to find it directly. Therefore, when the Zhuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword pierced through the fog and arrived in front of it reacted and hurriedly dodged. The mirage beast's movement speed was much slower than the star beast's. The attacking trajectory of the Zhuang flying sword was very strange. Now, the coordination with the blue immortal sword was even more exquisite. Xia Ruofei had already calculated the mirage beast's possible escape routes. The first attack of the Zhuang flying sword was completely a feint. It directly drew an arc and blocked the direction in which the mirage beast was escaping. The middle-level mirage beast was caught off guard and crashed into it. The middle-level mirage beast's neck was pierced by the flying sword. The flying sword of Zhuang pierced through from the left and flew out from the right, leaving a large hole. A large amount of blood spurted out from the wounds on both sides. The middle-level mirage beast roared with anger and despair. Xia Ruofei felt the illusion around him start to shake violently. A large number of ferocious snakes and scorpions appeared in the tropical forest and rushed towards him with their fangs bared. Obviously, this was the middle-level Mirage Boast's last attack, before it died. A look of contempt flashed in Xia Ruofei's eyes. He turned a blind eye to the crocodiles and vipers with their bloody mouths open. Instead, he continued to control the Xushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword to stab at the mid-grade Shen beast that was already at the end of its strength. Poochie, Poochie. With two muffled sounds, the mid-level Mirage beast's head was directly penetrated by two flying swords from top to bottom, and it was nailed to the ground by the flying swords. At this time, the middle-level Mirage beast could not hold on any longer, and its vitality was quickly lost. The illusion that it had created with all its might also began to collapse. Crocodiles, vipers, scorpions. All the vipers and beasts that had reached Xia Ruofei had turned into smoke and disappeared. Xia Ruofei's vision returned to the scenery of the Jiangnan garden with a small bridge and flowing water. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and the two flying swords flew back to him. He also used his spiritual power to retrieve the corpse of the mid-level Shen beast and threw it in front of him. The middle-level Mirage beast was completely silent. Its snow-white fur had long been dyed red with blood. Its eyes were wide open, full of unwillingness. A satisfied smile appeared on Xia Ruofei's face. This was the second time he had encountered an intermediate-level Shen beast. He could now kill it easily. Such an improvement was much more obvious than when he had first encountered the star beast. The reason was very simple. When dealing with this kind of monster that was good at illusions, it mainly depended on the level of spiritual power. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power cultivation was already very close to the spiritual transformation realm of the average nascent soul cultivators. Compared to the last time he encountered the intermediate Shen beast, it was twice as strong. Hence, not only could he use his spiritual power to find the hiding place of the intermediate Shen beast, but the illusion of the intermediate Shen beast could hardly affect him. In addition, the physical combat power of a medium-level Mirage beast was much weaker than that of a star beast. Xia Ruofei had taken the initiative with his cunning gentleman's sword technique and unexpected attack. The moment the Mirage beast lost the initiative, it meant that it was doomed. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with his progress. He didn't immediately move Ling Qingshui out of the spirit map space. Instead, he used his spiritual power to send a message to Ling Qingshui, who was in the space. Qingshui, don't worry. I've already taken care of that. Mirage Beast. 1. Ling Qingshui suddenly heard Xia Ruofei's voice and quickly said, "Oh, really? That's great. Quickly let me out." Although Ling Qingshui had spoken directly, Xia Ruofei could easily grasp everything that was happening in the spirit map space. Hence, he could naturally hear Ling Qingshui's voice. Xia Ruofei said, "You should rest for a while. I feel that there might be more danger." At Xia Ruofei's level of cultivation, he was very sensitive to danger. Although he had easily killed the intermediate level Mirage beast, he could not shake off the warning in his heart. It was clear that there was greater danger waiting for him, so he simply let Ling Qingshui stay in the spirit map space for a while longer. This way, he could face the next challenge without any worries. All right then. You must pay attention to your own safety. Ling Qingshui said, "If there's anything, tell me immediately. I don't know anything while I'm here. I'm so worried about you." Since Ling Qingshui knew that Xia Ruofei could talk to her directly, she definitely wanted to know what was going on outside in real time. Of course, this was under the premise that it would not affect Xia Ruofei. Don't worry. Even if I can't defeat them, I still have ways to save my life. Xia Ruofei laughed. And said, I can protect you so well. Are you afraid that I don't have ways to protect myself? Don't worry. Just wait for my good news. With that, Xia Ruofei carefully stepped forward and approached the small forest. His mental power had already spread out to a range of at least 2 kilometers. Of course, the front and back halls had their mental power shielded, but it could basically cover the entire garden. However, he did not find anything out of the ordinary with his spiritual power. Xia Ruofei took a step forward and suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He made a prompt decision and directly tiptoed to jump back. While he was still in the air, the Xushuang flying sword had already automatically flown over. His toes stepped on the Xushuang flying sword and his speed suddenly increased, retreating in the direction of the trap and kill array. At the same time, Xia Ruofei had already formed a seal and activated the trap and kill array. Xia Ruofei was very sensitive to danger. While he was still in mid-air, a terrifying illusion had already descended. Xia Ruofei clearly knew that he had encountered a powerful mirage beast, probably a high, level one. However, when the illusion descended, he could not help but fall into it and completely forgot everything. He was traveling on a spaceship. Outside was the dark universe, behind him was the blue earth, and in front of him was the moon that had been magnified many times. Xia Ruofei thought that he was still on his way to the moon. At this moment, the spaceship suddenly exploded, and everyone was exposed to the vacuum without any warning. The refinement stage cultivators on the spacecraft were completely unable to resist. In an instant, due to the huge pressure difference between their bodies and the vacuum, their internal organs exploded. The blood that they spat out strangely formed red balls of different sizes, which moved in all directions. The Aurus core stage cultivators had strong bodies. Although they were also injured, they were able to withstand it. Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue, who had turned into a horrible corpse and was rapidly drying up in the vacuum. He couldn't help but feel agitated and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Originally, his mind still had a trace of clarity, but at this moment, his mind was in a violent shock, and he was completely immersed in the illusion. Xia Ruofei opened his mouth and let out a shrill roar. However, because of the vacuum, no sound could be heard. His body floated in mid-air as he watched Qin Xian and the other Aurus core stage cultivators retrieve their spacesuits in despair. After a long while, the pressure in his body increased due to the difference in internal and external pressure. He could have endured for a long time even without air, but under such circumstances, he actually began to feel a little suffocated. Xia Ruofei finally looked at Ling Qingxue and prepared to take out the spacesuit from the spirit map space. However, he was shocked to find that he had lost contact with the spirit map space. He could no longer sense the existence of the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei's expression changed. In this vast space, he was directly exposed to a vacuum environment. Without an EVA suit, he wouldn't be able to last long. He looked at Qin Xian and the others for help as he gestured, non-stop. However, Qin Xian and the others turned a blind eye to it. Putting on their spacesuits, they waved their palms backward and released their yuan qi. Using the reaction force, they flew back to the flying ship. The Black Phoenix flying ship clearly belonged to Xia Ruofei, but he had lost control of it. On the other hand, the moment Qin Xian and the rest boarded The Black Phoenix flying ship, they immediately took control of the ship. After cutting off the rope, the flying ship accelerated towards the moon. From the beginning to the end, they did not even look at Xia Ruofei, as if he did not even exist. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt the shadow of death looming over his head. He felt an unprecedented sense of despair. He felt more and more suffocated. His lungs felt like they were about to explode, and his rushing blood vessels and internal organs were constantly erupting outwards. If it wasn't for the strong suppression of the vital qi, he would have exploded and died like those qi refining cultivators. Xia Ruofei's consciousness was getting blurry. In fact, the whole process was very short, probably only 1 or 2 minutes. But for Xia Ruofei, it felt like a century had passed. He could feel the power in his body draining away, and everything in front of him began to blur. His body seemed to be getting lighter and lighter. Just as his consciousness was about to fall into absolute silence, the purple, golden core in his body suddenly began to operate on its own. A large amount of primordial qi flowed in his meridians, and a lightning seemed to have flashed across his sea of consciousness, jolting him awake. Golden core? How could I have a complete golden core in my body? This was Xia Ruofei's first thought. He had been completely trapped in the illusion just now, and had no idea that he was already a cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core realm. He thought that his cultivation was still in the early stage of the golden core realm when he rushed from Earth to the moon. Then, all sorts of illogical scenarios appeared in his mind. This included the fact that Chen Xian and the others were ignoring him, and that he was unable to contact the spirit map space. At that moment, Xia Ruofei suddenly realized that something was not right. In fact, his mind was only clear for a moment. If he didn't respond in time, he would soon fall into the illusion again. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei's reaction was very fast. He didn't have time to think too much. The moment his mind cleared up, he could sense the existence of the spirit map scroll, and his consciousness was connected to the spirit map space. However, Xia Ruofei did not stupidly take out the spacesuit from the spirit map space. Instead, he directly moved himself into the spirit map space. The moment he entered the spirit map's space, all the negative effects that the terrifying illusion had on Xia Ruofei disappeared. He immediately escaped from the illusion. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but shout and then started to take in big breaths. Although everything was fake, as long as one was immersed in the illusion, everything was real. If the cultivator was injured or even killed in the illusionary realm, he would really die. Therefore, the suffocating feeling in the vacuum was real. Xia Ruofei felt that he was extremely lacking in oxygen. He only felt better after taking a few deep breaths of the air that was filled with spiritual qi. Xia Ruofei immediately checked his body and realized that his organs and meridians had been damaged to varying degrees. The damage caused by the pressure difference between the inside and outside of the body when he was directly exposed to a vacuum was the real effect on his body. At this moment, Xia Ruofei had completely recalled everything that had happened just now. He couldn't help but reveal a look of fear. What scared Xia Ruofei the most was that after he entered the Archean realm, he immediately checked the situation outside and realized that the high-level Mirage Beast was already trapped in the trap and kill array. If he had not activated the trap and kill array while he was retreating, the high-level Mirage Beast would have killed him several times in the 1 or 2 minutes he was trapped in the illusion. This time it could be said that Xia Ruofei had made a turn at the gates of hell. In fact, he had 1 foot In the gates of hell. Even so, Xia Ruofei was still in danger. After the high-level mirage beast was trapped in the trap and kill array, it also started to charge left and right madly, trying to break the array and continue to pursue Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had only activated the trap and kill array in a hurry and did not attack the high-level mirage beasts. Hence, the trap and kill array was in a passive position. Fortunately, the high-level mirage beasts were best at illusionary attacks, and the array was a dead object, so it would not be affected by the illusion. In terms of physical attacks, the high-level mirage beast was much weaker than the high-level star beast, so it had not caused serious damage to the trap and kill array yet. Xia Ruofei immediately controlled the array in the spirit map space and activated the attack mode of the trap and kill array. He did not care about the consumption of energy and turned the attack mode to its strongest. Then, he waved his hand and took a petal of the spirit heart flower and swallowed it. His internal injuries immediately began to heal at an extremely fast speed. There was a 30-fold difference in the flow of time between the spirit map space and the outside world. Hence, Xia Ruofei's time was relatively more abundant. Xia Ruofei rested for a while in the Yuanqu realm and his injuries were almost fully recovered. He observed the situation outside. The high-level mirage beast was still trapped in the array. At this time, it could no longer launch continuous attacks on the array because the dense black rays had made it look a little awkward. After all, the mirage beast's movement speed was not that fast, and the attacks of the array were always saturated, so there was very little space to dodge. Therefore, this high-level mirage beast was not having an easy time now. Xia Ruofei did not dare to leave the spirit map space, because the illusion of a high-level mirage beast was really terrible. Once he was in the outside world, even if it was within the range of the array, he could not guarantee that he would not fall into the illusion again. If that were the case, he might not be as lucky as he was this time. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei could also control the array in the spirit map space. Furthermore, time flowed 30 times faster at the Archean realm than the outside world. He could react even faster. If there were any unexpected situations, he would be able to react in time. After Xia Ruofei's injuries recovered, he focused on the situation outside. He kept controlling the array to attack the high-level mirage beast with precision. In fact, when this high-level mirage beast's illusion failed to kill Xia Ruofei in one blow and it tried to attack but was stopped by the trap and kill array, it meant that it had no chance. Especially since it was trapped in the trap and kill array, it meant that it would be difficult for it to escape. As long as the trapped person was unable to forcefully break the formation, it was only a matter of time before they were killed. In fact, the mirage beast's physical defense was not as good as the star beast's, and its speed was also much worse. Under such intensive attacks, it could last even less time than the high-level star beast. When the first black light landed on its body, it meant that there was no turning back. The blazing fire started to burn on the wound. The high-level mirage beast let out a shrill cry and its body was frozen. After this short pause, the black rays of light attacked one after another. For a time, the high-level mirage beast was hit 5 or 6 times by the black rays. In a short while, it had already turned into a ball of fire and was rolling on the ground, no longer able to attack the formation. Xia Ruofei stayed in the spirit map space until the high-level Shen beast stopped breathing. He waited for a while and used his spiritual power to observe the burnt, high-level Shen beast. After confirming that it was indeed dead, he left the spirit map space and returned to the outside world. Outside, it was another Jiangnan garden with pavilions and waterside pavilions. The high-level mirage beast's body had shrunk by a size because of the fire, and it was curled up on a stone road. Xia Ruofei looked at the corpse of the high-level mirage beast with lingering fear. It was too dangerous. Just now, he was on the line between life and death. Xia Ruofei had also witnessed the power of the powerful illusion. He recalled the scene just now and realized that he had fallen into it unconsciously. When he felt himself in the spaceship, he really felt that he was on his way to the moon. He could not remember everything that had happened in the Mystic Realm's Tower of Trials. He did not even know that he had broken through to the intermediate golden elixir realm. One could imagine that no matter how high one's cultivation was, if there was such an illusion that could make one instantly sink into it, and even die without knowing why, wasn't it very terrifying? What's more, there was a sea serpent beast outside. Even if Xia Ruofei was not killed in the illusion, the sea serpent beast could still attack him. Xia Ruofei, who was immersed in the illusion, was not prepared at all. Even if the sea serpent beast's attack was not as powerful as the star beast, it could still kill Xia Ruofei easily. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei had activated the trap and kill array at the last moment. When the high-level Shen beast chased after him, it was trapped by the array and could not attack Xia Ruofei directly. This gave Xia Ruofei a chance to survive. Xia Ruofei recalled the whole process and was indeed terrified. He stood on the spot and rested for a while. Ling Qingshui had no idea what was going on in the outside world while she was in the spirit map space. As time passed, she became more and more worried. She couldn't help but ask, "Are you Fei, can you hear me? How's the situation on your side?" Naturally, Xia Ruofei could hear Ling Qingshui's voice in the spirit map space. He also came back to his senses and immediately moved Ling Qingshui to the outside world. The moment Ling Qingshui came out, she immediately looked at Xia Ruofei. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was unscathed, she heaved a sigh of relief. In reality, Xia Ruofei had already suffered quite a bit of injury in the illusion. However, they were all internal injuries and could not be seen from the outside. Furthermore, after absorbing an entire petal of the spirit heart flower, his injuries had almost recovered. Naturally, Ling Qingshui could not tell. Ling Qingshui asked, "Ruofei, what took you so long? Are you in trouble?" Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and pouted at the high-level Shen beast's corpse. On the ground. "There. It's this guy, I almost fell into his trap. Good thing I reacted in time." Ling Qingshui looked at the burnt corpse and couldn't tell what it was. She couldn't help but ask, "What's this? Is it very powerful?" "Shen beast," Xia Ruofei said, "and it's a high-level mirage beast." The realism of that illusion is simply. When Xia Ruofei thought about the illusion he had just experienced and the scene of Ling Qingshui dying from the sudden explosion of the spaceship, he could not help but shiver even though he knew that it was fake. Ling Qingshui couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, "High-level mirage beast. That would be too dangerous." "It's a good thing you're stronger, otherwise," Xia Ruofei said, "it's all thanks to the trap and kill array. Otherwise, even if I didn't die in the illusion, I would have died without any resistance under its attack." At this point, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sigh and say, "I'm still not strong enough." Just now, I fell into an illusion without realizing it. And I didn't even have a chance to resist. Ling Qingshui held Xia Ruofei's hand and said, "You're already very powerful." Cultivation was a gradual process, and there would always be someone stronger. Compared to the other Oris core stage cultivators, you're already much stronger. Ruofei, don't think too much. In my heart, you're always the best. Xia Ruofei had just experienced a moment of life and death, and his mind had not been able to calm down. After being comforted by Ling Qingshui's gentle words, his mood calmed down quite a bit. He smiled and patted Ling Qingshui's hand. Don't worry. I only sighed a little. In any case, my fighting spirit is always exuberant. Even if I encounter an opponent much stronger than me, they may be able to kill me, but they definitely can't wear down my fighting spirit. Pay. You're not allowed to say such inauspicious words. Ling Qingshui said hurriedly. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Good. Let's not talk about this. Let's continue exploring. I think there's a palace area behind it. I'd like to see what other monsters will jump out of this floor's quest. After the encounter with the mirage beast, Xia Ruofei had a sense of danger. This was his intuition for danger. Xia Ruofei had always been more sensitive in this aspect. After the high-level mirage beast was killed, the warning sign disappeared. This meant that they were safe for the time being. This was also why Xia Ruofei could move Ling Qingshui out of the spirit map space without worry. Ling Qingshui nodded and said, All right. Ruofei, do you want me to hide in your protective magical treasure? This way, you won't have any worries. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, It's okay. If there's any danger, I'll still be able to use my defensive magical equipment. It's very boring for you to stay inside the protective barrier alone, and you can't see or hear anything. It's not a good feeling, and you'll always be worried about my safety. It's better to explore the heavenly cloud palace with me outside. Xia Ruofei knew very well that the small space in the mountain and sea realm was completely isolated from the outside world. Looking out from all directions, there was only a white fog, and it was absolutely quiet. He could even hear his own heartbeat clearly. In addition, the space was so small that it was really uncomfortable to stay in it. In Xia Ruofei's old army, there was a kind of confinement room. It was the same principle. Every side of the room was wrapped with very good sound, absorbing materials, and there was only a small air vent that could let in a little light. There was no light in the room, and it was dark most of the time. When people were locked inside, they would feel that time had slowed down a lot. A few hours might be bearable, but if it was a day or two, or even more, it would simply drive people crazy. Therefore, some soldiers who made mistakes would rather run 10-kilometer armed cross-country runs than be locked up for 2 days. Although the mountain and sea realm in the spirit map space was not as exaggerated as the confinement unit, it was at least bigger and had more light. However, it did have the same effect as the confinement unit. Xia Ruofei naturally could not bear to let Ling Qingshui endure that kind of environment for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't reveal the existence of the spirit map space, he could have let Ling Qingshui stay in the mountain and sea realm. The spiritual qi there was dense, and there was green grass, beaches, and the sea. If one didn't pay attention, it would be no different from a top resort on Earth. If it was in such an environment, he could let Ling Qingshui stay there for a long time without worry. But now, he could not. Ling Qingshui held Xia Ruofei's arm and smiled. All right then. I'll be by your side. To be honest, it's safe inside the protective magic treasure, but it's really uncomfortable to stay inside for a long time. Go. Let's continue. Forward and take a look. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The two of them passed through the winding path and the entire garden before they arrived at the door of the third hall. The door of the hall was open, but there was a shadow wall blocking it, so he couldn't see what was going on inside. Moreover, the hall seemed to be shielded from spiritual power. Xia Ruofei tried to use his spiritual power to investigate but could not find anything. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui looked at each other, then said to Ling Qingshui, "Follow me closely. You must be careful. I think there's something strange about this hall." Ling Qingshui also nodded nervously. In fact, there must be something strange about this palace. After all, they had to complete their mission after entering the Cloud Palace. It was impossible for them to walk through it so calmly without any obstacles. Hence, Xia Ruofei was already mentally prepared. He let go of Ling Qingshui's hand and took out the flying sword of the Xushuang and the traveling jade immortal sword. Then, he carefully led Ling Qingshui into the palace. Behind the door was a wall that blocked out the situation inside the hall. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui turned to the right, trying to go around the wall. As soon as the two of them turned around the image wall, they retreated backward at the same time. Behind the image wall was actually a row of starfern thorns. At such a close distance, they had naturally entered the attack range of starfern thorn. So, as soon as the two figures appeared, starfern thorn immediately launched a thorn attack. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui's reaction speed was quite fast, and there was a shadow wall at the side. Hence, the wave of starfern sting did not pose much of a threat to them. The starfern thorn has also appeared. Is the Trial Pagoda's 7th floor a gathering of monsters? Ling Qingshui couldn't help but smile bitterly. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "It's just a gathering of monsters. It seems that the 7th level of the Trial Pagoda is a test of overall strength." Then, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but say, "It's not easy to deal with this thing." In the main hall, the most effective way to deal with the starfern thorn was to use a fire array. However, this starfern thorn had a certain attack range. Once one entered its attack range, it would launch its attack. Xia Ruofei had been in the open wasteland previously, so he could avoid the starfern thorn's attack range from far away. He set up an array around them and then burned them with fire to his heart's content. However, the space in the hall was limited and it was almost filled with starfern thorns. There was simply not enough space to set up an array. Moreover, the entrance to the hall was on this side. If he went around the shadow wall, he would be attacked by the starfern thorn. There was no way to enter the hall to set up an array. Even if there was space, he couldn't pass through. Yup. Ling Qingshui also noticed the problem. She had followed Xia Ruofei through the starfern thorn and was very familiar with the starfern thorn. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "If we really can't do it, we'll try to force our way in." Ah? Ling Qingshui cried out in surprise, "There are so many starfern thorns. If we force our way in, I'm afraid," Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "we can't just sit back and do nothing. Let's try and see if we can make it through." At this stage of the quest, there are no hints. I don't know how much progress we have made. If we are stuck here, we might not be able to pass the quest. Then, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but hesitate. How about this? Qingxue, you go into the protective magical treasure first. I'm afraid that once I'm surrounded by the starfern thorns, it'll be difficult for me to take care of you. If there are any other dangers, we'll be in trouble. Xia Ruofei said. In fact, the position of the image wall was basically the blind spot of the starfern thorn. Ling Qingxue was relatively safe here. However, Xia Ruofei could not guarantee that other monsters would not come out from here. Once he was surrounded by the starfern thorns, and Ling Qingxue was in danger, he might not be able to take care of her. Besides, Xia Ruofei had also considered that he might need to use the spirit map scroll or even hide in it. Naturally, it was best not to let Ling Qingxue see this scene. Thus, letting Ling Qingxue enter the protective array, she thought was the best choice. Ling Qingxue said worriedly, Ruofei, you have to be careful. Why don't we just forget about it? Even though she had only caught a glimpse of them just now, Ling Qingxue had still seen them clearly. The entire hall was filled with starfern thorns, and she felt her scalp go numb. Therefore, when she heard that Xia Ruofei was going to force his way in, she was very worried. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Don't worry too much. I'll definitely ensure my own safety first. When I'm safe, I'll think of a way to deal with these starfern thorns. You can rest in the protective magical equipment for a while, or you can just take a nap. By the time you wake up, I'm sure that I'll have already taken care of it. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, How can I sleep? You bastard. Xia Ruofei laughed. Then listen to some music and read some books. Don't think too much about it. I'll let you know as soon as possible, no matter if it's going well or not. I don't want you to worry. That's right, you must be careful. Ling Qingxue said. Xia Ruofei nodded his head repeatedly. Seeing that Ling Qingxue had finally agreed, he sent her into the small space set up by the mountain and sea realm in the spirit map space. Then, Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up and he muttered to himself, I'd like to see how powerful this starfern thorn is. Even if I can't use an array, I don't believe I can't break through this level. With that, Xia Ruofei took out the Zhuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword. At the same time, he set up a vital chi barrier and concentrated his energy. He took a deep breath and walked to the left side of the wall. The starfern thorns on the right had already attacked. Xia Ruofei felt that they were still in a state of alert, so he decided to switch to the other side. However, it was not too far off. Xia Ruofei had just poked his head out when the starfern nearest to him immediately shot out a dense array of thorns towards Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's vital chi shield was the first to bear the brunt. The Yuan Qi shield was able to defend against the poisonous mist, but it was naturally useless against the sharp thorns. It was pierced almost as soon as it came into contact with the thorns, and it was riddled with holes. However, it did slow down the speed of the spikes a little. Under Xia Ruofei's high concentration, the speed of the thorns seemed to have slowed down. In fact, his brain was working at a high speed, constantly analyzing the trajectory of the thorns. His figure flickered a few times and deftly avoided the attack of the thorns. At this time, the Zhuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword had already shot out like lightning and ruthlessly hacked at the vines of the starfern thorn. Xia Ruofei's all-out attack had still caused quite a bit of damage to the starfern thorn. The branch of the starfern Thorn was split open, and milky white liquid flowed out. Xia Ruofei knew that the star fern thorn had a strong recovery ability, so he had to continue attacking. However, there was more than one star fern thorn here. There were at least 10 to 20 star fern thorns beside and behind it, all of which could attack Xia Ruofei. In the blink of an eye, these star fern thorns also shot sharp thorns at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei looked at the overwhelming number of thorns and could not help but feel a little scared. He knew very well that even if he was faster, it would be difficult to block such a concentrated attack. Hence, Xia Ruofei decisively took a few steps back and hid behind the wall. Naturally, the attacks of those thorns all missed. However, Xia Ruofei's first attempt still ended in failure. This screen wall was a good barrier, but it was fair to both sides. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power couldn't penetrate the screen wall at all. Even the tunnel at the side seemed to have blocked his spiritual power. This caused Xia Ruofei to be unable to hide behind the screen wall and control his flying sword to attack the starfern thorn. Xia Ruofei calmed himself down and decided to make a comeback. He once again gathered his spirit and left the range of the image wall in one step. He continued to attack the starfern thorn on the left. Xia Ruofei took a quick glance and saw that the wound on the star fern's thorny branch had already begun to heal. The star fern thorn's recovery ability was too shocking. Although Xia Ruofei's strength had greatly improved and he could use continuous attacks to cause continuous damage to the star fern thorn, the problem was that the star fern thorn was too densely distributed. He had no way of continuously attacking under such an overwhelming attack. This time, it was the same. Xia Ruofei only had time to control the Xushuang flying sword and the traveling jade immortal sword to slash at the star fern thorn once and expand the wound that was almost healing. However, the surrounding star fern thorns immediately attacked him in groups. He was immediately defeated and retreated behind the image wall. Xia Ruofei frowned. This could not go on. The efficiency was too low. There were at least a few hundred to 1,000 star fern thorns in this hall. If it was so difficult to deal with one star fern thorn, how long would it take to clean up so many star fern thorns? He still had to think of other ways. Xia Ruofei recalled the method he had used to deal with the gold thread nether snake on the previous level of the trial pagoda. And it gave him a hint of inspiration. However, whether or not he could put it into action would depend on the specific situation. Hence, Xia Ruofei regrouped again. This time, he peeked out from the right side of the wall. As expected, the star fern thorn's attack quickly arrived. However, this time, Xia Ruofei only tried his best to dodge and did not attack the star fern thorn. His main goal was to observe the distribution of star fern thorns in the hall. As Xia Ruofei did not take the initiative to attack, there were fewer star fern thorns that attacked Xia Ruofei at the same time, which allowed him to hold on for a while longer. The last few thorns were too dense, and he had no choice but to retreat. With just a glance, Xia Ruofei had already seen the general distribution of the star fern thorns in the hall. He tried a few more times, stretching out his body from the left or right, but he only dodged each time and did not take the initiative to attack. After doing this for 4 to 5 times, he had basically figured out the distribution of the star fern thorns in the entire hall, forming a direct map in his mind. After that, Xia Ruofei did not make any more pointless attempts. He leaned against the image wall and first informed Ling Qingxue that he was safe in the spirit map space. Then, he closed his eyes and began to analyze the situation that he had detected. After about 5 minutes, Xia Ruofei opened his eyes. He took a deep breath and simulated the route that he had just planned in his mind. Then, he nodded silently. Xia Ruofei summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm and held it tightly in his hand. Then, he took a step forward. The few star fern thorns closest to him immediately shot thorns at him without hesitation. This time, Xia Ruofei did not care about the rapidly approaching thorns. He did not even try to dodge them. Instead, he threw the spirit map scroll in his hand. At the same time, with a thought, he entered the spirit map space and entered the primal realm. As soon as he entered the medium, Xia Ruofei immediately started to observe the situation outside. From the perspective of the spirit map space, the scene outside looked like a spinning vortex. In fact, it was the spirit map scroll that was spinning non-stop in the air after Xia Ruofei had thrown it out. As time was flowing at 30 times the normal speed, the rotation of the spirit map was in slow motion in Xia Ruofei's eyes. Xia Ruofei saw that the painting would not fall to the ground for a while, so he took out all the materials related to the fire array and changed the worn parts. After he had prepared the fire array, he checked the situation outside and found that the image had stabilized. The spirit map scroll lay quietly in an open space among the star fern thorn bushes. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with his precise throw. The strength and angle were just right. The spirit painting landed precisely in the gap that he had planned in advance. Since the spirit painting scroll was a dead object, without a trace of life, it did not launch any attacks even though it was surrounded by star fern thorns. The closest one less than 50 centimeters. Just like that, Xia Ruofei arrived at the center of the star fern thorn bush in a cheating way. He then used his mental power to observe the distribution of the star fern thorns around him, matching them with the distribution map in his mind one by one. Then, he silently deduced it. And after confirming that there were no problems, he sent the materials for the fire array out of the spirit map space one by one. He used his mental power to lift them up and place them in the positions he had chosen in advance. These star fern thorns were planted rather densely, and the space in the middle was not big. Hence, it was not easy for Xia Ruofei to find a place in the dense cluster of star fern thorns where all the materials for the entire array could be placed. Fortunately, he still managed to find these locations. Xia Ruofei set up the wide-range fire array. As for the location of the spirit map, it was naturally the eye of the array. This was the only way to ensure that the flame array would not burn him when it was activated. Due to the terrain's limitations, Xia Ruofei's formation could only cover an area of about 10 meters. However, there were already hundreds of star fern thorns in this 10-meter radius. If Xia Ruofei had to cut them one by one, who knew how long it would take him to do it? Xia Ruofei checked, and after confirming that there were no problems, he gave out a crystal and let it land on the control core of the formation. Then, he unhesitatingly formed a seal and activated the fire array. Immediately, raging flames began to burn within the range of the array. This flame was of the same origin as the flame formed by the black light of the confinement-killing array. Compared to the ordinary flames in the secular world, its destructive power was much greater. After all, the star fern thorn was also a plant, and fire was undoubtedly its natural enemy, let alone the kind of flame formed by the black sharp light. Thus, these star fern thorns were quickly ignited, emitting crackling sounds. The location of the spirit painting just so happened to be the eye of the formation. Not only did the flames completely avoid it, but there was also a protective shield around it, isolating the high temperature from the outside. After all, the painting looked like it was made of paper, so Xia Ruofei had been feeling apprehensive. If he were to burn the painting, it would be a huge loss. Wouldn't that be a huge joke? He wasn't worried about whether the star fern spikes within the array's range could be burned out. On the contrary, he had been paying attention to the safety of the spirit map scroll. Fortunately, he had designed it well. And the spirit painting itself was not so easily destroyed, so there had been no abnormalities. The burning lasted for a few minutes, and the star fern thorns were all turned to dust. With the spirit map scroll as the center, a space about 10 meters in radius was cleared. The entire hall was about 100 meters long and wide. Hence, Xia Ruofei had only destroyed less than 1/10 of the star fern thorns. It would take a lot of effort to completely destroy all the star fern thorns in the hall. Of course, once Xia Ruofei found a way, it was only a matter of time before he removed the star fern thorn. He released his spiritual power in the spirit map space and continued to investigate the distribution of the star fern thorns. After finding the best position, he left the space in a flash. Before the star fern thorns attack arrived, he had already grabbed the spirit map scroll and accurately threw it at the position he had chosen. Then, with a thought, he entered the space again. The overwhelming thorn attacks of the star fern naturally all hit empty air. Then, Xia Ruofei repeated the previous process. He set up the fire array bit by bit and then activated the array. The rest was simple. He only needed to watch the burning flames outside in the spirit map space and wait quietly for the area to be cleared. Xia Ruofei even felt that time passed too slowly in the Archkin realm and decided to move to the Mountain and Sea realm. This way, time would be synchronized with the outside world. In addition, he could chat with Ling Qingxue while watching the show, so that she wouldn't worry. As more and more areas were cleared out, there were not many star fern thorns left in the hall. In the end, Xia Ruofei used it 12 times to clean up the entire patch of star fern thorn. There were still some fish that had escaped the net, but they were all in the corners. The large-scale fire array was unable to cover them. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to leave the spirit map space. The main hall was very spacious, and he stood in the middle, away from the attack range of the star fern thorns. Then, he moved Ling Qingxue out of the spirit map space. Ling Qingxue had been chatting with Xia Ruofei, but she did not know how the battle was going. When she came out and saw the empty hall and the burn marks on the ground, she could not help but be surprised. Ruofei, you still found a chance to use the formation? Ling Qingxue asked. She could not imagine how Xia Ruofei had managed to set up the formation. Just now, the hall was filled with star fern thorns. Even though she had only caught a glimpse of it, she had still managed to get a general idea of the situation. She was very clear that there was no space to set up an array in that situation. Not to mention, as long as they came out from behind the image wall, they would be attacked by the star fern thorns, and there was no time at all. That was why Ling Qingxue was very curious. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "There are always more solutions than difficulties. They're just some immobile plants. How is it possible for them to block my way? There's still a fish that escaped the net." Ling Qingxue giggled as she pointed at the few star fern thorns in the corner. Xia Ruofei said nonchalantly, "Purposely stayed behind. There's no point in just using fire, I'm going to cut it alive. Xia Ruofei wasn't bragging. If he wanted to end the battle quickly, he could just use a small fire array and burn them all. Although the corners of the hall were rather narrow, it was still enough to set up a small fire array. Then I'll just support you from the side, Ling Qingxue said with a smile. Just you wait, Xia Ruofei said. Then, he directly controlled the Tsushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword to stab at the star fern closest to him. Now that the hall was very spacious, he could completely hide outside the attack range of the star fern thorn and use his flying sword to deal with them. Speaking of which, he was basically not in any danger. It was just that when he encountered the star fern thorn previously, his attack power was not enough to pose a threat to the star fern thorn. However, it was completely different now. The Tsushuang flying sword and the traveling jade immortal sword could leave obvious wounds on the branches of the star fern thorn. Most importantly, the star fern thorn's recovery speed could no longer keep up with the destruction speed of the two flying swords. As a result, the wounds naturally grew larger and larger. Xia Ruofei spent more than 10 minutes, relying on the long-range attack of his flying sword to cut a star fern thorn into pieces. After getting rid of the star fern thorn, Xia Ruofei had once again tested his strength and lost interest. For the remaining few star fern thorns, he immediately set up a few small, scale flame arrays and began to burn them at the same time. It didn't take long for all the star fern thorns in the hall to be swept away. Xia Ruofei kept the materials and smiled. Done. Continue forward. Let's see if there's anything more to the Cloud Heaven Palace. Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei with admiration and said, Ruofei, you're really amazing. I think with your endless means, there aren't many cultivators on Earth who can be stronger than you. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, I probably can't beat the old man of the Chen family, Chen Nanfeng, now. In addition, the world of cultivation is so big, there must be many hidden masters. Maybe there is a master hidden in some corner. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. How can there be so many experts? Didn't you say that Earth's cultivation environment is very bad? Even extremely talented cultivators find it hard to improve their cultivation. Isn't it? Therefore, there's nothing to be proud of, even if you're the king of the cultivation world on Earth. Xia Ruofei said, from a cultivation point of view, it's a poor and remote place. When Xia Ruofei said this, he couldn't help but lose interest. He said, let's go. Qingxue, Earth's cultivation environment is just like that. We can't change anything. However, it was clear that there were great opportunities in the trial pagoda. We've already gained a lot of benefits along the way. Such an opportunity is hard to come by, so we have to strive to get as many benefits as we can, so that we can have more resources to support our cultivation in the future. That's reasonable. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, however, my cultivation level is low. I'll be counting on you. Xia Ruofei pretended to be generous and waved his hand. No problem. With me here, you can just wait for your cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Ling Qingxue laughed so hard that she was bent over. The two of them passed through the hall and continued walking. The Heavenly Cloud Palace was indeed a test of comprehensive strength. Following that, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue encountered wave after wave of enemies. Basically, all the tests that he had encountered in the previous levels of the Tower of Trials appeared here. Sometimes, they would even come out in a group. For example, Xia Ruofei had encountered a mirage beast hidden in the star fern thorn bush. He was concentrating on setting up the array and almost fell into an illusion. Besides, when Xia Ruofei was fighting the mirage beast, he had just fallen into an illusion. It was not too dangerous. As long as it was not a high-level mirage beast, he would be able to wake up quickly even if he fell into an illusion. However, this time, as soon as he fell into the illusion, there were extremely fast star beasts that immediately attacked Xia Ruofei. He didn't want to kill Xia Ruofei with the illusion, but hoped that the star beast would appear when Xia Ruofei was in a daze and end the battle quickly. Fortunately, after Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was greatly improved, the illusion's effect on him was much smaller. He woke up in time before the astral beast's attack landed on him and avoided the fatal attack by a hair's breadth. There were more than 10 waves of tests like this, and Xia Ruofei had a hard time dealing with each one. However, Xia Ruofei's actual combat experience had improved greatly after he had experienced various attack combinations. He combined flying swords, formations, and the use of the spirit map space very flexibly. He was able to turn danger into safety every time. No matter how the patterns changed, he became more and more familiar with these techniques, and the more he fought, the more he was able to adapt to them. Finally, after eliminating the last group of star beasts, mirage beasts, and golden core stage puppets, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui arrived at the back garden of the palace. This back garden was much larger than the garden between the two halls that they had passed before. There were also much more spiritual plants, and the scenery was more beautiful. Everything seemed to be one with nature, very close to the way of nature. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui strolled around the back garden. The air they breathed in was rich with spiritual energy, making them feel relaxed and happy. At this moment, Xia Ruofei did not have any warning signs. He felt that there should be no more danger, so he was much more relaxed than before. In fact, as soon as he stepped into the back garden, Xia Ruofei felt comfortable all over, as if he was living in the spirit map space. Ling Qingshui couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, "Are you Ruofei? How nice it would be if we could live here forever. I don't think even the environment of Paradise Island is as good as this place." The Peach Blossom Island was now considered a holy land for cultivation. It was just that it had not been exposed to the world of cultivation. Otherwise, even Chen Nanfeng of the First Heaven Society would be jealous. Although his cultivation base was almost the #1 in the world, there were still so many disciples under him. The cultivation environment of the First Heaven Society was far inferior to that of the Paradise Island. Of course, the Peach Source Island couldn't accommodate a sect as big as the First Heavenly Sect. However, the spiritual qi concentration in the back garden of the Heavenly Cloud Palace was much higher than that of the Paradise Island. In addition, the environment here was more beautiful. It was the most basic thing to change the scenery with a step. This kind of garden that was close to the way of nature could not be found on Earth, let alone an island full of man-made traces like the Paradise Island. It should be known that Peach Source Island was just a backup plan set up by the Liu family in case of a major crisis in the future. The scenery on the island could only be said to be unsatisfactory, but there were reinforced concrete buildings everywhere. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Then take in a few more breaths of the air here. It's free anyway. As for the Peach Source Island, didn't we get a set of all heaven formation flags this time? I'll go back and make some arrangements." It'll be of great use to improving the cultivation environment. As for the natural environment, that's the only way. It's definitely incomparable to this place. However, the Peach Blossom Island is our home. Ling Qingxue smiled sweetly and said, no matter how good this place is, it's still someone else's. Nothing is better than home. I like to hear that. Xia Ruofei said, from now on, we'll settle down on Peach Blossom Island. We'll watch sunrise and sunset together, listen to the ebb and flow of the tide together, enjoy the sea breeze together, and work hard on cultivation together. Ling Qingxue nodded and said, They only envied Mandarin ducks, not immortals. I think this sentence is very incisive. Ha ha ha. I also feel the same way. Xia Ruofei said, Qingxue, let's go. Let's take a look at this garden, or we won't have the chance in the future. I'm sure that the imperial garden in the palace is simply a small vegetable garden compared to this. Ling Qingxue looked at the beautiful scenery in front of her and did not think that Xia Ruofei was exaggerating. She held Xia Ruofei's hand and said, it's a pity that Vivi didn't have the chance to see such beautiful scenery. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There's no other way. We can't bring this back garden. Why don't we take some videos for her to enjoy? Don't. Wouldn't that be more exciting for her? Ling Qingxue quickly said. She was already in a bad mood when she couldn't come with us this time too. I'm just joking, Xia Ruofei quickly replied. The two of them walked together in the back garden, smelling the unique fragrance of the surrounding spiritual flowers and grass. They strolled along the winding path between the pavilions and water pavilions. Unconsciously, their bodies and minds relaxed. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue made 2 rounds and came to a pavilion. The design of this octagonal pavilion was simple and unsophisticated, and the 8 pillars were engraved with complicated and exquisite patterns. Most importantly, there was an octagonal pillar in the middle of the pavilion. And at the top of this octagon pillar was a barrier that emitted a faint light. Through the barrier, a crystal-like sign could be faintly seen standing quietly in the center of the barrier. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue's attention was naturally attracted. It's so beautiful. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim, Are you Ruofei, can you tell what that thing is? Xia Ruofei shook his head. I don't know. But it must be something good. Let's go in and take a look. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue stepped up the steps and walked towards the pavilion. Xia Ruofei also stopped playing and focused on being on guard. After all, the crystal card protected by the barrier was not an ordinary object, so he did not know if there would be any danger in the pavilion. Generally speaking, there would be secret mechanisms in such an important place. However, to Xia Ruofei's surprise, the two of them entered the pavilion easily. From the steps up to the front of the octagon prism stone platform, he didn't encounter any obstacles, nor did he suddenly shoot arrows or anything like that. In short, it was calm and peaceful. This was completely out of Xia Ruofei's expectations. However, this was not a big deal. After all, the crystal card was still under the protection of the barrier. Xia Ruofei was not unfamiliar with this kind of barrier. When he was in the stone room in the Mountain Sea realm in the spirit map space, he had continuously benefited from the barrier. The jade talisman of inheritance was protected inside the barrier. That was why he knew very well that while these barriers looked the same, they were very different in terms of their toughness. Some of them could be broken by qi refining. stage cultivators, while some could not even be broken by golden core stage cultivators. He guessed that barriers that even nascent soul stage cultivators could not break existed, but Xia Ruofei had not encountered one yet. He looked at the translucent barrier in front of him and the crystal card inside the barrier, which was obviously something good, and muttered in his heart, how strong was the barrier? It couldn't be the kind that even nascent soul cultivators couldn't do anything to.